Yo, guys, we are ready for Worlds. Right now, we are talking about like previous champions, how it has been so far. Sadly, Azul, Tord, all the Danes, they are out. So, some pretty surprising results so far. I think that those are the Go players. We will post a short video about We Are Live. Okay, so that was the Go players we were talking about. Gotcha. Hmm. Like the only VG play I'm really hoping is making it today too is Wolfie. Good. See, Pokemon Unite is really interesting. And for those of you who just joined, this is the Unite. So we are going to mainly focus on the TCG. We are looking at the TCG stream, but this is the pre-show. We are starting like the official show in like 7 minutes. So very, very soon. Hopefully there's no breakdowns today. Some nice, lovely cards. So here we have the list of who made it. There are 127 masters in day 2. Mateus and Oyvind are 701. Those are almost for sure going to make it into top cut. Justin Nemdorf, Nessus Fantus, Benin Billinger. some big names making it up here. Also some new names we don't see that often. Aaron Curry. 404. Yeah, really interesting to see what will happen. That didn't make that much sense. Right before the opening ceremony, let's open this booster. One song. Snubble. Capsa Kid. Wilbur. Arboliva. Team Stargrund. Altaria. Capsa Kid. Ooh, Ice Cube SAR. Anchor Rydon. Huh? What? Holy crap. Right before the World's 2025 Day 2 starts, I opened two nice pulls. Damn. And yesterday was the Gigantamax Snorlax. And the Spider TX. These packs are fire. Sadly not the Charizard SAR. That would have been even crazier, but still a super nice hit. But we are ready for Worlds now. Sadly no Taunt, no Azul. Like a lot of the names you probably have heard before, they are not making it. let's enjoy the intro together and then get into some great gameplay. The opening ceremony is honestly so cool. Yeah, and that's a Unite reference they used that with the Rayquaza. Kind of impressive that Ivan is 7-0, honestly. Or 7-0-1. But I think Sard was also a great pick because a lot of people are opting out of Badu. So like Sard seems really good here. Are we ready? Day 2 at Worlds.
Here at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships, and we are so happy to have all of you here with us this weekend. I'm Anna Prosser, and let me tell you, the Anaheim Convention Center is the place to be this weekend. We have the best Pokemon trainers in the world fighting for the right to call themselves a world champion. We, of course, have our 4 pillars of competition to follow: the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet video games, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Every competitor will be trying their best to make it through today's gauntlet. So,
I am honestly rooting a lot for Ivan. I think he can do it.
in Pokemon EG, trainers Kosuke, Victor Medina, and James Beck have the best shot of making it to Championship Sunday. But we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokemon TCG competition has been fierce, with Odin Shinhood, Kato Arai, and Piper Levine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Cattleman, and LNDS Varja as they tap their way through the World's bracket. And finally, for Pokemon Unite, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the championship Sunday arena? I can't wait to see. Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities for all of us here at the Anaheim Convention Center. If you're watching online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you even now, you will not want to miss it. Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the diligent staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else making this tournament and
Yeah, the judges and all that is really putting in a lot of work. Also, Sir Neumann is over.
friends and family of every competitor and the fans supporting these trainers as they push through the competition. Thank you. Your encouragement really inspires us all. Let's hear it for you. Good job. With that, day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon World Championships
Two amazing casters. Let's be honest. Hey, Meowth. Team Rocket in the studio. Cool concept. Honestly, they made a new app for the pop ID and stuff. Works amazing. Way better than the old system.
We've been talking about the pins, but let's talk about the competition today because it is fierce. Let's get into, talk about what our players are playing for here. Um, these are our invitations that we had going into this event, and this has been one of, like I said, the fiercest competitions we've ever had in Pokemon, and it has just gotten more and more intense as we go on every single year.
ME and SA, I'm honestly unsure what that is.
Stakes are high here, and it's gonna have an absolutely incredible conclusion. But on top of that conclusion comes
See, those prize monies are insane.
well, look at this. I mean, this is worth it for these players. They have been, spending this entire season investing so much into this game, and we are rewarding them for that. So this is just very handsome, and this is just one portion of the rewards that they get. They get the swag, promo cards, play mats, the Pikachu trophy. But of course, this is also a huge boost to the future career that they have in Pokemon because they can use this toward the rest of their events that they play, or just for a little spending money as well. College funds, imagine paying for college off playing Pokemon. That is so cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, speaking of Swiss rounds here, we have some updated standings for y'all. This has been an incredible
Mateus and Oivan is really good in here.
surprises here. As you see, a lot of our players, only two of them at the top, sitting at 701 records. And I'm kind of surprised by that. What about you?
I think the cloth is out. Is cloth out? No way.
Right, and I mean, it's like you say, Kyle, that just shows the level of competition that is out there. At our regional championships, we often see a player going undefeated so many just absolutely outstanding out there with the skill level in this room, and it's going to be shown on our stream today because we've gotten through our day one. This is our day two, where our players truly get to prove why they're here, why they have made it on our stage, because the skill that they have in the Pokemon trading card game is bar none.
Well, let's see if we deserve to be at the cast of this, because we made some predictions going into this tournament, and they might be all over the place, to be honest. I think we have a pretty good range, but do we want to give a nod to Ethan for the Golden Go? Because that is all over the place right now.
Golden Go is broken right now. Like, Golden Go is one of the decks that could end up winning the Worlds. And then Sard, maybe? Yeah, it's like insane. We have Golden Go Sashan, we have Golden Go Genesect, we have Pika Box Golden Go, or Electric Box Golden Go. Like, so many variations of Golden Go, it's insane. Gardevoir is also good, but not good enough right now. And I think Freyapier's prediction is pretty safe with Raging Bolt, and Iron Font is not seeing any play at all, so that will not be a thing. But Jellicent I dislike, but yeah. Charizard was of course going to be amazing because nobody was predicting Charizard. I think Charizard can win this, I think. I hope it's getting piloted by Oyvind and Oyvind can do it. So yeah.
Well, they're going to be playing up against each other. Let's give you a quick introduction in the format that these players are playing in right now, the World Championships.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokémon trading card game at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $2 million in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokémon Trading Card Game World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 32 trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket.
If that is 32, we are gonna be here for ages.
Two trainers will compete in the Anaheim Arena on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of World Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Well, we're ready to
He has the Gengar plush with him. Of course he has.
I'm sure they're nervous here on our stage for the very first rematch of day 2 here at the World Championships. Of course, see the shuffling of the Gengar there. That's
No, in Zorak versus Charizard, that is Charizard favor for sure. That will be Ivan's game.
Regional champion this year of Birmingham, Stockholm, Stuttgart, Lille. Some great results there with 32-16. And let's not get you're absolutely on a tear right here and continuing that trend with the deck that wasn't always on our radar. Charizard, Pidgeot, we know that it's consistent. Does it have what it takes to move forward here in game number 2?
love to see it, but Mateus on the other hand.
As long as Ivan doesn't get Ice Blocked, he's like flying.
There that we saw on the resume has won the point flip in this match and is choosing to go second as well.
Well, this is one of the surprises we've seen in the list. The Turbo Energize starting to make its presence known. It could be tricky to get your full setup. You might as well give yourself a better opportunity to find your answers early on. And there's a double copy of N's Restroom. So breathe easy. This is not going to be a repeat of day 1. We can attack.
We can attack. Hey, that is exactly what you need to do with this deck. With this deck, you need to be able to attack. We're gonna get there this time around for Mateus. So we're excited for this matchup. All of the pressure's on the line, and like I said, these players are gonna prove to us why they're here. It's gonna be fierce. It's gonna be epic, and potentially one of these players will rise. One of them will fall, posting at 701 records. It's all on the line here. We have the fist bump. Let's kick things off. What do you see, Kyle?
Ooh.
Start things off here when you are in the World Championships on the biggest stage. Top Deck Secret Box. You're the one first.
Oh, that is so premium here. Secret box, it's got all of the answers that you need. You can throw stuff away, but then you get everything that you need out of the deck. And Buddy Poppin as well here for Oyvind is awesome to get these Pokemon out. Of course, gonna do some prize checking here as well to make sure we're going through this. But I mean, yeah, this is great here for Oyvind already. Just from Buddy Poppin, I mean, that's already kicked things off amazingly. But what does this mean? If Charizard can get a very fierce and very consistent starting setup, how is that going to continue throughout the game?
It just leads to that consistency that you're looking for. In the early
So here you want to find the Duskull, you want to find the
wondering how you're supposed to attack into.
oh, he finds Shaman and Pidgeot.
Just attack with Charizard straight into Zoroark. You're gonna run into some problems. There's an attack waiting for you on the other side from N's Restroom, and it hurts a lot. Powerful Rage will take you out as soon as you attack in for 180. It's coming right back twice as hard. So you instead, in the early stages of the game, you need to be using those copies of Boss's Orders, or potentially eyeing up a way to disrupt your opponent, force them to take prizes in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we need to see. Charizard is known for being a comeback deck as well. So if you pair great comeback
Or
with great
Cornerstone Mask and
it's just going to be
Zorak. So Cornerstone Mask is an interesting take in Zorak, but makes this matchup very weird. Probably unfavored for Ivan, because he cannot get through or Cornerstone without his Dusknoir. Technically he can, he has Chiyu, but still a very interesting scenario we get here then.
Yeah, you leave yourself that opportunity of this is a spot where maybe I can go for a Turbo Energize and accelerate some energies, or if you don't trust the setup, if you don't see the evolutions in hand, just accelerate those Pokemon on the board with the team evolution. It just depends on what you fancy there. Secret Box, it's such a great inclusion. The consistency that this brings for both players. We saw Oyvind, he wants to hold on to that, and that's where in these situations, from Mateus, looks a little different. You need to use this card to get your setup in a little bench.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're seeing here the strategies play out for both these players. The Ultra Ball
probably a Iono or a boss. Oh, research makes sense as well. To reset his hand next turn.
That consistency down the line here from Matouche. The Nest Ball as well, the Artisan that's gonna supply us with the Pokemon we need. The Air Balloon pivot potential here. So you see how the Secret Box unlocks so much.
And that's gonna be Damanaton?
It's an X Pack. You can only have one. It's so powerful. You send
No.
cards out of your deck. And look what's coming out here on the Nest Ball.
Yeah.
What do you think about this one?
Do you think there's a strategy at hand here?
What?
Anybody confident isn't found and you go for Nest Ball. Means you're eyeing up an EX. Cornerstone Mass Pokemon here with the one copy.
Ooh, rare candy Pidgeot.
Incorporate this into the matchup and become an absolute force as you're attacking for 140 fairly consistently and you might not be in trouble on the other side.
Exactly. The Cornerstone stance preventing the damage from attacks.
Yeah, rare candy Pidgeot is for sure here.
Have abilities on them. You see how it sequences with the Turbo Energize. The Zorua in the active uses the Turbo Energize, accelerates these two energy onto the Ogre.
Okay, that's great.
Already almost ready to go and has just gotten off to the races, and that's going to put some difficulty over for Waven's side as he kicks off his turn with his own Secret Box here.
And as intimidating as this is, you know you're going to run into problems
Hmm.
with no stance, but it's not the end of the world. There is a setup for Wyvern.
He's most likely just looking to set up his Dusknoirs.
You use the Mega Fire and the following a knockout that you're like going to give up at some point, attacking for a lot of damage. If you can combine this with perhaps a Dusknoir, there's a way that you can just remove this Pokemon in one play, avoid this hassle ever again, and then some prize cards were taken, and that leads to Charizard knocking out some other Pokemon.
I know, yes, exactly. The Charizard gets stronger as it goes on. And what else is getting stronger is the search potential here. In this evolution, Pidgeot EX with the quick search ability, that's going to put together these combo pieces needed here for Oiven to go through these turns, get those
That's time for Duskull.
that he needs for these combinations, and just continue on with the pressure in this matchup. As well as that, the Artisan's in play from Matouche, and Oiven can use that as well. It's very helpful.
This looks like a 2-2-2 or 2-2-1 line or 2-1-2.
So you see how both these players have access to all of the tricks in their book at the moment in time, and now you get to just watch how these decks function at their full capabilities, which is what you love to see here at the World Championships. Charizard EX coming out, infernal reign of its ability being used to seek out these fire energy and accelerate it straight to the board.
This is aggressive. I was not expecting this from Wyvern, but sure enough, uses the Charizard early on. The energy acceleration is the piece that I was really considering as that's a way to surprise your opponent with the GU and combo this with pieces of the Dusknoir. Instead, brings the Charizard into play. It's a free
Ooh.
but doesn't want to use the attack. It doesn't benefit you to take this knockout. Instead, uses it for a setup.
That's great.
I suppose you can always go and accelerate more energies on the following turn.
Yeah, maybe just playing into stability at this point here. The technical machine evolution. All the CDs are coming out for both of these players, and the tracks are hot, Kyle. Right here. We got some fire here, including in that Charmeleon and the Dusclops for this evolution Pokemon targeted out of the deck. That's going to end the turn there for Waven as we go onto Matouche's side now for this turn. But how is Waven probably going to incorporate this Dusknoir Dusclops line here, Kyle? What do you think is the best way he can utilize this in this specific matchup, especially when you saw Cornerstone come out to you from Matouche?
Yeah, I mean, if you see the Cornerstone, you know that you likely need to release some of these damage counters from the Curse Blast over to that Pokemon and then try to take it out in one swing. But you also like using the Dusknoir pieces to try to clean up the Zoroark. You just can't leave damage
Okay, so he attacks straight up.
We have the attackers here too. Just putting Oiven into, hey, here's my strategy here. Now we're gonna go from there as we see the damage has come down onto this Charizard EX. What position now is Oiven sitting in now that we have almost a half HP Charizard here? Kyle, where to go?
I mean, the math works out so well for Matus on his side, where Boyman pretty struggling at this point. He's just working on this initial setup. If you can have the answers following some prize cards being taken, then you feel a little more comfortable. But how comfortable can you be? Is this a spot where you want to take a knockout, remove Zora from play, or do you have the resources to try to target something else later down the line? It might just be that giving up 2 prize cards early on is the only way Charizard becomes a beneficial attacker.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true. We're gonna see though. Here we go. It is our first cursed blast, not from the Dusclops. This is the Dusk Nor. The full potential of that cursed blast going down here. That's going to be a prize card there for Mateusz as well as that goes down, and that's going to put damage on the board here for Oiven.
Hmm.
And that's what we need to see. You know, you put the damage down so that you can take these.
So this puts Ivan in a good position.
That's one Dusk Nor down here now for Oiven. What do you think, Kyle?
I mean, Super Rod, such a great card to have in that spot. It just leads to you wanting to be aggressive, take the line that you have in front of you, just put the damage on this Pokemon, limit their hand size with Iono, and now you have the potential to draw right back into more of those Dusclops, Dusknoir pieces.
Ideally, he gets a Rackany Dusknoir here.
Charizard are waiting for you with that Charmeleon, so GU into Cornerstone, still very viable on the following turn.
Yeah, you're connecting your math, you're resupplying your resources, you're adding that disruption to your opponent. It's beautiful here. We see the Chiyu in the hand now.
Dusclops here.
For Oiven, Ultra Ball discarding a couple of those cards not needed here to get another Dusclops
Yeah.
out. This is just beautiful, Kyle. I mean, this is Pokemon TCG being played at its highest potential here.
Yeah, and the benefit of using this Charizard and absorbing that first initial shot is that it's so tempting to try to knock this Pokemon out
Right.
for Mateus on the other side. So it gives you plenty of time to just continue to build up and find Dusclops, Dusknoir.
Oh, well, that's a Rackany into hand, so...
Remove, Cornerstone is going to run over the rest of this deck.
Yeah, that's scary here. Mateusz deciding who to promote. And Zora, yes, enough now. And
So,
balloons do help. They absolutely do help. Giving that pivots there.
Hmm.
Mateusz, free pivots, so you can have some options here in what you go into throughout this next turn. Well, even now, we see heavily damaged Charizard EX, but he is only sitting at 4 prize cards left to take. This has been a clean and concise game so far. We've just been flying through this, and Mateusz seems to be kind of eyeing up, okay, what do I do next? Looking at Oiven's discard pile, what do you think he's contemplating here in his head right now, Kyle?
well, as nice as the Cornerstone is, the math doesn't line up very well against the Charizard. So drawing for some additional resources, maybe try to find bosses' orders, could be the ticket, knock out a Dusclops and avoid some of these first blasts. Every passing prize card, this ability becomes that much weaker. So you have a chance to potentially leave your opponent into the track, in the dust there. But with Pidgeot on the other side, it just always starts to come back.
Exactly. Pidgeot EX is just one of those cards. You don't want
If he does that, he loses 2 prizes this upcoming turn.
really have to, because you have other threats on board that you need.
Oh wait, he loses the game this turn.
Just letting your opponent get those pieces together, and it's really difficult for players sometimes.
He can lose the game here.
Position as they're still trying to stabilize their own board as well. Arvin going back into the deck here now for Mateusz. We're seeing a counter catcher come out on the field. It is active currently for Mateusz as he currently has 4 prize cards in Oiven.
Yeah, that is not the play, however. Wants to hold on to this resource for another turn. And this is where you really need to start taking a look at these prize card counts, because it is dangerous for both players. You start to wonder about Curse Blast from one side, and similarly,
Yeah, that's game. That's game.
the ability of this Charizard to take 1-hit KOs, it is almost all.
Right. We have the Pidgeot EX to quick search. The Charmeleon that's already been down, ready to turn into a Charizard. Dusclops.
I'm 99% sure we have game here.
Has put himself into
With the Briar potential.
prize cards left, but Oiven sitting at that even 4 to take. Ultra Ball going in now, discarding that fire energy and
There's like so many ways Irene can win from here.
Last damage to take out
That's a Charizard.
Stone Overmont. We see the Charizard EX. Quick Search is still around. If Night Structure's there, we have all the pieces. This has to be one of the best builds. It is Giant!
He has it. He shows it to Mateusz, and Mateusz is scooping it up now. That is the
Oh.
conclusion here, Kyle. What do you
See, I thought was Charizard's favorite, but I didn't know it was this bad.
And it's gonna take the win for us.
The flames are so hot over here. He is cooking up an absolute storm. I am terrified if I am Mateusz on the other side. Because that, even with a cornerstone of Overbond, you know you have a great answer in this matchup. But if your opponent just draws this well and has all the Duststorm pieces, what can you do?
Exactly. I mean, that truly is the question. What can you do? You saw Mateusz set everything up, but it was just the Charizard power was too much.
Charizard's just too broken here.
Just outpaced this deck completely. And really, the key to unlock that was that Duststorm. I mean, you saw it was not just the Dust loss, it was Duststorm every time it was utilized. Full potential of the damage counters being spread out. Let's take a quick look at what just happened here. Speaking of Duststorm, here you see it pop off with the Curse Blast, with the damage onto that edge Zoroark, and then you saw paired with Zoroark, paired with Iono, as well. Destruction was going the whole time here for Oiven.
Yeah, it makes you wonder for Mateusz on the other side. Do you need to really line up more and Zorua at the beginning of the game to draw more? Because it just leads to these situations. You're seeing the Iono on one side, you're only drawing 2 cards per trade, and your board is completely depleted. And it's just, how do you move forward?
The Iono was definitely the thing that killed Mateusz here. Let's be honest. And then Ivan just... His decks is so consistent, it's insane. The way he plays it, he has so much experience with Charizard. He is probably the best Charizard player out there right now.
Oiven taking the first win in our Swiss round 9 as we get. Oh,
He's got rare candy Pidgeot in hand and just passes over right now. He's you know what? I'll just be fine. This hand isn't that great. Those price cards are not great.
let's look at some counts here.
Oh,
I don't love that.
I do not love that either. That is a lot of Pokemon that we're seeing in the prize cards. One of the Charizard EX, the Pidgeot EX.
that's rough.
At least at the bottom, one of the rare candy Ultra Ball.
That is the only Charmander in play now with the free.
Okay, but they're both at the bottom.
Sure.
Right?
Doesn't make a deal with that. This is still a problem. As you'd love to have.
You want it early.
If you have this early Charmander to lean on, and then the follow-up that you need to use the Chi,
Oh,
that would be great.
Kyle. Oiven draws prizes from the top.
Oiven. Is this just something that you could do over in Finland? Is that how the globe works on that side? It's just you just roll that way?
Oh my gosh. On Mateusz's side, though, lots of supporters in the prize cards here. We're talking about counter catcher, counting out different plays. Box orders is another way to do that as a pivot here.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, because they're both in the prize cards. But we also saw just like heavy Arvin in the last game between these players. I feel like he kind of needed that Arvin for a lot of his setup there. Maybe it's the only support he found. I don't know. So we're starting, of course, with Arvin, which is always great on your first turn. Get his school card.
Okay, yeah, the regular Mateusz setup.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. What we do see is a little bit differently here is Secret Box is not this time around. Once we go with this consistent approach, smaller setup, and then
Again, this should be Ivan's. With this great of a setup, it should definitely be
your
Ivan's.
opponent curse blasts and starts taking things off the board and prize cards are falling, you have something to draw into instead.
Well, also it's a little different as well. Started the Monkey Dory. Now has the Dark Energy attached, unlocking the Adrenaline Brain. Do you think that's going to make much of an impact here for Mateusz?
That card might as well just say
Now Ivan realizes.
no way Oiven leaves damage on board. We've seen it. He just does not want to do that. It can lead to so many issues in this matchup. And, unless, of course, you're just working away slowly at the cornerstone, you're trying to take big one-hit KOs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this deck does, and it does it well. And another thing is Oiven out here making a name for himself, and it's Charizard King, as we see. The rare This is where Oyvind now is seeing, oh, my prize card's a little tricky here.
I'm a Dusk Nord deck.
Yeah, this is
And I mean,
insanely unlucky.
this Charizard deck needs the safety net. You put multiple Dusk now, multiple Charmander. You get that Charmeleon out that we saw from Oyvind from the TM evolution last time because you need that consistency to carry you out later game. But if both your other Charmander are stuck in the prize cards, I mean, how does he even navigate that going into this match?
You need to evolve this Pokemon and preserve the lives, and just slowly start to incorporate energies onto other Pokemon. If you have the GU, maybe this is a spot where you manually attach to it and have it set up for following turns, because you know you are susceptible to boss's orders onto Duskulls, Dusclops. If those Pokemon were to be
He needs Facade out here.
Was that the professor's research with the Pogo code on it?
Yeah, if anybody zooms in real quick, you might be able to unlock that card. We'll see if he's actually
There you
taking
go.
advantage of that.
Yeah, the professor's research with the Pogo code. I mean,
Time's up.
Come on.
Gotta rewind.
Rewind that. Well, here we go. Oyvind has found the pieces here now into this rare candy. For this Infernal Rain off the Charizard EX. Now we have a giant 330 HP.
Oh, this is super rough on Ivan.
Like you said, Kyle, we gotta survive here. We have to maintain the health of this Charizard and try to raise
Like, Ivan is in such a tough spot, mainly because of his prices.
definitely a lot weaker.
This is a super interesting one, how Ivan comes through this one with these prices.
Sorry, EX drop from the top. No, we need those basics, not the evolutions here, but unfortunate there as the Charmander sit on the bottom. Mateus here going into the deck to get some energy out with this Earthen Vessel after a quick discard. This
I would probably have a touch free, just so you could touch 1-1 retreat and still get it back in play.
and it's it only needs one more energy, I think, for its attack. So here we go, and that energy has been applied from Mateus. We're gonna see that paired with a boss's orders this time, and that is what we need to see. In the
Oh no.
taking out these pieces, forcing Oyvind to have to put more together. He's already on the back foot too.
Yep, and this is where the prize cards, as sad as they were, they end up in your favor. You draw from the bottom. You find boss's orders, and it's waiting right there for him. So Oyvind will continue this setup. With Quick Search, you know you have the ability to bring this Duskull right back into play. There's always additional cards. There's Super Rod, Night Stretcher. You can bring all of these
Clever.
cards back.
Oh, he wanna get the Charizard to do more damage.
That means that if there's the response from Mateus on the other side to bring this Pokemon up, he needs the answer to bring up a card every single turn, or else he's walking into double Dusknoir pop. This Pokemon's gone and I lose.
Exactly. It's that slim of a margin here in this game. I mean, the pressure is on here and it's getting intense, but you know, we love to see it. The GU finally comes out here. Oh my gosh, it does sound like a sneeze. GU here coming out.
If his shuffle doesn't matter, it's double Charizard.
As well. This is the way that Oyvind adapts in this situation with this GU. I mean, how important is this card here, Kyle, for this specific scenario?
It's everything here. The main piece that we need to see right now to go along with this is the second Duskull, because this is similarly the other Curse Blast that you're trying to set up. If you have this resource, then you can attack with the GU, use the Curse Blast, that removes the Cornerstone. If you don't have the GU, then you go with the double Dusknoir. It takes a little more pieces with the rare candies, but ultimately you still get to the same conclusion.
And Ivan has Secret Box in hand, so this is a fine position for him.
Have the resource right here and now, and you just use item. It seems like you could have a spot where there's just a wasted attack into Cleffa.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Cleffa being put into the active here for that grasping draw. We're going to see the hand refilled for Oyvind. Up to 7 cards now in the hand. So we see the refilling, trying to stabilize here and take the reins in this match.
And even if he takes out Clever, he has Festantipity. So he gets Festantipity down, he draws 3 more. The odds of him hitting a rare candy here is pretty big.
It's just all the ways to find it's bad. All the ways to find basic Pokemon are in his hand. I think we saw multiple Artisan, Nestball, Buddy Buddy.
Oh no.
Just things you don't need right
Let's
now.
trade.
Well, especially when you're sitting there thinking you don't want to
I would love to see Ivan's prices here. Yeah.
As you see there, the rare candy unavailable. The prize cards are just been punishing here for Oyvind, but having to discard a couple things that secret box to get out these pieces. The deck is slimming here for Oyvind, but now he knows that that's not a thing. Mesa Goza coming out.
I think
Were they laughing about?
Mateus is playing around a situation with the prize cards to not give away all of these with 5 prizes remaining.
Yeah.
However, Briar was just revealed, and
Oh.
you just see that. Oh well, no matter what, these 2 Pokemon could result in 5 prizes either way. I mean, so
I mean, I guess it's also a Charizard deck. I feel like you always expect the Briar, honestly. That has just been a staple for a while now. It's Charizard, and it is probably the best deck to utilize it as well. Take that extra prize card right in the late game, and
Just needed a Arven.
as well. I mean, not as many boxes orders, but still standing on its own 2 feet. Duskador here, throwing that curse blast damage at this cornerstone mask Ogre Con. As we see, paired with the Iono, this has been the consistent strategy every single time here for Oyvind. The Ionos do not stop.
Okay, and now here you want to see Rare Candy, you want to see Night Stretcher.
To the bottom of the deck here from Mateusz, and now he's drawing less and less cards for each prize card that he takes.
trying to come up with a way to knock out this Pokemon. The Defiance Band does line this up now as Fire Envy deals 50 up to 8
Oh.
for the KO. It's not going to be a game-ending situation, whereas this Pidgeot could have found the rare candy in the Night Stretcher to close out. Prize cards don't let that happen. However, still a devastating blow here to remove this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gorgeous. The math is literally perfect. That cornerstone
This is really rough for Mateus. There's no way he's coming back here. Because here goes Cornerstone down.
I mean, he's just a friendly little guy, you know?
How's he on fire into the water? He must be hot.
He's like a volcanic fish. I mean, I don't know. Either way, it's working for him. That is for sure. This cute little one prize GU coming in with the mega fire of envy. What a name. Paired with that Defiance Band. They're now gonna take 2 prize cards for Oyvind in this.
Yeah, this is over.
And Mateusz losing that cornerstone.
Ivan going 801.
Where does it go from here, Kyle?
Soft lock. That's where I'm at. This is a list that does incorporate another mask of Ogre Pond there with the Wellspring. So potentially there's a world where you can use a counter catcher, boss's orders, something to lock up a Pokemon as you already see 4 energy on the board. Maybe?
Me?
Help!
Maybe. I mean, it's one of the options here. It might be the only thing.
Basic Ghost is looking at a water guy. I mean, you gotta look at your resources here. This Charizard has so many different ways
Oh, this is
to deal extra damage and manipulate prize.
this is a weird scenario for Mateus.
So, if you include these conditions, maybe just soft locking on Idori coming back, there may be a world where you can just keep a Pokemon like Pidgeot of all Pokemon in the active spot. 2 energies, if the energies aren't there to attack, maybe you keep it around.
Just trying to hold on here. That is what Mateusz is doing. We see this trade here on Azor, discarding a card, drawing into 2, but it just doesn't look like Mateusz is happy with what's going on right now. And, I mean, how could he be really? He's eyeing down such a difficult board, and even with Oyvind with the difficult prize cards, he's once again showing the power of the stack that has just brought him to this fierce position. And the board states are just polar opposites here. Super Rod is going to help Mateusz out here to get some of the energy back into the deck. It's really dark energy out of the discard pile now, but
Still a rough spot.
it's a tough game so far here.
Yep, of course, he's grasping at straws, trying to find a way to stay in this game, understandably so. You know that a lot of Charizard lists will have that Professor Churros. That is in the discard pile. However, there is a copy of Palpad. If it is in the prize cards, Teos feels great, because then you know that you can lock this Pokemon up for the remainder of the game. Move on to game 3. There's quick search. If it finds Palpad, brings the Churro back, you're going to walk right into a problem here with quick KO.
Well, here we see there's a lot of draw happening here from Mateusz with the script drawing into 3 additional cards. Now we have this Wellspring Ogre Pond EX in the active position. Energy has been attached to unlock that stop and attack, as we've been
Yeah, this is a tough. This is a win for Ivan for sure.
I feel like in our format too. I mean, this is truly where you see this happening in these supporter cards like Turo.
Yeah, there's an inevitability of this card where you're going to be in trouble very soon. Oyvind is setting up a little more here with the Dust Box, the Curse Blast available, potentially could target down Pokemon like the Zorua. If you find multiple copies of it, you could remove that from play on the following turn. And then you have the quick search for the Turo to get out of Stop Block, win the game with Charizard. It's all right there, but it might just be a turn away.
Yeah, you're almost like okay, just taking a step back here a little bit, Arvin coming out to seek out these pieces here for Oyvind as well. I mean, it's clean. It's been clean gameplay this entire time. Charizard EX somehow is just a deck that has so many pieces, and part of that is so much disruption that has been troubling Mateus this whole time as well. Dustbox coming out here. Now we're back over to the other side of the field. Mesa Goza has been going back and forth between our players this entire time. You gotta roll for it, and that determines which type of Pokemon you get to seek out. And Zoroark EX is going to be the pick here for Mateus.
Yeah, you can see the lines. If the resources aren't there, the Enzorg builds up, uses multiple trades this turn, find Pokemon like Monkey, play down that dark energy, start to move the damage. All
I mean, Mateus is trying to set up a spot where he can actually get in a favorable position.
over again. But the inevitability of Turo waiting there, quick search, it is endless power that is able to provide this deck of consistency. It is so much overcome.
So much, I know, and you kind of see it there on Mateus's face. I mean, he's fighting here in this game, Kyle. We see that as Zorua being set up. We already had that flip the script come out on the earlier turn for Mateus to help kind of put some things together before Palpad being used now for Mateus's own supporters to be shuffled back. But it's really like, do you have enough pieces to get around this scenario at this point?
Yeah, I think that
Mateus is just trying to stay alive.
to move Pokemon off the board, if you draw into the Turo, maybe you can protect this Saw block and try it one more time. But
Right.
how do you force the Turo to come out this turn if not for Saw sitting there?
Oh, we're gonna see some trades first, discarding into some additional cards here for Mateus.
I mean, we're close to seeing
What?
Blood Moon Ursa Luna situation here, but it's still just a little bit off in the damage count. And I don't think we have a way to amplify that here too.
Yeah, 240 damage from that Blood Moon Ursaluna late game card.
One more sob into this Pidgeot, then comboing the Blood Moon Ursa Luna with an Iono with no Pidgeot in play, that would have been devastating. It's just all the pieces are just a little short.
Well, we're seeing here, I think Mateus is working through this.
Yeah, this is just another sub block.
Is it gonna come down to this? Everything on the line here between these players. Mateus is trying to fight, do whatever he can in this match.
Did a
I
great.
think he was about to solve.
This is exactly what you need to do. Just all the hit points are in play. 3 prize cards remaining for Oyvind to close this out. You're going to lose your Wellspring Ogerpon here, but is it possible for the Pheasantipity to be removed in combination? It takes Dusknoir, Rare Candy Dusknoir to get that done. We haven't seen the Rare Candy just yet to do that, so could be another turn here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the turn we need. We just need to buy those couple extra turns, but it's really going to be on both these players. Who is going to be able to capitalize on these extra turns and take it? But they have to put their resources together first, and we've just been missing a couple of those key components from both sides. So it's truly like the anticipation and the intensity has built here. Mesa Goza does get ahead, so we're getting a Pokemon out here for Oyvind.
And this is just thinning purposes. You have a few more resources you'd like to draw into, and
Hmm.
find them in the right spot. You'll be okay. We know probably the most important one is that last top prize card, which is beneficial for him and the way he's been drawing them. But this is the Professor Turo. This
Here we
is
go.
the last time that we can see this Pokemon moved again. The lock has to be perfect from this point forward. Mateus has the energy on the Pheasantipity. He can retreat this Pokemon if he draws well. Traits need to line up into the Counter Catcher, the Night Stretcher, and eventually the energy for a Monkey Dory to lock in on a
turn here to
Hmm.
try to put this together
I
and
have
make
a
it
tough
work.
time seeing how they think Mateus can win from this position.
The heads going into the deck to get a Pokemon out in that Monkidori, and he's looking at the deck. He knows that it's potentially there. We haven't seen what the hand is yet. It's pretty
Monkidori is getting one shot.
have those the ability to draw into more cards. It's just going to be what are those cards? This is going to be crucial here for Mateusz.
Yeah, plenty of draws here, multiple trades,
Flip the
also
script
for
first.
script to help out. We already pulled the Monkey Dory out. Now the Night Stretcher is a prominent piece of this. Is it? I mean, if the cards are there with Arden, you certainly have the Nest Ball to bring this Pokemon out. You can find the Night Stretcher and get there, but do you have the energy to go along with it?
Well, we saw a bunch of energy traded back into the deck from the Super Rod, recycled in there.
Look at this massive hand as he wants to go for the final trade.
Is that gonna work?
He's already tilted the card he wants.
Yeah, he's doing
Crawl.
it. Just deciding what to discard. It's going to be the Nest Ball draw into these two cards here.
You can also see the pressure on them.
The energy to go along with this. The slot block just can't happen. NCPP up. Is there an energy switch to go along with this?
I mean, that would be wild. That would be very cool.
There's one copy of energy switch.
No way.
Oh, energize.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Are
so
we
you just have
just
to
missing?
fish with Iono? Like,
Oh my gosh, that is so scary though. I mean, it could potentially come down to that. We're just not seeing it. Blood Moon Ursaluna being put down. We're seeing Mateusz slim the hands here before this Iono, but it is coming down to
Okay,
this Iono.
so he needs a nice stretcher
find out how you even
and an energy switch.
Monkey Dory just pushed the damage from your side. You have to find a Pokemon that can lock in for a long time with the Saw Block. You can buy a lot of time, but how much do you need to find 4 prize cards?
Yeah, this is just so rough here for Mateusz. I mean, brutal. We're stuck with the Pheasant Divinity in an active position. Both trades
That's
have
it.
been used.
That's it. Game over.
Ursaluna just stuck on the bench, and he knows it. He sees it. He cannot make this happen, and that means he's scooting it out.
So Oyvind wins.
Here is taking the win in this Swiss round, and he is now the Charizard King of the World Championships of 2025.
Damn, that was well played by Oyvind.
Without Charmanders there, still managed to come up with a great game plan, and it was flawless to see how you can set that up. The power of Quick Search has been around for a long time now. We're going on nearly 20 years of this as it comes back into the format, and it is still just as powerful.
Well, Poison, Speed Food, taking this win, and I'm sure feeling very happy about it. That means he's moving up 8-0-1 here at the World Championships. Probably feeling good, and to see it with Charizard EX. So much power behind this card, but truly just unlocked with that Dusknoir line as well. And all of the tricks with those supporters too. You see that the pressure has been put on.
Well, I'm going for a quick toilet break while we are in the break between the games, so
Swing in first.
see you in a few minutes.
Oyvind was able to just swing back in, and then we saw just time after time the Dusknoir was used to take those crucial knockouts. The stability was there with the quick search for Oyvind. He was able to just set up and maintain more than Mateusz was.
Yeah, there was so much working against Mateus from the very beginning. Oyvind's hands just flying through, finding the Pidgeot, building these great boards. And when you can put the pressure on like this, incorporate that Dusknoir with the Chi-Yu to take KOs, how do you handle this as Mateus on the other side? You just have to continue to build up, buy more time. Wellspring Overcon tried its best to find a way to slow things down, but ultimately the power of Oyvind was just a little too much.
Yeah, exactly. We see that was the concession there. Just the fist bump. Oyvind looking so happy here to take that win with a 2-0 victory in that Swiss round. I mean, so cool to see with Charizard EX. What an epic match.
Yeah, you have to give it up to Oyvind. This deck choice, it's not on a lot of players' radar. This is something that's a little surprising here. It runs into issues with the amount of hit points that we'd seen on the other side of the board with Marnie's Grimmsnarls and Dragapult's 320. Charizard just does not compete against that very much anymore. However, these matchups, these type of decks, you run into a really great situations with the Curse Blast and the damage amounting. And it works out flawlessly. He's in a really great spot.
I have a quick question too, Kyle.
Shoot.
How does it fare against Gardevoir?
Yeah, we like being a dark Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. Maybe some Curse Blast, taking out some Curlias here and there. It can be a pretty dicey game for a Guardy player.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, that's one of the reasons we saw so many people lead with a lot of these decks in our format right now. But Charizard is looking like, with the matches out in the field and how well it is performing here in Oyvind's hands, that it could have the potential to take it all here at the World Championships. And that is so exciting because, if we're starting here, our very first Swiss round of day 2, and where are we going to go from here? But if the story is going to continue like that, I mean, it's going to be one epic conclusion.
Oh, we saw hands played down to 0 over and over again from this man. I'd like to hear what he has to say as we sit down with Kyle Sukovich. Let's take it to the table, or let's take it over to the stage and see what Oyvind has to say.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Kyle. I am here with our winner from the previous round, Oyvind, and 8-0-1 at this point. How are you feeling?
Very good. The only tie was because I misplayed. I didn't price check how many Charizards there were, and I super rode one back in just for sure, and then I run out of energy.
Easy to make mistakes. It's a very complicated deck to play sometimes, right? You have very few energy cards. You have to keep track of all your resources. You've been able to manage it very well. I noticed you've been getting matched up with the Crustle yesterday, now the Cornerstone, Mask, Ogerpon, these kinds of cards. Have you had to face through a lot of these so far?
Only on the stream, not like off stream, but I think it's fine. Like, I have played a long time, like in Stuttgart I played then 100 HP Charmeleon, and it's a good when you can just touch and then 90.
I'm back.
Mad.
Yeah, you've been able to use the dust bombs and the dust roller very well. Are you just well versed with that at this point? Being able to figure out exactly how much damage you need to knock out these big threats?
Yeah, it's like easy to know. I have played the deck a lot, like the whole season.
Honestly, maybe I should stop playing Sword.
Charizard, or I have tested Charizard in the event and changed last night. And funny story about that, like before this event, we tested with the Finnish crew, and I lost every single game. We played 8 or 9 sets. I lost all the sets. Then I just decided the best thing is to grab food with my fiance and go to the hotel. And then my fiance talked with my fiance. She doesn't know anything about Pokémon, but I just talked to like her. And then she just said me that those guys always beat you before the event. You change the deck and it goes bad. So I don't let you change your deck. And that's why pretty much I played Charizard this event.
I mean, great advice. It worked out. But that was all just practice, right? You get to practice, you lose, get it out of the way, and then when you get here, you win when it counts.
Sure.
Well, whatever you're doing seems to be working so far.
I think Oyvind will win the entire thing.
I mean, you said you played it a lot. You won a regional championship with Charizard EX. Is this just something you know how to play?
Yeah, it is pretty much. I have tested like after the Brian came out, like I have only been playing that, and then if I didn't feel comfortable enough, I changed the last line. But I only probably this is my third tournament with it.
All right. You're off to an excellent start. You have to start thinking about,
Is there anyone who is definitely out of day 2 now?
Pokemon TCG action here at the World Championships.
Or like continuing further into?
What a fantastic
No.
interview there with Oyvind. I mean,
He's the best.
yeah, honestly.
Piper and Justin might be the next one we will see on the stage.
Regardless of their Pokemon knowledge.
Piper Lapina and Justin Newdorf.
That is so cute. And also, who knew that the downfall of this giant, powerful Charizard EX be capable to do?
Or the power of Finland, yeah. Apparently they've just got it figured out. So
True.
go play against any of the players from your region and you're alright.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's pretty cool. Having only hit or been Bedunked one time though, this whole tournament.
That might be a record.
I know. It's absolutely incredible here with how popular, Dragonpool is. It's so awesome to see. But, speaking of our decks, we saw our meta share in day 1. I want to take a look at our meta share for day 2.
Okay, this one is interesting.
Over into day 2. What is seeing the most success?
Wow. Have we seen a 30%er in how long since what? Lugia Archeops? Like this is unheard of territory, but
Holy Christ!
have moved in and are showing that they are a force to be reckoned with here. Dragon Ball Dusknoir 16.5 and Raging Bolt 12.5 too. That's a little surprising there from you.
I know, yeah, Raging Bulls. I mean, sheesh. I mean, I guess I wasn't surprised. I figured Raging Bulls would kind of be a deck that was brought here, but to see it convert like this, I'm a bit surprised.
Are they out of the box?
Okay, that's interesting. Raging Bolt and Golden Go are two of the top decks.
Tables are looking a little differently there.
And then there's two variations of Dragapult.
Although it's only 6 picks, many of them have shown that this might be the deck to be reckoned with. It is so consistent and certainly is shown that it can handle a lot of the meta with the lower hit points.
I know, that is awesome. Well, and really the true question is which one of these decks is going to make it to the top here in our day 2. And following into tomorrow, that's our championship Sunday. One of these decks will be taking it down, but we're going to see after today which 2 players and which 2 decks will that be in our finals tomorrow, in our junior division, our senior division, and of course our masters division. If you had to choose, Kyle, what are you putting it on? I'm just going to say, for me, I feel like it's going to be Charizard and Golden.
Wow, okay.
Let's go.
I see a trend here with all of these decks, except for one, which is that they have an inherent built-in consistency to them. With Golden Go Drawing, Genesect helping find the evolutions, Triple Cloak, finding some additional resources to Recon Directive, Knockdowns included in the Raging. What do we not see? Gardevoir has no help, no friends, it's always counted out. It's still going to find its way to the final. Come on. Gardevoir Golden Go.
Please, no, please, no. I saw so many players online threatening that if we had a Gardevoir here in our finals or anything of the sort, that they would just not play anymore.
Well, they're not here and they're not on my radar.
Let's go. I mean, we love to see Gardevoir EX as far as on the stream, because this is truly a deck that has so much potential for our players to make the coolest plays you've ever seen. It is the pesky deck to deal with because it has just every trick in the book, and I think it has been heavily countered here at the World Championships, and that's honestly sometimes even cooler to think about, because think about, okay, how are people are countering Gardevoir, how's Gardevoir going to respond to those counters, or is it just going to
Gardevoir is not gonna make it into the finals. I think the finals will be Charizard versus Golden Go. That's my bet. Charizard versus Golden Go.
Also the power of friendship. It has no reason to do as long as it's yes. We've just been feeding the beast and it evolves and it knocks out everything. Every turn somehow it has the supporter to keep on going and it will not go away. And we know this is something we've come to expect here at major events and World Championships. It doesn't get much bigger than this.
I mean, this is the major event for sure. The highest of the potential here for our players being played out in the field. As we speak, we saw our very first Swiss round, but now we're going to head into Swiss round 10. Very soon, we talked about what is on the line here and how epic these plays are going to be
So like 5 minutes.
How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the World Championships. Even year.
7.
We are here to do a little bit of meet the casters so you can get to know us a little bit better. We've got 4 questions plus a spin or 2 on the wild, so let's just go ahead and jump into things here. First question, Freya. What is your favorite Pokemon?
So there would have been a time where, if you asked me this, I would have said, if we want a free, it would have been either Lugia or Natsuazaku, Psychic Flyers. You know, just I played a lot of Pokemon growing up, so like that was like already a game that I got most into Pokemon-wise. But now I played Scarlet, I am absolutely fallen in love with Rhydon, so that was gonna be Rhydon. I love that bike lizard.
Rhydon's great. Speaking of bikes, electronics, close enough. Give me a Rotom, that's my boy right there. Bo Rotom, the GOAT, absolute lawnmower guy. Anyways, World Championships. We're here in Anaheim. There have been World Championships now coming up on 20 plus years of Pokemon action. I haven't gone to 20 World Championships. I'm sure you haven't gone to 20 World Championships, but you've gone to a lot, Freya. What's your favorite memory here at Worlds?
As much as it was a bittersweet memory, probably the time I bowled out top 8 in 9th place at the 2016 World Championships. I remember like everyone was behind me, they were watching my game. I was like one of the last ones there, we went to overtime against Frank Diaz. I managed to win, and I was so hyped on why I made it, but then I saw the result sheet and I was unfortunately one more bubble, but everyone commiserated with me, and that was when I knew that I was at least good enough as a player to get that far, so I will cherish that memory forever.
Yeah, similar moment at Worlds. Got that win. It was just for day 2 though, but I was only a senior in 2018. I was more than happy to win that match. It meant a lot. 100%.
Question number 2. Question number 3. We're going to the third question. We've got lots of questions here. I know about you, I've built a lot of packs of Pokemon cards from all the years over X and Y, Set and Move, Black, you name it. What's your most memorable pull out of a Pokemon TCG pack? It's a relatively recent-ish, I'd say. So Silver Tempest. In general, I've played with lucky tackles, but not trace. So Silver Tempest was one of the big chase cards that you use for alternative alarm.
My best pull is personally, I have pulled a few SARs at this point, but that was the Cassiopeia on release day of Shroud of Fable.
I didn't know what I pulled when I was young. I was very out of 5 random booster packs, I pulled the Rainbow Rare Charizard GX for Burning Shadows. And if you guys watch any YouTube content, you guys will know this is not an easy card to pull. Some of your favorites, Leonard, all those players, they spent thousands of dollars trying to buy a bunch of Pokemon TCG booster packs, except for I was very privileged and I did not realize what I had. One of my great cards was my life.
You did it before it was cool, basically.
I'm a trendsetter. What can I say? I'm just built different. We've got some more questions coming up. I think it's time to spin the wheel. We got to spin this wheel here. Let's see what we got on this. Give me a good question here. You gotta leave things up to chance sometimes, and give this wheel a good spin. All right, this is a skill game, not a luck game. All right, let's see what we've got here. Are you an early Pidgey or a Noctowl? That's a great question. What do you got?
For me, it can vary. Sometimes it depends on. I'd say I'm probably more of a Noctowl overall, but I can be a little Pidgey if life necessitates. I'll put it that way.
I am mainly a Noctowl.
Let's go for number 2 here. Give me a third one on the spin. See what we got. There's some good questions on here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, our previous casters have hit a couple of these, but I'm hoping to get a new one right here. What type of gym leader would you be? What type of gym
Dark type.
Psychic. I've always loved Psychic type. You know, so many of my favorites are Psychic, like Lugia, also Barbois, Excavator, even Evolution, so Psychic, keep things easy.
I would be an electric type trainer, I think. I'm back and forth about it, but it's a chill electric type Pokemon, right? I think I'm wrong with that. All right. I think,
On that note, I meant to say earlier, Rotom, great choice, so
again, I'm a trendsetter on here, you know, come back in like a year or 2, everyone's gonna be like, oh, Rotom, that guy's so cool, right? That guy is awesome, that guy's the GOAT. All right. We're going for one more here, We gotta get on like a good one. See what we got. No. Can't have that. No duplicates out here. Okay, here we go. Pokemon Snap or Pokemon Stadium. This is gonna be a controversial one.
Stadium.
I'd say Pokemon Snap, but purely because I played them all growing up. Like, Pokemon Stadium never had many people growing up. I only played Pokemon Snap at a friend's place, so I always played that. And the new one as well on the Switch, Runny, so Pokemon Snap.
While I hate to admit that I scored after both games,
He's out.
It's not gonna be now. Like, it's not now then when, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Sword is out.
I think it's Ian's here. I think Ian's going all the way. I think it's a lot. I think that
As far as I know, Sword is out.
finals to his season, he is back with a vengeance.
Right? Or am I completely off now?
Learn a little bit from us and the casters. Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, Todd went 3-3 and dropped. So Todd is not winning. Ian. I think he's American. And this is just a speed by the game. Well, I see. No, that's only Nathan Spry who made it from America. Oh, from Australia. I'm rooting for Oyvind. Oh, a lot of people is already out. That's 30 people who can make it into top 8 at this point.
Welcome back in. We're here at Anaheim for our World Championships.
It looks like 30 people who can make it into top cut.
Surfed in the ocean there on the beaches. Now I'm seeing a lot of trainers get some epic swag. Whoa! There he was! It's like I knew that was going on. That's crazy. Welcome back to the caster desk, of course. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Staplehouse. Kyle, have you ever gone by any other nicknames in this game?
Unfortunately, yeah. One or two. I was a K-Psycho for a minute. That wasn't a good one. So, and people called me Noodle House for a while. That one wasn't fun either. But eventually, my last name just stuck. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness indeed. Well, it's great to be back here with you. But right now, in our World Championships, it's crunch time for these players. It is so fierce out there with the competition, so much pressure, and I want to hear all about it. What are these players going through here at the World Championships? And we've got the best sideline reporter around in town, Kyle Gugasukovic. Let's bring him in and hear what's going on with these players.
Yeah, thanks, Boo. Thanks, K-Psycho.
I'm never telling you this ever again. You get nothing from me.
Thank
I
you.
do remember that stream, actually.
There we go. See, I made an impression. Not a good one, but an impression.
Yeah, it's, day number 2 here at the World Championships, and, players that wake up bright and early, it's a new day, but you gotta stay focused. Right now, just Oyvind is leading the pack at 25 match points, but it's really not a safe lead. There's only a couple rounds left, and you really gotta lock up those final match points to make it to
If I even get 1 or 2 more wins, he's in top 8 for sure.
pressure. Even though he's gotten off to such a crazy start, he's probably still got to win one more, I would guess. But yeah, heading into it, we also have 2 players at 24 match points. They have Piper Levine and Justin Newdorf. Piper making another great run at the top 8 at NAIC. And Kyle and Boo, what can you say about Piper at this point?
I mean, there's not much else we can say. With the initial run that she had from the seniors into the Masters division, she was immediately
Sounds like some aggressive Golden Go list.
I think we've got an idea. I'll elaborate. I'll probably be wrong, but we'll try.
Another player I think to keep an eye on is Riley McKay, who just got second place at NAIC, making a good run here at the World Championships as well at 23 match points. There's a lot of players still in the running. I don't know, are either of you keeping your eye on any particular players, any decks or strategies at this point?
Well, I mean, that matchup in particular for Riley against John Ang was something I really wanted to watch. And taking down John after that great game two we saw from Isaiah that they had on screen earlier on. If you're going to work through that play group, you're probably going to have a pretty great World Championship. So Riley, I'm certainly looking out to see if you can run it all the way up to the top of the card.
Yeah, I mean, that's so exciting. Following these storylines is great. And I mean, so many of our incredible players were not even converted into day two. Like, it's going to be an epic finale here at the World Championships because maybe it gives us an opportunity to form some of those storylines we are so familiar with. And we've seen that time and time again at the World Championships and potentially going to happen again here in 2025. It's just who's it going to be that's going to take the crown here? Of course, Kyle Hugasukovic, incredible job you're doing this weekend. Thank you so much for the updates. I think we're going to take things back here on the desk.
And soon we're getting into the next game.
We are back. We've been talking about these players, but let's take a hard look at the standings here, where they're standing right now so far in our Swiss rounds in day two. And who you can still see that's churning through, trying to get these points. I think they're saying like around 27 is a safe point here. 26 is sort of a question mark for these points for our players. And now you're seeing where we're at currently headed into Swiss round 10. Of course,
Okay, Ivan will make it for sure.
at the top here with 25, but not close behind is all these players on the left side.
Yeah, Jericho Valencia, Benny Billinger, Gabe Smart, Keito Rai, Riley McKay. This is a wild lineup that we have here just for the top 16. And these are not all the players that we have that potentially could make it into the top 8. Still plenty, still eyeing up contention, trying to find those final victories to have a great chance at becoming a world champion, especially a top 8 player at the World Championships, which would be incredible.
Yeah, it's huge, huge. And I mean, they still get like so much for that as well. Of course, this is our World Championships, the culmination of the whole season. We have the highest rewards here because it is the highest skill of players that you have to get through the field. So you gotta earn that. And yeah, like you said, even top 8, top 4, it only gets bigger from there. So all these players, of course, should be going for that number 1 spot though. They want the Pikachu trophy, they want the crown, they want to write their names in the history books. This is our 20th World
I think Ivan will win for one specific reason. He is the only one who is not worrying too much about like how he positions, how he play, how it goes. He's like more, I want to have fun and enjoy it.
and to be able to say that you
And that is a huge advantage.
the most prestigious title that you could get.
Boo, these are our players that we have as far as their standings right now. I want to know who is facing off here in this round number 10. A big one at the World Championships to determine what you're playing for. Is it some money or is it some glory? And we see some big names facing off here. Benny Billinger,
Daigo Yoshira versus Piper Lapine. Okay, that's an interesting matchup.
as well. These are some wild matchups we see. A lot of Japanese representation here.
I'm loving that. I'm loving that. You know, it's World Championships. We're going to see all of the regions represented and, you know, their highest players too. So it's great to see that on this draft. I mean, even just looking at it, there's only what? 3 US on this draft?
Hey, don't be talking down about Latin America now. But yeah, there's some work that needs to be done. But it just speaks to the global game that we have. So many amazing players. I mean, Canada's about to take us out here.
Yeah.
They're flexing right now.
They absolutely are. Well, right here at the top, you see it highlighted. Piper Lapine is going to be facing off against Daigo.
Piper Lapine is one of the players I've heard a little bit more about. He is super interesting.
Incredible, a U.S. player against a Japanese player, and they're going to bring the heat with them.
Daigo
We'll figure it out.
Yoshira, I think we saw on stream yesterday.
I 100% know what this means, but I
So Ivan versus Justin. I hope Ivan wins. So Ivan is safe to go to top cut.
Players are some of the best here, and Tycho is gonna bring that to our table here for our stream match. I'm excited, Kyle.
Yeah, no comments, no gimmicks. Daigo is here to win a World Championships, and we are here to watch what will happen at this main stage here. Round number 10 coming our way. This is going to be an excellent matchup.
I'm ready for the pop-off potential of this. Two players, two different decks, two different strategies, two different skill sets, and it's all gonna come down to this.
We're not giving it away yet.
Yeah, we're not giving away yet. We're gonna give away right when it happens here, Kyle. On the stream, but of course we see Dragapult ES, piloted by Daigo here on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, he played yesterday. Played absolutely amazing.
That we just saw in our last Swiss round 9, how powerful that card is and can be in these matchups. Facing off against Golden Go EX. We've been talking all weekend. Players are just throwing cards in there. It's gonna be interesting what we see this time.
Do whatever you want when you use point bonus as much as she does. Because it works out so well, the combination with Genesect, searching out your evolutions, accelerating these Pokemon onto the board, and having an attack that can knock out just about anything in the game. It is very frustrating to play against sometimes. It is hard to Iono against this deck. You will see your resources.
I think Golden Go will win this matchup.
Exactly. I need that Genesect EX on the board here as well for Hyperlevine. A new addition to this deck thanks to the Black Hole White Flare expansion. I believe Genesect was from the Black Hole one. It was like a split set if you're not aware, Kyle. But yeah, it's come and it's bringing the consistency here for Golden Go with that ability that it has to seek out those evolution Pokemon, and it has added so much to this deck. The faster you can get into point bonus and draw those cards, the faster you're going to carry out your strategy that is aggressive, it's fast-paced, and it's ready to take things down here. We're going to see how it faces off against Dragapult EX that likes to take those slower turns. It likes to, do off, see where it can go, and build up stronger than its opponents.
Maybe Dusknoir?
Just looking at these lists, seeing what Daigo has decided is most important. There are some very interesting lines that we see here. This is a nod to old school deck building with the pyramid lines of a 3-2-1 Dusknoir line, and then a 4-4-2 of the Dragapult. Very consistent, wants to see all of these resources have a chance to set up a very massive board. One-of copies do include Blood Moon Ursaluna, which we see in the prize cards, but as far as the other choices, you should still see a fair amount of things to build up.
As long as he doesn't play with Toadstool, she is definitely fine here. This is a super safe matchup for her then. If she plays with Dusknoir line, this is even better for her. I don't think she does, but could be the thing we were talking about.
It's pretty cool. Love to see that jumbo Blood Moon Ursaluna on the notebook there. I mean, that is just so cute. Both these players, they seem focused. They're locked in. The pressure is on. They're on stream. In this match, jumping into our Swiss round 10 here at the World Championships, Hyperlevine versus Daigo Yoshihara, and it's going to be epic. Starting with that gimme goal, it's just going to be a Monkey Dory Dark Energy attachment pass over to Daigo.
I'm certainly his money for Piper. You see immediately eyeing up how much time you have here. 50 minutes to get the job done. This is not the greatest hand to do it, and we did see an interesting card in that hand. There's Rare Candy.
Rare Candy, alright. Well,
Okay, she runs with Dusknoir line then.
what Daigo's gonna have on this other side. Buddy Buddy Poppin', fantastic here. What we want to see to bring out these Pokemon. This is Dragapult EX. We have lots of basics, especially this deck too. I mean, you see the usual suspects here. As I'm looking through the list. Is there anything in there that you see that is different, I guess, Kyle, from normal Dragapult builds, or that is a little spicy?
I don't know what to call normal anymore. As we've seen players really eyeing up a bunch of different cards that can slow down.
So here he wants to set up his tree piece pretty aggressively.
That could maybe be thrown in to buy some time. Those cards aren't here this time around. Daigo has really honed in on the consistency. 2 copies of the do as you typically see, but other than that, it's just a really consistent line of cards to build up, recon directive, and use one of the best attacks in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's truly all you need with Dragapult EX sometimes. Keep
Sorry for all the noise outside. There's some young ones.
Stall your opponent a little bit with some Badoo locking and setup because Phantom Dive, like you said, Kyle, one of the most powerful moves in the game. Not only do you get to hit an incredible amount of damage, but you also get to spread that damage around onto your opponent's field too, and that can be pretty tricky for the Golden Go player because a lot of Pokemon come out on that side of the field too. I mean, the Monkey Dory's already there with the Dark Energy attached on Piper's side.
Yeah, this is a lovely setup.
Another Dreepy and a Duskull.
Just search out a few more of these Pokemon, add them to what you're looking for.
Oh, Lachas. Okay.
Latios to move these Pokemon around, lock in that Badoo early and often so that you can buy some time here. It leads to drawing into some more of these resources that I'd love to speak on. We see 2 copies of Jamming Tower in this list, which is an excellent card. As we know, Air Golem is one of the most prominent resources on the other side from Piper.
Oh yeah, huge inclusion for the Golden Go deck, allowing for that retreat. But on the other side for Daigo, Latios EX with that Skyliner ability, allowing for the retreat of the basic Pokemon. I mean, it's kind of the opposite here. Jamming Tower, I know, is one of your favorites as well, Kyle. Could definitely.
Or maybe Togekiss.
Over on the other side, the items are locked. Thanks to that itchy pollen here from Badoo, and Piper is gonna have to deal with that here. Cypher Maniac's code breaking, choosing these cards out of the deck, and are going to be placed to the top of the deck. This is great for this deck when you get to draw into those cards off your point bonus, either in active decision or on the bench. But right now, I haven't really seen the rest of the hand here for Piper.
You start to get a little nervous when you see the Cybermaniacs go breaking and nothing else. If the Golden Go is not already there, this is just stacking and trying to move on to the next turn.
Well, I mean, I feel like I would assume Golden goes in hand, right? And then we just draw into that, or you, yeah, I mean, you could
would really hope.
You just gear up for the next turn. Oh my gosh.
Boom.
Oh no.
Boom.
Oh no.
Yeah. This hand is not great. There's not much else happening here. It is a Golden Go to the top.
Oh, this is not good.
There, so there's a chance that you are threatened, but there's an attack on the other side. If you use your Cloak and attack for 70 with the Dragon Headbutt, you're just knocking out the lone Gimmighoul in play. We see a Hilda for the energy. Oh boy.
Oh no.
This is the one time you can just be aggressive.
I'm actually scared here. Yeah, you can go either way with this deck. It has the adaptability there. The Hilda has been a new supporter as well, added in from White Flare to seek out an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. That has actually unlocked a lot here. It's almost like a different version of Arven, but it gives you that energy needed, and that is a resource that is so crucial in Dragon Ball EX, specifically because it does require that fire energy and the psychic energy, or something
Yeah, this could mean the game.
but that is not a problem here with the support card supporting you, and that's the Dracloak coming out here, as well as the psychic energy now into the recon drafted.
Well, better lucky and good, we'll say, for Daigo, as the other psychic energy was in the prize cards. Doesn't even need that this time around. Luminous energy, knockout on the Gimmighoul. It is Monkey Dory with a top deck of Golden Go. Uh-oh.
My gosh, I mean, it's not even the top deck because it was already put there, right? But it's, I mean, I guess the top deck that was expected, and then Daigo also getting a luminous energy off of the prize cards too. I mean, that is huge there. But Piper Levine trying to go in here with this Arven, search something out. And I mean, yeah, we were talking about the speediest hands here in the game. Piper's definitely one of those players. You can see how quickly
That's such a huge pressure on her.
and make sure you're carrying out your correct strategies, of course, but she's going to play strong and fast here to see where we can get with this game. Trying to stabilize these Gimmighoul on the field.
I mean, from Daigo, not much else to set up. It was try to set up Recon Directive, take this knockout, have some draw for a future turn, but this is a powerful situation to be in. With the lone Buddy off in here, you see the 2 Gimmighoul in play, but this leads to a situation. If you
This is a super terrifying turn for Piper here. The reason this can be really bad is if he has Ghost, he can take out a Gimmighoul. If he gets Dragapult here, he can take out both if he has the Holucha. As we were talking about, the Holucha spreads damage out. So this is super interesting.
Combination with Holucha. Boston's Ogres is a nice addition. It basically closes the game out immediately if you have that. Monkey Dory, however, will do the job. With that 10 damage on the Badoo, you can move that over to the Gimmighoul, remove that from play. Boston's Ogres won't happen because of this research. However, you're still removing two prominent targets here.
Exactly, and yeah, who even needs the Holucha at this point? You're taking two targets out, you're leaving Piper with just a difficult board, and you're taking those prize cards, which is how you take the game here. So you see a Dragon Rain unlocked from the Luminous energy that was drawn.
Yeah, but it's still fine. Still fine.
In that last turn, that is what's unlocking that damage to be spread, and now we see the Phantom die here from the Dragon Bolt EX, taking that knockout on the Monkey Dory and knockout on the Gimmighoul as well. With the 60 from the Phantom dive, that one extra for perfect math on that Gimmighoul. Unfortunately, there. Now we still have one. It's alive. It is able to be evolved into a Golden Go, but is it too little, too late, Kyle? What do you think?
Well, mini cards do a lot of wonder here. We know the Golden Go is waiting in the hand to evolve. Cycle Maniac's code breaking to search out a few more resources. Now we just have to make sure that the math all lines up. As you find one of each copy of basic energy remaining in your deck, two others are still in the hand. The resources are there. You can find the key number 7 to take a knockout, deal 350 damage to this Dragapult. Maybe buy yourself a little more time as things slow down.
If she wants to shut Dragapult here,
You actually have to do, because this Dragon Ball is ginormous, 320 HP. I mean, it is big.
And look, it requires not only an Energy Surge Pro, but also an Earthen Vessel, because she needs to search out the metal energy to have it to draw to attack with, and then the other metal energy to get the full effect of the Energy Surge Pro.
Which, I mean, a little bit difficult. We're losing a rare candy to that, but you have to get this. You need to make this step to get all of this energy out to be able to take a big knockout. So we're seeing that happen here. Earthen Vessel discarding that rare candy.
super aggressive, but she has to do it.
Only pretty much used in Golden Go at this point. It's got the rainbow of energy, the giant array here, and it is being used to take some massive knockouts here. I'm wondering what else, though, can we even do? Are we going to get some other Pokemon now? What's going on here, Kyle?
Yeah, alright, stop being greedy, okay? We just knocked out a Dragapult on the other side in one fell swoop. You can't set up anything else over here, but it's okay. Double severe energy retrieval found. Another knockout of a major target is
If she can find boss here and boss up the Drag 3P on bench, she can win from here.
down to Pokemon like Alone Clove here if you want to change the pace, go for the single prize, and limit your opponent's attacks.
Now you're back in the game here if you're Piper Levine, but there's still some more work to be done. And Daigo on the other hand, I think why I'm just like, yo, we need to prepare, we need to set up because Dragon Ball is so scary. It has so much potential to do these things. I mean, we already had that Dream out. Depending on what's in Daigo's hands, this could be also a crazy turn potentially as well. Dust Bowl is out, the Monkey Dory's already down for some damage too, but I mean, yeah, it's 3 prize cards for Daigo left to take, and Piper at 4.
What do you think about Mind Pen in a situation like this?
Just some confusion. I mean, honestly,
It doesn't feel great to attach anywhere else other than Treaty, but honestly, with your aspect of choice of the Neo upper energy, there's always a chance to bring that attack off in one fell swoop. Have the Cloak now.
I feel like the best play here is to start setting up the Dragapult into.
The additional turns that Badoo was unable to do. It just depends though, because confusion would be nice, however, Badoo locks out a bunch of energies, and you know the only way those come back is superior energy retrieval.
yes, exactly. Which, I mean, should have been drawn already for Piper off of those prize cards as well. So, yeah, that's a tricky one. We're going to have to see where Daigo goes with it. Ultra Ball discarding a Cloak as well as Counter Catcher into this Flip Script as well. Or we already Flip Script, but Ultra Ball bringing out this Dust Box on field 2 that Daigo.
Yeah, and this helps lean more towards a Badoo play. It's safer to have an opportunity to slow down, even though you're not dealing the damage into the Golden Go due to the resistance, you have a Dust Snore to follow up. Dust Snore in combination with the Dragon Pulse would be enough to remove this lone Pokemon. Without items, how do you find the additional help? It is cards like Artisan, but is that enough? Oh, here's the surprise. It's not great right now, though. There's Togepi in hand.
Oh my gosh. So, yeah, there's a Togekiss there in the deck. But that's it. That's the game here.
Yeah, there it is. There's the Blood Moon.
Yeah, okay. Game 1 ended because of unfortunate draws.
We're moving quick. Time is money.
Time is money. I guess Piper is seeing that on the other side of the wheel too, because Daigo is working swiftly in this match. And as
Looking like $1 million over there.
absolutely. Yeah, but no point bonus on that side, so
He needs it.
doesn't need bonus. This is in the paycheck already. Oh, let's go. Yeah, Daigo, I mean, played that just flawlessly. It looked effortless from Daigo's position there. You know, we saw some potential for
Super quick players play super great well, so
the reveal of the Togekiss right at the end, but Daigo just had it here with the Blood Moon Ursaluna energy attached here, the free retreat into that.
but I don't think Daigo knows she has Togekiss in her deck, so that's pretty important.
First game was round 10. Now we're gonna have to see how the second round goes for these players. I want to see a much stronger setup for our Golden Girl player.
Well, that is the benefit of choosing who goes first and second. Daigo selected to go second, and that led to a phenomenal setup that opening Itchy Holland, accelerating those energy on the board, having multiple 3 to work in combination with all resources. Piper, it was just a patch pass, and you can't do much with that. So now fortunes will flip over. Piper could see those early resources. If you have that opening buddy coffin, Golden Go just gets that much better.
We're talking about point bonus, we're talking about fortunes, Kyle. What about the fortune of taking some extra 5 stars, huh?
You know, that was the tricky thing. Time is money, and this is how we recoup in this situation. You can steal some additional prize cards if things work.
Oh no, that's gonna not be good too good.
So it's very easy to burn all of your resources, or at least bring them out of the deck. Pull them with your Super Pro.
And the mulligans also cost her time, so that's really a big issue here. That's the time she loses. They play on a timer of 50 minutes, so
You can help steal 3 prize cards, but if luck is on your side.
If luck is on your side, will the light shine down here on Piper in this match coming up, or will Daigo be able to close things out with a 2-0 victory in our Swiss round 10? Get those championship points here and turn toward our top cut. That is going to be the question in this match going forward here between these players. 2 young guns ready to face off once again. 2 powerful decks. Golden Go, Dragon Ball EX. It's going to be epic. Don't go anywhere because we are starting.
okay, let's see the prices. If the prices are not as abysmal for Piper, she should be able to win.
Gonna start a little differently this time. Over on Piper's side, Genesect EX as our starting Pokemon. Daigo with a Duskull in the starting position. And Daigo's gonna be going first. Times is what you said. Piper opting to go second.
Oh, yes, that's where you want to be. We saw Arvin in the opening hand, which is nice. Air balloon, buddy coffin. You'll have some help. But when you top deck another buddy. Oh yeah, that is a cool setup. Oh my gosh, unless you prize the keeping cool. And the odds of finding the buddy was
That's what I'm saying. Like,
ridiculous there.
well, I mean, I guess if we're talking about the light shining down, so far it's working. The odds are slim with the buddy coffin, but at least we're gonna get these 2 guinea cool out onto the field for Piper.
I mean, you know what that means. If Arvin did want to go for another buddy, we could see Togepi early. And then Togekiss is in hands. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not that far off.
I love it. position now as this Gimbal is gonna search out.
Okay, that's actually fine.
Minor damage, but still going a little error run.
I must have broken a cardinal rule. I wore pink on Friday.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
unfortunate.
That's tragic. Well, Piper here, that's gonna end the turn after that minor errant running there for Piper. Daigo's gonna start us off here after the quick shuffle.
This is what you need to see. The fire energy is not fun, but what it leads to, finding these additional energies, pulling energies you have multiple copies of, is very important for Piper. So you see, it could just be anything. The lightning energy, that is one that we see 2 copies of, because there is that inclusion of the Lamencium.
Oh yeah, I love that stadium here.
Okay,
It's
so
for this lightning deck there. That's great to see. Daigo going through this turn here. On the initial turn of the Dust
double
Bowl
Dreepy.
ceremony, we had the Dreepy down with a psychic energy already attached. Now we have the evolution for the Strict Cloak. We saw the Recon Directive already. Let's take a look at those prize cards for Daigo.
I mean,
Those are rough.
one of in this list with all the consistency, but one can be found to be Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Dusknoir there. I suppose with the Blood Moon, the positioning of it could work out fairly well in the prize exchange. Find it at the last second when you need to remove that final golden go from play, but Dusknoir could be a pretty important piece.
Well, what I don't see in there, I guess, is these cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin to at least establish these initial turns here. Get your Badoo out, get your Pokemon out, and start going with that. Because as much as you can slow down the Golden Go, you want to do so. I mean, I guess this time is money thing, it's coming up in all sorts of ways, Kyle.
There's a long ways to see this.
Piper's writing the script for us, honestly.
Well, Tanuki did not find its way onto the board. You don't need to show that off here. This is a spot where the consistency will probably get you far in taking early knockouts, putting the pressure on Daigo that he did not feel previously. Have an answer to the Badoo. It's just that metal energy, discard the lightning, play down the Golden Go. From there, it's on Daigo to have response after response while still building up a board state.
What do you think about this Genesect EX being in play? You know, this is a card that aids Golden Go so much here, but does also have the potential to be taken
Oh, that's a rough discard. All his ghosting.
Well, this would have been a play that you need to lean on if you see aggression on the other side. You could include the counter catcher along with the jamming tower to lock this Pokemon out. Hopefully buy yourself a little time. Piper does have some resources, the Artisan, Lamencia, even a copy of Wool Scrapper if you want to remove some other things. We've seen a lot of interesting ways to tech out your deck and have answers.
Well, the answers are definitely here for Daigo. So many Pokemon hit the field here. We saw a huge Professor's Research. A lot of resources went down, but it got us this board now. We have 2 Duskull, 2 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak that was already out, and the Badoo is now Itchy Pollen into this item lock for Piper. Piper, on the other hand, using that Genesect EX. We didn't see it in the last game, but here now with the metallic signal to metallic call out these metal Golden Go.
What do you think that sounds like?
This is super interesting to see what will happen here. I think she will go for a knockout with the
It could be anything.
Gong.
Sound the dong and sound the alarm.
I guess I'm just like imagining. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true. I don't know. I feel
Either
like
way, it leads to a pretty great setup.
oh, that's
Onto the Dracloak, there's 2 energies there to go. Wow.
look at that! Oh my gosh, the tides have turned. I guess the metallic signal it opened the fridge. They brought out the Swiss cheese here. The Golden Go EX are on the field. They're drawing cards and they're taking knockouts. That Dracloak has gone down. That's a prize card there for Piper. Daigo re-promoting this Badoo now into an 1-0.
so she has a great hand here to keep going. Oh, she has great hand size. She has a lot of draws.
Yeah, Recon Directive found again. Is there a way to move this Pokemon? Have the counter catcher. That would be a great way to bring up that Genesect, lock it out, buy some more time. We don't see that. Still, there is pressure on Piper to draw into the basic energies. You know, there's so many copies of items that can help see those over and over again, you're not going to have the answer to attack.
Yeah, true. I guess you stack them up in hand for later.
Yeah, eventually you will clear out your allergies. This will go away. You'll be fine.
Yes, yeah. We just need the allergy meds to kick in, I suppose. But yeah, the Jam now in play here as well from Daigo's side. Recon directed, second one for the turn here on the second Junklo. Drawing some additional cards, and that's going to be it for the turn. Itchy Pollen, 10 damage onto this Golden Go. Moving up.
Just drawing some cards.
Got resistance.
You're right, there is no 10. Yeah. Yo, resisting the grass? That's wild. No 10 here, just coin bonus all day long for Piper. Drawing up these cards. The coin bonus on the active position gets you an extra card too. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 cards now.
You know,
Plus a top deck.
Oh.
Again, the play is in hands. You can boss's orders and use 2 more energies to slow things down on Daigo's side. But when is enough? When do you feel comfortable doing another boss for another 2 energies and start worrying about the 11 copies of basic energy you have in your deck? Because you have to still clear out the dudes. And if there is just 3 of these back to back with night stretchers, you may not have energies to attack the remaining 3. So Piper will consider that as we move forward.
Yeah, that's the question. That's exactly what we're looking at here. Take these Pokemon out, but also not sticking yourself in an unwinnable position. And Daigo also has to analyze that. We see Festivity come down here as well. The Dragonful EX, the Fire Energy attached, the Professor's Research first, discarding another Pidoo into a fresh 7 cards. I mean, woo! This is a lot of cards that Daigo's going to see on this turn.
And a nod from Daigo understands Piper's a great player and probably will not play into that situation. So second Pidoo does not come into play. It's not ready to give up on the attacking strategy just yet as we see the Dragon Bolt evolve this turn.
Yeah, can we have that aggression come back in here? So far only has that Fire Energy attached for Daigo.
See, this is a situation where Piper should be able to win this game, and they will most likely not be able to finish game 3.
Right, another 3 being come down.
And this has been the target for Piper time and time again. Remove the draw engine and the pressure was on. Daigo had to evolve into a Dragon Ball. If this was removed once more, he had no attacks for a long time. So if you have a chance to bring back the Dree and establish Recon Directive for the remainder of the game, maybe you're not relying on Festivity over and over again to see a hand.
Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, you need some hit points on the board, just a single energy that can lead to something in the future. But yeah, there's just 1 Dreepy in the prize card still as well for Daigo. And this is kind of an intricate matchup that this has turned into, Kyle. To Itchy Pollen with the lockdown on
And here she gets Lavincia into play so she can still get energies out of this card without items.
some additional cards and then Stadium and another Cyber Maniacs. But what are we building up in hands? Like what's going to be the pivotal turn to kind of turn the tides here in Piper's favor?
This is my favorite part of the Cybermaniacs code breaking is this specific situation. You've already used all of your abilities. This was on purpose because you want to stack the deck to be either top deck into the right card. You'll have a Cybermaniac for whatever you may need on the following turn. It's exactly where you need to be when you're eyeing up just 3 prize cards to go game.
The safety net has been established here, but there's really never a safety net. I feel like when you're playing against this Dragon, this energy coming down on the Dragon Bolt.
Yeah, but he cannot pop Dusknoir here. If he pops Dusknoir, he loses next turn.
3 additional cards. Recon Directive for another one here. Daigo's
But he might feel like he's forced to.
fully charged up Dragon Bolt EX.
Yeah, it's that 10 damage that was onto the Gimme Ghoul actually paying off massive dividends here as this could lead to a knockout on the active that has play. However, we see the pivot, the counter catcher over onto the Genesect. Is there some other cards here to help out? Another copy of Jamming Tower, hold this Pokemon in check for a little while?
Yeah, I mean that could be exactly what we're looking for. Just hold it in the active position, shut down its air balloon. But we did see the Stadium as well was with the Cybermaniacs code breaking from Piper too.
Yep, that's why you think of everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's almost like
GG.
plays Kyle for the Wild here. Daigo, of course, analyzing all of this right now in his head. These turns. The Iono happens here. Dragon Bolt EX
the ESP. She finds
Coming out. Fighting energy, grass energy, metal energy. Looks like that's all that's left even in the deck.
Yeah, this energy surge mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's so late in the game now. So many of them are in the discard pile as we saw those knockouts back to back to back on those triplos.
and then she will play Lavincia.
Being put out here.
Get two from the discard.
Find some helpful resources, superior energy retrieval, pull the rest of those energies back, and take a massive KO in this spot.
Oh, here we go again. I mean, this card is so cool. Lining up once again with these cards.
Boo! She's just doing all the right things once more. The Cypher Maniac, but you do this combination specifically. You only have one Pokemon green on the bench. You draw into the superior, and then your top deck is another Cypher. This is the cleanest play, and it leads to a knockout, an Iono-proof setup, and you just need to find one remaining KO to move into game 3. This is everything you want.
I know, it's gorgeous. I mean, it's not only helping your top deck, you still have those coin bonus to be able to utilize on the same turn here, and it's playing well as we see Piper.
And that's Dragapult.
This turn, we see it's moved over onto that Dragapult EX. Enough energy to take the knockout there on the Dragapult. That's 2 prize cards, 1 prize card left remaining for Piper to take to tie this up. And going
So no Dusknoir this game.
players, and Daigo left with his Drifloon in the active position here. We talked about that ace spec in the Neo upper, but oof, I mean, this is just rough spot to be in. Look at the difference in the price card.
You haven't solved the problem. There's not a knockout anymore because the Dark Energy, instead of using it to discard and deal more damage, it goes to Monkey Dory and heals you and brings this Pokemon down to 290, taking the KO with only the 6 energies. Daigo still trying to amount a comeback here. You still have 320 hit points. It seemingly would be hard to reach those numbers if it weren't for the top part waiting on the deck.
Yes, exactly. The superior energy retrieval will just get a bunch of energy back right when you need it.
She has Lavincia, she has superior energy retrieval, she has knockouts next turn. She can move 30 damage, so
Pokemon like Dragapult EX. So Daigo trying everything, of course, possible to make this happen. You know, we're just under 20 minutes in our Swiss round 10 between these players, and it truly, if this goes to game 3, it could go either way. So Daigo still churning through this turn. We're gonna see an Iono here from him. That's going to bring Piper to just 1 card in hand. Limit her as much as possible.
Yeah, and holding on to Cypher Maniac's code breaking as the last piece there. And also to add on to that, with the Monkey Dory moving over the damage, taking that knockout, going down to a singular prize, there are no more Curse Blasts to incorporate here. So no knockout for this Pokemon. Just going to try to find the answers here with the code breaking. You can draw a few more resources. Is there another Golden Go to grab onto? That'd be great fodder.
Yeah, great fodder indeed. Well, we see, yep, there's a couple golden go in there. Yeah, see you later. We just need some discards here. Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Here's the 2 cards being put at the top, drawn into superior energy retrieval, discarding these cards, getting these energy back out.
Time is money.
Time
Gotta
is
move
money.
quick.
Yeah, make sure we do this all good and it's enough energy here.
Yep. And we see that there's 3 energy. That is enough with the Monkey Dory. Move the damage over down to 290. 300 for the KO. And Piper.
okay, game 3.
Game 3 here.
So if someone wins game 3, it will be Piper. Her dex is faster, so she can set up in turn 2.
Bringing us to a game 3.
Turn 3, she will be able to like take knockouts.
Put it together there in the end. I mean, you could just see the nerves are there. I mean, her hands are shaking, flashing these energy in this match. But I mean, it's amounting to a win here. Like I said, it could truly go either way in this game 3 between these players. But you love to see it. It happened out the best way here for Piper. I think she stuck to a fantastic strategy. Let's take a look at that strategy right now. She was just removing those Drifloons back to back to back with these short-term energies, kind of just avoiding the fact that she's being blocked by Badoo with these items the whole time, but didn't overextend it.
Yeah, spent a little time at math camp and it worked out. Take out multiple Drifloon, walk into the KO on the Badoo, and you're not worried about using Taunt from that point forward. It's too slow for Daigo. Has to start to
That's so well played by her. Honestly, Piper played that super well.
Take a risk. You try to find the jamming tower, slow down, force resources from Piper, attack into Genesect. It's weak to Turo. It's weak to missing out on resources. But maybe you can incorporate a strategy that takes these 6 prizes off the board in a matter of 3 turns. If that's possible through those hit points, you're going to be up 2-0, moving on to round 11. Instead, Piper plays out of her mind, flawlessly, with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking, always making sure she had an answer, and that leads you to game 3.
I mean, this is one of the most difficult decks to play as far as resource tracking and resource management and sequencing. But
That's game 2, guys.
into our next game between these players, of course, starting off with the Genesect EX once again for Piper. Gonna start using that ability, nice and easy here. Look at the prize cards. There's a lot of ways to search out basic Pokemon.
It's like the best opening hands, but that's not awesome prize cards. Pretty useless when you're drawing into what resources you need to continue to deal 320 damage over and over again. So, and also not seeing those cards in the opener would be tough. However, we do see the Buddy Buddy on turn 1. The one thing that Tycho was hoping to avoid.
Yeah, but we found it once again. The odds here were
And we have the Genesect in the active, so.
just that for Piper. And see those Gimmighoul come down.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Once again, apply to that Genesect EX to allow it to pivot out of that active position, but continue to Metallic Signal for more gold.
That's honestly an insane play.
Steps away now here for Piper, leading into those coin bonuses and that really dangerous board state that she kind of just mounts against Daigo. And then let's see on this side if Daigo even has a little bit of a falter in this initial setup. It could be truly kind of rough.
This might be the biggest one. This is your opening supporter on turn 1, going second. You're searching out an energy and an evolution with a Duskull in play.
Is it just because the hand is so stacked? What do you think?
I'm a little nervous. I don't think it works that way typically.
Yeah, it doesn't usually. I'm hoping for the best here. Looking at the prize cards, a lot of Pokemon stuck in there for Daigo.
This looks like a tough one for Daigo. I think it will just be instantly Piper Lapine, destroying that the Duskull next turn and win.
Prize cards, looking through the deck to map out what is in the prize cards as well.
Piper left her options open with the Genesect Search, finding the non-EX version of Golden Go. Strike it rich, as long as you find a Metal Energy, could knock out the lone basic Pokemon here without having to search out those additional resources. We didn't see, I think we only saw 1 basic energy in hand to work with, not the metal yet, but just having an immediate response to a Badoo or even knocking out the Duskull if it's that evolution that turn would be great to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome for sure. Daigo's still working through this deck search here.
Oh, this is.
Going through, and I mean, there's a lot of stakes on the line here for both of these players, so everything has to be thought about 10 times as much.
Searching out
Before ult. What is his hand, yo? Like, what is going on here?
I would love to see Daigo's hand right now. It's impossible to say too much without seeing his hand, but.
Yeah.
Does that mean we just are stacked into close? Like,
Until I see a 3-peat.
I'm scared.
I am very nervous on this side. There is Ultra Ball,
Okay.
so maybe it is just simply to discard
Yeah,
the Pokemon.
that's true. Yeah, I guess discarding those 2 evolutions. Dusclops, Dragon Bolt EX going down just to be able to Ultra Ball here.
Oh.
That is rough, but you need it. You need this 3-peat out. It is so important. You saw how Piper was able to just boss's orders, knockout, boss's orders, knockout, and then you're kind of stuck in this position where, well, what resources do I have left? Oh no!
Yep. When your only draw engine and attacking line is being knocked out in the same exact card of Boss's Orders.
And there's another GP in the prize cards and one of the Badoo as well, too, in the prizes for Daigo. So it's like just the same as it was before with one of those 3Ps stuck in the prizes. At least it's at the bottom now for Daigo, but I mean, this is just so risky. Having just this poor little 3P gets the fire energy, but now Piper can really walk away with
Yeah, she's just playing super fast here.
To go along with this, if a Golden Go finds Energy Surge Pro or Earthen Vessel, that is a bye-bye Dreepy situation. You have a few ways to draw into this. Use a coin bonus on the bench and try to find it, and then retreat into your other one. Find 2 more resources. Psychomaniac's Code Breaking is going to be used to take this, so won't see the knockout on the Dreepy this turn, but honestly, the pressure of taking out Duskull and taking prize cards should be enough when you only have 11 minutes remaining.
Exactly. The time is ticking down here. The vessel to just throw away that little golden go there to get these energy out of the deck here now. And I mean, it's just, you kind of see how fun this deck is to play. Of course,
She
like,
is
so
playing so freaking fast. Holy crap.
much on the line, but it is truly fun. You know, you are, like you said, Kyle, legally stacking your deck here to draw into whatever cards you need. It's like kind of a quick search, but better in some ways, as you just draw into these cards and you're able to take the knockouts where you need. This time it is going to be on the Dust Bowl, which is going to at least give Daigo the chance to evolve into this Dracloak now and Recon Directive. That could be our saving grace here for Daigo. Set something up, it's the buddy poppin'.
Yeah, if you wanted to slow down and try to stall, Jamming Tower was the other option, but I think you need to set up at this point, buddy, to see those basic Pokemon that were so sorely missed on the opening turn here for Daigo. Now they start to come up to the top. We see Badoo could buy you a little bit of time. We know there is a Metal Energy, but that's a precious resource. If that's discarded and the Badoo line stays doing its job with the Itchy Collins, you can see Counter Pressure onto a Golden Go and maybe another attack for any reserves.
I was just getting nervous, just relying that Badoo can hold, though it is nerve-wracking here, but you gotta do what you gotta do, and that Badoo is doing it well. Itchy Pollen locked those item cards, the resistance to stop that grass attack into the Golden Go EX, but still, item lock is online now here. Piper still has access to the supporter we've seen time and time again, the Cybermaniac's Code Breaking.
And look at that. Sees that you only need to draw into 1 resource here, so wait until you have 1 coin bonus remaining. Cybermaniacs, find whatever basic energy is your play during the week, and then the other one is your Cybermaniac for the following turn. You take the knockout along with the energy attachment of the metal, you clean up this Badoo, put a lot of pressure on. So it looks like you could even do that with the Airbolt
Yeah.
if you want to
Ooh.
get some energies out of play.
Yeah, exactly. And then you also are able to pivot in the future as well with this air balloon as the tool card. We see that energy discarded, taking out that Badoo.
Another energy into her hand. That's amazing.
Down here for Piper, the first 2, and Daigo is put in this position again, just having to struggle to maintain here in this Swift round.
And that's a thing that makes it super tough sometimes into Golden Go is how aggressive it is.
Staring down a Golden Go that could likely knock you out if you don't have any item locking in place. Down already a Badoo in the prize cards and in the discard pile. It is a pass of the
That's
turn.
it. The pass over back to Piper. Piper loves it. Here we see the hands flying, the cards flying, the coin bonus once again here. And that's, I mean, look at this. Superior energy retrieval, discarding these buddy poppin', getting this energy back out. And this is all you need. Take these knockouts, boss's orders now to target down that Dracloak as well. That's putting even more resistance in the way for Daigo to have those answers to be able to even get into any sort of a draw or attack or anything. And that's another prize card down. Now we're sitting at 3 prize cards left to take for Piper Levine. And Daigo, on the other hand, still once again just trying to stabilize here with a buddy poppin'. But I'm telling you, Kyle, it just feels rough right now.
Yeah, how do you come back from this? You've already given up so many prize cards. Half of your deck is based around giving prize cards to your opponents to make the math work out perfectly in your favor. Dealing these Curse Blasts, using Iono, slowing them down, and you can't do any of that here. She's got a perfect engine to draw out of any of those situations, and you can't give up those prize cards. And even
He is trying so hard to stay alive.
Fury is a dark energy away from pushing that back over to the other side.
Yeah, that's the other scary part too. There's like every trick in the book here and all the access given to Piper. We haven't even seen the Token Kiss either. Like no need for it, at least at this point, with the dominance Piper is showing it so far here. We are going to see the Iono from Daigo. That's an option here
Yeah, okay, this is definitely over for Daiko. The Piper Lepine will win this one.
That Iono that happened for Piper. So yeah, we're still flying here. Daigo trying to put up as much of a wall as possible, blocking these items and trying to slow things down. But Piper still has so much to do here with these point bonus turns.
Now we see plenty of resources. Try to draw into the right supporter to line yourself up, and there it is, Cypher Maniac found.
The perfect one! The perfect one! The chain of the Cypher Maniacs. It's like there's more than 4 of them in the deck, I swear. But nope, they're just coming back and back again to line up these cards for Piper. Exactly what
And
she
that's
needed
game.
in that turn. Doesn't that sound great, Kyle?
It lines up so beautifully. We see the Energy Surge Pro also found there. If the energies exist as we know they do, you'll have plenty to try to take the remaining 2 prize cards here, which may be won as we see Duskull promoted. And this is the risk you have to take. Bring this Pokemon into the mix, use a Curse Blast, try to sneak in something like Universal Luna in this spot, and just clear this Pokemon and hope to not see anything else.
Yeah, hope that your opponent hasn't managed things well enough, that maybe they slipped up here and you can somehow capitalize on that, make a comeback. Daigo's going to do everything possible, starting off with these recon directives to get some cards in hand.
And a 4-7 prize game has put a massive Pokemon in the active spot. If the cards are there, surely you have to try something at this point. Genesect, Jamming Tower, Air Balloon, you see what we're going for as Daigo.
Yeah, I mean, the jamming tower shutting
Doesn't
off
matter.
the
She will win anyways because she top decks the NG Search Pro.
this time around, unless that stadium, of course, can be bumped. We're going to see Professor's research as well from Daigo, drawing through these fresh 7 cards, discarding a couple Pokemon there. Let's not, but
You see immediately as soon as the supporters play that isn't named Iono, you take a look at your hand and go, oh, look at keep all of these resources.
let's
Are they enough?
yes, exactly. Are they enough? And can I get there? That is the question. But Daigo also trying to just hold on here as well. This is rough. And also, for every resource that's played, that's a resource gone for Daigo too. There's a big discard pile over there. That resources are usually you're trying to use them
So far, it looks like it's.
at an angle. You don't
Yo, let me pop off.
playing
Piper is definitely popping off. So is Oiven. Like I predicted yesterday, Oiven is doing insanely well. Right now, it looks like he will go further than he will go to the top 8.
Cloak here have the luminous energy. You can see what's going on, trying to hold on to this match here, but Piper Lepine once again slamming down that Cypher Maniac's code break.
Okay, yeah, and that's game. That's gonna be game.
The pressure is on as far as the clock in Piper's mind. She knows she's only 2 prize cards away, but I'd love to be just 1 prize remaining before time is called.
Let's check on Arcane on the standings.
Knockout. You don't have boss's orders. You have to
801. We don't have an update on Oiven yet.
understandably flying through here. You see the Lavencia. See the
I think he will win, but I'm not certain. 100% sure yet.
That's it. That's what we need to see. The stadium bump that
Dragapult is getting destroyed right now.
voted into the active
Daigo is
take the knockdown.
getting such a tough game.
Position now, Kyle. 1 prize card left to take here for Piper Lepine to take
And Piper is playing absolutely phenomenal with her Dragon or Goldingo.
Cloak. 1 luminous energy on the board, and it looks like it's Piper's team to take at this point.
The promotion happens, still plenty of time. 2.5 minutes here, so Piper likely will still see a few more turns to take that single prize. For Daigo, you need to have the highest hit points in the active spot. Try to just attack in. The math is in your favor if you don't have to deal with Monkey Dory. 200 damage, 60 to a Golden Go, Boss's Orders, Counter Catcher. Move both those Pokemon at the same time. If you target down where both the metal energies are, then maybe there's a situation where Piper doesn't have all the resources, but you think under item lock, it would be pretty hard to stop.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's what this deck is built for.
But as long as Dragapult can't item lock here, it's definitely gonna be like impossible.
When you're facing off against it in this late game.
He needs a jamming tower. He needs a
Here,
Ghost. He needs Dragapult, and he needs an energy attach.
through the discard pile, starting
onto the Dragapult. So like there's 4 cards needed just to get close on controlling the situation.
Yeah, I mean it's tough here. The Night Stretcher bringing back that Dragapult EX. We saw the A spec energy come down on that active. Now Dragapult EX after that evolution from X coming back, and that's the hit points needed. Here's the Iono as well to limit as much as possible. You see Daigo's logic here. Let's just hope for the best and see if Piper is able to come up with the answers, or if we're able to.
She will come up with an answer here. There's no way he will continue his luck. Oh. Right, she put Energy Search Pro on the top of her deck.
To see what we have here. Well, it's 320 HP for that Dragapult EX.
She needs 7 energy. She has 4 there.
Down and take a win here for Piper. Can we get there, Kyle?
5.
Arvin, superior energy retrieval. This
And that's game.
Get
That's
this
game.
energy back out of the discard. That's enough.
Piper did it. Holy crap. That was a close one. So we have a Dingo for top 8, looks like, and we have maybe a Charizard. Depends on how it's going for Ivan.
She sequenced it well. She had back-to-back
Ivan lost,
Cypher Maniacs code breakings. And
so that's 100% sure he will make it.
in our Swiss Army knife.
No, his first loss during this Worlds.
As she moves forward, and with the results that we saw at the North American International Championships with Marty's Grimstall of all decks, she found her way into the top 8, and she may have just done it again at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean that we're still crunching the numbers here, but that is a lock potentially for our cut here. And to do it again right after NIZ into the World Championships proves what an incredible player
That was
Piper
so
Queen
close.
is. And what else proves it is this gameplay here. Even
Not
you know
this gameplay.
no, so not well, still fighting back as best as possible,
Yes.
right? The cards were against her in this game, but this game
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, this is when she really got to show what she's made of. Oh, so many plays back to back, finding the results that you need.
That's insanely well played by Piper.
Is the greatest way to combat what the Dragon player can do to you. Is they have ways to slow things down, buy additional time. You just don't let that happen. With a top deck of Cypher Maniac over and over and over again, it's just waiting for you as we moved into this game 3, where cards were flying, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, this really has shown the power behind Golden Go facing off against Dragapult EX. It's one of the best decks in our format, and it is just being taken out here. Daigo could not find a way in this third game between these players to just stabilize the board. I mean, he was always working on the back foot here, just trying to get something out. Threw up a bunch of hit points, tried his best here when he could, but Piper was able to put everything together with those energy retrieval cards and of course that beautiful ace spec. And
That was so close.
to knock out one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like Genesect is
when you're playing as fast
really too broken
given what
combined with Golden Go.
still line up the plays as perfectly as they were. It's just something to watch. Go back and see at every point she found the right line, even with the potential for Daigo
And this just shows the skill difference between like normal players and the world competitors.
Expert level completion there, taking the win in Swiss round 10, potentially locking up into the top cut after an AC into the World Championship. I want to hear from her, and Chip is down at the stage. Piper, how you feeling?
Thanks, Boo and Kyle. That's right. I'm here with our newest member of the World Championships top cut, Piper Lapine. Let's hear it for her, folks. Piper,
She is in the top cut.
standing up here, you have not been able to wipe the smile off your face. Talk to me about what you're feeling right now in this moment.
Yeah, this is my 10th World, so I'm really excited to be in top cut. This is my third cut in a row, so that all feels really good. Yeah, really making up for a kind of lackluster season otherwise, but yeah, feels amazing.
Finishing strong for sure. Let's talk about that set real quick. You know, you get to this point, 8-1, an incredible start at the World Championships. You get called up to the stream stage. You sit down, game one, things are very slow for you. It doesn't go very well. You lose pretty handily. As you're sitting there shuffling up for the second game, what's in your head?
I really don't know. I was feeling pretty bad about game one. I mean, I drew pretty unfortunately. Prize like my call for family giving goal was really limited, like plays I could make. So I just had a really weak board. Yeah, that all felt pretty bad. But I'm like, you know, my luck's got to even out. So then I did in the next two sets or next two games, and yeah, here we are.
Here we are indeed. Yeah, so those two games went much better into your favor. I actually want to talk to you about your deck list a little bit and just kind of Golden Go in general. Most popular deck in the room, day one and day two, but it seems like everyone's got a little bit of flair in there. We've seen the Chansey, we've seen the Sarah Ledge EX be played by some players. You've gone a different route. We didn't see it in that game, Togekiss. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, Togekiss is amazing. It's won me so many games against like Crustle, the Mirror Match, like so many random games it just in beat. Armor Rouge box yesterday. It's like you never set it up against Coldmore. Pretty intuitively, like they're itchy pawning you, so you don't get a candy it. So yeah, you can't really set up against Coldmore, but it's a fun card, and yeah, kind of like in a field of like all really good players, you can't count on the misplays, so better to be lucky than good.
Sometimes those coin flips have to go in your favor, and it sounds like it's paid off for you thus far. Great run, 9-1 right now. Should be locked in for top cut, like we mentioned. What is going to prevent you from becoming the world champion?
I don't know. I'm feeling great. The list is broken. Thanks to Bodhi for building it, and yeah, I'm really excited for cut.
See, that's the thing is here with a lot of like world competitors and in general like top players, they don't build their own lists.
I mean, he's 404 into day two, which is a little, but yeah, also my family and friends and everyone else who's supporting me. It's been an amazing run the last few months, and yeah.
Congratulations again, Piper. Let's hear it for her one more time, folks. Piper Lapine making it into World's top cut.
I think like if you want to perform really well at like big events, you need to build your own list because you have a better understanding of it, most likely.
Excited to get to talk now to Wancho, Ira, and Aiden, a full family of competitors this weekend at the Pokémon World Championships. Wancho, tell us about this experience. Your whole family has qualified for Worlds. What did that take?
It hurts 3 times as much in the Pokemon Center, that's for sure. But no, it's 3 times more exciting, 3 times more nervous. So many emotions all together. But the fact that I get to experience the World Championships here in Anaheim with my family, I don't know. I can't explain this feeling, Chip. I'm over the moon.
A special moment for sure. So you and Ira will both be competing in Masters, and Aiden here will be competing in Juniors. Aiden, talk to us about what you have done to prepare for the World Championships this year.
See, it's interesting to see what the juniors do.
It has been a great race. It has all led up here.
A lot of practice, and a lot of excitement as well because the tournament.
He has a big advantage because like juniors usually start to practice with masters at this point, and masters are usually a little bit more skilled than a lot of juniors.
Really fun because it's our family bonding. League cups and like tournaments are usually in the weekend, so we spend our weekends together. Sometimes we even stay in a hotel overnight because it's a 2-day tournament. So it's vacation and also competition. But it's fun. It's fun. It's a good way to spend family time for sure.
And I have to ask, I'll start here with you, Aiden. Who do you think of the three of you is going to have the higher finish this weekend?
My dad.
Dad, what do you think?
Aiden 100%.
of support here for the father figure in the family. Well, congratulations to all of you. I mean, it's such a cool story. I'm very much looking forward to following your journey throughout the tournament weekend. Aiden, I hear you have some friends you want to say hello to.
Yes, my classmates from the Philippines.
A long journey to get here, and hopefully will all pay off for all of you. And I hope
Impressive that the entire family made it to Worlds.
Pokemon TCG action.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Fancy playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion.
Insane how he did it.
Really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting and it's super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is New VMAX. It's a really versatile card. You can use a lot of different attacks, and game zones work a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament and you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and then I didn't at all. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3 I could kind of eke out a win on Rise or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from like maybe like 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond with. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's like really cool.
Chip Ritchie here, and I've got a chance to catch up with none other than Gabriel Fernandez, the 2023 Senior Division World Champion, a 5-time Senior Division.
Amazing senior, probably the best senior out there.
Your final event as a seniors player. Gabriel, how are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling good. Hopefully I'll get to win my last tournament as a senior. And just good luck to every player out there, but I'm coming for the win.
I wouldn't expect anything less. And I do feel like most of the time when we get to talk to you, it's after you've won a big tournament. You've done plenty of that throughout your career. Let's just have a chance now to get to know you a little better. For the people out there, talk to us a little bit about kind of your background in the Pokemon trading card game. How long have you been playing, and what do you think has led to all this success you've had the last couple of seasons?
So I think the biggest part of my success is my brother. Just having a person like that in the family when you're just like at home doing nothing, and then let's play a game, Pokemon. And I started doing that 8 years ago when we went to a local store. And it's always those locals, right, where we get to first play Pokemon and the journey begins. So he really liked the game and then started to teaching me, and it just went from there.
Really cool to be able to share a hobby like that with your brother. And you guys have both had your fair share of success. You know, Vinny as well has won tons of tournaments. You know, won the Charlotte Regional Championships in America last season. Do you guys feel like you've prepared well for this event?
I think we have done a good job on preparing ourselves for the deck. We've practiced a lot, wasted a lot of times. So I think
I think he's playing Dragapult.
we're hoping for.
This season, you have compiled what many would call the perfect season. 5 best finish limit. You were able to win 3 internationals and 2 regionals. You were able to complete all of your locals, getting the maximum amount of championship points. You have already won the World Championships, but winning it this year would mean you truly completed the perfect Pokemon season. What would that mean to you?
I would have no words, to be honest. It's just probably the best feeling I've ever
So the Masters is a higher skill level usually.
There's always people
So it's
talking about
interesting that he is already starting to play against Masters, but plays Senior Worlds this year.
I also really enjoy playing Pokemon, so it's pretty fun. I really like playing against every player.
Absolutely. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, you've got your tournament weekend to come here this weekend at Worlds. But what are you looking forward to about next season? Next season competing for Worlds as a master. What do you think we could expect from you?
So my brother won a regional in his first season, and I definitely want to win this one too. So
It's interesting to see like the
time really
rivalry between him and his brother.
I think I'm
They're
gonna
both insanely good players.
maybe in the future
I think Gabriel Fernandez thinks it's. I don't think he expects how tough Masters can be to play in, even though he has played some Cops in it. But Cops is not near the difficulty of regionals. There's a lot more players, a lot more weird decks you are not expecting to meet. So it's fair he thinks, oh, I'm gonna take a regional just like my brother did, but it's tougher than you expect. So, let's see. Is there anyone who is locked in for finals? Oh, Subcut. Ivan might make it. Mateus, Shizuki, Justin Udorf, Benny Billinger, really like key. I hope to see Ivan make it, but it's also fair enough if he don't. He has played insanely well.
In this last match. And as you said, it's crunch time. You know, a lot of solid players on this win and match. The World Championships. This is world level talent. What are some names that have stuck out to you? Some players, you know, maybe at that 24, 25 match point records. They have a chance to make top cut here.
Would be kind of cool.
Incredible to see. Fernando is also in the field in day 2 as far as I recall. How is he doing as a matter of fact? Yeah, absolutely. No shame in winning worlds and then having a deep run at the worlds afterwards. Yeah, absolutely proving it what to do. Last question for you, Kyle. We're getting towards the end game, getting down to, well, there's going to be a large asymmetric cut. We're starting to see those names of players who are in the running to become a world champion. A little early. Got any favorites to take down this event this time? Thanks so much, Kyle. We'll be hearing from you the rest of the day as we get into the end game of this event at the World Championships. Anaheim is our home for the next day and a half.
I will also look into like what Tim Franklin played because he's always interesting one to watch out for.
Our very own arena. We talked about it a few times already. We can't show you too much about how that's going to go yet, but honestly, I am so excited. You are not going to want to miss Championship Sunday, I'm telling you folks. So as Kyle mentioned, this is the last Swiss round. Round number 11 players hitting those last match points they can to
Okay, we might end early today then.
For the players in the top echelon of performance here, securing themselves a spot into that asymmetric top cut. 27 match points, 100% safe 26. Looks like it will be on that asymmetric bubble. So kind of lock in for this last round, but depending on how high up you are on those standings, could determine how much more Pokemon is needing to be played today.
Yeah, and speaking of making the top cut, Kyle did mention it briefly, of course, the option of maybe taking an intentional draw just to lock up that one extra match point to guarantee your slot. As far as we're aware, only Table 1 has taken that intentional draw option this round.
It makes sense, they're both locked. Putting themselves to 28 match points means that it's a little bit more likely that they could potentially dodge that asymmetrical top cut match, but it really just depends on how many players are in there.
So two players have ID'd.
Absolutely, taking an intentional draw is good. However, if it becomes a huge asymmetric top cut, everybody most likely is going to have to play, and it's usually a bit more like a top 16. Let's take a look at our standings and see how everything is shaped out so far here in terms of placement. So you're really looking at these players at 24, 25 match points, still in the running, still in the potential to make this top cut. Piper and Justin have intentionally drawn, putting themselves to 28. They can take a bit of a sigh of relief this round, grab some food, get ready for that top cut. Not so much that the same can be said for a lot of these other competitors.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle already mentioned it, of course. It's got to feel so rough knowing you went 7-0-1 on day one. You've only taken your first loss now, but you still have this debate in your mind as to whether you want to play or take the intentional tie. Because if you take the intentional tie, chances are you will make the top cut, but it might be in the asymmetrical bracket. And so it sounds like, from what we can tell, at least Ovid is deciding to play it out. But then if you lose after that insane run, you might not make top cut, depending on how the numbers play out.
Ivan will win.
Players at this point know their field, know what the matchups look like at this point. That has to always be a consideration. If you believe you have a better matchup in the field, play it out compared to, Ovid finally starts hitting decks like Dragon Ball. Are you okay to take your chance and take a draw? I feel like that has to be a consideration for these players when the stakes are just so tremendously high.
Yeah, they are. And a lot of other names you mentioned. We've got Ben Villager, who we've seen so many times on stream before, one of those aged up seniors that started doing very well. Massive vision, that comes to mind. Kiana Haney, who I know for a fact got top 16 at the last World Championships here in Anaheim because I was sat across from him waiting to pick up my prizes at that same table last year. So I know Kiana very well.
And Kian, a longtime player, 3-time regional champion in the Pokemon TCG, and a California native.
Ivan, I think, will make it. Benny Billinger, I think. Gabrielle, Smart.
Mirror match versus Henry Chow. Many would consider the best Carnivore player in the entire world. Kian was able to best it with the help of some of his conclusions, or rather inclusions in his deck. And that means he'll be playing against a lot of other players, and that's going to be
Yeah, Henry Chow is not making it. Honestly, this list is not including a lot of like pro players as you know them, like Azul, Todd, stuff like that, which is super interesting. Isaiah Bradner is not on the list.
meaning that if all these rounds play out, we'll be in a very interesting situation on what that point bubble looks like.
Yeah, because the difference between a small asymmetrical cut and a big one is whether just one person sneaks in 8th place with 25 match points. If we get that, then as you mentioned, you have a huge asymmetrical top cut, and all of a sudden, everything changes up drastically.
Just so many talented names. As we were kind of talking about this before, the shift has began to start. At the end of day one, a lot of this top leaderboard filled with players from the US and Europe. It seems that Japan has slowly started to eat their way into the top standings. We'll have to see if they can clutch up in these win-ins and how diverse this top cut will look like.
Yeah, we have Shizuki and Junya and Shoichi from Japan coming in, and also a little bit of Latin American representation. Aaron from Mexico and Andres from Peru as well coming in, perhaps trying to usurp Fabrizio as the best Peruvian player.
Andres, I don't think I ever heard about him before. I mean, he's definitely a great player. LC will not be at Worlds, but I have never heard his name before.
All different ages as well. The youngest players on this list, Benny Villager, first-year master this time around, having a really solid season. Didn't get to make it into any of the top cuts, but a lot of solid top 32 placements. A little bit reminiscent of somebody like Michael Davidson the previous year. Had a good first-year master season, qualified for Worlds. No outstanding finishes, but had a breakthrough performance at last year's World Championships, and he could very likely follow in that footstep.
Yeah, talking about Canadian players, we have to of course mention
Also, sorry for all the noise outside. Hopefully, it's not too bad. Who is Ivan playing? Ivan versus Gabriel. Okay. This is gonna be really interesting to see how this will end up turning out. So the pressure you will see on the players right now is gonna be insane. You're probably gonna see a few more mistakes than usually because the pressure is so high. I don't know what they are playing. I think Iran has more experience, but it also depends a lot on the matchup. So Goldingo versus Gadawara? Or is it Raging Bull? No, Goldingo. Yeah, versus Gadawara. That should be Goldingo favored after the new consistency additions. Yeah, but Jellicent is gonna be an issue here. That might actually be what can make Kiran have an issue.
Your opponent can blank item cards as long as it's active. Set tools and tool cards. Let's not forget Miracle very powerful for this Goldango deck. So that dynamic of how often Kieran is able to move Pokemon in and out of the active spot on Keon's side is going to be a very big factor in this match. So players set up all their cards. Looks like the coin flip one here for Kieran will be starting things off 0 second. I have to assume in this matchup, just being able to play those item cards could be a solid factor. However, as we've mentioned before, Goldango is such a flexible deck that it really is okay with either option when it comes to setting up.
Yeah, it really is. So it's just going to be a matter of deciding what gives Gardevoir like the best chance to have a good setup. And of course, with going second with Gardevoir, it feels a bit counterintuitive at first, you might think, because it is a stage 2 deck. You want to get your evolutions out early on, but there's so many different things that the Gardevoir deck can make use of to make going second really good. You can play a supporter, so imagine something like Gero Arvin, or you can reset or Ino to find your central machine evolution to get your stuff set up really
Ooh,
nicely.
that's a great starting hand.
Bad as you might think for a stage 2 deck.
Let's take a look at these prize cards, see what's going to flex Screen Tail in the prize cards. And early in Vessel City, there is something brewing, and that's not a good potion at all. Kian has got no way to search these energy cards out of the deck with this powerful item card, and that lack of energy discarding and search could come back to bite him if that Gardevoir isn't able to put in work at accelerating energy cards.
So Earthen Vessels is a big issue to see price free of. The Electric Energy is also gonna matter a lot here because he plays the Jellicent version, which means he needs Lavincia to get energy back.
Kieran does have both of those blanking energy prizes, so something like Valencia, that stadium card to help retrieve energy cards.
Yeah.
Provide some consistent fodder for Goldango. Will not be access, but this is going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this final Swiss round. Kiana meeting up against Kieran Farah. How will things play out? Actually deciding to go first in this spot. See that purple haystack, that's a great card to play in the future, but at least having Buddy Buddy Poffin means individuals can come down and pressure will be on the following turn.
And I don't know if I actually see the but I think we're starting
Okay,
to
that's
see
great.
a little bit here. We see Monkey Dory versus Monkey Dory start, of course. One of the most sort of low-key powerful Pokemon in the whole standard meta game, of course, with that Adrenaline ability. If it has a dark energy attached onto the turn, you can take 3 damage counters on one of your Pokemon and move it to one of your opponent's Pokemon. It's been pretty much something that you want to try and include in your deck ever since it's been released because that ability is so powerful.
This card has warped the standard format as we noted from its release, but feels like as time passes, the card just gets better and better and better. Just
And he realizes what he has priced now and see this is not good.
Giving Wool, just get the 50 HP Giving Wool early on. Call for Family is always a nice attack to have access to, but more so, you have to just go ahead and evolve that Pokemon up. Because if you leave it in play for too much time, Monkey Dory's Adrenaline abilities, since Kiana plays multiple of them, Kieran's only got the one copy of it, could be a factor. Just allowing you to take easy prize cards that just don't get to be taken if you take the right options.
And Kieran's going to be feeling pretty happy about those price cards here. As you already mentioned, 2 Lightning Energy prize isn't great because it means you don't have enough flexibility with Lavincia to get those energies back, but otherwise you're feeling pretty good about that. So, 1 Buddy Buddy Poppin, a Fire attack to deactivate for retrieving purposes, and then a pass. Let's see how Kian responds.
Sion's got a great hand to work with. Some of those Psychic Energy, which remind you cannot be searched out of the deck. That's in hand, as well as Arvin. Kian is leaning towards this Technical Machine Evolution build of Gardevoir play. 2 copies of that card, wanting to just do exactly this on the first turn. Play Arvin, grab a way to search these Pokemon out. Poffin, Nest Ball, however you want to get things out. Just go ahead and evolve it to Kirlia. Not rely off of Rare Candy, not rely off of these combinations of cards. Potentially try to establish the Jellicent Prey. That's going to be a big card in this matchup.
Yeah, it really is. Now, an interesting thing that we see here in Kian's list, with the release of Jellicent EX, one of the big debates around the way the Gardevoir list has been built is what's the correct amount of Jellicent to play? Some people actually have decided, you know what, Jellicent overall isn't worth it, it does give some strength, but it's too much of a liability in other ways, they don't want to run it. Some people are actually opting just to play the Frillish, essentially as a higher HP Budu that does a bit more damage. But it looks like Kian is kind of splitting the difference here a little bit in the middle. 2 Frillish and 1 Jellicent EX for Kian. He's decided that's the correct amount, and that amount seems to be serving him very well so far.
Tried and true start.
So the Jellicent Frillish line is really interesting to hear a debate about. Personally, I don't I actually like the Frillish a lot.
Gears turning, Hogs turning as well. This just grabs every discard, his strategy will be executed flawlessly in turn 2.
Yeah, and I'm sure in an ideal world, probably the item he would like to get would be that Earthen Vessel, just to really start the chain of getting a bunch of energy in the discard pile. Not going to be an option here, but as you already mentioned, thankfully did open with 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so can at least get a couple there going. You're of course going to keep one in hand to make sure you can fulfill the attack cost of that TM evolution. That's very important.
Yeah, and grabbing the Technical Machine evolution, making sure the other copy is not prized, and you just kind of use that as discard fodder. No need to find any other tool cards.
Yeah, Rackane feels like the right choice here.
Evolution, we'll see how important that is later on in the strategy, and because Kion can lean into this, TM evolution is going to discard the rare candy item from the hand and just value getting a ton of basic Pokemon down and into play thanks to this S Ball and Artisan, 2 of these traps from his secret copies deck.
Gotta give choice shout out here for Kian playing that Plasma Blast gold rare candy. Like, it was really the first ever gold, really high rarity print of that card. And I know for me, absolutely gorgeous. I love that. It's the one gold card I haven't played up by myself. I think I'm gonna get rid of it. Love the gold candy deal.
A little bit of style on display, all those display Pokemon stamped cards in the prize packs. Kion, he's got a good chance of marks. I hope you at home agree as well. Nest Ball will grab this Ralton. Now the question is, what was the other Pokemon going to be grabbed? And this was going to be my question. Do you value just getting Jellicent out and into play? It seems like that will be the choice. Use this Technical Machine evolution. Ralton
This is actually not that good again.
Jellicent EX. And now Kieran is sort of essentially expecting this Jellicent to start to get powered up and ready to swing as early as next turn.
Yeah, and I think that there's a kind of a very fair risk evaluation in the sense that Kian is happy to only have one Rolls out, knowing that the way the Gold Digger deck plays, it's unlikely that you would find all the pieces to get enough energy in hand, plus some kind of like boss's orders to bring up the Guardian for a KO. So I think in balance, it makes sense to go for this way, especially because, as we've already discussed, getting the Jellicent out early can shut down the Gold Digger deck really hard.
2 sides of the story. It looks like everything perfect for Kion to start, and anything but that for Kieran. I don't think there's any way to search out Goldengo EX at all. If you look at the order cards that can have effect, there is a Cypher Maniac's code breaking in hand, so with no way to draw cards from the top of the deck, you can
This is
clear out
not
good
good.
context the next turn, but in terms of attacking pressure here, we may have to see Kieran lean into that strike enriched Goldengo. It's not typically solid in this matchup, sort of as a way to get through some of these small Pokemon, the safeguard Pokemon, and Cornerstone into the mirror match, but you really want to have these Great Eagles evolve into Goldengo EX to draw you a ton of cards, and yeah, that's what Kieran's debating here. May have to actually burn this Energy Surge Pro early, and we saw Kion grab Iono as the supporter for next turn, so you know all those energies you're going to grab are going to go to the bottom. Instead, is just going to play the Cypher Maniac and potentially take this turn off, not taking prize cards, and you really do not want to be doing that against any deck, especially Gardevoir EX.
So you're reading off, but unfortunately the position that you're being forced into just by virtue of like, what you have, and yeah,
Boss.
you play Slice Maniac's code breaking just to set up your draw for next turn. You really want to be proactively using it in combination with the Gold Digger giving its point bonus to get this card immediately. Not an option that Kieran has afforded to him right now, unfortunately for him.
That top card, maybe step Turo as the second card on top of the deck.
Who's the Turin and Genesect deck.
Yeah, and smart choice not grabbing Nest Ball. You never know if that Jellicent's going to come up to the active spot next turn. Want to make sure, no matter what, nothing's going to stop Genesect EX from being benched and ending that ability. No Clef Key or weird tech cards for Kion in that sense. We've seen some Gardevoir players go about, adding some disruptive pressure in that sense, but it seems to me that Kieran's just going to take this turn, pass, and just give Kion the ability to strike first in this matchup. Huge door opens for Kion here.
Huge door open for him. Yeah, I think Kieran has prepared himself best he can, given the circumstance was as awkward as it was, and especially now knowing with you playing Cycling as code breaking, you know that Kian had the Ino in hand, so you essentially force Kian to make you draw 2 cards that you want if Ino gets played.
And this is an instance here where Kion having that Screamtail prize is a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
Having that one of these Gimme Ghoul on the bench would be an excellent target to knock out. Now that you're going to have 2 energy in the discard pile at minimum, you can use with that.
Don't think it will attack here as Gardevoir.
Off this Monkey Dory, so Rhea from here without having Screamtail as an option, is it just Jelly time, or is there another Pokemon we can possibly?
I think you want to take it slow.
We start to lean into this Jellicent EX strategy.
Yeah, but I think it's still Jelly time, and the reason why I think it still works well is because you know that even though
there's some issue on the noise
Even though you know Kieran had to
on
go
the
out,
sound end of
it's
him.
going to be a big effort to get him out of energy needed in your hand to get the knockout regardless. So the item sets off both the energy surge and the energy recovery in a way where I think just leaning into the gelatin is completely fine.
Who needs Earthen Vessel? Just draw into those energies naturally. Ultra Ball, no psychic energy discarded. Gion is not letting these prize cards hold him back in any capacity. Preemptively grabbing that Curlia for next turn. Wants to just make sure if Gardevoir goes down for some reason, start to build that second one up. Rare Canvas already gone, and here we go. Jellison becomes active, and now the question is how many psychic embrace abilities? Are we just going to see all 4 energy put onto this Jellison? We are leaning into this heavily. That Power Press attack now doing another boosted 80 damage, thanks to this Pokemon having an additional 2 energy attached. Monkey Gory goes down.
That means 4 energies. That's pretty easy for Goldengo to find.
Taking the first prize cards against Goldango.
Yeah, that's not usually how it works, and I think it was possible, of course, because Kian was able to just find those extra 2 energies and the Ultra Ball to discard them. So yeah, who needs Earthen Vessel when you just have it all there, and it turns from maybe sending down active passive, just not obviously don't want to put down Monkey Dory to move, that should being able to take the first prize of the game.
And now with this Jellison active, once again, Oceanic Curse is available and online, meaning Kieran, as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, cannot play item cards. So though this Jellison does only have 190 HP left, meaning you would need 4 energy to discard from Make It Rain, getting those energy cards really not going to be easy since that Energy Surge Pro cannot be played, Earthen Vessel cannot be played, and I don't even know if there's a way to use a supporter card best under item lock like the Cypher Maniac or the boss at this point. And if you do play this boss, what does your follow-up look like for the rest of the turn?
Yeah, not great really. We do see that, of course, last time we mentioned the other card that Kieran put on top of the deck was that Professor Churro scenario, probably to give himself the option of
Ooh,
either
the Fizz.
Goldengo active to draw
The Fizz is huge here.
another active point bonus, or in case Monkey Dory didn't get knocked out, being able to take it down so you can send a Gimme Ball active.
Kieran is debating benching Festivity EX, but that's a really big liability in this matchup, even against a variant like the Jellison is going to put it down to play. And those are great 3 cards to find. Boss's Orders could break the item lock. Another Goldango is just an extra card to be evolved. Question comes down to if you can play Boss's Orders. There, of course, was still one already in the hand, so it's just an extra card. If you even can play Boss, after this coin bonus, how many energy cards are available to be discarded with Make It Rain? From that position, looks like we're just confirming everything is okay.
Oh, right, God, they Everly. You can't touch the Everly because of the Jellison.
Oh, wow, yeah. Let's not forget the tool cards have been discarded, or rather not discarded, they cannot be played down because of the Jellison's ability. We're going to see Boss's Orders get played. It looks like everything's okay. So the boss was going to be played regardless onto the rolls, but it's sort of a weird spot since you saw the top 2 cards of your deck and are then playing Boss's Orders. I guess we're just going to kind of let everything slide and go through. I feel like that information was pretty valuable there for Kieran. He's going to just roll with it. We'll see Earthen Vessel get played, and rolls will go down, but yeah, you only
That should not have been allowed. Like, honestly, that was so wrong by the judges because you saw the cards first.
Maybe if you're gonna commit to doing that move anyway, regardless of the information, maybe it sort of something works out, I guess. But sure. But either way, we managed to get it sorted before anything got too messy. So now we fire up these Earthen Vessels, and yeah, with that Boss's Orders fired, as I said, suddenly this turn turns from potentially very dicey into very, very, very good.
Will be able to respond in time with a knockout, but that Jellison has yet to be contested at this point. It's still not all 4 of those energy cards on it. These rolls will be KO'd, meaning, another Gardevoir is going to have to be built up at some point. Does have that 3rd Goldango EX to evolve. That last K-Roll did hit the board this turn, so we'll need to wait. But look at this. Kieran, after being Iono'd away, being put under item lock, finding a really solid combination of cards, responding in time with Make It Rain, and now Gion can attack with Jellison as this board is so developed.
Oh, and that's the electric energy. Okay, this is huge.
So many opportunities for Kieran to respond.
And Jellison cannot take the KO here.
Or going after another Pokemon on the bench, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult with Iono being played.
Yeah, this is something very important to mention, actually, specifically.
Here you use Genesect to shuffle again.
Boss's Orders. So to play around something like Jellison specifically, you do have a lot of outs to it, which is why it makes sense that Kieran was able to find it that turn when it was needed most.
This is a key piece to note. These resources for both players. Let's find Festivity. He's going to play this Artisan first, just search another Pokemon, and we'll do that 3rd copy of Waltz coming down. So slowly but surely looking
In general, this is a really bad matchup for Gadwar. The Jellicent line helps a little bit, but it's not much.
Bench, but of course, it's in the price card, so that's not something that you can do even if you would want to. Will be Frillish instead, so preparing to have another Jellicent EX online in the following turns, potentially. If Gardevoir EX stays active or, stays not KO'd, can easily power up another one. If the Jellicent goes down, then Psychic Embrace will still be an option either way. Now the choice for Kion is it worth putting a Pokemon like Passivity down to just draw some more cards to flip the script? It's always a little bit of a liability, and, using it, or rather holding on to it.
For Kian, it's definitely not a good play to put down.
This Power Press hit for 160 damage, and with there being no Monkey Dory on Kieran's bench, Kion could just be okay maybe dancing around a little bit and putting damage on these Pokemon since they cannot be healed at this current time.
I feel like in an ideal world, you would really like to find a Dark Energy that turn, right? You want to get some of this damage moved off of this Jellicent EX to still make it a little bit healthier and make it a little bit less vulnerable to an attack with the Gholdengo EX, but just not able to find the Dark Energy. It was a bit unfortunate, and that maybe could have swung the debate one way or the other in terms of Passivity, but Kian deciding, because it is such a liability, not worth the risk at this moment in time.
Monkey Dory just so strong in this Gardevoir deck, and every time you miss out using Adrenal Brain, especially when you have
Gotti is playing really well here, but I think that the Gholdengo will be able to.
require Kieran to have one more energy card to discard. Regardless, item cards currently shut off. So was active will use coin bonus, and there are still 3 coin bonus abilities yet to be used. Big question, however, is there a boss's orders? Is there enough energy cards? If not, to KO this Pokemon? That superior energy retrieval is great, but as it stands right now, it's not going to be enough to KO. That is going to change with this Cyber Maniac's code breaking. Why use these item cards to search energies out when, if that's not an option, you just put them to the top of the deck and draw into them thanks to that coin bonus.
Absolutely.
And that's a huge price lead here.
Code breaking being used to stack 2 just physical energy cards specifically onto the top of the deck, knowing that you can't search out them with your urban methods or any of your items. So there it is, 2 energies to the top, coin bonus 2 times to draw them, and with this 2 energy already in hand, that is 4 energy in hand total, and that will be enough to make it rain to KO this Jellicent EX. Kieran, prioritizing saving the boss's orders until you can use something like those superior energy retrievals to get a lot of value, especially with the item lock not being case. And yeah, you just see right there, missing the energy card, or rather missing the dark energy on Kion's side, making it possible for Kieran to use all the energy cards remaining and take this KO.
And Kian can take a 2 price knockout here, most likely.
That's the top deck per turn. The dark energy look better late than never, but it's one piece again. This would have been super helpful the previous turn. Put more damage on Kieran's side.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the play for Kian this turn has to be get the Jellicent back if you can, evolve the Felicia Neaxis into it, power it up, attach this Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory so you can go ahead and move some of the Psychic Embrace damage off and fire off Ino to really disrupt Kieran's hand. That's got to be what you're aiming for, and yeah, Festivities for the script is going to try and dig for that. There's the Ino. But is there a way to find to get back to Jellicent?
So we're going to see what there it is. And yeah, there it is. Ice Stretcher grabbing the Jellicent EX, putting it into play and evolving it.
But you want to get Ionode here.
See if we can see Iono be played. We're going to play Nest Ball as well, just to grab another Pokemon out of the deck. Is there another Monkey Dory down potentially? All the other options really don't seem great. It seems like we're just going to see the Nest Ball fail.
They can, but in this scenario he has so much Ghost in his deck list that I don't know it will not be an issue to play around the Jellyfish. So.
Or rather get the 5 cards from that Iono. Let's see how the rest of this game plays out.
So there is the Ino now. So this is about as ideal a turn as Kian could have asked for. Kieran's going to take a very good look at what was in the hand just to make sure that he knows what's being stuck there at the bottom. 3 cards for Kieran, 2 for... 3 for Kieran, 5 for Kiana. It's a little bit easy to pick up those 2 names sometimes. And then, a bunch of Dark Energy found for Kian as well. Going to be able to set up the Monkey Dory nicely at turn 2 to really...
Not too good of a hand though.
Jellicent before it becomes a problem. Psychic Embrace 4 energy on 80 damage across. We'll be able to take a knockout on this Gholdengo Neaxis as well as move 3 damage with the Monkey Dory to try to bring on something else. Oh, and a counter catcher for good measure onto the Genesect, yes.
Yeah, so it looks like Kion is kind of just committed to this devolution strategy potentially. He's going to just go ahead and put pressure onto Genesect, try and buy himself a turn, and let's have to see where these Psychic Embrace, or rather Monkey
Oh no.
And however, there's no copies of something like superior energy retrieval. So Freya, the question now becomes, do you play Moss onto another one prize Pokemon and KO that? With there being the two lightning energy, only one in the discard pile, one is still unavailable, and Levincia's only getting one energy back, meaning you would still need to play another card. We're going to see no coin bonus used at this point, and let's not forget Kieran still missing a way to move this Genesect out of the active spot. I'm not sure there's any potential for the Goldango to come up and attack this turn. You could maybe Double Loop off of Arbok, but then the question is, what else are you doing during your turn?
Yeah, I mean, finding that Professor Turner scenario that turn was absolutely vital. That was essentially the enabler that could let you have a really good comeback turn. But Kieran, even after 4 coin bonus, was not able to find it.
Yeah, it's just going to have to do what he did on the first turn of the game. Use Cyber Maniac, preemptively stack the deck with some solid cards on the following turn. And you see that Turo get put to the front and then realize it's best turn to be played. This turn has passed. Now, there may just be better cards to put on top. But how do you route this last game? Keon's still got to take these 5 prize cards. As it stands, Genesect can easily be knocked out thanks to an Adrenagrain. But how will Keon go about taking these last prize cards? He's got a lot of disposals thanks to how his deck is built.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and I'm sure he'll be bearing that in mind as he takes these last turns of the game very, very seriously. Of course, we've discussed it already with so much on the line. Every single move has to be so meticulously and carefully thought out. If you just joined us, by the way, we are currently at Swiss Round 11, the last Swiss round of the Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. These two players are playing it out for a chance to win and make their way into the top cut, the last phase of the tournament, to play for
Is there more results?
So there is a heck of a lot on the line for these two right now.
And this is exactly what
Ivan is in. Ivan is in.
doing its job,
He won.
shutting those items
He's 28 points, that's for sure.
the armor. I keep forgetting at this point, the Genesect is still just locked in the active spot. Jeff, the only way to move that out. So just having to go for the way to pass things over. Jellicent doing exactly what it wants. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain to start the turn off Keon. Evening things up at 3 prize cards. How will he go about the rest of this turn? Is there another Monkey Dory available to be benched at this spot? The Dark is in hand, the Ultra Ball is there too, and he even just has Artisan. Even better, get rid of that Levincia. It's no longer going to be able to get energy cards into the discard pile.
It's super interesting to like follow along who will make it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see one though. Oh no, there he is. Okay, just flick through quickly. So yeah, we now have Dark Energy in Keon's hand, and getting down another Monkey Dory with one of those other Dark Energy in hand feels pretty good, because then you essentially make this Jellicent completely fresh damage-wise, and it's going to be so hard for Kieran to find a knockout, especially with the amount of energy resources that have already been expended.
It's just a bit of a debate because you really want 2 Pokemon down in that spot. The Monkey Dory is great, but another Frillish in play would also be very solid. However, there is one in the discard pile, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get that into play. Keon may not have the resources to make that happen. It's just going to take maybe a bit more of a conservative approach.
I think
Monkey Dory,
that Goldango can still win.
big other thing to note as well, there's no more Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so you're still only really getting to move 2 damage counters off one of your Pokemon this turn, since you can't afford to retreat this Jellicent because you've got really no other attack to use in the spot.
Yeah, I think the only time now really where you retreat Jellicent is if you're doing it for the win. Say, you know, you get those energy off, bring up a Gardevoir to 290 damage or something, load up the Gardevoir with energy, move the damage across with Adrenabrain, and finish things off with an attack from the Gardevoir to win. I think that's a situation to do that here.
And now with there being just 3 prizes for Keon, is this where you start to just go for something like a Devolution line where you can get this active with Power Press, put damage cards on the damage counters on the bench Goldango? Just go ahead and see sort of the damage split between both of these Goldango EX. Another Power Press Rule 160 was put to the top of the deck the previous turn, but now with that Genesect being KO'd, you have to wonder how much usage is that Airballoon getting, especially since you committed your supporter card the previous turn, putting that on top of the deck.
Yeah, because it has the boss orders to, shuffle the Jellicent so you can attach that Airballoon in the first place, and the Jellicent is really the thing you want to be dealing with, so, like, no matter what you're targeting, just doesn't feel great if you're Kieran here.
Just checking the deck with this leg stretcher, we've already expanded half of our time in this round. We are 25 minutes through playing a
See, this is a long game.
decisive game 1. You've got to be in a great spot when half the time on the clock is going. One along in number 1. Both players still feel like they have a chance, and I'd have to agree, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Although I gotta say, in the overall balance of things, I think I've got to give Kian here
really deal with any. It's to shut off the options that Kieran has to deal with Kian's options, and this is a Jellicent EX doing exactly what it does in terms of shutting this matchup down. But there are the opposite orders going to bring in the Positivity EX, so now Kieran will be able to start playing some of these items. He's going to need to consider things very carefully to make sure that all the items that he plays this turn set up to win for next turn if possible.
Yeah, and this is really a big thing as well, since Keon's energies are all stuck onto this Jellicent EX, meaning there's really going to be, again, no potential to maximize usage from these Monkidori, since you just cannot afford to retreat the energies off and go into another Pokemon. There's just not a better attacker, it seems. Kieran setting himself up to go to just one prize card remaining, potentially being just a prize card away from being up 1-0. There's a boss's orders or something of that nature.
Yeah, and so Kieran's going to take with this turn now. Some more coin bonus going to be fired off to get some more of his cards out of the deck. I do believe, especially having drawn that Superior Energy Retrieval, you do have enough energy now to take his knockout onto this Positivity EX, but then you have to consider what the follow-up is. And I think if you're Kian, you're going to be wanting to send his Jellicent up to the active, you're going to want to fire up an Iono, maybe bring if you could get a counter catcher, maybe that could be great for
Hmm.
a Goldengo to end.
It feels like a weird scenario here where there's no perfect play.
Let's not forget, we've yet to see a supporter card be played for Kieran. Is this a spot where Turo can just make it so that play is not possible for Devolution?
True, yeah.
One of these Goldengo EX, I feel like this is probably the best opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, because then if at that point, if you do that, you would then force Kian to
Of course, boss's orders is in play. So we're looking a little bit ahead, but even Turo, another previous turn later down the line, it's going to be a big card for Kieran to look out for.
Yeah, yeah. There's the Spirit Energy Retrieval getting back a bunch of energy from discard pile. Going to pick specifically the Dark Fire, the Fighting, and the Psychic. That's 4 entries in hand, and we know that there's another one in hand for the Levincia, and a Metal to power up the attack cost of this Goldengo, and just preemptively playing the Night Stretcher as well, just to get back that Monkey Dory into the bench as well, to move his damage across. Really, really smart.
And now with Monkey Dory being online, Adrenaline Rain is essentially getting the most use possible. It's just one monkey against two. When you've got all this damage left over on your board, it's just going to become absolutely crucial to use Adrenaline Rain and put things potentially out of range down the line. So every turn, Monkey Dory can just move those pre-damage counters off, and I expect to see Kieran just place it on the active, make it a little bit easier to KO, and importantly, not give that damage to Keon to throw back into the board on Kieran's side. So Kieran's, after a couple of slow turns, right, really slow turn 2, really slow turn 3.
So this is crucial.
Fought his way back into this game, despite the pressure of disruption that Jellicent has put on, and again, is one prize card away from closing out this long first game.
So, Adrenaline Rain now coming in. I wonder if there's a world here in which you take this free damage, move it onto the Positivity EX, so that way the math works out. You now need to discard one less enemy to hit knockout. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's just going to put one damage counter on. Moving 3 or moving 1, really not a big difference, and by keeping more damage on your board, make it so that you're almost always going to have access to Adrenaline Rain on the following turn. So Kieran just maximizing the potential, taking this knockout with Making Rain. Now it is on Keon. As things stand right now, unironically, if one of these Goldengo that were damaged was the non-50 HP Gimmighoul, then Keon could actually use this Devolution play. But it is key to note that one of the Goldengo that has damage on it is that Call for Family Gimmighoul. Having 50 HP means that if there is just only 2 Psychic Embrace or 2 Adrenaline Brains used, it's not going to take KO. But interestingly enough, Keon's actually going to send this Carnivore EX into the active spot to try and capitalize off some Psychic Embrace power.
I think as long as Kian can find this TM Devolution, he has game, because he can go ahead and use Psychic Embrace to move a bunch of damage into the Gardevoir, and then do Adrenaline Rain 3 times with the remaining Monkey Dory and Dark Energy in hand. And then that you can do TM Devolution, move nicely across, and then you can KO Gimmighoul that way. I think the one bit that's missing though is that TM Devolution. You don't see it in the hand.
Well, yeah, the energy would not be an issue since you could just promote the Jellicent.
Yeah, exactly.
But the Gardevoir being promoted makes me think that's not as much of a possibility. If there's only 2 static energy, it may just have to be another hit with Jellicent Disrupt. Big find there for Keon. 1 Iono left in the deck. Needed to find it this turn, and an absolutely clutch draw. Keon has found Iono at every important moment throughout this first game.
Yeah, you're going to put a Dark Energy onto the Positivity as well, just to prevent it from being stuck in the active, and after that, a big Iono for Kian.
Cannot stress that enough. This essentially keeps Keon in the game. If there was no disruptive pressure, Kieran has built up an absolutely massive handle can debate, Turo could mess up your plans greatly, but not giving your opponent an extra 3 cards to draw could also be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, it is marginal. I think if I can in a situation, I am just passing, but it's very, very tough because you know that it's. I mean, you're right. Yeah, this is the last Swiss Wizards World Championships.
The only correct play here is to still Devo.
Doing the maths on his hand, like thinking about the probabilities. What is the best way for me to like guarantee that I can still do this play next turn to win the game? As we do see there, debating on the Monkey Dory, the Adrenabrain. Where to move this damage to? Because yeah, one Churro scenario could absolutely wreck things here. So you have to be mindful of that and play around it.
There is no more hand disruption for Keon. Any cards that Kieran builds up in his hand will stay. They will not be shuffled back in. There is nothing that will stop this Goldango deck from amassing massive hand size squares for Keon. He's got to decide how he wants to go about spreading damage, and it looks like it's just going to be putting pressure on this bench Goldango EX, which at least to me, Freya, signals that he's looking to take this KO on the active, and thus make sure the Goldango EX on the bench can possibly fall the following turn.
I guess the other option you could go for is just maybe Adrenabrain to take the knockout next turn, and then use Power Press for knockout as well, or maybe something else. He can go into his Monkey Dory with the Power Press to take the knockout as well. So there are a few different ways he can go about it. But no, actually just going to go for it now. KO onto the active Goldango. What does Kieran draw?
How many bosses orders have been executed? That's really the big question. I think when Keon, he's looking through, I think we've just seen one bosses orders, maybe two. Like you mentioned, Freya, there are 4 in the deck, and plenty of ways to draw cards. Flip the script will start to turn on. So 3 cards here for Kieran. Anytime the boss does not, that Turo was there, so good news for Keon to go for this line. This encounter catcher can be played. See the coin bonus in the active. Big facts here. Does find superior energy retrieval. Is there a boss in the hand? No, still missing boss, but we can still draw.
Retreat here into Dango.
One Goldango to use the coin bonus, and then the last one being in the active spot. Big card draws here. Just needs to find bosses orders, and this game is over. And now it's the bosses orders. Huge time fight for Kieran.
Let's go.
35-minute game.
Whew. Oh, that was masterfully played around that jellyfish. See, that one is such a tough scenario because you need to be constantly aware of every resource you have. Is there more players who have made it? 27 points should be. I think we have the first 5 players.
So much draw. You're drawing us so many cards you don't want to see, and off of your last 3-card draw, need to find one of those 2 or 3 boss remaining in the deck, and hits it, finds the boss, closes the game out. What a game number 1 that was, Fran.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game number 1, and what a sort of credit to Kieran's deck building decisions as well, playing 4 copies of bosses orders. We have not seen a high count of bosses orders very frequently in Goldango. This is a more recent innovation, and my goodness, it's paying off. Kieran is demonstrating so beautifully in that game.
Sometimes the best answer to idle lock is to just completely ignore it. Play around the Jellicent. It really was that darkness energy, I have to say, early on.
Yeah,
That allowed it to be just so much easier to KO that first Jellicent. Fezandipity proved to be a little bit too much of a liability, though it did come in clutch and draw Keon that last Iono from the flip the script ability. 1 turn away. Just 1 turn from closing things out.
I think Kiaran is safe to make it into top cut now. Which means 2 Dangos and 1 Sod.
A sigh of relief, knows that after that long game 1, at minimum at this point, he is almost off for that top 32. He's looking for more than that, though. I know Kieran wants to close out and get himself into this top cut.
Now, hold on a second, Ethan. Whilst we're shuffling up in between games 1 and 2, I do believe we have some updates from the floor. So Daigo Yoshihara has defeated Vianney Leroy and moves on to 26 match points, which should be there's a little uncertainty. Is that zone where maybe making a symmetric cut is not quite a lot of top cut yet, but still, yeah, Daigo's got to be pretty good at having a chance of making top cut there.
Yeah, once you're in that spot where the match is over, all you can do is just hope and pray. You've done the hard work. We see Oyvind, he's got it.
Oyvind is in.
Second game so far, ended up taking a loss, but is taken down. Gabriel Smart with the Charizard deck, moving into our top cut. Just 8 points, could potentially be dodging that ASIM. This is a big day for Charizard fans. Keon will be off to go first in this game number 2. First cards don't look too terrible. Preserve Vessel no longer hide it out, replaced by those 2 Psychic Energy. This is all you really need as a Gardevoir player on turn 1. Frillish active, Jellicent threatened for some idle lock. You can even, of course, attack with the Frillish itself.
often is like must have in almost every single deck. So.
Anytime heading here, you have a great second game. Just checking through the deck once to see what Pokemon are available, and it looks like with the cards being queued at the top, Arvin may very, very appear as future resource support entries.
Yeah, I think that was the other thing I just didn't quite see as well as that complete turn the hand into potentially some really scary bats. That's really, really good. And Nestle's going to find that Genesect EX can go and fire off that metallic signal. Really the difference maker in Goldengo being as good as it is to get
Okay, this is insane.
Pokemon down the deck. Really, really strong. And that air move as well. The other piece that we've talked about a few times already that really turned Goldengo into
Wait,
the tier 1 monster.
did he just?
That flexibility when retreating.
Just grab the Genesect EX out of play, use that ability, start to grab the Goldengo EX, get the pieces rolling. Will be expected to go under item lock, and the one piece missing at this point is a meta.
Around here.
However, is just going to commit the fire to this Gimmighoul to use that minor errant running. Every turn is important to use Iono. This is definitely one of the more important ones to be able to take this metal energy into Kieran's hand and put it to the
No. Okay.
that, or even just
It looked like he took a card from his.
super early on. Who needs Psychic Embrace if there's just another Psychic
That looks so weird.
start to get in there and attack into these Gimmighoul.
Yeah, it's really this Gimmighoul that came out in the Surging Spark set. It's kind of a small difference maker, but it really was.
That looked really, really weird.
Gimmighoul to get
Had to check that.
what does Goldengo want? Energy in the hand. What does that Gimmighoul do? Get energy to the hand. So it's a pretty good early attack.
To be fair, there have been so many Gimmighoul cards printed, it's kind of ridiculous in a sense. I expected, one or two. I think there's like 4 or 5 Gimmighoul cards that exist, so trainers really having to choose which cards they use. There's nothing going on for Keon in this hand. It really relied on the back of this Jellicent to carry him through. However, Kieran's already got that Genesect down. The Goldengo are in the hand. If this Jellicent somehow goes down this turn, this could definitely spell disaster for Keon. There's going to be a pretty sizable amount of card draw for Kieran at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few energy in his hand already, so certainly if you want to be able to get there, by
Hmm.
Kieran having a bad hand, but Keon's hand is absolutely horrendous. Just a roll, attack, and at least take KO, but the KO didn't really help the prize either. It's just an ultimate Night Stretcher and a Psychic Energy.
Just one Ralts on the bench, meaning that if Kieran wants to give himself items, he would do so and knock out the only option for Gardevoir EX to come into play next turn. A second one of the best Pokemon you want to knock out. 2 in 1 sounds like a good deal to me. Kieran's yet to really have those solid pieces, right? Still missing something like the Boss's Orders. Does at minimum have the metal energy. We're gonna have to see some good cards on point notice if Kieran wants to make his Trainer Speed turn.
Yeah, so first two, oh, that's 2 more energy, that's pretty good.
I think we're now just 1 energy card away from having the KO.
Yeah, you're right. So what's this? 1 point bonus fine, 1 more energy? Oh, I think that was a superior energy retrieval.
Superior energy does not do much. So we see metal energy active, and I think we're probably just going to see the pass of the turn over. No real reason to double these energy cards. I guess with the Levincia, this is actually okay. Yeah, having this
Ooh.
Okay, what's Gandalf? Is it helpful? Is it Monkidori?
This is not what you want to see. Final game of your World Championship run. Let's not the Ultra Ball. I think we may have to see a desperation play as Mew EX will be the grab to use Restart to just try and draw into something because the
He's just trying to solve his hand.
the play from here is going to spell disaster.
Yeah, this is really not something you want to bench. We're talking about how positivity and reliability with 210 energy on a 2 prizer. Mew is 180. All it needs is 4 energy on a Goldengo EX to make it rain. If you take the knockout on it, it's really not what you want to be putting down, but Keon not really having much of a choice. Night Stretcher get back to Monkidori, restart, 3 cards, what's he find?
Okay, does find the technical machine evolution and a torque energy for the monkey, but I feel like you have to just continue to attack at this point. You can go and get this Ralts to the wall, but at least putting some pressure on this Goldengo means next turn with a power press, you can just at least apply pressure and take a knockout. It's no, just gonna really prioritize this Ralts, not dealing damage to the active, and just using this technical machine evolution to get Curlia into play, since there is a very realistic threat that this Jellicent EX does go down this turn.
And I think that Keon just accepting and acknowledging that, just prioritizing this earlier. But now this means if Kieran is able to, after this next turn, metallic signal, if he's able to find that Boss's Orders and bring us that Curlia, take a very meaningful knockout, and Keon is just going to be stuck even more.
I wonder, if it's even
Yeah, and he has Lavinia to just get back to like lightning energies, so Like this is an amazing.
Is it a snipe from the sweet tail? Is it a KO with, or is it a mind bend with the monkey dory? I think Kieran, if he can, would be more than okay to just knock this Jellicent out. It took damage last turn, so as long as there's 4 energy cards, which there's 3 there, and then there's a Levincia, which there is, this Pokemon could go down. We'll have to see which choice Kieran wants to make between playing Boss's Orders or just taking this KO.
Yeah, I guess to be fair as well, if you KO this Jellicent, you keep yourself very nicely on the 2/2/2 prize map, which is really where you want to be if you're playing Gholdengo. Take out the Jellicent, maybe take out the Gardevoir and a few EX. That's a pretty good 2/2/2 map to me.
There are pros and cons for this play. I don't think it's super, clear cut, but it's never a bad idea to just go after the Gardevoir line and shut options down, since it puts Kion again on a pressure clock to get her rolls down at minimum, but then again use a rare candy to evolve. So I think I like this play here for Kieran. He's gonna now use that Levincia to get those 2 lightning energy back. That stays in play. The cycle can continue, and even under item lock, these energies can be recovered. Not something you want to see as a Gardevoir player.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and use, now that you have access to items again, go ahead and use that Night Stretcher to recover that Gimme Ghoul that was knocked out from Carpress early on.
And you can use the Earth Missile to.
You could maybe consider firing that off now if you think it's worthwhile. There's also an Earth Vessel, so it's a few more energy, but looks like Kieran's going to be pretty content to just go ahead and discard those 2 lightning energy that were found from the Levincia to take the KO on this Curlier and take his
Oh, and it's 2-row.
Looks like we're gonna have to rely off these support Pokemon. U for 2 doesn't find any supporter cards. It's gonna be flip the script. Kion, you gotta find something here if you want to stay in this game.
There's a research.
Professor's Research. Arven as well in the hand. Is there really a choice? I feel like you gotta, I think, just play this research and dump and draw. Now the question becomes, are you just gonna be attacking with this Jellicent? Your opponent has yet to really discard any energy cards. The Levincia's in play, and there's only 1 energy besides those lightning in the discard pile. You've almost got to expect this Jellicent to most likely get knocked out on the following turn.
Yeah, it can't be a good feeling, especially knowing that even if you send up this Jellicent, it's so easy for Kieran to get more energy back into the hand because he has the Levincia that can get it back without making as many items. It's interesting to see how this is kind of starting to creep its way into the Gholdengo deck as a way of getting back energies under item lock. It's almost like this mini package of 2 light energy and Levincia. It's super, super strong though.
Interestingly enough, we're actually going to see this last pot be used for the Krillish, so preparing for another potential Jellicent EX as Kion's main attackers in this matchup. Drawing through deck, does find Secret Locks. Not sure we'll see that get used this turn, but it's more than happy to be played in the following turns. And with the way this hand is shaped out, even if Jellicent goes down, Kion's going to have the resources to get another Gardevoir set up. It's not
Okay, this is alright.
to disrupt the opponent's hand, so Kion is pretty confident he's going to be able to easily execute his strategies if he's sitting on a powerful hand, since there's no disruption.
Yeah, so it's always a nice feeling when you know your opponent isn't playing any hand disruption cards, so you can plan so many more turns ahead without worrying that your card's going to go away. It's a very, very good feeling indeed. Is debating maybe playing the Secret Box now, but thinking about it, yeah, I think they're going to be discarding his Nest Ball, of course, not very useful right now given that the bench is full.
Yeah, the big problem is this Levincia. It's just going to get so much value for Kieran next turn that Kion is considering just using this to bump the stadium, but no, it's going to let Kieran have another turn with Levincia, and with the way this board is shaped, Gholdengo can get evolved. That's another Gimme Ghoul protected, and with there being 3 energy in hand, at minimum, Jellicent will be going down this turn.
Oh.
Finds another Boss's Orders for good measure. This just high counts a boss, really coming in clutch, and I'm sure has been super strong for Kieran all weekend long.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm Kieran, I'm thinking, again, maybe I just target down the rolls one more time. I could get back 2 energy to KO without making as many items. I deny Kian the possibility of making any kind of comeback by parrying up with the Gardevoir EX. It puts me back on that 2 or 2 price knockout prize map to win the game, so maybe just go for the enough rolls again.
He's even thinking about using Turo potentially as the supporter for turn. You could pick up the Genesect realistically. It's only really just a liability. Yeah, you don't need to find any more of these evolution Pokemon. Just keep that like away as an option. However, having Turo, we saw multiple opportunities where it could have been solid last turn, so I think this is fine for Kieran. Hold on to that resource because we know it can be powerful later on, and instead just play the Arven to grab some more of these cards out of the hand, even potentially some non-useful cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, just so that you don't draw into them if something like Iono comes down in the following turn, and that's exactly what Kieran's going to do.
Yes, just make sure that all of
Okay, that's super good.
not something you want, but if you know your opponent is like the Iono, you would much rather your useless cards be at the bottom of the deck. So very smart heads up from Kieran there.
Already sitting on just so much, he would prefer to not get Iono, but if he does, he'd rather take some of these bad cards and make it so that they
Do we have more like updates? Who is making it? We have 5 players in the top cut. We have Oyvind, we have Mateos, Justin Newdorf, Piper Lepine, and Shizuki Nakagawa. So we have 5 out of 8 top 8 players. I think 7 will be cutting it. You need a Toro here. he should do nothing, pass, hold his hand. He has Turo. Either that or he should Arven.
Yeah, if he wins this game or if the game doesn't finish, it's the same. But there's the Turo. Yeah, has the Turo, but had to bench Bessie. That's the issue, right? If it was just the Genesect in play, then this Turo would essentially lock the game up. There would really be no way. Yep, it's just gonna pass, and now it's on Keon. If Keon can find that Bravery Charm and the Scream Tail with the Monkey Dory, if there is a way to just put 10 more damage rather onto this Jellicent EX, then it does become possible to use Roaring Scream. However, if there's just a way to knock out the Genesect instead, that's it. So we're going to have to see how many energy Keon has. Is going to need a total of 6 energy cards. There's 3 here, and we're going to see Research. So there's the Bravery Charm. It has the Artisan, plus I think that's going to be it. Yes, Keon has the resources to win this game.
Holy.
Scream Tail on the final turn. Keon will use a powerful Roaring Scream to knock out Genesect, and with this being in terms of time, it seems that this match, back and forth, will
1-1.
and you can tell like both players feeling like a little bit almost like deflated afterwards because I mean it was an incredible match, but of course with this tie, both players are going to be out of contention for that top cut of this World Championship. It's got to feel you played your heart out on stream, you played so well, so to end on this, it's got to feel a bit deflating, but huge commiserations to both these players all the same.
You know, if Kieran had found that Turo just without having to put Festivity down, then there's really no way for Keon to realistically win. He would need to have the 6 energy in the discard pile, plus another energy to
That was super close.
but then it also needs to retrieve all the energy, so it would be a lot tougher, but because there was no Turo, Keon able to close the game out, draws the entire deck, wins the game number 2. It will be a tie, but man, that was an absolute display of class and excellence from both of these players.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this match and review some of the key moments. We saw that in game 1, Kieran was able to get some really early knockouts going. Kian was able to load up the Jellicent pretty early on to really try and disrupt Kieran as best he can, but Kieran over and over again, and even through the lock of this Jellicent, was able to find the means to hit knockouts through his Slavincias, through bosses that also play around the Jellicent.
It's insane how consistent Goldingo has become.
This game 1 was so back and forth, not lead into that devolution, just decided to attack into these Goldingo, and off of one of those last 2 point moments, Kieran won that ball game number 1. Really safe, and Keon feel nothing but after losing a long game 1. Super slow start, Kieran just goes after Curlia, puts himself to 3 prize cards, taking this big KO onto the Jellicent EX. Even though he was under item lock, Keon from here was able to just
And again, that's what I'm talking about. If you play slower after getting a hit, you are 99% of the time gonna win because of that.
That Genesect EX, when so powerful at setting up and supporting your deck, it can sometimes be a liability. Roaring Scream with the 1 Bravery Charm. It does not expect it in this deck, but Bravery Charm, ever since the rotation for the Pokemon TCG, it has been a life-saving card for Gardevoir in so many different scenarios, even without the Drifter.
Yeah, even without the Drifter, just the fact that you can just buff up the HP, even if you see sometimes a Bravery Charm on the rolls just to prevent it from being knocked out before you roll it up. That's something we've seen before as well. It wasn't too long ago that we were seeing really high counts of Bravery Charm in the Gardevoir deck, but now it tends to be either 1 or 0 that is played, and that 1 Bravery Charm saving Keon right there at the end and being able to snatch a tie at least for the Jaws to beat.
Both players, you know, they've got to be feeling mixed feelings at this point. Like, you're 1 win away. You just win that match. You're in top cut. You get to fight for a trophy. But with a tie, you know, most likely these players are going to be locked up for a top 32, maybe a top 16 spot. They'll get, of course, those stamped promo cards, Paradise Resort, some cash money to go along with it, and add that finish to their resume. So, you know, they've got to have mixed feelings, but it is everyone's goal at the end of the day.
Let's open a booster while we wait on this to finish up Shroud Fable. I just want night stretches, honestly, at this point.
The last time he went at this very venue at the World Championship, so Keon expects to be thinking again,
Krogunk,
history mirroring itself, and
Stuffle,
wishing that had been lower,
Rowlet,
but still not really that.
Stuffle,
And getting updates from out in the field, you know, the tie
Cillian,
obviously very important
Binding
for
Mochi,
players and their scores.
Malamar,
But this now
Corporacha,
floodgates. We're getting reports here from
Sarua, and
field, of course, the lower
Tapupulu.
pitch that
Nothing in this one. Did I really? Oh, Furfru. That's Why I got confused. I said the wrong name.
For this situation, it looks like there were, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven people right now were confirmed at 27 match points or more for cut. So if there was a winner in this match, that would make it actually a clean top 8 cut. Now with this match being a tie, I could keep scrolling here for days and days. Tons of 26 pointers are going to make it, and we're going to have a large asymmetric cut
Oh my,
situation.
I just got word in. Marcos Cifuentes has made it into the asymmetrical top cut. The sibling story revenge. Is it going to be a back-to-back for Fernando and Marco here at the World Championships?
A chance to pass the torch. What a story that would be from World
Oh
Championships.
no.
They're rooting him on, seeing the love and support of the entire Chilean community, now having the chance to bring glory back to Chile for a second
How big
year.
will this asymmetrical top cut be?
Everything he can to make his name known again. 26 match points locked in. We are going to have 11 players in our top cut. So big advantage, right, to top players that ID. We saw Hyper Lapine take an intentional draw last round up against the other 27-pointer, Justin Newdorf. So 2 U.S. players locked at 28 points.
Oh
There's actually
no.
5 players at that record of 28 match points. So with how that works, 11 players, that means 3 from outside of the normal cut, plus the 3 players inside of cut. Right? So 9, 10th, and 11th will play against 8th, 7th, and 6th seeds. So that way it actually works out. There's no bubble in terms of the match points having to go ahead and play an extra match. So all players, it seems, at 28 match points get a round 1 bye, essentially in our top 16 cut, and are locked for top 8. That's got to be a great feeling to have, especially for those players that decided to play it out at 25 match points and decided to do what they could to win their last match.
And I'm sure that Ovid specifically, that was one of the reasons behind that, and having taken that win now, he's got to be feeling very happy about his decision because he is now, he gets, like you said, gets to skip around a top cut. You are guaranteed at least a top 8 placement, and that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mixed. If all players knew they would maybe guaranteed make cut, I expected a large amount of them to intentionally head off. But they saw the map, they saw there was a world where they would miss if they took an intentional draw, and everyone maybe played it out. Decided to just all play out the matches, and it works out excellently in the favor of those players who did win. They're already, seeing the vision. The top 8 playmat is theirs. They're looking for more, though. You are just 3 matches away. These players have played thousands of matches in their Pokemon TCG career, but these last 3 matches of this tournament are the biggest matches in their Pokemon careers. 3 wins separates you from, being in the history books, sure, as a top 8, placing finisher, but in glory, cemented in legacy for Pokemon if you can make it to the finals and win a World Championship.
Yeah, of course, not just for glory, of course, the plethora of prizes that are available for all of our top 8 contestants.
So we are now just waiting on top 8 to be finished.
Is at stake and what's on offer for our winners. Just we saw last year, Fernando Cifuentes was the first one to win this. The bumped up pricing, $50,000 for the winner.
And just a cool 50 grand, nothing too special,
Yeah,
right?
big
In
deal.
terms of Pokemon TCG. If you follow the Pokemon trading card game for, at least a decade or, for even more time, it just continues to grow and grow. And it's awesome that players who have been competing for years and years, getting themselves to exactly this spot, can just compete for large amounts of prizing. And even for our players in the top 32, right? Players like Kieran and Keon, it is a tie. It is, of course, sad to not be at that top cut place, but walking home with the cool $5,000, not too bad at all either.
Well, I mean, especially considering back when Kian and I got top 16 here the last time, the top 16, it was $2,500, so it's a bit of a big bump up. Yeah.
Yeah, with the way it works, there's going to be a pretty sizable bubble on the X2-1 players. X1 to 11 players at that record or greater. This is going to be an interesting spot to see how the standings play out, of course, for the players looking to make it in the top 32, but we're going to really be focused on these 11 names in our top cut bracket, right? So the 5 players getting an automatic bye is going to be Justin, Hyper, Mateus, who we featured with the N Toolbox deck, Shizuki Nakagawa, playing a different deck as well, Oyvind, and Landon, and Oyvind. So those are our 5 players here. Landon did make the top cut. We'll, of course, get that bracket when we have it for you to showcase what's happening, but while you're waiting for everything to get finalized, we're doing the deck checks, players getting ready, the administrative stuff, we have some stuff for you guys. We're tuning into the stream, some drops and distros. Let's take a look and see how the TCG is being
Right now I will go some time until next round. We have some amazing results. But let's go I will go grab some food while you guys can listen and get the drops, get everything.
We're gonna admire that later. The TCG Live.
And then I will be back in like 10 minutes, putting out some food, finding some new stuff to drink.
TCG Live, right? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, we got phones, right? We can go ahead and make sure we get our drops as well, and you guys at home should be doing the same. So go ahead and tune it as you're tuning into the stream. You can get that World Stack box even coin, 2,000 credits, 2,000 training points. Great to craft better cards. And yeah, absolutely, that's gorgeous Hydreigon Online. It's even if you're not the biggest fan of Hydreigon, or even if there's certain Pokemon it's not your favorite, I think you got to say all the artworks, especially in this black bottom white flare set, are so stunning. Yeah, and remember with the special art rares, you can't craft them anymore. No, right? Yeah, you pull them out of packs. So this is your opportunity to get yourself some nice looking cards, and who knows if the latest Pokemon Trading Card Game is taking off. Those cards are our favorite art. I'm really looking at those red boxes. Pay some credits to Big CD cards from that black molded white flare expansion. Pretty solid as well. You guys stay tuned. Stay in the Twitch chat. We appreciate you all for staying with us and watching through. This is really where it's going to be exciting. Also got, of course, some more stuff for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. But wait, there's more. Of course there's more. We always got to give back. What's better than 1, 2, or so? I've heard you can receive in-game special illustration rares using this code WCS25TCGL. Dynamotor line, liking that, and that killed a very, very solid cards in competitive. The Dynamotor's got a little bit of work to do. I think it's got to find a bit of a better lightning partner, but having it on standby for when it does come, that's pretty solid to have. Make sure you guys use that code and receive it this weekend. Yeah, WCS25TCGL. Go ahead and redeem that either in the app itself, or you can go onto the redeem.pokemon.com, I believe, to redeem them on the website as well if you prefer, and you can get those lovely cards to build out. I mean, Hilda, great generic card for evolution decks, also Shout for an energy and an evolution Pokemon. And yeah, that Dynamotor line, I'm sure it'll find its home eventually. Of course, there are multiple games going on this weekend, one of which the Pokemon Go. They're having some drops over on the Pokemon Go Twitch channel. So, if you've got that multi-tab stream set up, you want to check out some of the Pokemon Go action, feel free and be rewarded for watching what's happening through the Pokemon Go. We've got drops going on all weekend. We'll be able to take a look and see what you can receive from watching the Pokemon Go stream. Hopefully we'll have that to show next week. Yeah, Pokemon Go, it's
And I'm back.
insane to see just how
There's
much
apparently a concert or something happening really close to my stream room. Like, I can hear it clearly from inside of here, so that's pretty interesting.
team building via Twitch drop. So you see the Lily, the Squirtle, and the Sentret. So you can choose your path as you celebrate the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. So go ahead and watch on Twitch, or watch the Pokemon Go channel. Our friends over there, Pokemon Go, we love you guys. We absolutely do. And these are 3 very interesting paths. I don't really know how to break this down. I guess there's the Squirtle path, the Plant path, and the Furry Friend path. So whatever suits your boat. Yeah, personally, I'm taking the Squirtle path. I love that guy. He's got the shades on sometimes too. They're always doing fun stuff. No over at Pokemon Go. No Lily Love in the house. I've never been a Credella fan, unfortunately. I always make sure to evolve my Pokemon up to their final form. I've never used the Everstone. I don't really know why the Everstone is there. You've always got to make your Pokemon as strong as possible. That's my MO at least. So perhaps me, controversial opinion. I'm more of a Raichu fan than a Pikachu fan. I know, mascot of the whole franchise, but I love me some Raichu. I think Raichu's absolutely precious and adorable. So yeah, I guess I'm kind of with you there in that sense. Well, almost 10 years ago, Raichu had a showing at the World Championships for the video game. It's not really in the format anymore, but video game has changed tons and is still here on the largest stage. There's some drops and giveaways going on over on the Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm honestly unsure about like when the asymmetrical subcut will begin. If anyone knows.
Go ahead and use some of the things that are provided to yourself some in-game rewards as we get close to the ZA Legends, ZA Games. It's your last final step for the Scarlet and Violet, and I was wondering what this was. Yeah, we got a Girafarig, excuse me, a Farigiraf. It's been a little while since he's been to TCG. He makes an appearance here or there, but you can get that Farigiraf, the one that was actually used to win the World Championships last year from Luca. Use that code Worlds are mortal. Armortail. Well, I can read, guys. Let me just take a closer look at this. Okay, yeah, I got it now. You can trust me, guys. I'm a code expert. There's just the one little hiccup. Sometimes you gotta look at this a couple times. I always look at the worlds and then try and break it down.
Okay, so
Look at the zeros and ones in there. They're like a little bit sneaky. It's not an I, it's a one. Make sure you
See, if we ever have a tournament with 4,097 players or something, it will take a infinity of time.
You guys are checking out all of the streams that are happening. Freya, we are getting so close. We have 11 players left in this tournament. We got an AC Metro top cut match, top 8, top 4, and then tomorrow we're gonna have ourselves a finals of Marina match. How excited are you for that? Couldn't be.
Should we open it now? Hopefully Charizard to like honor Ivan. If he wins, I will text him and say, here, here's a night. Ask him if he wants a nice upgrade for his Charizard deck when it comes to playing. And if it's Pidgeot, I will put it into my Gengar. Cavagna, Lechonk, Fungus, Nosepass, Buffland, Abominable, King Gambit. Is that Aegislash? Yeah. Sinistcha and Togekiss.
Has this card been featured in a World Champion winning deck? Does that sound good?
That sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to start off here with a favorite for everyone who's playing even today, Gardevoir EX. It's got the ability Psychic Embrace. As often as you like during your turn, you can attach a basic Psychic Energy card from your discard pile to one of your Psychic Pokemon in play. If you do, you put 2 damage counters on it, and then its Miracle Force attack, 190 damage for 3 energy. It recovers from all special conditions. Is this a card that you think has been a world champion before? And we're counting all 3 age divisions, Masters, Juniors, or Seniors over the years.
No.
Going to say no. I think I've seen Gardevoir decks with what's the card, Monkey Story, and you use damage minions, but then move it around, and then some of your Pokemon benefit from being damaged. But I've never seen it like at the tip of the top. I'm gonna say no.
So Gardevoir EX currently is one of the better decks in the game. It's been legal for 2 previous World Championships, but it has never won.
Has not won.
It has not won. Torbreaker got 2nd place in 2023 with it, but I think a lot of players may think this card could take it home this weekend. All right, we'll move on to the next one. This is going to be
Now I can see a little bit better.
V-Star. Lugia V-Star has the Tempest Dive attack, 220 damage for 4 energy. You may discard Stadium play. And then it's V-Star power, the ability Summoning Star. During your turn, you may put up to 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box from your discard pile onto your bench.
Yes, I believe they use this to summon Archeops and then accelerate like 20 colorless energy. I think this one has been a world champion deck. I know they're not as popular recently, but for the longest time, all I've heard is people talk about.
I will check my food real quick.
Yes, and Lugia V-Star has in fact been featured in a World Champion winning deck. Gabriel Fernandez won the 2023 World Championships in the Seniors Division with a very unique Lugia V-Star deck, and it was a very good deck for a long time when it was legal in Standard. We got another one here, another Gardevoir card. Gardevoir GX. There's been a lot of very good Gardevoirs over the years. This is a fairy type. It's got the ability Secret Spring. Once during your turn,
That one
attach a fairy
is interesting.
Infinite Force 30 times. This attack does 30 damage times the amount of energy attached to active Pokemon. And then Twilight GX, similar to V-Star Power's GX's attacks, where once per game effects, you shuffle 10 cards from your discard pile back into your deck.
Oh wow, we're entering an era of Pokemon that I was not a part of. So
That sounds like really broken.
I'm gonna say yes, because any Pokemon that can add energy as part of power has always been super strong.
I agree with it. It should be a 1.
You were correct. You are 3 for 3. You are doing great here. Gardevoir GX was actually used in the World Champion winning deck by Diego Casiraga, who won the Anaheim World Championships in 2017. The last time we were here in Anaheim, it was using the Champion Moon deck. We got another one here. Vile Gloom. Many trainers out there who played during this time frame do not like to see this card. It's a stage 2 Pokemon, 130 HP, with the ability Irritating Pollen. Each player can't
think Wildbloom has, but I'm not certain.
Call of Duty and everyone's freaking out. I don't know why. And this Wild Bloom seems like it's that, but even worse.
It's an ability. You don't even have to attack with it. You can attack with something that's more powerful than this Vile Bloom.
Player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. I'm gonna say not a championship winning deck or champion winning card because I think the champion would be able to play around a card like this, not play with a card like this.
And you would be correct once again. Vile Bloom, while it was one of the least enjoyable cards to play against for a long time in the Pokemon TCG, and it was very, very good, never won a World Championships. All right.
Oh, that surprises me.
3 more cards here. We're going to go with this Wailord EX. This is an iconic Pokemon TCG card. It has 250 HP. It has the ability Water Veil. When you attach an energy from your hand to this Pokemon, you remove all special conditions from it. And then its attack, High Breaching. 5 energy, 120 damage. This Pokemon is now asleep. What do you think of Wailord EX?
No.
5 energy and makes itself asleep, but you can then attach an energy card to this Pokemon to remove the condition. But 120 doesn't seem like that high of a number.
Now, you are going back to a time where, this was the highest HP any Pokemon had in the game. At the time was 250. So, we've scaled things up just a little bit over the last few years. This card came out, I believe, in 2015. So, it is a little older. Take that into mind here when you're making your call.
Ooh, I just don't think a card like this can win a championship. 5 energy cost with the drawback. Probably have to run a lot of energy elements to be able to attack with it.
I don't think so.
Not championship winning card.
And this is going to be your first error. And it's a little bit of a tricky question here. So, this Wailord was used to get second place at US Nationals, most famously in a stall strategy. It didn't attack, you just tanked hits, 250 HP, and made it so your opponent couldn't knock it out, and eventually won the game by deck out. Similar to Snorlax stall, which is a more recent strategy. But it was also featured as a singular copy in Jacob Van Wagner's Archie's Blastoise winning deck in 2015 for a very specific matchup. A Pokemon couldn't one-hit KO it, and you could one-hit KO the Pokemon in return, so you would help you prize trade favorably. And the reason it was good is because Blastoise let you accelerate a bunch of energy into play at once.
Okay, got it. I didn't know Stall back then was just a really big Pokemon.
Sometimes that's all it takes. All right, and just 2 more cards here, and we're going way far back here. This is back to 2009 and 2010.
Okay.
Luxray GL Level X. It's a level up Pokemon, similar to Evolution, but you can only level up a Pokemon when it's in the active spot. And Luxray levels up from Luxray levels up into Luxray GL Level X. So it's Luxray to Luxray, but the Luxray is a basic. Okay. Bright Look is the Poke Power, a precursor to abilities. When you level up Luxray, you get to bring up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, and then Flash Impact 60 damage, 30 damage to one of your bench Pokemon.
Interesting. So you can make them swap.
I think yes.
A boss's orders on an ability.
That's always good. I'm gonna say yeah. This is a championship winning card because it's like the boss's order. Attach to it, and you don't even have to train a card for it.
You would be very correct. This card was extremely good. It actually won the World Championships in 2009 in all 3 age divisions. It won in 2010 in the Juniors and Masters division and got second in the Senior division. One of the best World Champion cards of all time, Luxray GL Level X. And then we're going to kick it all the way back to a card that was legal at the very first World Championships in 2004, Blaziken, with its Fire Starter Pokemon.
No, but didn't win.
Turn, you may attach a
He
Fire
got
Energy
second.
discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon, and then its Fire Stream attack, 50 damage, you discard a Fire Energy attached to it, and then you deal 10 to all of your opponent's bench Pokemon.
From a discard pile as well, huh? That's good. Well, it only has 100 HP, but
Well, let's think of the time. Yeah, back then this is a stage 2 Pokemon, 100 HP. This was as much HP as big Pokemon had.
I'm gonna say yes. Championship card because I think anything involving attaching energy from the discard pile, this has to be good. Especially back then where I assume that's not a very readily available move.
was very, very good, but it did not win the World Championships. 2004 is a famous Worlds in Pokemon TCG lore because the Japanese players came over and surprised the entire world with a Team Magma deck that was able to defeat Blaziken in the finals. So this card was very, very good. It had strong finishes at the U.S. National Championships prior to Worlds, but did not win. You did really, really well here, I would say. You missed on 2, but you got 5 correct for a lot of cards that you'd never seen before.
I've only seen Gardevoir and Lugia, so the other 5 were just complete random. But I kind of try and base it off what's popular now, so the Vileplume and the Galdew, very similar. But I've seen popular decks don't run Galdew, because if you're expecting it, you kind of play around it as well, and Vileplume just seems like a card like that. So no, but this was really fun to see the meta, the card power evolve over time.
Well, I appreciate your time, Toast, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend here at the World Championships.
So 1 minute left. I will grab my food while we are waiting then. And we are doing a speed recap of the last game, as usual. I think Renata and Daigo is really looking good into this. 2. That's interesting. Zorak is a deck I absolutely love. It's a toolbox deck, which discard cards to draw cards, so it's about being very aware of your resources, but it's interesting to see 2 in top card. And now the sound is not working.
You know, in terms of the Zoroark deck, it is an off-meta deck. And the big thing to note is, you know, it kind of has a pretty solid and expected metagame in terms of the top 16 decks that exist. The 11 players here. You know, it's got a mix of Goldengo, it's got some Gardevoir, it's got, you know, some interesting things like Raging Bolt and Dragon Bolt. These are things that you'd expect. The big outlier from this as well, another deck there are 2 copies of in this top cut, is Charizard EX, a deck that has fallen out of favor thanks to the rise of Dragon Bolt. And now I have to wonder, you know, with these 2 outlier decks, of course they're going to have, you know, an expected metagame field to tackle in this top cut bracket, but if they go head to head against each other, how is that matchup dynamic going to work? We saw earlier on Mateus sort of struggling against the Charizard when it's properly teched out. Is that what to expect in that matchup, or could things change from what we saw earlier on today?
I mean, it's hard to say. I guess we'll have to see. Of course, another one name we haven't talked about yet, Piper the Fiend, representing that Goldengo deck, of course, and just had a very, very impressive win on stream just earlier today. Also, won't have to play that top 16 A Central Cup as she is already locked into top 8 Cup. And I believe, like, the first woman to make top Cup in Masters at TCG for, I think, 15 years?
It's been so long. Like, Piper is an absolutely outstanding player, an inspiration for people playing all over the world, showcasing anybody can do it. She is no exception. Still on the up and coming, you know, has been a first master for just a few years at this point, and had a really solid season. You know, last year doing the 2-time regional champion wins. Has now, you know, gotten close to making top cut, also but top 8 NAIC, and now top 8 in Worlds. An excellent season for Piper, but I know she's still hungry for that international title. World Championship would be a great place to cement herself in the legacy. She already knows her matchup she's playing. The rest of our players in top 8 already, Justin, Mateus, and Oyvind, they've got to wait to see what happens in their top 16 matches. Piper can already start preparing, knows that Shizuki Nakagawa is on the horizon for a big match where the winner not only advances to top 4 and tries to continue on, but top 4 is where all of that extra glory comes in. The Pikachu trophy card, the trophy itself, and being one of those players that gets an automatic invitation to the World Championships next year.
So what is Shizuki on actually? I think I mentioned that before.
So we've got a big mix of decks in this top cut. Shizuki is one of the players playing that Raging Bolt. Okay, so typically a very close matchup up against Goldengo. As I've been watching the field, a big key card in that match has definitely been the Togekiss. That 101 Togekiss line in the deck, being able to just flip a coin, flip heads, completely change the dynamic when things like the baby Raging Bolt with Thunderburst Storm can just kind of provide a little bit of a dent normally in the prize mapping for Goldengo, right? Since if you take a KO on that one prizer, you still got to take 3 more KOs to win. And when Raging Bolt is striking first, they're usually the first ones to go to 4 prizes when you're still at 5. Normally that messes things up, but one flip, right, from that Togekiss means the entire ship just changes and goes right back into your favor, or you just can close the game out a turn early.
Yeah, or even as well, to be fair, the Goldengo player can play a little bit smart. I mean, I've played, I know we've talked about it a fair bit already, but Raging Bolt is kind of the deck I'm playing a lot right now. I was just at a league cup not too long ago, and I played against Goldengo, and it's like a new iteration. And I remember what they can do is they can be clever to a scenario and essentially force the Raging Bolt player to take the first single prize KO, and like make it so that they can't take 2 prizes first knockout. So if we can do that, Goldengo is pretty favored as well. So there's definitely a trick that the Goldengo player can do. And now even more so, Piper's playing this Togekiss line. That's just another trick that you have that can maybe swing that match a bit more.
So it seems that a lot of these decks are coming in pairs. We talked about Charizard, that's got 2 representatives. There are 2 Voltor in the top cut, 2 of the Zoroark decks. We've got the most popular deck in this top cut, 3 copies of Goldengo. So right, that's a majority of decks. Then there's a few outliers. We talked about the Raging Bolt. The big story for the Carnivore fans out there is, of course, Riley McKay coming off of final placement at the North American
So we have a lot of Dingo,
running Gardevoir back.
some Gardevoir, some Raging Bolt,
Continue his story, showing people
and some Zards, some Zoraks.
player. He's at minimum proof
No
here.
Pulse.
How much he can prove it
Ryota was maybe playing Paul. I'm actually unsure.
You gotta believe in him, right? I think that anyone who is in this top cut, they are here for a reason. Whether you know them or whether you don't, whether they've had like a breadth of experience, whether they've had the moment to prove themselves on stage like Riley or not, any one of these players has fought so hard to get here, and any one of them could become world champion. It's just a matter of finding out who it's going to be. This is really, where the factors outside of your control just become extremely important. There's no room for error. It's this single elimination bracket. If you lose a match, best 2 out of 3, 75 plus minutes, you're out of the tournament. You walk away with what you've got, you go home and you dream about that Pikachu trophy and how close you were. You are not going to get many opportunities like this. The best of the best players always talk about how important this tournament is. Tord even, says that as well. This is sometimes you've only got, 1 or 2 chances for a lot of players in their Pokemon career to make it even into the top cut of the tournament. Every win is so important and every loss just hurts so much more. I know Todd was talking a little bit about on socials just about how this one completely stung for him, the fact that he wasn't even able to make it through to day 2, that he felt so prepared for this tournament and it didn't go his way. I know he's going to be breathing a bit about this one for a while, I think. But Todd's a strong player. He's not here this time, but we know he's going to pick himself up, regroup, and come back and keep stronger next season, as he always tends to do.
Main focus on these 11 players.
I was just kind of looking through. I love to do a little bit of early predictions because if you get it right, it's bonus points. If not, no harm, no foul. Do you have a name or two that you're watching on this list that you think could go all the way? Maybe get a world championship title under their belt. So for me, there's like a kind of 2 different personal biases and then a kind of a non-personal bias. So we'll start with Piper, right? So Piper, being the first one so long to make top cut and doing so well, and knowing that she's been fighting such a big drum for so long, I really, really root for her a lot to go all the way. I think that would be really, really great to see. From a cast predictions perspective, though, and this is perhaps some kind of advantage or not, no matter what I get a win, Shizuki, the last great bottom field for my cast prediction, so maybe there, and then Erwin as well. I spent a lot of time with the Finnish guys. They're a really, really great community there. I love all those guys to bits. I will be rooting for Erwin for sure. I really, really hope he goes far because he's been a player on the cusp of greatness for a long, long time. He had this breakout back half of this season right now, and now he's sitting at the top 8 cut of the world. I know he'll be doing it himself, and the whole community's been so proud.
Yeah, talking about Open for a minute, he's got pretty polarizing matchups in this top cut. You heard him say earlier, he just wants to kind of avoid the Dragon Ball Dusknoir. There's 3 of them, or excuse me, there are 2 of them in top cut. Now, one of them is on the other side, that is Justin already there in top 8. So, Open could dodge that all the way till finals potentially. However, the other Dragon Ball Dusknoir will be this first match, the winner of which he will play in this top 8. Wiley McKay playing the Gardevoir, and then Daigo Yoshihara playing that Dragon Ball Dusknoir deck. And that is really essentially a big polarizing matchup for Open, right? As a Charizard player, you're either going to play against your worst matchup in the Dragon Ball Dusknoir deck, or one of your best matchups in the Gardevoir deck. These are the moments, right, as a Pokemon player, you're kind of just crossing your fingers and hoping, a certain player maybe dead draws or makes a mistake and that you can have a little bit of an easier bracket, especially when if Piper does win that top 8 match, that is your essentially most favored matchup in the bracket as a Charizard player. Golden Go EX, that GPU really shines.
Yeah, and to be fair as well, the Oven's got to be feeling if you're way up the other way, one way or the other. We have seen Riley McKay as Gardevoir taking down Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the world. And what was Tord playing at NAIC? Was Dragon Ball. So there's no reason why he can't. There's no reason why Riley can't do it again. And if Oven's thinking like that, then he's got to be thinking, my odds are good here.
It's going to be a mixture for sure. Some of these players again can rest and relax. For a lot of these other players, this match is an extremely important one. There are so many stories.
Ivan is just praying that Daigo doesn't make it and Justin, and then Ivan wins.
I'm super, interested to see how Japan is going to traverse through this bracket. They've got a wide variety of decks and a wide variety of players. None of them just in the top 8 yet. They're looking to get there as soon as possible. Speaking of wide field, we had a wide variety of caster predictions for this tournament. See how they're shaking out, right? We started with just over 700 players at this tournament. We're now down to just 11, and I mean, Mike's definitely got the short end of the stick. Joe is
I think Ivan
which
will
is
win.
opposite deck change. You know, the Iron Thorns deck was the most straightforward, simple deck. You just stick your guys in the active spot, you disrupt your opponent, and you attack. While the Zoroark deck that Marcos Fuentes is playing is just the most opposite deck of that. You're drawing a bunch of cards from your deck, you're using a bunch of abilities, mixing things up, spreading damage all over the place. So, you know, this worked really well last year. It did. They've adapted, and we'll see if the Zoroark is the key to win Worlds this year.
I'm going to reinforce my reach, as it were, by saying the amount of the fans in the Chilean community who said after the win last year, Iron Force is Chilean. That's where the story's going. I'm sticking with it. I'm listening to the Chilean community. Much love to everyone in Latin America. You know, being Brazilian myself, so much love for everyone down there. So mucho amor para la comunidad de Chile, as well as everyone in Brazil.
I see you.
Yep. You have no photo de Puerto Rico.
Getting more international on this broadcast. You love to see it. Yeah, what a new mix of top cut this is.
So personally, I am rooting 100% for Ivan.
You know, outside of Asia, you know, Japan is the only region, right, to have this. We have lots of players from a lot of different, you know, countries within the APAC region. None of them outside of, you know, the Japanese representatives making it into top cut. So in terms of performance this year from, you know, outside of the TPCI region, it seems, you know, at least from these results, Japan did their homework. They put their practice in. They, of course, have had more time to work with these cards since they're already ahead. They've already got, you know, Mega Symphony as their expansions. We really sometimes see at the World Championships that extra preparation, having their nationals be in the same format as this, can really be a big advantage.
Now, I don't know about you. I would love to kind of do a little refresher slash get to know better at least some of the players in this top cut. I believe we do have a player profile of Piper Lapine ready to share with you guys. Let's get to know Piper a little better.
If you've been watching the Pokemon trading card game broadcast through any portion of the stream, there's a good chance you've seen Piper, whether it's at the top of the standings or in terms of accomplishments. This is a long-time player. Played through the juniors and seniors divisions, had tons of success, and just got that momentum rolling. Coming off, like you mentioned, a top 8 at NAIC, a top 8 at the last regional near Portland. So look at that. Regional top 8 into next event top 8 into next event top 8. You got to imagine, you know, you've been cut short at top 8. Is this the time where you finally break through? If there's any tournament to do that at, Worlds has definitely got to be one.
I think she will be able to make top 4, but I'm not certain she will make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Piper's got to be absolutely beaming right now with the 2 regionals already under her belt, but now with a chance to make a really, really big name for herself. As if she needed to, already as such a star-studded player, but now a chance to be world champion here in Anaheim. She's got to be feeling absolutely top of herself, but also laser focused to make sure that she does not lose sight of the end goal.
It's all thanks to Goldango EX with that Genesect. Make it rain, a very common attack, and I'm sure we'll be seeing it rain gold coins throughout the rest of this top 8 bracket. 2-time regional champion as well. Let's not forget that incredible season for the front half of the 2023 season. Won the first regionals with that Radiant Charizard and Helion deck, and then brought a completely different deck, a Mewtwo V Union stall deck to win a different regional. And the whole segment is Piper, no matter what the time period is, doesn't really, you know, stay complacent with the same deck. Takes a very similar approach as a lot of these top players do, especially from North America, where they just play what they think is the best deck. They practice it a lot and a lot and a lot in a short time span, sort of, you know, condensed, intensive prep. A lot of people would call that, you know, boot camp sort of esque style. Brings it to a tournament, and that recipe for success, it's worked a lot this year.
Yeah, I feel like when you're a player at Piper's skill level and you've played for so long, that's something you kind of like get away with. Well, get away with sounds a little bit harsh. It's a good strategy to go for, rather. What I tend to say when people ask me, okay, Freya, I'm getting into the game right now, I know you've played for a little bit, what would you recommend as a sort of performance to success when I'm just starting out? What I tend to say to people is when you're just starting out, what the best thing to do is pick one of the decks that can do well for it. It doesn't have to necessarily be top tier, but just a deck that can win, that you enjoy playing, and play that a lot to iron out your fundamentals. Make sure that your sequencing is good, make sure that in general you're approaching it with the right mindset when it comes to how...
And what Freya says that is actually really, really good to think about. I started up with Miraidon, learned it a lot.
Then you get to the point where you think to yourself, I can apply this same skill set that I developed to another deck, and I have that flexibility to adapt what I play into a tournament to take into account what else might be going on. So I think, for me at least personally, that's what I recommend to everyone. I mean, some free advice for you watching at home, if you want to make a start to try and get into these upper echelons of competitive play, that's the advice I'd give.
And while it won't be till a little bit later, of course, we still have our top 16 to play out. Piper's opponent, first deck to, use the Pokestop in a super aggressive way. It had, the Ringing Greninja, a lot of pieces, and now it's completely shifted over to this Noctowl engine, using the Teal Mask Ogrepon, flooding the board with energies, and using that, huge attack from the Raging Bolt Bellowing Thunder to deal big damage.
Yeah, and sort of focusing on Shizuki as a player, bit of a breakout result. Has had a couple of City League wins, but no major big tournament results in Japan. It seems like so. This is going to be a very, very big breakout performance for Shizuki. I'll be feeling very happy with himself right now.
Yeah, as a quick reminder, players from Japan can qualify in 3 different ways for the World Championships. Either A, through the 4 city leagues through the year. Think of them as league cups, but there's only 4 you can go to. So winning 2 of these, city leagues are an important cornerstone if you want to qualify. Only 40 players from the region get to qualify for the city leagues. You can win or get top 4 to Champions League, or you can get top 16 at the National. So Shizuki, sort of a local master here, very, very solid in the local scene, has now gone to a large tournament, showcased that that skill level isn't just capped to local tournaments, is now looking to make a name for himself in Japan, not only back home there, but here in America, as potentially a world finalist or world champion.
This can be a tough matchup for Goldingo.
If you win a City League in Japan, that gets you a Worlds invite. That's what you're saying. Oh, I don't understand.
No, so at this point you can win through 3 different ways, right? You can get through the city leagues, you can go through the Champions Leagues for replacement, but the points don't accumulate like they do in NA.
Yes, that was it.
These are always separate, so that's really the system.
And of course you would know, you've been there, you've played in that system. It's really great to have you on the deck to explain that for us, and everyone at home might not be aware of how it goes otherwise. But that's the past. We're looking towards the now, and I do believe our players are pretty much at the table and ready to go for our asymmetrical top cut feature match.
Say less, Fred. Let's get down into it. We're actually skipping right into top 8. So asymmetrical top cut is going to play a little bit on the side right now, but the bracket has already been set. Nothing was going to change this matchup. This was already set in stone, bound to happen, so why wait for it?
The best things are not worth waiting for.
Sometimes, if you can just do it right away. There's some exceptions, but these players just want to get the nerves over with, get on the stage, and play what is probably the biggest match of both these players' careers. Winner of this gets so much glory, so much pride, and one step closer to becoming a world champion. It's going to be Piper Lapine up against Suzuki.
I am rooting for Piper here. I think she will be able to make it, but let's see.
Making sure everything is being taken care of at this point. Of course, these players setting up looks like a mulligan or 2 specifically for Piper. This will again be Raging Bolt EX paired with the Noctowl up against Goldango EX with Genesect and the cute little inclusion of that 101 using the rare candy to evolve Togekiss line. Is that potentially going to be what's required for Piper to win this? A little bit of luck, a little bit of coin flip action, or is that really just a cherry on top of a matchup like this?
I guess we'll have to.
I feel like the Togekiss can really be a big threat in this matchup.
World Championships too. Although they didn't have the best days themselves, Antoine Boulet is going to be pretty chuffed to see the Togekiss special. They did very well with playing it in Goldango at some regionals in Europe this year. So imagine Antoine feels like a little piece of them in the top cut, at least in their World Run didn't go so great.
There's the Togekiss fans out there happy to see that Togekiss is finally on the world stage.
I feel like Piper will win here. She is having a really solid deck and know how to maneuver it.
Players are setting up. Let's take a look at these prize cards. Oh no, here. Double Genesect EX prize for Piper. This is a nightmare situation.
Only 2 Genesects in the deck, so most of the prize, no way to get it out, and no way to use that talent signal ability to search your metal type evolutions. That's horrendous.
Oh no.
Want to see, there is a single copy of Ultra Ball, so that can at least search one of these Goldango out of the deck, but is really going to have to rely off of potentially some strong coin bonus abilities or even Cypher Maniac's code breaking to get that into play. Not having access to those pieces, especially with a huge match like this, already before the
The important thing here is for her to mill out her own deck a lot.
Our first top 8 match here at the Pokemon Trading Card Game 2025 World Championships, and it looks like Shizuki will be going first. Exactly what you want to see. Next ball, turn 1, and this is the Rotom show. Fan Rotom, we really haven't showcased him that much on the stream. Raging Bolt's been pretty absent from our coverage, but here it is now for you Raging Bolt fans. On that first turn, Fan Rotom has one of the best setup abilities, allowing you to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. Important to note, these could be basic or evolution Pokemon. The Noctowl only has 100 HP. Hoothoot with less, you can search those out and get ready for a powerful tournament on turn number 2. Yeah, it's interesting to see this version of the deck is the one that made it to top 8, of course. We did see Kaze, right, who just won the Japan National Championships with the birdless version, the no Fan Rotom version of this deck. But Shizuki opted to put the Noctowl and the Fan Rotom back in, and it's obviously paid off very well for him. So we will see the Hoothoot, I assume one more definitely the choice, and now it just comes down to how many Noctowls Shizuki has access to. If there is a Noctowl on hand, a lot of the times you just want to get these Hoothoot down and have access to that. It's still just going to go for the mix, 2 Hoothoot, 1 Noctowl, and now the question really becomes, is there an energy drop available, especially if it can go onto the baby Raging Bolt, which can be so powerful in this matchup, even more so that finding Gholdengo EX is going to be just a little bit more difficult not having Genesect EX. Yeah, very much so. It's pretty much that single prize wave for EX, one of the best attacks we've had against Gardevoir. You can really control the board pretty well, but those are good things to find it. So still an energy drop onto the Raging Bolt EX at least, so that it pass, and Piper fires back with an Arven of her own. And Piper's going to get the bad news very quickly. Oh, yes. No Genesect in play, so what would probably be normally a test ball grabbed off of this Arven may actually have to be that one copy of Ultra. There's already a Buddy Buddy Poppin in the hand for Piper, so getting the Gimme Ghouls down is already taken care of. The question now becomes, by grabbing Ultra, you do kind of telegraph to your opponent what you have in hand, and may make Shizuki even more keen towards targeting down these Gimme Ghouls in the bench if it means burning resources like a Flycatcher or Bulbasaur. Yeah, I've got to say though, Piper going for the deck very confidently and already slamming down the 2 choices from the Arven, Poker Face over Steel right here, very appropriate for a Gholdengo deck. It's very impressive to see Piper just, so late focus.
So this is gonna be really interesting to see if she can play her way out of this. I think she should be able to, but
Take note that those 2 Genesect EX are unavailable. Looks like it will be the Buddy Buddy Poppin, as well as another tool card. The air balloon, it looks like, since there actually may not have an air balloon to grab in this hand, decided to actually just grab Buddy Buddy Poppin, it seems. So we'll see the 2 Gimme Ghoul come down into play. One of those will be the call for family, so that can search out an extra Pokemon. It seems that will be the choice. Air balloon Munkidori, retreat into the Gimme Ghoul, and call for family will grab yet another Gimme Ghoul into play. And you did actually make an interesting point earlier on in the game. Sometimes it's actually better to not vent to Genesect early on. It is sort of a nice byproduct, unfortunately, of pricing those Genesect. You have no choice, and this single prize early strategy has to be what you go for. Yeah, absolutely. So it's getting out more Gimme Ghoul, gotta be a pretty good feeling. But now it's up to Shizuki. How does Shizuki respond to this? Since he wasn't able to get energy onto the single prize waiting for, there wouldn't be any option for a 90 damage Thunderburst Storm to take care of his Gimme Ghoul. Because he could still maybe go ahead and clear his active Gimme Ghoul. That's not going to be like the worst feeling in the world. Teal'c comes in for the first time, one grass energy attached to that Teal'c Ogerpon, gonna draw a card afterwards. Maybe they had to work with, as you see, yeah, now the Jewel Seeker coming in. Jewel Seeker now online thanks to that Teal'c Ogerpon, that terrestrial Pokemon hitting.
that's great for him to get the Jewel Seeker ability. The reason Jewel Seeker helps him a lot here is because it can set him up for future turns.
Other cards will be the exact 2 choices, and now is the question, what attacker do you go for? Are you confident attacking with this Raging Bolt EX, or is something like the Thunderburst Storm Raging Bolt non-EX a better choice in this spot? Yeah. Quick fire, because do you remember Sana's Japanese name? It is, oh my gosh, you're going to put me on. It's actually Sana, I believe it's the same thing. No, it's Ori. Oh, it's Ori. Of course, Ori Sensei. Put me on the spot. Come on, it's been like 2 years. You're like the local rep there. I was thinking of Futu, which is the other. Oh, sure, Turo. So I was getting a little bit mixed up. But it is Ori no Hawks. So it's a little bit of Japanese knowledge.
I would not have discarded the nice stretch of that. I would have discarded the energy.
50 HP Gimmighoul, while it's great at using Call for Family to grab Pokemon, it now means it's very reasonable for it to be one of the KO targets from that Thunderburst Storm, since the 2 energy means it will be knocked out from the 60 damage snipe, rather than the 60 not being enough to knock out those 70 HP benched Gimmighouls.
Yeah, but the only bit missing, I think, for Suzuki is a way to get this Raging Bolt into the active. Is considering burning the Prime Catcher, and yeah, Ash is going to go ahead and go for it.
Yeah, it's just going to play the Prime Catcher, valuing taking this first KO with a 1 prize Pokemon. Since Piper is actively attacking with 2 prize Pokemon, the Gust is not as important as it is in other matchups. You can knock out this benched Gimmighoul, keep this Raging Bolt in the active spot, and from there, force Piper to have Gust plus something like this Energy Surge Pro. This is piece number 1, but again, without the help of Genesect's Metallic Signal, it's going to be pretty difficult for Piper to get this board set up, pending there's not a Gholdengo EX in the hand right now.
Yeah, at the very least, a full complement of the 8 energy from the Energy Surge Pro, so that's what I need.
She has Gholdengo in hand, so it's fine.
Yeah, that is sort of disadvantage of playing full family Gimmighoul. It is a great attack against the Pokemon out, but it does, unlike the other Gimmighoul,
If you look at it, like, the only thing she really needs is for boss. Counter catcher?
Counter catcher from the deck to allow Piper to take the first 2 prize cards potentially. It is in the deck. There's no counter catcher regulation. Not playing counter catcher, it feels like that card is almost a staple in this Gholdengo deck, but instead, not playing that card is going to have to settle for a 1 prize knockout in response. There's already so much board, so many energy on Suzuki's board. It's almost inevitable something like Gholdengo EX to be knocked out in the following turn.
This would have been an absolutely ideal situation to go with counter catcher, but Piper does have, of course, that Togekiss ready to go, and this goes back to something you were saying at the beginning. You're taking out 1 prize knockout, it will feel great, but maybe the Togekiss can be the difference maker that makes that okay.
And now with that Pokemon being in play, I have to wonder if, Suzuki's plan this turn changes a little bit. It feels like target number 1 on the board, the Togekiss just sort of adds this level of variance to the deck that is not really...
Togekiss is really making this difficult for Shizuki on what to target.
Win this game. Would it really be so terrible to try and recover this Raging Bolt, put 2 energies onto it, and then use another Thunderburst Storm on the Togepi, followed by 2 2-price KOs? That seems very reasonable, and I feel like maybe even desired here.
Yeah, I was going to say, not only does that not sound terrible, I think that actually sounds pretty optimal here, because you're putting up another 1 prize, your map's still pretty good, and yeah, I think that can be really good to go for, and it denies Piper a potential comeback option to put the prize map back in her favor.
I mean, taking the baby ball would be ideal to KO.
So usually this 1 hand disruption card in these Raging Bolt decks being used early on, Iono shuffling all those energies for Piper from Energy Surge Pro to the bottom of the deck. And it's going to be really hard again to find those Gholdengo EX with those Genesects being prized. No Teal Dance being used yet. Also do have a Pheasantipity available. That will be benched. Flip the script used. 3 additional cards drawn. Still a Hoot Hoot down in play, so at any point during the game, as long as that Hoot Hoot is not KO'd, there's just the easy ability to search out more trainer cards. What an excellent few cards. Another Teal Mask Overprime, Grass Energy to go ahead and accelerate, and it seems like, yeah, there it is. Another Grass.
Okay.
Plenty of energy on board. That Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm attack, or rather, Bellowing Thunder.
But he needs to discard 5? No, 4.
Suzuki now having a 2-prize lead, and importantly, does draw Latias EX out the prizes. It's a great card to allow these basic Pokemon to maneuver in and out of the active spot. Again, Piper only having access to 1 coin bonus ability. No easy way to search out the other Gholdengo, and 1 has just fallen. So, we'll grab these energies out of the deck with the Earthen Vessel. Metal Import allows this active Pokemon to attack. question now becomes, can Piper find a KO onto this Raging Bolt? And as a bonus, can she do it while also putting Togekiss into play to try and swing the prize trade back over either this turn or the following turn with one heads coin flip from that Wonder Kiss ability? So yeah, Pokegear now comes in. What does Piper find off of this? There's a Cyber Maniacs. Huge find. Cyber Maniac essentially allowing Piper to draw into any two cards she pleases to off of this coin bonus. And grabbing the Togekiss means there might already be the rare candy in hand for Piper. Meaning that you can just kind of grab an extra card. Even something like Goldango EX with there being no Genesis available to grab.
And she has the Avalanche, so she will coin bonus retreat into the second coin bonus, so she gets optimal amount of cards.
So there's a lot of good reasons to go for this here. There's the coin bonus, going to go ahead and draw those two cards that were put at the top. Now retreating into the unlucky pool of Goldango. Coin bonus for 2 again. There's a good, put next 2 spots next turn. A Monster Order as an Armor. Rare Candy into the Togekiss. And then Superior Energy Retrieval and Mega Energy. She's got it all. The exact amount of energies to take this KO, right? 4 back from the Superior Energy Retrieval, the 1 attachment per turn, and then 2 in hand. So you've got 5 energy to discard, and can leave herself with Marvin as the last card in hand. Make it rain, and here we go. It's Wonder Kiss time, baby. What's the play? Hails.
50% chance of the next one hitting hits.
Very important. But now, Suzuki has the potential to take a KO on Togekiss this turn to put himself down to 2 prizes and shut that Wonder Kiss ability off, meaning that Piper will not have the potential to win if she can take another 2-prize KO with that Togekiss in play. Yeah, it was very smart that Suzuki did leave 1 energy each on each Raging Bolt to make sure that he didn't force himself into needing Episode's Vitality to get enough energy onto the Raging Bolt to attack. So now you can go ahead and invest some energy, get some onto the field with the Teal'c's Overclock, and then attack manually to the Raging Bolt EX, and use the Boss's Orders to bring up that Togekiss. Yeah, it is in the hand already. Interesting to point out, there are 2 Boss's Orders in Suzuki's deck. So, one is in the prize cards, one is in the hand. So a lot of these lists have actually been played like the whole top 5. I think 2 is a big advantage here for Suzuki. So the question now, can you get enough energy cards in play? I think with this Earthen Vessel, it's going to be pretty simple. You can find Fighting Energy if that's in the deck, plus a Grass Energy. I actually think there's only 1 energy card in the deck that would just be the Grass Energy. And there's 2. Oh, there is the Fighting. Okay, so they're at the back of the deck. So now the question is, do you grab another Grass to get another Teal Dance hit? I think it's
He needs to at minimum get 2 energies attached, but he will most likely go for free.
Energy discard from Melon Thunder. Togekiss will go down. Piper will still be 2 KOs away from closing this game out. Yeah, so this Teal Dance is going to be very, very important here. We have Piper ready to the attack. We need 2 more energy as well as Piper onto the field to do enough damage for the KO onto the Goldango, but of course you do already have enough on the field to hit KO on that Togekiss, which is big. Yeah, and you still have to use Flip the Script. You've got plenty of food roots on the bench, and let's not forget there's no hand disruption from Piper. So I hate to say this, but this game is essentially almost locked up at this point, because what do you do here if you're Piper? I think the only option would be something like using the 1 prize Gimme Pool or Goldango with Striking Rich to then take 1 prize and flip yourself down 2, but there's no Gimme Pool on the bench. So what is your choice? Is it just to pass with a 1-prizer, but that gets KO'd and you're in the same spot you were the previous turn? You've got to expect with your opponent having a Jewel Seeker ability this turn and a Jewel Seeker ability next turn.
See, they think it's doomed back for her. I don't think so.
It's a very interesting checkup coming in. The energy switch is something that we do see in some of the Japanese Raging Bolt lists, especially, give you a little bit more flexibility with powering up your attackers. And yeah, very cool little tech card that this Raging Bolt list is playing. We'll get rid of that Professor Churro along with the Crispin. This Pokemon is really value, and it is going to potentially be that Chien Pao, a card that has seen a little bit more inclusion after like
Shin Pao?
Championships.
I have no clue what that even does.
Your turn, benching it. It sort of acts like a resetting bowl if you remember cards like Marshadow from back in the day. So those things lets you discard that stadium in play, and importantly, get rid of a lot of these liabilities, like those Knock Towel. So we'll go ahead and bump Area 0, discarding down the Knock Towel, other Knock Towel, I assume, and then we'll see if that Chien Pao leaves play, or if it will be that Man Rotom instead.
Or even defensivity, you're worried about your 2-prize liability, but at the same time, I think we want depth more than that, so I think the Fan Rose makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, makes no difference. Again, there's no hand disruption, so just going to get rid of those Pokemon and play. big space for the Latias so nothing can get trapped, and even has Nest Ball to find another Raging Bolt EX, or even something like Koraidon just as a way to accelerate energies out of the deck.
Yeah, the Koraidon really great. Sort of, it gives you a little bit of type coverage, which will set if another ancient Pokemon attacks last turn, which Raging Bolt EX is, then it does do an extra 150 more damage with that unrelenting onslaught attacks, 180 for 2 colorless, really strong.
Is he attaching Invincible?
Raging Bolt potentially goes down next turn. Is there a way to lose one more power with Thunder to win the game? Since the Koraidon does solid damage, but it's not enough to close things out. Still plenty of cards to be drawn. We haven't seen any of these Steel Dance abilities be used yet. We know there's a Grass Essence, we know there's one, right? So we've seen, oh, it looks like, no, I think we've still got access to a couple. It looks like actually, no, right, there we go. So, our players indicating what has been used, so grabbing the other Grass Energy, Fighting Energy is going to be put on for turn. So actually, it looks like we're not going for Boss's Orders this turn. It's actually going to be, oh, never mind, we can do something here. Everything's moving around. It's going to actually go in with the Koraidon to take the KO on Togekiss. This is sort of the best of both worlds. Preserve the Raging Bolt EX, keep energies onto it, and then use that unrelenting onslaught to take a KO on this Togekiss, leave a one prizer active, and put yourself in an excellent spot to win next turn.
Koraidon proving that it's worth its weight in gold right now. What a phenomenal.
All you need here is to boss up the what is it called, Raging Bolt?
Take a comeback with your single prizer. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that. Yeah, there are plenty of options that turn for Suzuki, understanding I can do essentially everything I want. Still wants to take out the Togekiss, but do it with the least viable Pokemon. Because, you know, Piper can play a Destin card. It is possible to go after the Raging Bolt, but if you're doing that, can you really reach enough energy cards to take the KO as well? There is a chance you can't play that supporter and get away with the KO without using something like Arven or Cyclopedia. Still, plenty of cards to draw, and Piper actually having to bench Vespiquen is just another liability, since it means if Koraidon were to stay alive and not be KO'd, it would be able to knock out Vespiquen. As we know, though, there's no counter catcher in this deck, so the Koraidon will be the Pokemon being knocked out. Piper's just going to make sure this KO is online and hope that Suzuki does not have 4 energy cards to discard next turn with that Battle Thunder.
Yeah, it really is just going to ultimately come down to that, although we know Suzuki's hands are pretty big. There is a Cuckoo ready to evolve into Noctowl, Joltika, Forasada. I think we're going to see here KO onto this Koraidon with Making Rain. Raging Bolt goes into the active. Does Suzuki have all the pieces? It's already there.
Yeah, just needs a Fighting Energy in hand and needs a single energy card for Professor Sada's Vitality. Everything will be wrapped up. Yeah. Make sure he just goes through the steps. Make sure everything is okay. Has been discarded at this point. Got 2 more bench slots, and Suzuki's going to go through the motions, but as we mentioned, this game is all but wrapped up. Fighting Energy in hand, another ancient Pokemon doesn't even need it. Professor Sada's Vitality, Piper sees the writing on the wall. Suzuki Nakagawa taking game number 1.
I mean, that one was worst case scenario because she had no Genesect, so
Doing really what it does best. That is exactly why this deck, no matter how it's around for, it can always just deal with almost everything in front of it. It is you have to answer this deck. It's like the Night Marches and the Mega Rays of the past. I'm not bringing those two up. Those 2 are pretty recent, but it is very much that deck of the format, and it's proving its strength time and time again. And now one more time here at the World Championship stage. The NFL for Piper, you know, was potentially a coin flip away from winning that game. You flip heads on that coin flip, you go down to 2 prize cards, and if you can find Boss's Orders that turn, Make It Rain could just take a KO on one of those Pokemon on the bench. But this is where Togekiss can be strong, but also it's just a lot of work to put this Pokemon in play, and then you flip tails and it essentially does nothing.
Yeah, you ride or die by the coin flip. Let's go over that game again just to remind ourselves of how it played out. So early on we saw Suzuki was able to take that really great knockout with the single prize Raging Bolt, and then follow it up with a big 2 prize knockout with the EX, cleverly leaving 1 energy on each Raging Bolt so that next turn you can go ahead and deal with this Togekiss with this Koraidon play, with the Boss's Orders bringing it up, preserving energy so nicely. Suzuki really showing how important this is seen as well in the Raging Bolt deck for the maximum results.
Yeah, and you really have to think about how differently this game plays out if Piper has a card like Counter Catcher in her deck.
Absolutely.
Take a 2 prize KO, take the lead, and then later on in the game, you know, Togekiss can be an option to take out a 1 prize Pokemon, or you at least give yourself an option for Boss's Orders in consecutive turns to win.
see, I like the Shen Pao tech.
There's no changing. This list has been locked for Piper. It's got a version of the deck with the Noctowls, you really want to be going first with it because you want to be able to get that Fan Rose on down turn 1 and set up your Hoodoo. So I think that's really the sort of big reason why you want to go first with if you're playing against this deck, because you just want to get a turn where you can get everything down before this Fan Rose on shenanigans can happen. So that Genesect that was all missing in game number 1 is here to start things off in the active spot. It's an okay spot to be. Air Balloon can easily move that out of the active, as Piper will be going, searching through the deck, sees that one Goldengo EX is his prize, but outside of that, his prize is more than adaptable. He'll be playing a, somewhat standard strategy in this second game. It always feels good when you look at your prizes and you think, oh, there's just one copy prize, these things that take multiple times, that's not what you talked about. I mean, the one exception being the regular Goldengo, the single prize one, but not really something you use in this matchup, so I think it's going to feel pretty fine about that as well. Let's just go ahead and grab double Gimme Ghoul, using this Genesect's ability preemptively to take these Goldengo out of the deck, so they are potentially drawn into on the next turn, optimizing every small factor to give themselves the best edge in this matchup. So there's the 2 Goldengo, last one in the deck, so none in the hand, and that's honestly okay when you have Genesect, because once again, they can just easily be grabbed out at any time thanks to that powerful sync. Just whilst this deck search is going, I have to like your attention to Piper's comment on her deck list, and I quote, "Time is money." That's the name that she has given to the Goldengo list. It's factual. Time is money, and Goldengo is really the true spokesperson of that slogan. So shout out Goldengo for preaching what is true. Time is money, and time is hopefully on Piper's side. It was not a super long game 1, plenty of time for game 2 and 3. So we'll see how much time is needed for Piper to hopefully get herself closer to that huge money, $50,000. Literally. So Shizuki starting off with an Ultra Ball, it looks like. Plenty of options to choose in terms of the discard. Is he going to just go ahead and get these 2 energies in the discard straight away? It's an interesting choice, just sitting on Squawkabilly EX, a Noctowl, Egg Stretcher, and Crispin already. So the Crispin can accelerate and energy into play. There is always a world where you can take turn 1 KO onto something like Genesect EX if you get Asada's Vitality, and Latios to move the Pokemon, Teal Dance.
Ooh, those prices are rough.
There is a world. However, with 2 Sonic being prized, that acceleration is going to be a lot more difficult. Let's not forget, key card in that first game, that baby Raging Bolt with Thunderburst Storm, it is in the prize cards. Want to see how Shizuki navigates, or rather changes his strategy because of that beast unavailable. Yeah, and I think Shizuki is going to be doing the math right now to decide what is the best way to go about this. Do I want to commit to using Crispin onto a Raging Bolt EX maybe, but nope, just going to go ahead and make sure that the sort of Terra Pokemon it is in play with the Pokemon EX, so that next turn you can go ahead and make use of that Noctowl Tuxedo. So very good setting up your consistency in the straight away. Looks like this is Shizuki essentially committing to using Squawkabilly EX this turn, not using the Fan Call on the Rotom. We're just going to see Squawk and Seeds, discard the hand, a couple of powerful resources, the Crispin, but also 2 ways to recover energy cards on this card pile, as well as one of those Noctowls. So losing resources always can be a little bit of a pain, despite a solid group of Pokemon in the hand. There is an energy card, which we haven't seen an attachment down yet, as well as the Latias. So, and both Boss's Orders too. Boss's Orders and a Span Rotom means that while there aren't any supporter cards in the hand now, like Professor Sada, guaranteeing a Noctowl as well as 2 Hoodoo will make sure, since there is a Terra Pokemon down, trainer cards can start to be searched out of the deck next turn with that extra secret card.
So what you want to do here is you want to use Goldengo to one-shot his Teal Mask.
Go ahead and attach a energy to this Fan Rotom, use Boss's Orders and bring out KO with Gimme Ghoul. That could be really good. Of course, cannot use that Assault Landing attack if there is not a Stadium card in play, so a little bit of a small card that you wouldn't think too much about offensively, but makes all the difference in matchups like these. It's going to be the attachment preemptively onto the Raging Bolt EX, passing the turn over, no prizes taken from Shizuki. It is always a possibility going second with this Raging Bolt deck, but most of the time, over 50%, you're usually expecting with the 2 prizes are active, and this board setup, prizes aren't going to be taken. Piper is more than happy with how things are going that way with how things went in the first game of the set. Yeah, especially with the specific variants of the deck as well, because generally speaking, if you are doing an attack turn 1 going second, it is with the Fan Rotom. This isn't like the turbo version of the deck, which is kind of aiming to get a big turn 1 knockout going second with certain turbo in the deck with the Ultra Squawkabilly and all that. A little bit more of a slower approach here with this build, and still able to get a pretty decent turn 1 setup. I don't think Shizuki's going to be too upset about the board he's able to establish. Point bonus number 1 being used, and Armin, very clear supporter of need a lot of energy to KO this Mana Rotom. Is that the option here? Do you really want to put up this 2-price Pokemon preemptively to take this KO? It feels like it's more than likely you'll just get responded to in kind, lose the prize trade, your opponent's going to take the first 2 prizes, and from there, it feels tough, especially if you're unable to get Togepi down this turn and threaten that Wonder Kick ability next turn.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel great. I mean, usually the whole advantage of Goldengo is that you force your opponent to be the first one to take a 1-prize knockout, and then you can go 2-2 from there. If you're the one taking a 1-prize instead, I mean, you're not really getting that much further to your game plan, unless, of course, you're again relying on that Wonder Kiss heads from the Togekiss.
Yeah, it's tough because if you decide to not play down or not attack this turn with Noctowl as Suzuki's opponent's
Ooh.
very likely you will just lose a 2-prize Pokemon, and then wonder, why did I not just at least take a prize to give myself a chance with Togekiss later in the game? And this seems to be the game plan for Piper.
Yeah.
Take a 1-prize knockout this turn, and then take 2 2-prize knockouts and hope that one of these Wonder Kiss abilities flip heads and allow me to get all the odd prizes and put myself back on track to win with 3 KOs.
And you have to think about it, this must have been one of the things that Piper was thinking about in her reasoning for why to include Togekiss in the deck. I mean, sure, last time it was Tails with the Wonder Kiss ability, but if Togekiss wasn't in the deck, then it wouldn't have been even an option at all. So I think Piper is putting this in the deck to account for this potentiality, and it did help the game 1, but it could help the game 2.
Action back on Suzuki starts things off with a Teal Dance, another Noctowl Ultron, so at most, you always got to be conservative with how you use these Dual Seer abilities. They're very powerful, but you're limited in how many you can use throughout the game. Spacing them out is usually a key choice for a lot of these players. We'll just go ahead and put a second Ichi Pokemon down, meaning that Professor Sawdust Vitality will be able to accelerate more energy into play, thus meaning we could be on somewhat of a similar game plan for Suzuki. It does become a little bit more difficult since there wasn't a prize card taken last turn, meaning it doesn't line up very, very well with your, go 6-4-2 or 5-4-2 to win. It makes things essentially forcing you to play a 7-prize game.
Yeah, once again, Sada sent the deck one more time, and with the Drive and the Rage Ball out, both kind of double benefit, right? Not only are you getting to accelerate 2 energies off the Sada instead of just 1, but you're also setting up that Drive, which we saw was a very powerful attacker to deal that Togekiss game 1.
Right, getting to play thanks to that Marzazon for Piper, so usually you would expect Rage Bolt to get a lot of benefit out of this game like Marzazon, but Suzuki's showing us why he's in the top 4 of the World Championships with this Rage Bolt deck, using every resource at his disposal to accelerate.
The thing is, he needs to discard all the energy.
Still top 8 going ahead.
We've got plenty of Pokemon to play. Everything is happening so fast in this tournament that sometimes it's a little bit hard to lose track of what's happening. These players, however, absolutely focused. Bench now extended thanks to Area Zero. With this Latias coming down, it means all these basic Pokemon would be able to retreat. However, there's only 2 empty bench spots, so as a Raging Bolt player, you've always got to be conservative and really think towards the end of the game if you're going to need those bench spots for later. Thinks that there maybe could be a better Pokemon to put into play down the line. We'll just go ahead and get rid of 4 energy off this Pokemon, leaving just the fighting onto the Koraidon and taking the first 2 prizes of this game.
Yeah, acknowledging that it is more than likely that Piper is going to be able to find an energy to KO the Rage Ball on the active, so might as well preserve at least 1 energy onto the Koraidon, just as there's 1 more in play to discard on the relevant fund later.
And then immediately Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, grabbing the Rare Candy and the Energy Surge Pro. It may once again seems like come down to an important Wonder Kiss flip for Piper, especially if this one does not flip heads. Suzuki could potentially threaten KOs on Togekiss later down the line. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to justify because, again, being at 4 prizes right now, you could just win the game in 2 turns if you ignore the Togekiss and just try and knock out 2 Goldengo EXs.
It's so tricky, right? It's a big difference in game 1 in the sense that the prize map doesn't allow Suzuki to safely go to Togekiss like he would have done in game 1. So there's going to be...
See, this is a way better price map for Piper than it is for Shizuki.
Yeah, it feels like Suzuki, in terms of his game plan, I'm not sure he can validate going after Togekiss. Makes the game plan so much easier for Piper. Here we go. We're going things fast. Big Wonder Kiss flip. It heads in a 9. Piper getting a big time reward.
That's it. That's it.
Take an extra prize card from this knockout, meaning she is now in complete control of the second game.
Yeah, and I think Suzuki is kind of doing the maths in his head. He's thinking about the turn pass back and forth. It may be
energy switch in the deck, there's still plenty of possibilities thanks to there being a Jewel Seeker ability online and a substantially large hand size. Let's see what Shizuki's able to put together this turn.
So was the energy switch started that swap ability in first turn?
It was not, it was energy stretcher 3.
Yes, yes, that was
So
it.
a lot of energy manipulation cards or recovery cards.
Okay, so from this position here, I feel like Piper should definitely win this game.
Now, there is a couple of Professor Sodom in the discard pile, so those resources being unavailable could definitely impact some things later down the line. As we see Ultra Ball get played, there's a bit of the Area Zero, maybe expecting just no more stadiums out of Piper has already played that Horizon down. Now deciding if this is the time to start using these Jewel Seeker abilities to put together a large combination. There is already Knockdown in the hand, so we'll have to see if it's another Pokemon like that Raging Bolt EX instead.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get these one Raging Bolt down, right? Because you want to make sure that you can at least get it.
Raging Bolt should definitely be one thing.
I know could be very, very good. That might
Oh,
be
Fizz.
a good way for Shizuki to try and come back here. And as we already mentioned, you can do that because you have the energy switch and you can constantly preserve that one energy onto the bench right on. You can power up the.
This should mean Iono for sure.
Which is very, very good for Shizuki.
That Latias could be beneficial to have on the bench now, since you would preserve discarding an energy from retreating. That gets you a little bit closer. Still got access to another Teal Dance as well. So if all the pieces are there, there will actually be exactly enough energy to KO. One more Teal Dance, a manual attachment, and a pivot.
And not only that, great find here for the Nestball. Finds the lightning energy, so you can go ahead and Nestball for the Raging Bolt, attach that, and then now what you need to do is find an energy switch to go ahead and get that powered up.
You have to imagine this is what Shizuki needs to go for. Piper just has an absolutely massive hand right now. 10 or so cards at minimum. Seems like there's no better option. You can go ahead and already have all the pieces here. You can just use this Jewel Seeker, find Iono, energy switch. Instead, it's actually going to be the Earth Vessel, so maybe already has the energy switch in the hand. You have to assume that's at least got to be the piece right now. Yes, there it is. It's that Diamond and Pearl energy switch. It's the Chip Child. That's my boy right there. He's going to get a little bit of time in the limelight. Getting rid of that baby Raging Bolt. Its time has passed. It's really not going to have a lot of impact. Just grab a Grass Energy out of the deck. Use one more of these Teal Dance. Catch Latias. And off of this disruption, Shizuki, being in a tight situation, because of that Wonder Flip head split, is just going to give himself the best possible shot at winning this game. And essentially leave it on Piper to see if she can make it rain one more time in this game too.
Yeah, Shizuki doing absolutely the best he can to secure his future. I've been really impressed in general with this game as how he's clearly streamlined his sequencing with this Raging Bolt deck so much. Every single time, I feel like he's making the exact correct decision to give himself a better chance of winning. And it's, well, he's paid off already with the top 8 worlds, but he, of course, he wants to go on further, and his I know is going to be his chance to do it in this game against Piper.
So one more bench space left. He's going to have to use that for the Latias. Teal Dance number 2, drawing an additional card. Fighting energy, or the lightning energy hand comes down. Energy switch. Exactly enough energy in play. Smart choice again on the previous turn to leave that energy on the Koraidon. None of this would be possible if there wasn't the exact number of energy in play that there is now. It's going to go through the motions. Energy switch. Latias down. Skyliner in play, meaning this Ogre Fund is not going to discard any energy. And a big Iono Piper shuffling the large hand to the bottom of the deck and drawing just 2 cards. Only going to have access to a single coin bonus ability next turn, while Shizuki will get the 4 cards in hand, plus the 2 prize cards, and potentially more cards thanks to things like Teal Dance the following turn. Bellowing Thunder will put him just one more attack potentially away from winning and advancing into the top 4.
Bellowing Thunder, 4 energies discarded, 280 damage, 2 more prize cards taken, one of which is one of those prize cards vitalities. Let's see, what does Piper draw? It's going to be metallic signals to fit the deck of 2 cards.
Just gonna get that, that's not how the card works. Can't grab the gem set. Make sure you just go and check through everything. I don't think there's any targets to be grabbed out of the deck, so it's just gonna shuffle the deck up, change the order, Cypher Maniacs code breaking, guaranteed the game as long as there are 2 superior energy retrievals. You can discard 2 of those cards, grab back 5 for energy, discard 1 to 2 of them, and then grab back the last energy cards you need. Let's see if Piper can figure this out. Just gonna go ahead and use the coin bonus. It's not over just yet. There's a sensitivity, but there's not much else happening in this hand. I think a pair of Boss's Orders could thin out this gimme pool. And if there's nothing like an air balloon, then that means Shizuki
She just threw an Applin, so she has Applin.
Take a KO on a 2 prize Pokemon. It may seriously come down to this flip the script ability, finding something like Arvin in combination with more ways to recover energy cards. Let's see what Piper can find.
If there's ever a more fitting name to flip the script, to flip this game, and take us to game 3, what does Piper find? Oh, that was a video!
Okay, that's huge. So that was a pretty likely play because she had not used the superior energy retrieval, so. But super well played by Piper. That's also why I think she will go into the next round.
Potentially of your Pokemon career, and Residivity provides you exactly what you need. 2 superior energy retrievals, recovers all those energies, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3 with everything on the line.
Everything on the line, 1 game apiece, and 1 more game to decide who makes it into the top 4. But before we do that, let's look over that amazing game 2 one more time.
Absolutely, Freya, completely back to the board. It's a little bit of a slower start on Piper's side. Able to take the 1 prize KO, but Shizuki had everything in response. Took the first 2. Piper was slow to get the Toga beatdown. Didn't get it down until the 2nd KO, but that's usually reasonable. And it was this right here that kept her in the game. The flip off the Wonder Kiss ability puts her to 2 prize cards. Bellowing Thunder, plus Iono, thanks to the energy switch, and it's off this last draw ability. Flip the script.
There it is.
Double superior energy retrieval. If it was not close to that exact combination of 2 ways to get superior energy retrieval, this game ends and Shizuki goes on top 4. Instead, we're going to game 3 with 35 minutes on the clock.
Wow, what a game. What a match it's been so far.
Do we have more like
Be worried about any kind of overtime shenanigans going on. We're going to see a full game 3
info?
top anyway, so there's always going to be a winner, but 1 more game to decide who can get that 1 step closer to the champion title.
The pressure's got to be on for these players. This is just such a big game. You're praying and hoping your deck does exactly what you want it to do, that the prize cards are generous. There are so many things in and out of these players' controls. They gotta do whatever they can to make themselves the best shot. This is exactly what's happening here in terms
I don't know if the asymmetrical stop cut is playing me well.
My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you out of the match, and I think we're going to get a look very quickly on what cards are prized. Because if there's ever a game to have these prizes in the Pokemon TCG, it is not this game, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not any game.
It's not any game in the Pokemon TCG. Can we see the prize cards, please?
Oh!
Can we just take a moment? This is unbelievable. Triple gimme gold prize. You are having access to 1 Goldengo. They're not even at the bottom of the prizes. You are not even going to take any off the first KO. This is the most unbelievable prizing we have seen in a match of this high stakes. This, is only rivaled by very few moments of Pokemon TCG. And over on Suzuki's side, you prize the Swampu, you prize the Fez, but you, for the first time this set, start the Transformer Star Ditto, meaning your setup is going to be almost close to flawless, pending you have even the bare minimum to work with this turn.
I've got to say, I'm sorry, it's the John Kessler room, the free round.
I was gonna say,
How it's called. They got that feature.
That's some elite ball knowledge right there, to be honest. If you know, you know. There have been some bad prizes, but this is nightmare scenario for Piper. It's gonna get the bad news immediately. The fan wrote Tom the choice from that Transformer to start Ditto, doing what it does best, transforming into any Pokemon you'd like, and all can be used. Suzuki having an excellent start, going first, getting these Pokemon into play, and Piper is gonna have to see what she can work with. But at the end of the day, Fred, if there's anybody who can make a comeback, or rather deal with these tough circumstances, it's gonna be someone as seasoned as Piper.
It absolutely is. And to a similar note, we saw John A take down a regional, or take down a match after prize one. I think it was all Giratina or something along those lines, where it was, I think it was John who prized so many of the same copy or something, and was still able to take it. So Piper, just as experienced as that, if anyone can do it, it's her.
So see what else is available for Suzuki on this first turn. Interestingly enough, it's actually going to get down another Van Rotom just to put it into the hand, potentially signaling there's some sort of otter maybe later on. Actually, wow, not much happening there. I don't think there's any way so far to get down a Terra Pokemon, and Piper is immediately going to get bad news that there is 1 gimme ghoul in this deck, meaning you maybe gotta start pulling some tricks out of the bag. I need to remind everybody here that Togekiss can attack. It is a potential option. You can swing with the Togekiss.
Yeah, you can see she's like, fuck this.
Whatever bag of tricks you have in a scenario as dire as this one.
I am once again.
You can't even use Togekiss. The Casey's prize too. That's the play. This is unbelievable. I am at a loss for words. With the circumstances involved, this is absolutely worst case scenario. This is not how you want to see things go.
And also, like, you 2 more one-ups got
scrapper just to get rid of random stuff. I don't know if I don't remember if the Suzuki plays any tool. I don't think I've seen any so far. I think all I've got to say, other than that, is considering the circumstances, Piper's holding a pretty impressive poker face. I don't think I'd be able to like oppose that.
I was gonna say I would probably break in the spot if you start crying. Who knows? This is not what you want to see on that first deck search, and you can immediately see the gears go. The tournament grimace. I mean, but it's hard to not show emotion in the spot. This game of your Pokemon career, and everything that you want to happen does not happen. Does find an Arvin off of Pokegear. I'm sure there was actually another supporter, so at least a solid start. But are you just you can buddy popping for a single Pokemon? You can get the Togepi down if you like.
I think they may as well, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's no murder candy. It is always an easy Pokemon to be knocked out with something like Thunderburst Storm. That is something to consider. It does have just 50 HP, but you know you got no better option. Togepi's gonna come down, and
it's a bait, right?
It's gonna support. You know, it's gonna support everybody on the sidelines. Piper's really gotta hope that this Versatile Tango EX can just steamroll away through this match. Because if it gets KO'd, it's essentially almost game over because you have no way to set things back up, and every time your Gimbal is gonna come down, it's just gonna get targeted by Boss or Snipe the Thunderburst Storm.
Also, hold on a second. There is an F-Ball in Suzuki's hand. He's got it all. He could be firing all cylinders this turn. He could go ahead and grab the 2-mass Gogapon and nothing holding him back.
Now that dual skirt ability is online, I wonder if there's the potential ability to... I think, actually, the Thunderburst Storm can take a KO on the only Gimbal in play, right? If you use a Teal Dance ability, Latias to retreat,
Oh,
and
no.
then use the Crispin from the deck, you get the manual attachment, the effective Crispin, and the energy switch effect. That green energy could allow you to snipe the Gimbal, and then every single turn a Gimbal comes down into play, you just continuously use Thunderburst Storm over and over again. You could do all of that, or make the play as simple as this, where you just use Boss's orders, put a Stadium in play, target the Gimbal down,
Yeah, that's
and
game.
keep yourself
Shizuki will win.
It's a lot more conservative and get to a very similar outcome.
I like this. I mean, obviously, coming up the Raging Pulse as a synchronized is pretty good as well. But I mean, yeah, 70 damage goes to Gimbal. Why not? Right? Just Boss's orders, bring it up. It's simplicity at its beautiful best.
Playing fast and with intention. KO takes the Festivity out of the prize card. Still has X Jewel Seeker, but the Van Rotom is powered up. This guy can spin, but this guy can also hit Assault Landing KOs. And now Piper only has one way to recover something like Gimmighoul out of the discard pile. Is going to use the Cypher Maniac, but that means there's no way to draw cards this turn because the Festivity is still prized. You can stack the deck to the top, but it's going to be just another bonus turn for Suzuki to build up energy on the board, start powering up Pokemon, and meaning that when that Gimmighoul does get rebenched again, it's just going to be prime for the taking.
What a heartbreaker for Piper Lapine. Doing her absolute best given the circumstances, but yeah, you can honestly, I'm with you. If that was me in that situation, I'm not sure if I'd be able to hold it together. But like, who can blame her at this point? I mean, in the biggest match of your life, and then just to have like variance thrown so cruelly in your face this way isn't part of the game. We know it happens. We try to play around as best we can, but sometimes you just can't avoid the way the cards land.
And just a pass, and Shizuki can find
This
enough
is
energy
abysmal
here.
for
I think it is
Piper.
possible that he can knock out Genesect EX, right?
Yeah.
Use a Crispin, retreat with the Latias, Teal Dance, and if you can do all of that, more energy, discard it, using something like that to just KO, and it looks like that is going to be somewhat similar to the line Shizuki wants to go for. Even just attacking now with something like the Baby Raging Bull would be more than enough. You can KO the Togepi and then guarantee a KO. So I'm not sure Shizuki had a way to search out that Baby Raging Bull, but it feels like it's just a little bit better of a target to have powered up. Since KOing the Genesect doesn't really provide you much value, you're in no rush to take that Pokemon out.
No, I guess not. But at the same time, you're stopping Piper from putting more cards in the deck, right? You're getting closer to winning. Your opponent is in such a bad position. It might honestly just not even matter at this point. As kind of defeats as that is to say.
Absolutely. It's always important though, even with a lead like this, comebacks are possible.
That's true.
Making sure you make the optimal place every turn can be difficult when you just tunnel into this fact of, oh, I'm going to win this game, my opponent is doing nothing. We've seen comebacks like this before the Pokemon TCG. You still can't fault Shizuki for taking this line. It's still going to be able to take a 2-prize KO, leave Piper with just a Togepi in hand, and most likely a top deck bet at most gets a Gimmighoul into play. And from there, what can Piper do if that Gimmighoul is KO'd again?
It's just not a good. It's just not a good feeling about it with Razor. There's the Latias gets be a pass after. Oh, okay, boss's orders for knocked out. Okay, maybe this is something.
Yeah, this is why I would have really liked to just see the baby Raging Bolt get powered up, because you just commit all these resources and it doesn't really change anything, right? You're still just having to go ahead and power all these Pokemon up again. Now, you know, there's a chance, a very likely chance actually, that Shizuki is unable to KO this bench Gimmickle, right? With the sawed up plus the attachment plus the energy switch, and you can't search out these specific cards anymore. Does have the Turo, and it looks like it's just going to be content taking a one prize KO onto the Togepi. Is that more than enough elite lead being at 4 prizes, and knows that Piper cannot disrupt the hand, so building up a large hand size and a board is optimal in a spot like this to allow yourself to just make a
I don't think Piper will be able to do anything here. I honestly think it's just Shizuki who is just one here.
A gap for a comeback, so you want to counter every single scenario, but even with all that, I think Shizuki is doing absolutely fine here. Only 2 prize cards away from winning. You know that your opponent has had some really rough prizing. I mean, there will be, I guess, an option for a KO here. We do see Energy Search Pro, and Goldengo's already in hand, so maybe Piper can like start to think of doing something here, but it's just such a rough situation.
Again, you know, Piper would have to find boss's orders without really much card draw at this point. You know, some cards that naturally build up in the hand, you're going to thin those energies out with Energy Search Pro. But assuming you take a KO on this Fandro, Tom, you have to assume Shizuki just have the game guaranteed, right? The Noctowl is already in the hand, thanks to that Professor Turo taking it back up and re-benching the Hoothoot. So it seems like, you know, Piper,
Technically, it's not over.
comes into play, it's got to be accompanied by a boss's orders. If there's none of boss's orders coming down, it seems like it's just Sparks game over. Sealy,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
the boss orders, and is just going to go after the Hoothoot, make it as hard as possible for these traders to be searched on the deck. But I think Shizuki might have the pieces here, just needs to find either a lightning or a fighting energy, as the Sod is already there. Let's see what can be found. There's Flip the script, Nestball can search things out. I think he's very, very close to winning this game.
Yeah, that's what was going to go ahead. Oh, wait, Pantity is it still prize? No, he got out prizes.
So you can leave one bench space open for Pheasantipity. This also means now benching another ancient Pokemon. Energy Switch is also an out for you to be able to take a KO on this Goldango. So here we go for Shizuki. Big turn. Shuffles the deck up. He's going to get to draw 3 cards from this Flip the Script ability, and then another 3 cards from the Professor Sawdust. Just needs to find an energy card. What does he find? Top 3 cards of the deck. Do we see it? No. Ultra Ball. No other Pokemon can play this Ultra Ball first. Get a Pokemon out of the deck. Give yourself better outs. It's just gonna play the Sauna right away. And one more time, 3 cards. Just need to find a fighting energy. What do we see off of the 3? It's a Dice Stretcher. Now there's a fighting energy in the discard pile, which there is. Shizuki Nakagawa can get this Bellowing Thunder online and advance into the World Championship.
Oh, that's heartbreaking to see Piper lose in that way.
Shizuki Nakagawa, just not letting up, knowing that your opponent, knowing that Piper was in such an advantage position, but not losing sight of what was important, taking the KOs and just capitalizing on this advantage. Huge commiserations to Piper. Your heart's got to break for that. After playing your heart out in in all 3 of those games, but just the 3 illegal prizes, the best difference we could measure. It's some of the worst prizes you could ask for in any game, let alone at top 8 of the World Championships. What a heartbreaker.
Absolutely. Well, we have to feel for her. It's the biggest match of her career as a Pokemon player, and you do everything right, and you see her shot. What is she supposed to do in that spot? You got body fire prize cards. Spike it on the chin, Piper. There's, again, not much you can do. And that set was back and forth. In this first game, as we look back on this set, Piper was realistically 1 point away.
Yeah.
The start was solid. The Genesect game prize definitely played a factor, but she was able to navigate through the board fairly well considering the circumstances. Had this KO on the 1 prizer, Shizuki responded. Just put heads in that Wonder Kiss. It's completely moving the game.
The Wonder Kiss that could be, we saw that was a different
That's
picture, right?
insane to see that it comes so much down to luck, because Piper should have won, but the prices was just too abysmal in the last game.
That could get straight away. There was nothing that Piper could do. That was all she wrote. And then moving on to game 2, we just saw how powerful the Focus was.
You just need 1. It's that there it is. Usually you're going to get 1 to 2 opportunities. Had the 1 opportunity, went down to 2 prize cards, and then Flip the Script was called. This is one of, up there this season for one of the most clutch Flip the Script abilities we've seen on screen. Double your energy retrieval, 7 energy, more than enough to knock out Raging Bolt. Yes. And jeez. This is my one, right? Yeah, you can't really say much. You know, Piper did all she could, but at the end of the day, the Raging Bolt has no pressure on the back. When you draw at the level that Shizuki did, which is
Zingo EX can barely get into play down the Night Stretcher off on that final turn, taking the win. You can see the late Suzuki's face is now a top 4 contender at the World Championships. At minimum, going home with a trophy, a Pikachu card, but I know he's hungry for more than just that.
He's gonna be hungry for more than just that. Not just for himself as well, but for Japan as a whole. Japan has been starving for a whirlwind. Got so close a lot of times. It's all like 2016, right? Haruto, that was the last Japanese win at Masters. It has been Daichi got close to 2020. They get second place, but it's been a few years since a Japanese player won the World Championships. Will this be the time? Naoto Suzuki got oh so close in 2017, second place. Is Anaheim gonna go ahead and repeat history? And then Shintaro again, second in 2019, Henry Brand. There's been a lot of second places for Japan over the past 10 years.
I think Eugen will win.
The ride, it seems, in the last decade.
Now we have to see.
Big congratulations to Suzuki. Wow, what a set that was. You gotta feel bad for Piper. She's had top 8, couldn't break through. Another top 8 couldn't break through. And then Worlds thinking maybe this is the chance for them to make a deeper run through top 8. Unfortunately, cut short, stop short of the thing that a lot of Pokemon players read in the TCG prize cards. It wasn't just the fact that it was the three people right. That was bad enough, but also the specificity which made you could use draw from one card come back. And the rare candy as well, so you couldn't even try to do a punch attack with the because that game was just not meant to be one Piper. Like, Arceus decided, no, sorry Piper, not your time. So we just finished a top 8 match. Of course, we also had matches going out in the field that are part of our asymmetric cut and four.
Okay.
We've updated brackets, so let's showcase how the field is shaping out in our top 11 players yet again making it into this situation. Argos Fuentes, my goodness! He is in top 8 of Worlds with Zoroark, let alone Zoroark GX, looking to avenge his brother, not even avenge, just repeat what his brother did last year and bring glory home to Chile yet again this year.
Keep it in the family and keep it in Chile. That is what Marco was going for, and he is one step closer to doing it. What a story that would be. It would absolutely be a story. He's going to have a bit of a tough matchup ahead of him. It's going to be against Justin playing Holt North. This is what many people would consider a close matchup. Dragon Bolt Dusknoir up against Zoroark. I'm going to be super interested to see how that matchup plays.
That will also be a good match to watch.
Actually going to be the next match that comes up in RC where we're going to be featuring a huge match between two competitors looking to make history. We see the other matches still going out in the field. We'll have our updated brackets, of course, and see who is meeting Suzuki in our semifinals matchup. Wow. Things are shaping up to be excellent here in this tournament.
I don't know about you, but I think after that matchup, I think I need a bit of a if you're in the same boat as me, but my goodness, that was heck of a match for Hall Brothers. So, yeah, wow. Top 8 coming up soon, though. Marco against Justin, Zigo will be bouncing in top 4. So, I guess from us, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We'll be back with your next top 8 match very, very soon. Marco to see if he can keep it to Chile, or will it be Justin?
Richard here, and I was able to find a bunch of former world champions here at Worlds this weekend.
Oh, I recognize one there.
Very excited to be here. I hope everyone watching is as well. I wanted to take a moment to ask
Recognizing two, actually.
what their number one tip is for the World Championships. Let's find out.
My name is Liam Halloran. I won Worlds 2022 in Senior Division. And one tip I would have for you to prepare is to treat your practice with the same intensity as your play.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm the 2018 champion. And my number one tip is to don't be afraid to think outside of the box. If you think you found a way to make it better, just trust in yourself and go with it.
Mi nombre es Fernando Cifuentes y soy el campeón mundial del año 2024. Mi consejo para ganar el mundial es divertirse.
Mi nombre es Diego Casira, soy el campeón mundial de 2017 en Anaheim y mi consejo para todos es que jueguen mucho, practiquen y que se diviertan con amigos, que es lo más importante. Saludos.
My name is Jesper Eriksson. I'm the 2016 Pokemon TCG Senior Division World Champion. And my best advice for players wanting to play Pokemon TCG would be to practice your deck, regardless of what deck it is, just feel comfortable with it.
comfortability comes from practice, and therefore you also get better results.
My name's Henry Brand. I won the World Championships in 2019, and my biggest tip is to be confident. The World Championships is, funnily enough, not won in the finals. It's actually won in the 6, 12 months, 2 years leading up to it. It's all hard work.
My name is Rowan Stabno. I won the 2015 World Championships in the junior division. My number one tip is to play whatever deck you're most comfortable with, even if everyone else says it's bad.
Hello, my name is Abhishek Shukla. I won in 2022 in Masters in London, and my tip is what ultimately matters is your own preparation.
My name is Magnus Peterson. I won the World Championship in 2018 in seniors. And my number one tip for the World Championship is to have a great group of friends to test with and bounce ideas off of.
Hi, I'm Evan Pavelski. I won in 2024 Honolulu Worlds last year, and my tip is to practice the deck that you want to play and just play whatever you're comfortable with.
You heard it here from all of our former world champions competing this weekend. Follow these tips, and maybe one day you too could be a Pokemon trading card game world champion. Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Rhydon project, and as you can see, we have a life-size Rhydon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Rhydon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but now, let's get back to the battles. Chipper Richie back here in the hall at Pokemon Worlds 2025 here in Anaheim. So many exciting things to do here this weekend, and one of the many exciting things is the opportunity to meet Pikachu and tons of other Pokemon friends. I've seen Gengar out taking pictures, I've seen Snorlax. Looks like Pikachu's out there right now, and I think we actually have a special guest, someone who is excited to meet Pikachu. This is Samuel. Samuel, are you excited to meet Pikachu? What are you gonna say? It sounds like he's excited. Let's get him to meet Pikachu and see what he says.
Like the jackets they have gotten into the producing team and like everyone looks sick.
That was so much fun. Samuel, did you have a good time meeting Pikachu? Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. You too can have a great time at Ian's Pokemon events. Come out and check it out. Let's get back to the Pokemon World thing.
Wait, is that Chip's own kid or what? Since he was holding it. Or holding him. Yeah, just a brutal game to watch. But yeah, I like the tip that the Jesper and some of it are okay with like playing something you're confident in. Personally, that was also the reason I played the Gengar at Birmingham. It was not looking like a super strong deck, but I was super confident in it. I think that's a big thing to remember, that's to be confident in your deck.
Well, how about it? We have just seen one of our top 8 games, and we have more to come your way. We are entering into the final stages here in Anaheim at the World Championship. And it is a chance for the best of the Pokémon TCG to prove why they should be taking the title of World Champion. And this is going to be those insight you need to know about these decks and how they work. We've been seeing a whole variety of decks throughout the tournament, but give us a
Jobinot is one of the commentators I really have a lot of respect for. He's super good.
Well, it feels like Golden Go has been the big story of the entire weekend. Coming in over 20% in that day one field, almost reaching that 30% coming into our day number 2, and also a number of them in that top 8 contention as well, still in the mix, which is really interesting to see. We just saw Piper with Heartbreak, unfortunately, in that game number 3. I know there's a ton of fans out there rooting for Piper. Unfortunate scenes, but hey, that is Pokemon at the end of the day. Sometimes your team rules just aren't cooperating. But there's still some good amount of variety up at the top. And I think that's still been a story of this format, with Black Bolt, White Flare creating the introduction of Golden Go to jump up that tier list a little bit. But the same old story of the best decks throughout the entire season are still up there. So we still have plenty of archetypes in that mix.
No Gardevoir though. Gardevoir has struggled to make it into the top cut here. And a few unexpected archetypes with Charizard EX and Enzoroark making their way into the top. And I guess for you, coming into these tournaments, these players are going to be choosing archetypes that are known to be good and trying to make them that bit better, or choosing archetypes that are less known that can beat the best decks around. Are we seeing a good combination of that at Top Cup?
I think certainly a good combination of that. That Enzoroark deck did have a good showing at the NAIC, still not being that popular of a choice, but it comes with its risks. You're having to run into certain matchups and then some others that you sort of have to shrug at and say, I have really low percentages here. But it's worked out for a handful of players, and Marcus Cifuentes is one of those players who's been operating that Enzoroark archetype, and hey, his brother did pretty well last season playing an off-the-wall pick as well. So if you hear that Cifuentes, that's Fernando from last year, by the way, with that Iron Thorns deck. So clearly, those testing cards...
The deck I have behind me,
They're having a good showing of things and can pinpoint it.
I have all the world's 2024 decks behind me right now, so...
Back-to-back, a historic moment that would be if he is able to make it all the way. Has overcome his asymmetrical top 16 match to make it into the top 8. And we also have other asymmetrical top 16 matches going on to try and see who's going to be progressing to face either Urban or Mateusz, who've been sitting at the top of the Swiss all tournament long, and so were rewarded with that top 8 seeding. So we'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on throughout the tournament. And from your point of view, which of these players is kind of standing out in terms of that unexpected result? You've got these journeys that you expect. The players like Urban, we've seen him be a regional champion, a regional runner-up this season, and many of these top players have had multiple wins at the highest level. But at Worlds, you always see these unknown stories of players coming through without much previous results to show.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where everyone who's made it this far is clearly a really skilled, talented player, and everyone's had their breakout here or there, and it feels like we still have some really talented top 8 contestants. I think Mateusz is the one that stands out to me as a player you've seen who thinks about the game a little bit differently to most, definitely in their deck building, construction, and how they think about the game and where they gain their advantages. Winning a regionals with a Palkia of Light Revolt deck, and then also being one of the key minds behind a Bennett EX Gardevoir deck as well, clearly means that they look at the game a little bit differently. And even though they're playing an Enzoroark deck, which we sort of know as an archetype, they've also made a very different build to most. I think that player stands out as someone who thinks about the game so differently, which is somewhat surprising to see them make it into that top cut. But hey, they've got the pedigree there as well.
100%. I think one of those players where if you play against him regularly at regionals, be very aware of him, because you're always worried as to what he's playing. But on the big stage, maybe some of you at home who might not be as familiar, definitely earn a position here. But for the more common decks, let's see how that has changed throughout the days. We look at the meta share, which is a key pillar to how these players have selected their decks and why they've chosen certain decks over others. But it was Golden Go that came through as being the most popular deck in day one and has even converted well too.
Yeah, starting off that day number 1, and as you said, Mike, picking the right deck coming into a tournament like this.
Yeah, and Grimmsnarl and Flareon is just out.
Also knowing that you're up against the very best in the world means this can give you your best chance, even before you start to shuffle your own deck up. What 60 cards you pick, whether it's the archetype itself or there's text within your list, can change your fortune throughout the weekend. And a lot of players backed the new Golden Go EX with the inclusion of Genesect, and so frequently that deck just gets into games. At the very least, with those 4 nest balls, 4 buddy popping, easy access to your stage 1 now via the Genesect EX. It's so likely to just get into games and finish best of 3. So that's why it's such a popular pick.
Let's see how they change into day 2, and I think it's fair to say the best stayed at the top and even converted well. That Golden Go went
I think about like changing my Gengar and see if I can make it viable by building it similar to Charizard.
through Regidrago V-Star, and is now more seen on its own. And it's one of those attacks we've been aware of for the last year, year and a half, because of how powerful it is, and adapting and overcoming throughout the season.
Yep, and also seeing that
Like cutting my Mangadoris and Badoos, and then going for the Dusknoir line, the 2-2-1 Dusknoir.
going on with different builds of Dragapult. Right now, looking towards that cut though, it's still that Dusknoir on top.
And I think we are almost ready now for our top 8 match.
Because Gengar doesn't mind playing from behind. Of course, it has a few rough matchups,
Storyline of those players, but I think you
but I feel like it can be fixed.
what history might be made right here. Exciting times ahead. They're placing their actives out, and I can promise you now, this is going to be one you want to watch. An amazing matchup, an unexpected deck against one of the top decks in day 2. It's going to be Justin Newdorf versus Marco Cifuentes. And I can see them right now on the stage, prepping in those final moments. This is a huge moment for both these players. A lot of prize money on the line, but it is that world champion title they'll both be thinking about. This stage, and settling in to the stage, I think both of them their first time on the stage.
Here I'm definitely rooting for the Zoroark. I love Zoroark in Zoroark deck, but I'm not sure it's strong enough.
Marco Cifuentes on the right with the End Zoroark archetype. Couple of great regional top 32 placements, a regional top 8, as well as a regional champion in 2024. And tests with a world champion on a near daily basis with his brother Fernando Cifuentes, who shocked the world with Iron Thorns EX last year. Now Marco is trying to do the same thing.
You can see on the other side, Justin Newdorf, a fairly new master back in 2024 in Honolulu, was a senior and made top 8 there, and looking to try and show why the young guns are so good here in Pokémon TCG. It's been a storyline a lot of us have been looking at recently, how these senior players are doing as they age up. Justin had a pretty solid 2025 season, but this is definitely the highlight. Just making top 8, an incredible performance, but will be thinking about that title at the end of the line. Both players doing well in Swiss, earned their spot here, and it was Marco who through that asymmetrical top cut will now be facing Justin, who's been waiting top 8.
I think it's a pretty balanced matchup as well, to be honest with you, Mike. Looking at things, you start to see some prize cards coming out. Too dangerous so far, the Toad School. More likely a tech card for other matchups, I would imagine. Sometimes denying Night Stretcher, which is a 4-on Justin's deck, can be useful.
The Toad School is a little bit annoying for Marco, but it's not too bad.
So you rely on these research to see a whole heap of cards.
Also, let's check if there's some upcoming online tournaments.
You might not be able to tell from Marco's prize cards there, but he is playing End Zoroark, the sort of breakout deck at this event, one that many weren't talking about. Has been able to have 2 now in top 8, so either of those win the tournament. It would be a very similar story to last year of an unknown archetype winning, as they're just finalising our top 8 match here. Marco versus Justin to make it into the semi-finals.
And it's going to be Marco kicking us off.
I think the first regional line we'll do this year is gonna be Lille, and then Gdansk, taking both. Probably doing the same deck for both tournaments. I don't know about Stuttgart this year, maybe. Birmingham I'm probably skipping to go for the EYC instead. And then also going for Seville. But we will see.
Well, we just saw in the last top 8 game, Piper very unfortunate with the prize cards. How important is it, this prize checking moment at the beginning of the game? We see all of our top players being so thorough. How much does that change the game for them?
Well, you've got to keep an eye on all sorts of resources. You never really want to be caught short wherever you're using these trading mechanics specifically as well, discarding resources as you go. Your decision has to be as informed as possible to be correct the entire time, naturally. So, being able to look through your deck and knowing what you don't have access to or could potentially take from those prizes midway through the game is going to change every one of those micro decisions with your trade.
As we take a moment here to appreciate Marco playing End Zoroark, we will be going straight back over to the other side. A deck we are very familiar with, and one that has been teched out a lot across the tournament. We've seen many players opting to include things to beat Golden Go, but on this occasion, it seems like Justin has gone fairly vanilla with the list, playing it safe, keeping the counts as high as possible and as consistent as possible.
We see an early Professor's research, discarding a couple of Drakloak. Normally that looks pretty devastating, but with the quad Night Stretcher, that still could be pretty reasonable.
I think we should start like testing with the decks what could be what I play for.
Is going to slow down Marco.
And that grass weakness on Enzarua will mean it's 20 damage from the Itchy Pollen, which could become very relevant later on, as the Enzarua has 280 hit points, which is often quite high for a Dragapult to take out, but every little bit of damage will matter here, especially when you're leveling it up from the Itchy Pollen.
And also the option of those Cursed Blasters as well in the deck. The Arven is going to find a TM Evolution. In addition to an Earth Vest, but no energy in the hand. The item lock is making life much more awkward for Marco here. A real opening for Justin, who begins straight away by getting their Drakloak.
There's that Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it's an unfavorable matchup, so.
Kick things off.
Another research. Already plenty of resources in the hand. Might be beneficial to just take the other option here. One of those moments where you know that Itchy Pollen doesn't work, so perhaps you're less likely to use the Iono in your hand. Rather stick your opponent on this dodgy start. That's why the research is taken here. Also the option for the Hilda, but it could just be all going. Find more basics. That's the one thing we're lacking from Justin right now.
Yeah, the debate of energy over getting more dreepy, both of them key to those early turns. The Hilda great for the ability to find evolution Pokemon. Research, a lot of resources away there. As you mentioned, 4 Night Stretcher in the deck, so great at returning the energy in Pokemon, but that hand was full of...
That's insane pressure on these guys right now.
Finally a buddy-buddy pop-in comes to the top, and that's exactly what Justin's hoping to find from the Professor's research. We look to get additional Dreepy down at last. This is a really decent opener, knowing that the Itchy Pollen is still likely to work because Marco is working from top decks.
And even just now, appreciate the fact that this is the first deck check, so that research was done without prize checking. A really tough decision in this high-pressure moment. You know, looking to find more Dreepy, who knows if they're in the deck? You know, that's a tough decision, but you can see there the support account is the biggest factor. The deck that relies on a lot of resources, you want to be seeing as many cards as possible, so researchers and Ionos are key. But as the game goes on, sometimes it's quite nice to be taking those supports off the prize cards and continually play through the game.
The second copy of Duskull also in the prizes, so it will likely just be double Dreepy here. It's a 2-2-1 line in the Dusknoir. Just having access to one of your Curse Blast early on in the game. Justin already taking note of those Night Stretcher young. There are more Drakloak in the discard pile already in early research. We have energies to attach here. We're just giving Neo up energy. You do always want to upkeep your attachments. This is one of the matchups where Zoroark naturally can't one-hit KO you too easily unless you're attacking into the Zoroark and walking into your power range attack.
So with Enzarok, there's 2 main attacks, well, 2 main attackers, because they both have great attacks, would be the Enz Reshiram, but also the Enz Darmanitan, which we have traditionally seen at Enzarok. But both of our top 8 lists are not playing that Enz Darmanitan. Is this something these players will be familiar with going into the top 8, or do you think that's something they're still worried about at the back of their mind?
It's got to be something that they're aware of. At this stage in the tournament, they may have sat next to these players enough times or heard from opponents in those Swiss rounds as what sort of build they're playing. And at the NAIC, there was also a Darmanitan-less build that again made its way into top 8. So I think you can also...
I feel like the Darmanitan is not needed.
Itchy Pollen to end the turn here after the commitment of the Ace Spec Neo up energy to a Dreepy. We're passing back over to Marco. Let's do the top deck.
Just the boss's orders, going to be onto that Neof energy. This could be key here. If there's more resources found, it's not. Just trying to force that Neof energy as the resource to be discarded on retreat. But this just means more turns available for Justin to try and get ahead.
We have a couple Recon Direct now. Already one Drakloak in the hand. Even just attaching a basic energy to the active 3-key to retreat into a budgie would be fantastic here. Also, any access to the Latias EX would be very handy. It would be putting a vulnerable multi-prize Pokemon that's weak to dark in play. But trade-off of keeping your Neo up energy, that seems like it's a valuable option.
Well, we've seen 3 decks just in the top 8 so far. The Dragapult, the Enzarok, and the Golden Go. All of them have stage 1s with amazing draw potential. How key is it to start those draw engines going like you see here for the Dracloak?
Oh, it's everything. This deck really is a high maintenance deck. You need to constantly have a flow of energy attachments, constantly look towards, well, look at this action happening already. Curse blasting into one of the Zorua to unlock your counter catcher, giving Marco the first prize card. Going to evolve into another Dracloak on the bench, as well as Dragapult EX. Looking for Power of Ino here, in the hopes to find, again, a means towards Latias EX or an energy attachment to free up this active.
Well, if you get the attack off here, that will take away all of the Enzarura in play. Just an energy required, and this could be the turn. There it is, the energy off the recon.
Oh yeah, that's game.
Psychic energy down, and you can see the flurry of actions from Justin, as he's going to be able to take out all 3 Enzarura on this turn.
This is going to be devastating for Marco. The old school as well, looking to make this board even more robust. There's already the Latias in the hand, but it's going to be discarded because Justin knows that by taking out all 3 of these Pokemon in one turn, it's going to give him so much license over the rest of the game here.
Wow, what a setup there. We mentioned about how important the Itchy Pollen gives you 20 damage.
I don't give a Latias this card.
Just 2 turns of Itchy Pollen, and you're already set up for the full board line.
And then Dracloak as well, not only taking 3 Pokemon off the board, 3 prize cards, getting halfway through the game, but also having the draw engine established. This is everything you could ask for as Justin.
But this is just a clean game from Justin Newdorf. There's no way Marco is coming back here.
An amazing attack that can only be utilized through copying on the Enzarok itself. So it will just be sat in the active, unable to do anything. And this is why Dragapult has been such a powerful force across the last year and a half. Such an amazing attacker, taking out both of those bench Enzarua with the second effect of the Phantom Dive. 200 to the active, 6 damage counters on board, and not even leaving any spare damage counters for potential Monkey Dory. Just a complete 3 prize turn for Justin in exchange for just the Dragapult in the active and the discard of the Neo Upper Energy. This is going to be a
What I would do is Turo.
Yeah, you're telling me, Mike. That is tough. There you go, Professor Terra scenario.
Yeah.
Only way to go out on your own terms. Marco is going to give himself 66 minutes to make the comeback in our best of 3 here in the top 8. A phenomenal turn from Justin, completely wiping the board thanks to a Curse Blast counter-catcher combination.
The confidence that must be giving our recently turned master Justin. Was at the World Championship last year in Honolulu, had a great performance in the senior division, now looking to try and make a statement in their first season of Masters. A game 1 win in the top 8 here does put them in a commanding position, but you know, that item lock from Badu isn't going to work every single game, as Enzarok, one of those that has some super consistency with training.
We'll see in the replay here that if you gain an inch from Budgie, Dragapult can take a mile. Getting those little frogs in early. Open the door for this phenomenal turn. Counter catch up, a couple of damage to Zorua, then approach the bench. On the draw, we were able to find energy, and it just completely wiped the board clean, and Marco knew that his best chance of success at this stage was to give himself as much time as possible in games 2 and 3, because there really wasn't much anywhere to come back from that stage.
Well, for many people, they won't really know what Enzarok's game plan is. You didn't get to see much of it there. The main game plan involves that Enzarok being able to copy Reshiram, and it's got 2 great attacks, but it is that unusual attack that people won't often see, the Outrage, to be able to get so much damage on board. And I think we'll hopefully get to see that next game, but it looks to be game 2, kicking straight off with a buddy-buddy coffin from Justin, who I assume here will be going first.
Yeah, he's been forced first in this instance, because as we saw from Marco, one of his few actions in that game number 1 was using Arvin for TM Evolution. We have a look at some of the prize cards here. Justin's doing the same thing with his opening search. A couple of those buddy-buddy coffin, not a problem when you have one in your opening hand anyway. A couple of your Dragapult pieces, of course. But fortunately, Justin is playing the thickest line that you'd really expect, a 4-4-3 line for the Dragapult EX. So I think on balance, you take these prize cards, they're pretty decent for you. And whenever you go first and see that natural buddy-buddy coffin in the hand, you've got to be pretty happy about that. So Justin, just like in game number 1, has to be happy with this opener.
I believe he has his other buddy-buddy coffin. Wow, there was a prize in the hand, if I got a glimpse correctly here. But yeah, that prize check now. Oh no, there it is in the deck. I must have been mistaken. But you have a great option with 3 Dreaming down. As we mentioned before, the stage 1 of both these archetypes has a great draw engine built in, with the Dracloak, the Recon Directive, allowing you to see so many cards, whilst also picking one of them. Look at the top 2 cards, and put one of them in your hand, the other on the bottom of your deck. A little bit different for Enzarok. discard a card to draw 2. So a little bit more thinning involved and a few more cards seen.
Yeah, both phenomenal abilities, but Scotland 2 this far in the tournament. Top 8 to Masters Division right now is what we're watching. These players may end up in the finals tomorrow. They've had such a great run round the weekend.
Okay, 3 3-piece and oh.
Getting really nicely set up. Marco sat right now with just the Vezivity EX in the active position. We noticed that under item lock there was no access in that game number 1 to the Armand combination to get a TM evolution off. And that's something Marco has to try and hope to get on his turn number 1.
Yeah, we see a lot of these archetypes looking to go second out of choice.
Right.
Why is it so important to force your opponent to go first normally?
Normally forcing your opponent first just limits their outs to play in the game. A lot of these decks play 12 plus supporter cards that can allow them to see more cards or search their deck for specific item cards that can get them into the game. And so many of our best decks in the game right now rely on certain Pokemon that we call engine Pokemon. They allow you to see more cards via the Recon Directive or the trade in this instance. Then just allows your deck to flow that much more. Oftentimes these Pokemon are not just going to be drawing cards, but also part of the match in sort of how you evolve up. And that's the
Yeah, so you always need an engine in your deck, and you always need some attacking. Sometimes it can be, same Pokemon can be both, sometimes they can't.
don't have to worry about that, but it also means that Marco has additional outs to play the game. And when you're a game down, you just got to get yourself in the game to have any chance to win it.
Exactly. Justin with the 4 Buddy Buddy Poppin and 1 Nestball in deck, as well as the 4 Ultra Ball, typically not wanted to be used early on this occasion. A Nestball and a Buddy Buddy set up completely. And the other side, a Buddy Buddy Poppin 2. Always fair to see those opening cards seen by both players. It looks like we're going to have a good old game here from both players, but it really was that evolution that differentiated the two of them. Justin able to evolve into the Drakloak in early turns. Meanwhile, Marco was not, and there's the Ace Spec in Marco's prize cards.
A couple of awkward prizes there. The unfair stamp is the Ace Spec of choice in Marco's list. Of course, going the heavy Armored route here, not having anything like the Cyrano in the list, just relying on this TM evolution. Good news is Marco is clutching an Armand right now, so will be able to end his turn on double end Zoroark. Also, that Janine's Secret Art is one of the prize cards. Not something you always see within the list, but there's a Binding Mochi.
It's a super interesting Zoroark list. Personally, I really like it.
Accelerating energy, even under an item lock, but also sometimes that poison that you would often associate as a downside can be an upside here to allow the end Zoroark to reach on unsuspecting Pokemon.
Yeah, especially the big basics in the format, the basic EXs, Binding Mochi, taking it over to that 220 number, with the poison could put the Zoroark down a little bit, but when you're against those aggressive decks, it tends to be fine to do so. And that's the interpretation of End Zoroark Marco has taken. We see a completely different style with our other End Zoroark in the top 8. So great to see different players completing the same deck, but with completely different styles. And that TM evolution will come through this time and allow those End Zoroarks into play. So Marco very much alive and will be going into that draw engine motion, as you mentioned before, through the trade.
Yeah, the pitch quality was so devastating in that game number 1 because Marco was just relying on top decks and was hindered with their outs massively. And now at least Marco has already established some much bulkier 280 hit point Pokemon and has access to trades. We'll see so many more cards. It feels like in this instance he won't be completely stonewalled by the destruction of an Itchy Pollen, especially with the Janine's Secret Arts within the list as well.
For sure, and the first Drakloak on board for Justin, so those engine Pokemon we alluded to are now in play, and the Buddy in the active ready to try and disrupt for a little bit, as Dragapult can take a few turns to get going, especially as we need some energy attachments and evolutions to happen. Speaking of evolutions, that Hilda card, a very useful card, introduced in the Black Bolt and White Flare era.
And it feels like it was a card printed for this archetype, because if you search your deck for an evolution and an energy card, in this case you're going to be searching the Neo Alpha Energy, the Ace Spec.
Okay, that's... Justin's new off is 100% built for consistency, which can be a big issue for Marco Cifuentes. I think Marco will go out here.
Yeah, Neo Upper Energy typically was a hard card to find. You relied on seeing lots of cards to find it. Now Hilda almost guarantees it in some turns, which is amazing. Now we
Yeah, and you can see the nerves on these players. It's insane.
Pop at any moment with that Curse Blast, but for now it will just be time that Justin needs to set up. So the Itchy Pollen into the Festivity, just 10 damage there, putting it conveniently at 200 HP remaining, which could be very useful in the future. And now we see Marco going, that draw engine on board, the trades are happening as the resources are thinned and cards acquired.
Looks like we can't get too aggressive this turn, thanks to the Itchy Pollen. There's no action with any ends PP up or anything like that. But we can just use another TM Evolution here and get another end Zoroark out of the deck.
Oh, that's a nice play. I like that.
That 10 damage across was actually very relevant. It sets up a Phantom Dive to KO the Festivity EX, and let's not get that out of play when we have the opportunity.
That's a really good play.
Terrifying Pokemon when it sits in the act position, because it forces Justin into this strange spot of never wanting to attack into this Pokemon unless they're taking a knockout, because there's always the ends Reshiram waiting in the wings to powerful rage.
Yeah, we're about to see some high-level decisions that will be hard to follow, so make sure you're looking closely as these players will have to decide where they put damage and whether they take those knockouts, and especially with the Dusclops and the Dust Noir involved.
Holy crap, he is shaking.
Justin will have to navigate this one, and also a matchup he might be less familiar with, as it is a less common
He's not used to this pressure, that's so clearly. Holy crap.
will be able to swing with Dragapult this turn, but as mentioned, leaving 200 damage on
In Justin's scenario, he needs to relax and be like, okay, I know my deck, I know which lines I can go for. Let's take it down a bit. Honestly, what I see here is a lot of nerves on his side. And that's something you need to be very aware of. It's a mistake I sometimes also make, is being too nervous. I know these scenarios are super tough to sit in.
But there is Boss's Orders in the hand, and there's also Darkness Energy found, so we should have action here from Marco as long as we have access to one of these ends Reshiram, but that's the only missing piece right now. No, it doesn't look like we have access to a Pokemon, so we're just going to bring up the Dusclops and pass here. The Itchy Pollen denying the use of Nest Ball means there's nothing that we can copy with the Night Joker attack. Marco not able to string together the best turn possible. The use of Boss's Orders on Dusclops forces Justin to find a means of using this ability to its best effect, or to try and find the Dust Noir in addition to a Dragapult EX here.
Yeah, we looked at those prize cards, and there was one Ends Reshiram prize, and you're thinking, hang on a minute, you've got another one, you only need the one.
Right.
But in the case where you can't use those item cards to find the single Ends Reshiram you have, naturally drawing into your singular out is quite tricky, and we saw exactly that in the last turn. But Justin at the Dusclops, that's some interesting plays. It can find itself out of the active with its ability. Why do you think he's forced into the active?
I think the hope is that Justin hasn't really fired up many supporters over the last couple of turns, and you're just trying to think that maybe they're limited to just their Recon Directive and trying to force them to find multiple Stage 2 Pokemon all next turn.
Okay, yeah, but here we are
Isn't
just
doing
looking
much.
for...
It really has to be, as the Recon
Dragapult,
Directive, I
it
believe,
looks like?
finds a Dragapult EX. That gets us one step closer from Justin launching a big Phantom Dive attack here. But it's only going to happen if it can come alongside a Curse Blast here. It really doesn't make any sense to hit into this end Zoroark. I feel like you have to be knocking these Zoroark out cleanly. But wait a minute.
But can use a Night Stretcher to get back the Dusclops and go
Yeah.
again, but that's giving away 2 prize cards, which would be a lot of resources from Justin. So the guaranteed knockout with 2 prizes given up is not as valuable as the single prize card given up with a Dust Noir that is not guaranteed right here.
We could go back into Budgie as well, don't forget. If we want to try and play around both of these Zoroark at the same time, we don't have to Phantom Dive here. Ooh, that's the unfair stamp coming off the prize cards as well.
Wow.
Justin, there's not going to be a knockout this turn. It looks like we are just going to be, well, yeah, Night Stretchering back the Dusclops. Night Stretchering back the Duskull as well. There's no secret that these Curse Blasters are the key to the matchup. We're going to capture up the only Zoroark without energy, and that's one other way that you can try and play around the Ends Reshiram, but we know that Marco does play the Janine's Secret Heart. So even an active position, End Zoroark can attack all in one turn with no energy attached to it. Here's the Iono though. Any other option for Justin?
Again, same thing here.
As well.
Justin is very, very nervous. That's clear to see, and I get it why he's nervous.
Again,
This
could be a means of protecting your energy if
is
you
a
pick that
super
Pokemon.
important match for him.
Yeah, and gusting up one of your opponent's Pokemon can gain back turns for Dragapult EX. But that Ends Castle, the stadium of choice for Enzorock, does allow free retreat of your Ends Pokemon. So not as effective at stopping them from retreating, but you still have to find the card to make it possible. So Marco will be somewhat comfortable knowing there's lots of different options, as you mentioned, to be able to get an attacker on board, but does need to find both the Ends Reshiram as well as the energy to attack here on this turn.
This is where it gets really interesting, because I think the setup from Justin on this board position, trying to Phantom Dive to put these other Zoroark in range of a knockout, as we see the 8 counters going onto one of those Zoroark at the very least, means that Marco... Ooh, there's the Ends Reshiram already picking up. We have a couple of trades. I think the big punishes here are a Professor Turris scenario or a Janine Secret Art. That's what we're looking here for, Mike. The last trade, do we see it?
Is it there? Was the Nest Ball, which would have been nice earlier on, but you do have the Petrant EX as well to switch out the active, so a manual attachment plus the Petrant EX would be possible. There's the Ends Castle as well, so an energy here would be ideal, and the board is starting to look strong here for Marco. We've got an attacker, we have an energy, and we will be swinging back, but the energy needs to go on the active to be able to get a return knockout.
That's the thing, I don't think we can string it together at this stage. There are energy switches in the deck as well, however. We could attach to the active, play INO, and hope that from our next 5 cards we see it. It would be a big risk, but the payoff would be massive. Attaching to Monkey Dory still gives us some outs. It is going to be an INO here. Marco going to only see 5 cards. Justin has to be sighing relief here that didn't see the Janine or the Professor Turrios scenario on this turn. Do we have access to Energy Switch here from the 5? If not, we could just be going into another End Zoroark and passing for another turn here.
Yeah, so many amazing options in the deck. Marco just unable to find them. And for Justin, he asked so many questions of the deck with that.
I would probably take the K1 Badoo here.
We do have an Energy Switch. Here we go. That at least allows us to start launching an attack at last. Marco can deal the 170 damage with Virtuous Flame here, in addition to the 3 damage counters from Adrenabrain. Chose to take the damage off the active, so that it's more than a Dusclops required to KO the Enzoroark. It would force a Dusknoir. Action back over to Justin, though, who's just dodged a potentially really dangerous turn.
100%. As we mentioned, the Enzoroark has 2 amazing attacks. This time it was the second attack of Virtuous Flame. But the Powerful Rage is really the one many of these Enzoroark believers have led into, because many of our strongest decks in the format right now tend to leave damage on board. And that's a prime example of it with the Dragapult. 200 into the active would have been able to get the return knockout. And now for Justin, game 1, and is now looking to close out his top 8 match in a 2-0 fashion. Having options on board, whether it's the Dragapult, the Dusknoir.
We have some news. Who is playing tall?
Or Ivan. Whether it's this turn or setting up
Riley.
the next. It's really tough for
That was it. Oh, that's a Gardevoir. That's a Gardevoir. Okay, that's good. That's good. And Shizuku. Oh, Shizuki is going to top 8. From this one, I think it's Junaya. Oh, Justin Newdorf.
On the bench with exactly 80 hit points remaining. That could easily be a means of us taking 4 prize cards this turn. There's an Ultra Ball pickup as well. That grants us access to a Dusknoir. That means we could take out the active Pokemon as well without having to use a boss's orders. Means it opens up Hilda as a potential option to evolve up into another Dragapult EX here. A few great options for Justin. Now, some easy discards from this Ultra Ball as well. And we get rid of a Buddy Buddy Poffin in addition to a Dreepy here. I feel like we have to start seeing the Dusknoir come into the mix now.
It's important to note no rare candy in Justin's deck, so we'll not be able to suddenly get a Dusknoir out of nowhere. We'll always need to evolve up through the stages of Dusclops, then Dusknoir. Plays those night stretches to be able to keep recycling the Dusclops and keep evolving.
That's a wrong play.
But you do have to be aware that sitting Duskull can only do 50 damage on the next turn. And this occasion, we'll be going for that Dusknoir, it seems. A tough decision, a lot of pressure on the line.
We could still get both. We could Hilda for the Dusclops as well if we would like, or we could Hilda for a Dragapult EX. As long as that's still in the deck, because the deck's already really thin here. Justin with a couple research and
he needs to attack the active.
Has been able to filter down pretty quickly
through the deck, just eyeballing it, probably less than 20 cards remain. I think with the, well, we also see an energy drop onto a Dust Noir. We don't have to use boss's orders, but we can also just sit with Dust Noir in play and not even use it. Just set up more damage.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more with the way Dragapult plays. Less explosive turns and more of this posing options on board. And in this occasion, that End Zorok with exactly 80 damage on works out the perfect numbers for the Phantom Dive. 200 into the active, and now for those 6 damage counters. Where are they going to go? I feel like that End Zorok with just 20 damage on seems like a nice target.
Puts you into that 200 range, which is exactly what you're trying to do here. You know your opponent has access to Monkey Dory, but you've got to force their attachments in that direction. 2 prizes now for Justin, who picks up a Dragapult as well from the prizes, which is pretty handy. I see Marco now beginning to use trade. Janine Secret Art looking a little bit late to the party. Been fantastic on that previous turn with the heavily damaged Zoroark when it was in the active position.
I love that there. Justin just checking what that card was. A card that you do not see that often in our current
Alarm
format.
bells ringing, yeah.
Yeah, what else have you got in that deck, Marco, that I don't know about?
Another situation where Marco wants to try and use Professor Turo scenario if he can, but with so much damage around the board, it's starting to get risky. If you pick up any Zoroark, there's no guarantee that a Zorua would be safe from this stage.
Yeah, and one
Pop 30 onto Badu, take a prize.
Use the second one, you're then out of
get Zoroark up to hand, put it down again. That's a Zorua.
Is a great way to move damage around, but it's only 30 where the Dust Noir and the Dusclops on the other side can bring so much more into play. And with Marco being so far behind on prize cards, Justin has a bit of wiggle room when it comes to using those Dust Noirs.
I feel like the Adrenabrain should be off the active position here. Definitely makes the most sense. You can always take a free Budgie whenever you would like, but it's not the situation to do it just yet. It's going to be the Professor Turo scenario. It's actually going to pick up the Monkey Dory here and replay it.
Oh, I do like that.
Onto Monkey Dory, going down and taking out a Duskull. Taking a prize card as we go.
That's really smart there. I love the way the Professor Turo scenario was used to reset that Monkey Dory. You don't see that very often. And we'll just be retreating here into the damaged End Zorok. And that's the downside of energy switching off, is it now means the access to an attacker has been removed. And so the damaged End Zorok will be promoted. And I'm sure Justin's thinking, hang on a minute, what do you see that I don't? This is scary to be looking down at a board where you feel like you're so far ahead. What's next?
It feels unintuitive, but I think what Marco's trying to do is weave in his Blood Moon Ursaluna as his other attacking option later on in the game. If you can maintain this Monkey Dory and keep your Zoroark around, staying on level prize cards or even going behind this turn, that would allow you to weave in a big basic attacking option. It's hard to deal with for a Dragapult, and also you're trying to force them into a situation to use their Curse Blast here.
Yeah, that Badu on the bench with just 30 HP would be a target for a Monkey Dory, doing similar to what it did to the Duskull just there, but with just the singular use of Adrenabrain. And now Marco is really thinking about that end game, opening up the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is the highest damage output
you cannot
any given
pop
moment
Dust Noir
possible
here.
for his
Even
deck.
if you pop Dust
This
Noir
is so
here, he
scary
just takes a
with
prize
Dust
and
Noir ready
wins.
to go, and a Dragapult ready
That's
to
the
attack.
thing.
Two
If he
Draklets
pops
on
Dust
board
Noir,
that could
it's
easily
game
evolve
over.
and be attackers too.
There's a lot of temptation on this board for Justin as well. So many great choices for whether or not to use this Curse Blast. You could take out the Monkey Dory and just go for one and still just take out the active because it's heavily damaged. As we're Night Stretchering back our own Monkey Dory here by the looks of things, and the Hill, they're going to grab the Luminous Energy straight away. Looks like Justin's eyeing up a strong line of play here. Yep, Curse Blasting, putting damage into the Zoroark, and that's going to be a 4-prize swing. Justin is going to be 2-0ing, putting himself into the top 4.
I was surprised
Justin
at what he
navigating the
found that
final
line.
moments there, a combination of Adrenabrain and the Dust Noir's
But he
Curse
really
Blast
needs to chill
set
out
up
when
damage on
he's
the bench,
playing.
and the Phantom Dive
He is so
knocking
stressed
out the active, finishing
when
off
he's
the bench
playing and
Pokemon. We mentioned Justin was here before at Worlds last year as a senior, and has now shown exactly why in Masters he's a name to watch out for. We'll be progressing to our top 4 and a chance to make it to the World Finals.
Such impressive stuff from
I
Justin.
also
He
think
was
that's
looking
something
at
the judges
laser
is
focus,
pointing
and
out
you can
that
see
he's
why
like shaking
it was a
like this.
strange matchup. There were strange tech cards to be aware of, but Justin was careful throughout the game, allowed that damage to rack up, and made the most out of every single Curse Blast there. In addition to Monkey Dory, phenomenal stuff for a very, very dangerous archetype. there's no surprise to see why Justin's made it into the top 4 of the World Championships.
Commiserations to Marco Cifuentes, the brother of our 2024 world champion, looking to try and make history, and it was just too much. The power of Dragapult, I mean the power of Budu, to be honest, in that first game, completely shutting down the evolution of Marco's deck, and then a full Enzora wipe from that Phantom Dive, completely putting Marco out of the game, and he quickly decided, let's try another one.
Marco in this second, well, that's how the first game ended.
Is that the first time we've ever seen that? Surely not happening very often, seeing a Professor Turos to give away the game, but a little bit of fun from Marco.
Yeah, in this second game, Marco definitely had an opportunity or two, just wasn't able to find the key supporters
This is
to
also way
punish
better games
Justin's
than
line
we
of
had
play. And as soon as that
yesterday,
happened,
so
Marco was having to do some strange gymnastics to
enjoyable.
try and make anything more awkward. But this was a great late game sequence. Hilda to find the Luminous, Curse Blast the bench Zoroark, so then you can counter catch it up into the active. Then the Monkey Dory heals your Dragapult EX to put the other Zoroark that's been pushed to the bench from 80 down to the 50, so Phantom Dive can take the 4 prize swing. So much intricate math going on there, and trying to keep track of the prize card situation and whatnot. But Justin, even in that high pressure situation, was able to make it look so elegant.
Never got to see the powerful rage of the End's Reshiram attack. That is such a great way to counter these stage 2 decks, doing damage to the active, sprinkling damage about. You're able to return the knockout, but on this occasion, we didn't get to see it. And so it shows you the power of Dragapult, really, the ability to control the game, whether it's the item lock early on with the Budu, or whether it is those Curse Blasts of the Dust Noir, putting damage exactly where you want it, and finishing off all those targets. And you can choose when to knock out, or choose when not to knock out, which is a great decision-making process, especially with disruption all around the field.
But Justin booking their spot in top 4. Let's see how the rest of the bracket is shaping up right now in the World Championships. We're getting down to just a few players left, Mike. We see Justin booking their spot. Shizuyuki, we also saw on the other side of the bracket, getting a 2-1 victory against Piper, which means we have a couple more players waiting in the wings for their top 8 match. Oyvind has been such a story of the tournament, with Charizard EX being the top of our standings throughout the entirety of the day and much of yesterday as well. Riley is going to be the player standing up against them. Phenomenal to see them back in a top cut, of course, just coming off the back of a finals finish with Gardevoir EX at the NAIC. Riley making an amazing name for themselves and clearly is an expert with that archetype.
We've also got to have a look at Irvin playing Charizard EX. You know, the archetype he's taken to 2 events so far
this is
this
super
season.
favored
One of
on
them he
for
came second
Oyvind.
at. One of them he came first at, so he's averaged a
What Oyvind is trying
1.5
for is
position in
Justin
tournaments.
to go
So
out.
anything
If
outside
Justin
of winning
goes
this
out,
event
Oyvind
with
should be
Charizard
the
would
winner
lower
of Worlds.
his positioning.
I can't believe he risked it.
Yeah. Clearly the deck that vibes the best with Irvind, that historical Pokestop for Charizard EX played at Birmingham. We love the innovation of many of these players in the top here. Mateusz, another Enzorock player, the last remaining one now that Marco is out. And some great Japanese players showing up in the top 8 here now. And some already in the semi-finals. So we're going to be looking to see how our rest of our top 8s go. And I'm sure we'll be taking some action later on. But of course, the finals is a big thing we're all looking forward to. We've got a few more games before we get there, but we're in the arena at this event, a first time at the World Championship. So even more pressure on the line for these players to decide who's going to be going home with that coveted World Champion title.
Yeah, a perfect place for us to crown a champion. And it's going to be loud in that arena. No, make no mistake about it. There's going to be so many great names in our top cut already that you're always going to have someone to cheer for. And if you're an N Zoroark fan as well, you've just seen Marco unfortunately losing, but there's still another shot for the N Zoroark to be a world champion this weekend in the hands of Mateusz, who might be coming up very soon.
100%. Strong player, innovative in deck building. And that's something as well we've noticed throughout the tournament. Many of our best have come up with interesting inclusions in their deck. But there is nothing more interesting in the Pokemon TCG than someone choosing a whole archetype to bring to a tournament that is unusual and unexpected. From your point of view, how much does it take to test out the cards to find that solution rather than just adding a few tech cards? You've got to come up with a whole new archetype.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it really proves the time commitment these players have to the game, because it's enough to sort of test a theory for a couple of nights and be like, yeah, this was okay, not as good as possibly I thought, but then having the fortitude to then stick with that and really try and push it to as much as you can do through creativity, coming up with new tech, inclusions, and just the willingness to try all sorts
Yeah,
of
the
things.
amount of work
to
Ivan
see
put
if
in
your
is
plan
insane.
really could come to life and become a great choice for a tournament, because every time you're testing one thing, you're not testing another. You know, committing down one avenue, suddenly you're 2 weeks out from Worlds and you're almost thinking of abandoning ship from some of the ideas you had earlier on. It's very easy to stick with something you know and just commit more and more time and gain that wealth of knowledge, knowing that all your testing previously sets you up for Worlds so nicely, and that you have hundreds of games under your belt rather than sometimes like tens of games, because you've just come across a new interesting idea that's taken your eye.
Well, we mentioned how comfortable Irvind was with Charizard EX being the deck he piloted to 2 previous finals across the season. But let's see how all the other decks have shaped up in the top 8. Many of these players choosing what we knew was going to be good at this event, but also some unexpected decks making their way to this stage. I think it really stands out, those 4 decks that weren't even in our top 6 of the meta share. The Charizard and the Enzarok, the dark type attackers, definitely focused on that Gardevoir for sure as a good matchup. Riley has got it in with the Gardevoir taking on all of these decks here.
Yeah, Riley has a tough time looking at this cut, unfortunately, but that's part of the reason why the Charizards and the Zoroarks have done so well, trying to target that Gardevoir that's been ever present in our last few formats, making it into so many finals, taking so many trophies itself. It's inevitable for some of these players to have made that meta call. Junior, Takana as well, or Tanaka I should say, having a great time with that Charizard Pidgeot archetype as well. It's not only been Oyvind who's taken that risk with the archetype, we know it has the pedigree behind it, and all it took was a little shift in the metagame. Turns out 30% Golden Go coming into the equation really makes Charizard a much more appealing choice.
Yeah, it may be a dark type attacker, but that's its Terra type. It does have those fire energy to power it up, and that allows you to include attackers like Chi-Yu and even the Charmeleon in the evolution line to help you into those metal types, as well as Crustle, which we saw on stream before. And Shizuki.
I laugh, but yeah, it's actually very relevant.
The Shizuki win earlier on against Piper was definitely a tough one when it came to the prize cards of Piper, but really for Shizuki, a great opportunity to show why they're such a good player. Some amazing lines taken there, and with that Raging Bolt archetype.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, very popular out in Japan. Let's not
Honestly,
forget, it won the Japan
Shizuki didn't play that
Championships.
well.
Certainly
He
an archetype
made a
that's been very
lot of
respected
mistakes
out there.
that could have lost him a
Shizuki
game.
is proving just why
last
that is
one.
the case. Of all the archetypes here, it's the only basic attacking archetype. It does rely, of course, on the Noctowl as the main crucial
And
engine.
I don't think Justin
You can cherry
Newhoff
pick
will
cards throughout the entire
make
game,
it to the
which makes it
finals.
such an appealing option.
Mainly because of
Yeah, and
how
we just
stressed
watched
he is when
Justin
he is playing.
with Dragapult Dust Noir, a
He
great
is
deck, one that was
putting himself
second
on more
most
pressure
popular in the meta share.
because he
We can
is
see
thinking
exactly
about
why
what is
those
at
turns
stakes.
where the Dust Noir's Curse Blast
And it
is
makes him way more
activated
stressed, it makes
in
him way
combination
more
with Phantom Dive, sometimes even in combination with the
scared to
Adrenal
make a
Brain of Monkey
decision,
Dory.
I would say.
Some of the most damage you can see put on board in one turn of any deck in the tournament, and it means your bench has to be that bit more stable as you face off against it. And speaking of face off, I know that our next top 8 is just shuffling up and getting ready, so we'll be quickly getting into it as we make our way through those final stages of the single elimination bracket. We had 11 rounds of Swiss and the best rose to the top, and now they're trying to find their way to that final.
Really exciting things happening at this point, Mike. Every game is a nail-biter. There's so much on the line here. Win your top 8 game and suddenly you're walking away with a Pikachu card and you're going to be shaking hands with some Pokemon royalty on that stage. And then you're just one game away from being in the arena in a finals. There is so much on the line here. This is going to be another massive match.
Well, I can tell you now, our next top 8 is ready. We'll be heading to the stage to find out who will be making their way into that top 4 and that bit closer to the World Champion Final. We're going to be seeing an experienced player in the European region, Mateusz Waszkiewicz, versus an interesting opponent, one he will have never seen before outside of the World Championship event, and that's Junyo Tanaka from Japan. These players, incredibly smart to pick these archetypes for the tournament, but maybe not prepared for their opposition, as this is not what they were expecting to see at the World Championship. Who will be the one to come out on top?
Mateusz is the master of the unexpected, Mike, but now having to come up against Junior, who is playing a Charizard EX that also has a Dust Noir package in there as well. We've just seen how Dust Noir can be used to help get in range of these Enzoroark. It's another situation where we're going to be mentioning Powerful Rage a lot, But Junior, if he's playing correctly, is going to be foregoing that and denying the use of Powerful Rage throughout the entire game if he can help it.
Well, we've mentioned those consistency cards in stage 1. The Enzarok, one of the best with trade. Discard a card and draw 2. But
Such
on the other
a
side,
huge amount of pressure on these guys. And this is something that is make or break for them. You will see some of them break under the pressure.
So you can string together the ultimate plays as you go along. But it will be the intricacies of both of these archetypes not being prepared for the opposition. You have to find those routes as you go. And so we'll be seeing their prize cards go out now. And already a card you might be asking questions about in Mateusz's prize cards. On the other side, a few of those evolving Pokemon in the prizes. Yeah.
We have thin lines of a lot of these evolution pieces. There are 4 Charmander, 3 Charizard EX, 2 Charmeleon, so Junior will still have access to the likes of TM Evolution, which is in the deck. It's a 2-1-2 Pidgeot line, a 2-1-1 Dusknoir line. Nothing too devastating in that instance. The fighting energy for Mateusz there is just a one-of in the deck. And Cornerstone Ogerpon is actually an option that you can look towards in this matchup at times. Because of course, the Terrestrial Charizard EX does have an ability. That could be a walling option that Mateusz looks to utilize, but in this game number 1 may not be able to attack with it until they're able to access some prize cards.
Well, the players flip over their actives. Junior going first here in our top 8, as these players will be anticipating a tough game ahead, but that does not look like the start you want, as Junior with the Cleffer and the active attaching a fire energy. It's now for Mateusz. A Duskull in the active.
Duskull.
I apologize. Now for Mateusz to try and set up as best possible.
Mateusz does not play anything like Budju in the deck, so can't try and launch an annoying disruption attack straight away. That's something you always try and pounce on when your opponent has that weak turn 1, doesn't have access to basics. Try and shut them down with item lock is normally one thing you look to prioritize. So instead, Mateusz can focus on his own board here. With that turn 1 Arven, is likely going to try and find access to that Buddy Pop-In. Does have access to Secret Box in this list as well, so it's not going to be the unfair stamp we saw in the previous top 8 match. Does have Turbo Energize in addition to TM Evolution, so has a couple avenues available to themselves based on what their hand's looking like. Let's have a first peek here. I saw Professor's research for next turn. I saw Nest Ball. So I feel like the Secret Box is a possibility to go for early if you're eyeing up a turn 2 research anyway.
And energy, okay.
And it means you have access to not only Buddy Poppin, but also access to more options on the next turn.
Yeah, just prize checking here, making sure everything is available. All the options are there. But in this situation, you have a bit more time than you might think. You might take a different line based off of your opponent having a slower start. We mentioned in the previous game about players forcing their opponents to go first and allowing you to set up where they might have a slower start. Is that exactly the moment right now that we're witnessing? Is this going to be a tough one for Junior to come back with this slow start?
I love this opening from Mateusz. Opting not to go for Secret Box, not putting an Artisan down. You don't want to give your opponent any help because they've had a weak start. So let's just evolve up into double Enzarok and put ourselves in the best case scenario. Asking Junior, do they have access to any supporter cards? It does look like they're holding on to Ino. They also have Chi-Yu as the only other basic they have in the hand right now. Chi-Yu hitting the board will be, by the looks of things, a fresh 6 cards from Ino. Junior looking for a lot of help here. Needs to start finding some Buddy Pop-In.
We've seen the TM Evolution, something we're very familiar with across many archetypes in the format right now. But TM Energize, when might Mateusz use that over the TM Evolution?
Sometimes trying to get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in the mix earlier is something you look to do, to be fair, because it will be a go-to option in a number of matchups. Equally, we know how powerful Monkey Dory is, and there's 3 copies of Monkey Dory in Mateusz's list, so sometimes getting an energy attachment onto a Zoroark, as well as one onto a Monkey Dory, can be a big deal, especially because it's another means at which you can play around Budju.
And Junior just getting the Buddy Pop in there, able to set up this turn. Will be going onto his second turn now, so not able to get into any attackers at this stage, but does allow the stability to begin happening. On the other side, Mateusz will be happy with the sight of the first turn going so well for him. But one question here I've got for you is there's no Darmanitan in this Enzarok list. We mentioned it before. The Enzaroks at this event have been successful opting to remove it. This moment now is one of those moments where it would have been a little bit more effective. Why do you think players have cut it out of their deck?
It's a strange one, really. The Darmanitan's hard to find. You almost need to draw excellently to weave it in very quickly. You're going to have to try and copy it with an Enzoroark, so you have to get multiple Stage 1 Pokemon online. The Darumaka has 80 hit points as well, so it doesn't weave in so nicely with the Buddy Buddy Poppin. You need a lot to go right to make it happen. Junior going to get one Charmander developed, one Pidgey developed, and is also going to retreat into the Grasping Draw from Cleffa here. So he's hoping to dodge some early gusting effects. But like you said, Mike, with Darmanitan in the list, you can capitalize on weaker starts from your opponent. But in this case, Mateusz is just trying to have some different tech Pokemon and be more streamlined, I think.
Well, the secret box drawn there, that could be a useful asset for a powerful turn. Wanting to try and get as much energy in play as possible to allow sustained pressure throughout the game. And that singular Charmander right now will definitely be part of Mateusz's thinking for the turn. How possible is it for it to be this turn? We'll have to see, as there is acceleration quite conveniently in Enzoroark through that Enz PP up.
One copy in the list as well, but that could be found with a secret box. You could secret box for Boss's Orders and Enz PP up here. We've just traded away a Darkness Energy. It might all be coming together here, Mike, for an early gusting approach. There's a strange back and forth that Mateusz has to dance around with in this matchup, because of course he needs to start taking these prize cards, but there's a point in which the Charizard becomes very problematic in that you can't knock it out cleanly, and they can easily knock out your Enzoroark back to back to back, especially when there's the likes of Dusknoir and Maximum Belt in the list, that you're going to have to try and stay out of range of a Charizard, or at least set up a number of knockouts so that Zoroark doesn't really allow the Charizard player to get carried away with the game and just sort of take a 4-prize sweep unchallenged.
There we go, the energy onto that Enzoroark. The Boss's Order is actually on the Pidgey this time.
Yeah.
Take away the consistency and not the attackers, and that's going to be copying the Enz Reshiram on the bench, using that Virtuous Flame to get a knockout Pidgey gone and just a single Charmander in play. It's going to be hard to set that one up in the next turn.
Junior's prized his second Pidgey as well, so that's going to be locking the option of Pidgeot
This is huge.
for a long time in this game. The Pidgey chilling out in the top of those prize cards. Mateusz really taking the opportunity to slow down the Charizard deck, knowing it's so vital to have the access to quick search turn by turn. You can already tell that Mateusz has thought through the matchup and how he can navigate it, because it's putting Junior right on the back foot here.
Quite a simple game plan for Enzoroark a lot of the time. Just swing with 170 damage. It's that consistency of the trade that allows you to set it up so often. And I think Mateusz has always been a huge fan of, yes, I play these unusual archetypes, but typically opting for so much consistency among them. A huge fan of Trekking Shoes back in the day, and those kinds of cards that allowed you to play your game as often as possible. And Enzoroark, definitely one of the best in the format right now to keep playing the game.
It feels like every deck in the format has to justify why they're not playing Secret Box, because it's such a versatile A-spec card that can give you additional outs just to play the game, but also can construct your deck in a completely different way and have lots of these one-offs, which Mateusz is choosing to do, knowing that Arven can find the box that can find all of these one-offs as and when you need it. And in that case, piecing together PP up plus Boss's Orders was a huge combo.
Well, we have got another top 8 going on at the same time as this right now. Irvind versus Riley. Riley won game 1, but Irvind tied it up in game 2. So we'll see how that concludes and let you know as the result comes through. But for now, Mateusz and
I am
Junior,
praying for Ivan to win.
our last streamed top 8 game to see who makes it through to top 4. And it will be the unusual archetypes, the breakthrough archetypes of the event. Charizard EX versus Enzoroark, trying to decide which of them has earned their spot in that top 8.
Junior's doing his best to reduce his hand size here, has got a Charmeleon, also attaching to a Charmander on the bench, just so they can grasp up a few more cards here. It's a strange situation with Charizard where, low-key, you're quite happy to just allow the Zoroark to take a few prize cards. It sets up the Charizard to just be an absolute ridiculous beat stick. So even though you're just taking it slow, this could still be your best way to win, and just allowing Mateusz to just churn through some prizes.
That ends Reshiram with a 2 retreat crossed in the active. Something we see often in the format now, gusting up 2 retreat cost Pokemon. But thankfully, there's an air balloon in the format, but not thankfully. Mateusz has attached that already to the Monkey Dory, so unable to get a hold of that. And I believe the switch was in the prize cards earlier on. So the options limited for Mateusz, and may need to attach some energy here and manually retreat.
Yeah, there's just the one copy of the Professor Turris scenario as well, and that's not ideal. You don't really want to punch into this Cleffa too much. Again, it's this sort of ticking clock that Charizard's putting you on. It feels unintuitive to go too far ahead in prizes, but it's so easy for Charizard to swing a board state when the End Zoroark is only hitting 170 a turn. Mateusz may even look to use the likes of Scratch on an End Zorua at some point, you know, trying to at least force more outs from Junior. As it is, has evolved up into another End Zorua, into Zoroark. We'll be constantly thinning the deck. That's one of the benefits of trade, is that not only are you getting to see more cards, you're also throwing away cards that have sort of lost their usefulness, as we do see the Professor Turo here, picking up the Ends Reshiram, moving it out of the active. We've gone into the Air Balloon Monkey Dory, immediately then retreating into End Zoroark. We're re-establishing the Ends Reshiram. Taking 2 prizes, yeah, it's just going to be the pass. I think pass is definitely correct here. If you take a knockout, it puts Charizard into 240 damage range, which is a max belt away from just churning through prize cards. Mateusz has identified that beautifully here, and forcing Junior to find a stage 2 in addition to some of these Curse Blasters.
Well, we alluded to this match being a fascinating one at the start and how they'd have to navigate it.
Yeah.
It's exactly that. How often do we see a powered-up attacker in the active spot ready to swing? In this case, Mateusz opting to pass, a rare sight, but one that has been thoroughly thought out. A player who is very familiar with taking the long route, as previously an item lock connoisseur would take many turns before finally securing the victory at the end. And that Charizard EX coming into play is now able to attack. But as you mentioned, do you want to be attacking into these Ends Zoroark without them returning a huge attack back? And that's why that Charizard Burning Darkness is so powerful. It gets more strong as the game goes on.
Yeah.
But on this occasion, will only be able to knock out the Ends Reshiram.
Honestly, I would have preferred Junior to just keep sitting back and grasping drawing until they were able to find Dusclops, Dusknoir, second Charmeleon, like these sorts of things you can just, or I guess hold rare candy pieces and whatnot, just knowing that you're both happy to pass into each other, and Charizard's actually better off for it, I think, a lot of the time, because Mateusz can weave in Ionos, and with no engine Pokemon to speak of, you're going to be in this strange situation where you don't always have it all, and then now the End Zoroark can punch into the Charizard, and it's actually really effective.
Yeah, and that's where you look back at the Pidgeot not being available and how important that quick search is to allow Charizard EX to work. Mateusz recognizing that early on. Both of them with 5 prize cards remaining, so things like Counter Capture are not available. But it will be that swing into the active Charizard that opens up a route for Mateusz at this moment.
Because you knew Mateusz wasn't going to take a single prize knockout, but now he can get relevant damage into play. So Junior, by going down this route with counter catchers, actually helped out a lot. I would prefer to kept grasping if it was me.
Well, that's part of the challenge of this matchup for both these players. A lot of pressure on the line because of the fact we're in our top 8 of the World Championship, but also a lack of familiarity with the matchup. Both of these guys will have tested against the top decks, but neither of them really testing against each other.
I guess.
As End Zoroark does
Or do we want to take
damage
Skull?
into that active Charizard EX, which is now
Probably want to move Freddy onto
if
the
it's
Skull
safe
next
going
turn.
into the next turn.
Get a second
One thing
Monkey
is, when
Dory
the
and move
Charizard's
60.
damaged,
No, you cannot.
you can just
And a
swing
second
in.
Monkey
It
Dory.
doesn't matter that Powerful Rage can take a huge knockout. You're already in 2-shot range. So you can try and look to 2-shot the first End Zoroark, then you're still forcing Mateusz into this. Well, no, instead we're going to take another single prize knockout. This gets you back onto the even prize map, knowing that you can still win in 2 Zoroark knockouts. Junior's still really laying this trap, to be fair. Mateusz in this strange spot of like, if I take out this Charizard, doesn't take much for Junior, who hasn't played any rare candy yet, plays 3 in the deck. Just build up 1 Charizard EX and can just sweep the board against me.
Well, now you've got the question of, can you get back the Ends Reshiram?
Yep,
You know,
another
this
question.
Ends Zoroark can't attack without an attacker on the bench to copy, and Ends Reshiram is that attacker in this matchup. With it being taken out twice in a row, you're forcing Mateusz to use all of those recovery resources, of which there is a Super Rod and a Night Stretcher, but only in a single count.
Yeah.
So to be able to recover that over and over again will be difficult, as there's only 2 Ends Reshiram in the deck.
We'll see more trading from Mateusz, discarding their Wellspring Mask over
Iono.
EX with one of those trades. Not looking like that's going to be a great option. We're going to start recovering some cards here with the Super Rod Mike, as you mentioned, and a couple of those Reshiram coming back. And actually, the Wellspring might be recycled in the end here. No, it's going to be the Pheasantipity EX as an option. I think Mateusz trying to combine an Iono with a KO is reasonable. There can be a situation where somehow Junior, from just the 4 cards, can't find Rare Candy Charizard. and then you can take out the lone Charmander in play. That's the best case scenario for Mateusz.
I think we can also just look at how thin that deck is for Mateusz.
Yeah.
So early in the game, but thanks to that trade, thinning out resources you don't want, and that's why you play the recovery cards in the deck, like Power Pad, like Super Rod, as you can put them back in your deck and quite easily get back to them through a few draws. And it's going to be the Ino and Boss going back in for Mateusz.
Makes a lot of sense, especially if we're going to be playing an Ino this turn. I didn't see if it was in the hand because Mateusz is just holding on to so many right now. You have to feel like they have access to it. To make that Ino come together, then we have better access to Seer Boss's orders from the Ino. We still have one trade remaining, of course. So we can still try and dig towards Ino if it's not in the hand just yet. There's Countercatcher, bringing up the Charmander. So in this case, we're just going to take the guaranteed single prize knockout, using the Ino to make it difficult for Junior to find a Dusclops or a Maximum Belt to still try and stay out of range of this Burning Darkness.
With that early Pidgey knockout, every Ino is going to get even more effective as Junior not able to reset it and put it back into play. And also another thing to look at here, something to note, is a lot of energy in play.
And even
for
if he takes a
Mateusz.
knockout, yeah,
So
you just
a tough position
return it.
without the Turo anymore. Things could get stuck in the active, the Ends Reshiram, potential target there for that. So lots of avenues to worry about for both players, and that's where we expect to see these high-level players recognize unusual routes to victory. This has not gone the way any of us would have expected, watching along, both of them having to navigate different decisions, because neither of them falling for the trap that the deck often poses in front of them. That Charizard EX now in the
We
play
don't
has
have a
damage
conclusion
on
on
it.
Oyvind versus
None of
Riley
the
yet.
Enzarok have been damaged, so Junior recognizing.
See, that's the
not to
match
give
I'm
away
most
that
interested in.
powerful
That's
rage attack
Oyvind
return.
versus Riley.
Arven found Mike, and I think that means if we're not pulling from the deck, it means it's already in the hand, the Maximum Belt. So we can grab Buddy Buddy Poffin. That means we get a backup Charmander here, knowing that your heavily damaged Charizard is likely going to be knocked out. It sets you up still pretty nicely. Maximum Belt taking 2. You get a Charmander down. You're a bit at risk at a big Ino. You have no board space for a Pheasantipity EX or anything like that. You're really just hoping that you have to expect Mateusz to take the response KO, go down to 2 prize cards themselves, throw an Ino in the mix. That's the best play they have. And then Junior's just hoping that from a 2-card hand, he'll be able to find a Charizard that will win him the game.
Fascinating how this is playing out right now, Joe.
It feels like it's favored for Mateusz, but there's always a means that Junior can get there. Going to throw the TM Evolution away, essentially. Also do the same for the Air Balloon. We're just going to be grasping up here. Junior not happy with that state of affairs, not saying that they're going to be in a good spot after that approach. Instead allowing Mateusz into this spot where there's a potential to gust, but then you'd be in charge of the Ino, really. That's what Junior's trying to do here. Not falling for the trap of Mateusz, having access to Ino. It's too risky to try and look for a candy combination. There's Boss's orders on Charmander. Wow. Taking the single prize knockout, instantly knowing what he wants to do here.
Well, neither player looking to rush ahead at this point. The damage output now for the Charizard EX is more than enough to get the Enzarok with the Maximum Belt. Just one more knockout would allow for a Charizard EX to take a knockout, but without the ability to reset up another
I am
Charizard
like
EX,
really keeping track of
Junior just
Oyvind versus
not comfortable putting
Riley.
that damaged one in the
Oyvind
active
should win,
spot.
but
And
it's
this
not
is
certain.
great recognition from Mateusz. The board is locked by having so many Pokemon in play, and it does just mean the constant replacement of Charmander can be taken away.
And now Junior has to do the thing he didn't want to last turn. He grasped because he didn't want to put himself in this spot, but now it feels like he'll be using a Super Rod, reloading a Charmander, taking a knockout with Charizard because he's running out of turns to avoid it at this stage. And then he'll be looking to try and find Rare Candy Charizard.
This damage.
But he knows
and
that Mateusz is so likely to use Ino against him that he'd only be looking at 2 cards here.
And even having to use that grasping draw because you don't have the Pidgeot EX to be able to find the cards you want. So you have to keep that hand size as big as possible. And you see how thin the deck is for Mateusz now. All of the resources he doesn't want to see are gone. And everything he wants to see is in play. Everything powered up and ready to go. And it is the question
this is
of
amazing
what
for
route do you
Mateusz.
take at this stage. The Charizard EX has a lot to ask. And the Dust Noirs are not even that viable because
They're
if you
not
give
gonna be a
away
factor
prize
now.
cards,
Yeah.
you're putting Mateusz one knockout away from winning the game.
Yeah, they're a complete non-factor at this stage. Mateusz with triple Zoroark developed. He's looking pretty good. And look how thick the deck is still for Junior. If you get Ino'd, it's so unlikely that you find Rare Candy Charizard. It's really, really unlikely.
Getting that buddy poppin off the Arven. All the tools have been taken from the deck.
The last thing we could attempt is just re-establish another Charmander and Grasp one more time, knowing you can rare Candy into the other Charizard next turn, even if there is a boss's orders. Because there's 3 prize cards still from Mateus, that if they spend the boss now, a Charizard could still run over the board and take the final 4.
I mean, this is the point where you wonder what's the counts in your opponent's deck.
Yeah.
When you're playing something you're familiar with, you can often guess, oh, they must play 3 boss, they must play 2. On this occasion, you see Mateus play a boss and a power pad, and you're starting to question, what is the count? How would I know? And we're quite lucky we get to sit here knowing the answer.
We can tell you.
But for Junior at this moment, he's looking across and going, can't have much more gust, can you? Surely not.
I feel like Junior will continue to grasp here. It feels just too risky to attempt to find a rare Candy combo. I think it might just be another grasp, honestly. There's the maximum belt in the hand. There's always the opportunity here to take the KO, but you're just in the helter-skelter of Ino then. Like, sure, you could hit it, but you're not very likely to. There's maximum belt committed, though.
I mean, everyone at home is very familiar with Charizard EX's ability to take knockouts. We've seen it so strong throughout the last year and a half. Came out in Obsidian Flames, and early on was one of the leading archetypes, partly due to its ability to win against Gardevoir, that type advantage, very useful, but the combination with Pidgeot EX allowed it to be so consistent. Without the Pidgeot EX, there is no safety going forward, and that knockout may put him in a tough position. A swing into the end Zarok opens up the trap for Mateus.
Mateus has a very simple goal. Find Ino. Play Ino. Hope that Junior can't find rare Candy Charizard. It's that simple. Mateus has the knockout on board already developed. Charizard has been heavily damaged, can be finished off. We're going to look at the bottom of our deck.
The boss in there.
There's a boss's orders, there's a Night Stretcher and an energy switch, the final few cards. We're committing a Turbo Energize, we're attaching to our backup End Zoroark, and there it is. The Ino has been held in the hand for a number of turns. Mateus has to be feeling good about the situation, but there's no guarantees that he's safe here, Mike. There's still some dangerous draws from Junior. The only hope is that it's a combo draw that needs to be found. We're retreating into End Zoroark. Mateus copying once again that Virtuous Flame. Also just going to make sure there's no liabilities.
Okay, no update on Ivan versus Riley.
He's putting himself in this fantastic position. Junior, what's in that hand?
Do you have it? Is the rare Candy Charizard there? Are you able to get it? There's an Artisan. I don't think that's it, and that's going to be game. Mateus taking game 1 here of our top 8 match at the Anaheim World Championship, looking to put their spot in the history books with an innovative archetype, End Zoroark, the unknown factor in the top 8 here. 1 already out, but Mateus looking to carry it all the way to the final.
A remarkable cat and mouse there from Mateus, using boss again, making sure that you're not letting a single Charizard run over the board. It's so easy for that to happen. Junior getting very quick to weave in those Duskull, filling up those board slots. Ended up coming back to be a real nuisance for him, because as Mateus was looking to take these individual one-prize knockouts, it made those Duskull sort of rot in play. They weren't really getting much done. And if Junior was sat there with the Pheasantipity EX on the board, he'd have been feeling pretty good about finding a rare Candy combo.
Exactly, and here's the moments we saw. It was that navigation around the Charizard EX that allowed Mateus to take the victory, getting rid of the Pidgey early on, and it was never able to return for Junior. But those knockouts on the ends, Reshiram, tested Mateus' ability to set up. But when you're trading so many cards into your hand, you're always able to find the solution, and it was the combination of 2 of our most powerful supporters, Ino and Boss, that kept Mateus completing the game plan from start to finish.
And it was excellent execution in this game number
Definitely
1
well
to
played by
play
Mateus.
around that
He
Charizard
really
for so
know how
long.
the matchup works.
Junior also knew the assignment of trying to force the most out of Mateus, but it just felt like the way he went about those opening turns with the double Duskull was a bit problematic. Also bear in mind that the prizes weren't helping. There was one of those Charmeleon in the prize cards, also one of those Pidgey. So as soon as Mateus took out one of them, there was never another opportunity to grab a Pidgeot EX, and that also played a massive factor in that game.
I imagine many of you at home counted out End Zoroark. I certainly did. I've never actually built the deck because I didn't think it was good enough. But on this
Can't believe
occasion,
this.
you can see why these top players have decided to play it, and I've got some insight for you. He's not the only one. We've seen another one in top 8 and across other age divisions, some Enzorok doing very well in the top 8, and it is that navigation through the matchup that makes it so special. It's really difficult for you as a player to recognize these lines when you can't see the way it breaks down the board, and that's something Mateusz has always factored into every deck he's built. How can I completely break down the board to put me in a winning position in those final turns?
Especially when you can thin that deck down to a point of confidence, knowing that you have access to your entire deck, essentially. It means you have complete control of that end game in how you weave in those supporter cards. There was a very genuine risk that Junior would have been 1-0 up here if he had just found the right combination of cards, but Mateusz gave himself the best opportunity in game number 1 in a very difficult matchup. And here we are getting into game number 2 of our top 8. Mateusz kicking things off with an Enzorua and also has a Buddy Poffin to boot. Not too shabby.
Yeah, the perfect card you want to see when you're going first in these evolving decks, allows you to set up so much of what you need. And the first prize check here will pose some issues. You know, the Super Rod and
Not
the
too
Ends
bad.
PP up one-ofs in the deck. So if they are a vital part of the game plan at any moment, could be a factor. But otherwise, the other cards in the prizes are in plentiful counts and should be a non-issue for Mateusz at this point. Only 3 Enzorok were put into play last game, and I assume that will be the general strategy in most matchups.
Yeah, you got to think that's the usual route. You need to have space for that Ends Reshiram. Trying to move in Monkey Dory, Serendipity, these are all decent cards for you. One interesting adaptation was that in game number 1, Mateusz didn't have access to that fighting energy, so it became a bit of a non-factor, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, but it could be a Pokemon that he looks to weave in, especially because he's playing those Turbo Energize in his list.
And with the knowledge of what his opponent's deck contains.
Yeah.
A card that completely walls out many archetypes, but only if you're aware of what's available. And throughout that game would have been taking notes on what was there. And just the 3 Enzorua coming out in this first turn. Junior opting to go second, what we often see in many of these evolving decks, just to try and set up as best possible and utilize those supporters. An energy attachment to finish off, and it will be over to Junior to set up strong.
Well, there's good news and bad news here for Junior. The good news is there's a Buddy Poffin. But the bad news is he's about to realize that he's prized his A-Spec, the Maximum Belt, which is going to be a really crucial damage modifying card. We saw that Mateusz wants to get a little bit quirky with how he takes his prizes. He doesn't want to walk into a big burning
Most
darkness.
prizes are rough.
Maximum Belt is a great means of Junior just forcing his way through the Zoroark EX and ignoring the powerful rage from Ends Reshiram. So that's another really awkward prize card. We also saw the Pidgey, again, in the very same spot, that top right of the prizes. Going to be the same situation where Mateusz might look to take out the only Pidgey that he has access to.
2 Charmander down, a Duskull in the active again. And the attachment to the Duskull to allow for that retreat. We do see the Rare Candy, the Artisan, some useful cards there, but is that a lack of supporter in the first hand there?
Could well be. Oh, there isn't Ino as well, so we can see a fresh 6 here before committing to our Artisan.
doesn't mind that.
Feels like we want to try and get a Pidgey developed, no doubt, but keeping it from the other side of these 6 cards definitely makes sense. Also, the energy attachment on Duskull does give us the opportunity to draw into TM Evolution. Doesn't look like we got that just yet. It also gives us the option to retreat into Cleffa, which has been found from the new hand. Also an Ultra Ball as well, I believe, so we could go low and then grasp up a bunch of cards. Here comes the Artisan now, looking for a Pidgey, no doubt.
That Artisan, a key card in many decks, but one that also gives your opponent access to their non-rulebooks Pokemon. Artisan allowing you to get a Pokemon with no rulebox on it into play, onto the bench directly. Many decks, not only will they have their main attackers and support Pokemon that can be got out with Artisan, but even things like Monkey Dory, knowing that that's in play, you can avoid putting them into play until the exact moment. So it can be a nice little bit of utility as Cleffa does go to the active. And that grasping draw attack, which was so key in the last game for Junior to stay in it, has kicked things off for him in this one.
It's a great Pokemon to end your turn on. Trying to find that Rare Candy plus Ultra Ball combination for the following turn is always handy. There's the first evolution into Enzorowak EX in the active position. Going to be throwing away one of those Monkey Dory. Access to the Turbo Energize is kind of intriguing here as an option. There's also an Ultra Ball, so we can continue to use trade this turn if we would like.
Wonder if that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's going to be coming into play here. You can see lining it up a completely different strategy for this matchup. going to be taken on by Mateusz. Just getting the energy out from the TM Energize and going to be setting it up, ready to swing for the rest of the game. The only attacker on the other side that will be able to attack into that is that Chi Yu, but you do have to think about the Dust Noir too.
Yeah, it's an interesting option in the deck in that it's not a checkmate, that it can be in other situations and other matchups. But like you said, it forces Junior down this strange situation of being forced to put Chi Yu into play, being forced to Curse Blast a bunch. And that's going to completely change the dynamic of this game.
Also using just that Charmeleon too. Not just there to evolve into the Charizard, can be used to attack, but it's forcing resources out of the opponent, and that is exactly why it is featured in this deck. Well, more so for the Golden Go. I'm sure it was a great card to allow Mateusz to get to this stage and beat all the Golden Goes along the way. But Charizard notably has a lot of abilities. But the Dust Noir, as it's an ability itself that is putting the damage into play, is not damage from an attack, so we'll be able to get through the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's Cornerstone stance.
What is going on back behind
the
them?
other side, Junior now having to set up stably. And because of the way this matchup goes, a bit of cat and mouse back and forth, there is the ability to go a bit slower compared to other matchups.
Yeah, and I think slow actually helps both decks out a little bit, to be fair. They both get to initiate their strategy. They both get to try and work towards key pieces, whether it's quick search, accumulating crucial one-off cards, or trade, just allowing you to have this huge hand size. So I think both players are quite happy to try and go slow because they still have so many options. I think Junior's still the most happy in this case because they can get through the Cornerstone if they have to. And also, if Mateusz is going to get attacking with Demolish at any time, he can then take advantage of the prize cards taken, and the Charizard can still run away with the game. Junior has a few puzzles to go through here. Mateusz, it's so interesting going a game up and then starting the second game with a completely different strategy. It's another concern for Junior. Unfamiliar territory once again, even though he's just faced this deck for 45 minutes, for half an hour or so.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty here of our top cut. You get to have that 75 minutes to really navigate through the matchup. You can play those slower game plans, knowing you're still going to get to a result and absorb all this information. And now you get to apply it in game two. Mateusz has changed the strategy here. And on the other side, Junior has got the Pidgeot EX in place, so the strategy completely changes for him too.
Charizard goes from a scary deck that can sometimes miss to an absolute threat as soon as the quick search comes online. Once during a turn, being able to search for any card and put it directly into your hand is so flexible that it allows Charizard to string together all sorts of combinations. Most of the time when you hear 3 stage 2s, you'd laugh at that concept. You think that's not going to be very competitive, but quick search makes it all come together.
Yeah, the original Pidgeot with quick search was played during the 2006 Worlds here in Anaheim, the first Worlds at Anaheim. So great to see that coming back and showing exactly why that quick search ability is so powerful. And it will be a TM evolution onto the Charmander and the Duskull. Must say, I like the way he's gestured them forward on the bench. Not seen that before. That's a nice bit of communication.
We love to see it.
And now the other way. We were interested through that first game of how the strategy was going to go, and it's going to be completely different here as it looks like another TM evolution back the other side, a slow setup style from both players.
Technical machine into technical machine into technical machine. Players have utilized these tool cards excellently throughout their run into this top cut in the Masters Division. Mateusz is putting 6 prize cards worth of Pokemon that aren't Cornerstone into play, which is worth noting.
How is
so Junior might now try to
Ivan and
ignore the
Riley's
Cornerstone.
done?
But of course, Mateusz does have means of picking up Pokemon
No,
out of
Ivan's
play.
out.
So it might
No
put Junior
way.
in this strange situation of going down one direction, and then Mateusz
So we
can
have
sort of
a Raging
take
Ball,
that
we
option
have
away later on in
a
the game.
Dragapult.
This is where we look back at that ace spec
Okay,
maximum
so
being prized.
if
Junior
Zorak
would
is
be
not
able to
winning
use 2
here,
Curse
it's
Blasts
either
to
gonna
put
be
himself in
Saab
range of
or
knockouts
Gardevoir
with the ace spec,
when
but
he wins,
cannot
I
do that
think.
now. So cannot
Ivan
rely
lost
on
to Riley.
getting the prize cards in his favor under his terms. Will rely on Mateusz to take knockouts at this stage to one-hit knockout and end Zoroark with the Charizard.
Here comes the first Infernal Rain then. Charizard EX coming into play.
That's horrible
As
to
soon as
see.
it does, you can
Ivan
search
is
your deck
out.
up to 3 Fire Energy, catch them.
Xavier
Such a
PTCG,
flexible option,
thanks for
and
the
it means
follow.
that as soon as you find the Pokemon, the energy
Okay,
comes
so I
in,
expected Ivan to
powers
win,
itself
but
up, of
that will
course.
not like the entire thing, but that will not happen.
That's a fantastic option. Junior's board is already
So now we are rooting for
Zorak
Zorak because I don't want Gardevoir to win or Dragon Bolt.
Now not only has a
And
Charizard,
personally, I love Zorak,
stage
so.
ones in the back. We can start seeing some.
But yeah, this is gonna be dicey.
Curse Blast as well. Finding a Dusknoir this turn would give us an easy way to knock out the active end Zoroark. Gotta feel like that's decent for Junior. He's going to use.
But you don't want to knock out the active Zorak here.
Want to see the outs here. Whatever he sees from these 6 cards could end up being pieces towards Dusknoir anyway.
You
so
need to save every Dusknoir for that
And the 3 bosses orders in Junior's deck.
Cornerstone.
A typical target for that quick search to be able to find a way to get around the active Pokemon, especially when you've got a walling Pokemon like that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX with the Cornerstone stance. So this game looking way more in favor of Junior than last time, just thanks to that setup.
Yeah.
It just shows you how pivotal that Pidgeot EX really was
100%.
in game 1 when that Pidgey was taken down by
Like in this
Mateus.
scenario, you want to look towards
Slowed
the
down the ability for Junior to set
Zorak
up every turn. He's getting
rid
a
of
card
the
he absolutely wants, and consequently
Poltosk is also a
synergize that with the
super
other cards in
great
hand to
deck.
set up completely.
We have so many options now.
I mean,
We
straight
have
Pult
access to
is
Quick Search.
already
There's a
good.
Night Stretcher in the hand. We could even
That's
be
the thing.
first blasting
Pult
twice
is
into
good and
the
has been for a
Cornerstone,
while.
dealing with it, and then
That's the
crafting up
issue.
again. Like,
Because
you're
Pult
happy
has
with that
been good for
situation
so
as
long,
well.
people are taking for
Junior
it.
doesn't even have to take
Same
out the
thing with
active.
Gardevoir.
You could still look to deal with the Cornerstone and then just progress.
And
from
people
there.
are sometimes forgetting the
that
decks
Dusknoir.
that was good, but it's not
Feels like it's
anymore
definitely part
because of the
strategy.
meta changes.
Could go into the active, then you have an easy.
Which is why
Burning Darkness
Zorak
KO.
and Charizard is
We're
popping up
trying
now.
to respect the Cornerstone.
And let me
Also
give
blast
you
into that.
something to think about. In
Now
a
it's Quick
few
Search.
like
There's Rare Candy in the hand.
weeks,
I do love the option of double Curse
Zorak
Blast.
and
Or if
Charizard
there's
will be the
Night
top of the
Stretcher, you can do a
meta
similar
with
thing. Super Rod is showing to me that he is going to try and
the
reload
new
these Ghost-type Pokemon.
Waitable Goldingo.
Get multiple pops in a couple of turns.
At what
Oh yeah,
point
it's
does
gonna
the
be
Curse
horrible
Blast
for
need to
straight
be
pull if
saved
Gadi
for
wins.
Ogerpon versus being
Because
used
then
to
you,
take out the
people
end
will
Zoroark?
play
That's the
Charizard
question.
and
This will be-
Zorak.
Yeah, so this is a big sign that we're just happy to take
This
out
is
the
why
Zoroark,
I'm
but with the
really
Super
like
Rod,
staying
we're
aware
still
of
trying
what
to
happens
keep
in the
enough of
world
them in the back
because
so we can deal with the
this is gonna
Cornerstone if
like
need be.
determine the entire meta, and I
So
want to like
typically
do this
the
as my first
Charizard
super
EX
competitive
Deck
season.
likes to go behind throughout its time, but with the Dusknoir, it allows you to initiate, and you can see exactly that happening right here. Using that Artisan put in play earlier on to reset
Personally,
the
I
Duskull onto
wouldn't
the bench
mind
and
Gardevoir
continue
winning
that pressure
if we look
they
at a
provide.
meta perspective, because
One
I
of the
have
only ways to
a
deal with
deck
the
I want to
Cornerstone Ogerpon,
make work
and
in
on
this current format.
occasion, we'll be
I
sitting
know
there
if I
looking to come up
face
next
Gardevoir,
turn,
I
but the
win.
end Zoroark in
If
the
I
active
face
will be taken out through a
Charizard, I
Charizard
win.
EX. We
If I
are
face
finally
Zorak, I
seeing
win.
the Charizard EX put the aggression on.
Dragapult
No
or
trap in
Wrecking
place
Ball
here for
can be
Mateus, and it
tough,
will just
but
be
I
now
can beat
asking
it.
the questions. What can you do in this scenario after I take out your main attacker?
Mateus is asking some questions himself though, because this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is a real
I'm personally
nuisance
working
to deal
on
with
Gengar,
Junior. Does
but I
force
think I
more
will
and
make
more
it
of
into
these
a
Dusknoir
Gengar
to
Pidgeot
push
Dusknoir
through.
instead
Charmeleon has 3 energy in the attack
of
cost, so
Gengar Monkey Dory.
can't really be powered
But-
up anytime soon.
So
The Chi-Yu is only really effective when
right now
Mateus
it's a very
opts to take
control
knockouts.
like Gengar,
That's not
but I
looking
think
like
about
over the
making
next
it
couple
into
of
a
turns.
Gengar Dusknoir.
Mateus does have a lot of options though. He has Secret
Continue
Box
to
available in
improve
his
with
hand.
it, continue to play it,
Does have access
use it
already to the
as a
end
comfort
PPR.
deck,
There's no Darkness Energy in the discard pile just
and
yet.
then
but that's
bring
easily
it
done,
to Lille.
especially after a couple trade. That's where we're starting this turn. Gonna see some more options before committing down any individual avenue here.
Those Buddy Poffin so good in the early turns, and in this deck, they don't clog up your deck at the end because you get rid of them with every discard. And now
But that's
we're
just
gonna
my
be
fault.
asking the question of what is the attacking option here? That Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is great at walling, but Demolish just not doing enough damage. 140 is very limited when it comes to a big stage 2 deck.
I
like
wonder what is
Charizard
going on
EX.
behind, because holy
It's
crap,
this
they are
really
making a
awkward
lot of
situation when
noise.
You know that the 2 Duskull
Do
are
you know
so
it's Xavier?
threatening to you, but you can't just chase
I think
them
it's
with the
Unite.
Cornerstone, because it's then easy for Junior to
Orku.
artisan out Chi-Yu, quick search for Charizard, still find a means towards the other Curse Blast into the Chi-Yu response. So Mateus is in this weird position where no play feels amazing. It is going to be Arvin for Countercatcher though. Perhaps trying to slowly attack into a Pidgeot could be an option, knowing that quick search is just so devastating. Trying to demolish it over a couple of turns. Taking out Charmeleon is interesting. It still helps you play around Chi Yu, because it can't be powered up all in one turn. Again, limit on how many Charizard your opponent has access to is one line of play that allowed Matesh into the game in that game number 1.
Okay, so we have the counter catcher
Pidgeot.
now.
Yeah, we're
that
going for the
Pidgeot.
Pidgeot.
A
Pidgeot
prime
here.
target here, the air balloon allowing the free retreat. And 140 damage is exactly half of Pidgeot EX. Ignores the resistance as well, thanks to the secondary effect of Demolish. And it will be Mateus just setting up Zoroarks on the bench with a bit of energy.
Yeah, I prefer. It looked like Mateus was going to commit Turbo Energize, but I think holding it for trade fodder is always the best approach. And
Okay, that's
putting this
really,
Pidgeot
really good,
EX
honestly.
in range definitely makes a lot of sense.
Because it will require 2 Dusknoirs to one-shot Ogerpon.
Dusclops. Looks like it's just the Clops here. If we can string together Dusknoir, it's obviously going to be devastating. It would be the game. So.
Yeah, that would be a crazy turn if possible. Actually, in the last game, missing the double Dusknoir to win the game was available there, but just didn't quite see it.
I don't think it was in the hand. I think, you know, it would have required 3 Red Candies, I think, and a Night Stretcher and a Dusknoir, like so
without the
pieces.
Pidgeot,
exactly,
it's so hard to do that. But that is the key to this matchup: is a double Dusknoir would be the way to
But
win.
Duskbolt will also just like make Gardevoir the most played deck that
on the board is
wins.
frequently putting you into a strong position.
Even Duskclops into boss here is really, really good. Sets up a Zoroark KO, and you can still look to Curse Blast later. Here is the boss's orders, bringing up the Zoroark. There is Duskclops. You know you can slowly deal with this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon with the help of Chi-Yu and still a Duskull on the bench. Junior going down to just 2 prize cards and also putting Mateus in this strange spot where they have to take their own Zoroark out of play next turn.
And taking away the draw engine was exactly what Mateus would not want to happen, losing the ability to find every card you need at every turn.
Yeah.
But it is a liability in play, as we see the maximum belt has been taken, can be utilized to take more damage onto the Cornerstone Ogerpon by another attacker, but on this occasion it would be a tough ask. There's a lot to do this turn, especially if that Pidgeot EX gets targeted down this turn.
Mateus has to ask himself, can lone Cornerstone just close the game here? If you use
I think you go for lone
pick
Cornerstone.
up this Zoroark, can it be done? Enzarua coming onto this bench is absolutely safe. The single prize knockout really doesn't help Junior much. It is going to be the secret box. This will be the indication of what the supporter choice is. Boss's orders appealing to take out the Pidgeot or the Duskull, both really appealing options. But also that Professor Turris scenario is the safest way for you to not lose
but I don't
next
think
turn.
that's a play.
I mean, even a gust onto the Pidgeot EX plus an
I think you're
Iono
looking
might
for
get
a
few turns.
boss here, or
Really asked a lot
Iono.
of questions last game.
Counter catcher Iono.
And it looks like the counter catcher, the Artisan coming down mostly just because you want to get it out of the deck. And it's going to be an Arven there, so perhaps a supporter for turn in hand. And
well, there's the answer. Definitely not the Turris scenario then. You would be really vulnerable to the maximum belt, of course, but not much else you can do here.
Yeah,
maximum belt
Nespal
was taken
for
from the prizes of
first.
Junior as well.
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
You counter catcher up the Pidgeot.
Mateus is looking for a lot of combo
Pidgeot?
pieces here. And just saying that Gust is going to be a huge problem. I can take away Quick Search and Iono and hope for the best.
yeah, and then this is what we mentioned before. You can go down the lone Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon route into lots of different decks, but this is not that deck. Too many options to worry about, so we'll instead be
here you
using
want to
it to
catch up
take away
Pidgeot.
options after
Then
a
Iono him
disruption.
down
The
to
Iono
2
was in
cards, you
hand.
get 4.
The counter catcher has been played onto that Pidgeot. We know how key that was last time. If you get rid of this Pidgeot EX with a 2-card hand, Junior is going to struggle
Now we
to get
need
going.
to see
Dodge
a
and
boss
weave worked in game number 1.
in a Junior's
Mateus is trying
hand,
to do the
or
same
else
thing again.
he will most likely lose the game.
Mateus set to this damage on the previous turn, knowing that he was going to be going down even more prize cards. Here comes the flip the script. A bunch of supporters in Mateus' hand for next turn.
Options.
Certainly options. Still the trade as well, don't forget. So a couple more cards coming in.
Wellspring.
Option of Sob. Still open to
Get rid of
Mateus
Wellspring here.
Interesting, thinking about discarding an Iono. Wow. Discarding the Iono, opting to hold multiple boss's orders as superior supporters for later. Actually go into another Iono anyway, so still has access to that. And we're going to be knocking out this Pidgeot EX. Mateus goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. Junior easily can close this game. Can find a means to knock out this Zoroark with a Gustit. There it is, boss's orders, bringing up the Zoroark off the top. And we're going to a game number 3, Mike. Burning Darkness, pushing its way through an Zoroark very cleanly.
Don't need to worry
Honestly,
about
really
your
well
quick
played by
search if it's
Mateus,
in
but
that
also by
hand.
Junior.
And it wasn't possible in game one to find the combo pieces. And
The
there was
big issue was
a lot
that
more
Junior
combo
got up
required,
his
but when it's just a singular
Pidgey.
card you need to win,
Pidgey.
it's definitely more viable. And we did just get a little glimpse of another little inclusion from Mateusz's deck, that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the deck with no water energy, so could be an option in the next game. And it's certainly fair to say the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon was not enough of an answer this time to take down Junior, who played a remarkable game, using that Pidgeot EX to perfection throughout the game.
Let's have a little replay of how that game 2 panned out then. And as you said, Mike, the setup was just a stark contrast in that we got that really early quick search online into the TM evolution, getting us multiple stage 1 Pokemon developed. That gave us easy access towards the Charizard, combining it early on with a Dusk Noir to take out the first Zoroark, then into the Dusclops to take out the Zoroark. And at that point in the game, you've been feeding your opponent prizes. Mateusz had to take quick search off the board. It was too dangerous.
But there was
to be
no
kept
good
around,
option there for
meaning that
Mateusz,
Charizard is
besides what he
well
did.
in range to close out the game. And all it took was a boss's
So it was
orders
just
top deck.
unlucky with
How many times have we said
the
that, Mike?
boss got
That
top
boss's
decked.
orders top deck, yeah, the ramp up of the Burning Darkness, something you always have to think about with every deck, especially those with that higher HP range like Enzarok has. 280 HP early on is just enough to get away with a Charizard attack, but towards the end, 300 and 330 damage with those final 2 prize cards will always knock out an Enzarok, whether you got the maximum belt or not. So going into game 3 now of our
That's
top
why
8, we
you
are
play
looking
Richard
to
Band
see
in the
which of these
Enzarok.
players make it to the semi-finals of the Anaheim World Championship.
That is to
The third
survive
time we
when
have returned
people
to
are
this city
using
to compete at the World
Charizard
Championship,
like that,
and it will be one of
with
these
the
players
maximum belt.
trying to create
Personally,
history.
I dislike the
It's
maximum
already
belt.
been a phenomenal demonstration of both these players' prowess with their archetypes. It's been a cat and mouse game throughout, and now just one more game to complete. It's going to be Junior kicking things off, has the Cleffa opener straight into the Buddy Poffin. Has to be smiling at that one, as he will now have access to a couple of his lower hit point evolving Pokemon. Already looks like they're spying the Pidgey, in addition to a Charmander here. Looking at the prize cards, one of those 2 copies of Super Rod. We know how vital the Dusk Noir package is. And that's a bit of a shame for him, as well as one of those boss's orders. A crucial card that allowed him to close out that game number 2. Ultimately not too painful, though.
Yeah, the missed energy, interestingly, the only out against the corner of Mateusz's Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. A definite inclusion for Charizard these days, especially with how much TM devolution is out and about. Frequently put onto the Pidgeot EX to keep that quick search online, but can also be used on a Charizard EX if it is already ready to go and going to close out the game for you. But the Cleffa start, I mean, it has been the MVP really for Junior, the grasping draw in all the games. But as this is Junior's first turn, we'll just be passing over to Mateusz, who also has the Buddy Poffin.
I'm rubbing my hands, Mike, because we get to see a real game 3. Both players getting access to that Buddy Poffin means they're both likely to get a really decent setup. And we're going to see both players navigate the game as best as possible, but already catastrophe for Mateusz with the secret box A-spec in the prize cards. It's usually such a vital piece, turning that Arven into all sorts of different avenues and trees and how you can get into things. That's going to be a bit of a problem for you. If Mateusz does
you don't
have
want to
access
see
to Arven
Superbox
here,
prize,
even
but
just getting a
it's
TM
not the
evolution
end of the world
should
yet.
end up allowing him to draw a bunch of cards.
It could
so
be
it's
a
not going to be
lot
so
worse.
devastating, but it does hurt a lot of his avenues of play.
Now, we noticed actually in the first game opting to not take it early on,
right?
As this is one of the few decks that draws enough cards that later on in the game, Secret Box is viable. Many of the decks that play Secret Box have such small hand sizes in the late game, it's not really a viable option. So Mateusz will be sad to see it if it's required to set up fully, as it's such a key component of many of our top decks in the format. But the Zoruas are back out and about, as we saw in all 3 games.
We do have Arven, in addition to that Artisan, like you mentioned. I think in this case it has to be the Earthen Vessel, because we're lacking energy. So the classic Earthen Vessel TM Evolution combination will get access to a couple of early Zoroark EX.
I love the contingency in this deck. You've got an item to find energy, an item to find Pokemon, and you also have a TM to find Pokemon and a TM to find energy. On this occasion, it will be the item for the energy and the TM for the evolutions, as 2 Enzarok in play on that first turn for Mateusz. A solid start, and one that will be key to drawing cards next turn. Both players in a strong position now to follow their game plans.
Yeah, for Junior, the first question is, can we get rare candy into the Pidgeot? It was so vital in that game number 2. The deck is just completely different. When you have access to quick search, it becomes so consistent and ruthless at what it wants to do. I see access to Iono, but not Arven.
Dusclops?
We do see a Dusclops. We do see energy onto Cleffa, as well as the Technical Machine Evolution, and it is going to be an Iono here. So Junior keeping the option open to evolve up into Pidgeotto and Charmeleon, but there's still the possibility that we find rare candy from these fresh 6.
I mean, whenever you have a turn where you've got a solid turn pre-Iono, and then you play the Iono and see more cards, it's definitely a great position to be in. And, you know, with the modern Charizard decks, you're less reliant on rare candy thanks to this TM evolution. Knowing that Budu is all around the format, you have to be able to get around it, and rare candy being a crutch is a surefire way to not see your stage 2. So Pidgeotto in the deck too, and there is also those 2 Charmanders there, and it will be that TM evolution evolving a Pidgey and a Charmander, nicely gestured by Jinyo's shove of the 2 evolving Pokemon.
Junior gripping onto an Ultra Ball for next turn as well, which can unlock the Pidgeot. So the TM evolution has been really handy for both players in this final game here. See the first trade from Mateusz. He has this window of opportunity to maybe find a gusting effect to deal with a Pidgeotto. Just one more trade to help him get there.
Oh, wow.
Comes the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, though. So Turbo Energize could be the option instead here. Yeah, we're using Iono. We'll get a fresh 6 cards, but not going down the aggressive route, not trying to hunt down boss's orders plus end Zoroark as any sort of play. Instead, going to try and just power up this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Still backing this as the best way to win.
Yeah, it's interesting if you've watched these first 2 games here and you're trying to work out the matchup, as we all are, a very unfamiliar matchup. You might be thinking, hang on a minute, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon didn't work.
Yeah.
The game where you didn't play it, you won, but that was purely due to that ability to lock out the Pidgey. And without access to that option, Mateusz is opting to try and play it safer here and go for a strategy which tends to work into Charizard, which is walling it out with the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And just a singular Dusclops in play might have encouraged that decision.
Is it a tough choice whether or not we evolve this active end Zoroark? It would give you access to another trade and more draw, but it does open up Junior to have a nice Curse Blast knockout into a 2-prizer. Yeah, just going to stick with a Zorua and power up this Cornerstone instead, forcing possibly an extra piece out of Junior with potential counter catchers.
Well, I asked you at the beginning of this game, Joe, why is that Technical Machine Turbo Energize in the deck? And you mentioned the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and we've seen it be such a key part here, as that fighting energy is just a single copy in the deck, so hard to find unless you get it out with the Turbo Energize. On this occasion, will be set up once again, very similar to last game, but with a different board facing him down. And thanks to that TM evolution previously from Junior, able to just evolve straight into that Charizard and get swinging.
Yep, also the backup Charmeleon naturally coming into the hand from the fresh 6, given to him by Mateusz's Iono. Very handy. The Infernal Rain will be plucking a couple more Fire Energy out of the deck for free. Part of the reason why Charizard has been such a mainstay in our metagame since it was released. Not sure if we had any access to Pidgeot EX just yet. That's one of the final things Junior will still be hunting for this turn. Possibly has access to a supporter card to help him get there. Yep, does have Iono. So no guarantees just yet, but a reasonable shot. Let's see if we can try and find the stage 2 Pokemon again. The possibilities open up so much as soon as we access this stage 2 Pokemon. Also the possibility of fireworks with Curse Blast. There is the Pidgeot EX pickup, Mike. And you've got to be pleased with that one. I think there's also Ultra Ball in the hand as well, so there's a possibility of Curse Blast. We could quick search for Counter Catcher. We could Curse Blast into an end Zoroark.
So this
do the same
position
thing
looks
again.
really good for
Set
Junior.
that up, knock it out with a Burning Darkness.
In our previous top 8, we saw how powerful the Dust Noir was in combination with Dragapult. Not the same way it's utilized here, but the fact that it increases the damage output of the Charizard EX is such a powerful tool. Being able to knock your own Pokemon out, something we've seen throughout the history of Pokemon, seen in so many powerful archetypes. Something that's not intuitive to most is giving away prize cards is not normally the strategy. Here it will be, as
Super Rod taken as the quick search option. Looks like we're content just taking the single prize KO.
Okay.
Going to hold off on our Curse Blasters again. This now threatens the Cornerstone Ogerpon very effectively with the Dusclops and Duskull combination. Also with the Charmeleon on the bench. That if Mateus tries to target one, there's always the option to steal Curse Blast and Chi Yu. That could be brought out all in one turn via Infernal Rain. So again, Junior creating this board position where he's not that afraid of the Cornerstone Ogerpon. He's threatening it on 2 counts, whether or not Mateus tries to target down your ghost types or not. So just like he did in game number 2, put himself in this great position, and already it's head in hands for Mateus. How can he get out of this position?
Focus on getting out of the Dusclops.
Looking at so strong for Junior here.
If you get rid of the Dusclops here, there's no
an interesting match, and you can see exactly why these two decks have been brought in to counter the meta, but not to counter each other. They are trying to find a way to navigate the unusual circumstances.
And you have
of
counter
their
catcher here,
opposition.
so you counter catch up Dusclops.
And it is that ability to boss around targets, take out the Pidgeot.
Oh, he
and
want to
that
focus down
140
Pidgeot. That also makes
damage
sense.
into the Pidgeot EX seemed to be so perfect last game. But on this occasion, you're going to be worried about the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon being the target of a future knockout.
Yeah, Mateus kind of just has to go through this. It was painful in that second game. Didn't work out the way he wanted, but at the end of the day, it was an 9-0. It could easily have paid off, and we could be saying it was a 2-0 victory. So you still got to execute the plan you attempt. Set up and deal with this Pidgeot slowly over a couple of turns. Force Junior into this situation where they're using multiple Curse Blast. Try and find a way through this last Charizard. I think Junior, with the correct quick searching here, could be putting himself
that's
in
also a way
position,
to do it.
One of the beauties of decks
like
this, with that
the
quick search,
Pidgeot is
you
also
can choose
super fine to
any
get rid
card
of.
you want. So
I
it
just
is
think
really
here
in
you want to keep
control
your
of the
Dusk
user
or
how
your
these
Cornerstone
turns
alive.
pan out. We see a similar thing with Jewel Seeker and Noctowl. The best of our players able to create these high power turns, as now the quick search to be taking out a rare candy. There is an Ultra Ball in hand too, so maybe the double Dust Noir might be coming off here.
Wouldn't surprise me. Here we go. Looks like a couple Buddy Poffin is the discard from this Ultra Ball. You have to feel like Curse Blast is going to be looking devastating on this board.
But double Dust Noir still means
Noir
it's
coming into the hand.
2 prices to 4.
Not going to be happy about this situation.
No 3
right
prices
now.
to 4. That's
If there's
fine.
access to double Dust Noir, Junior's running away with this game. There we go. It's going to be the first Curse Blast here. You can then use Super Rod and Arven to recover and get access back to this Dust Noir. Really brilliantly executed from Junior this turn.
As far as I'm
Great
remembering, the
round.
maximum build is in the prices.
Yeah, that Curse Blast, 130 damage to any of your opponent's Pokemon, but you do give them a prize card, as we just saw Mateus taking the Turbo Energize technical machine. And now that Dusclops on the bench will be available to evolve this turn, as Junior has the ability to do so. It's really then, what is the turn after that? But with giving these prize cards away,
it's in hand, it's in hand.
Junior's in a great position to be also able to knock out an Enzarok with a maximum belt on the Charizard EX, so could be having a 4 prize turn right here.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. The Arven's a huge play.
Yeah, if you get a 4 price turn, there's no
So
way
much
Junior's
happening
getting back.
And the
Or
Charizard,
Mateus getting back.
it's undamaged. What can Mateus do to it?
Not much. I mean,
not much. Like, try and recover the Cornerstone and shove that again.
And once the Enzarok is in range of knockouts, you're really in a tough spot because you can't rely on getting damage on board and getting return knockouts with En's Reshiram's attack of Powerful Rage. And you can really see here, Mateus in a tough old spot. I guess he could find a way to wall out with the Ogerpon again in the future. But there we go, there's another knockout, the Curse Blast from Dust Noir. 2 of them back-to-back to knock out the walling Pokemon of Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And the Enzarok must be promoted, as they are the only Pokemon in play. Now a Charizard EX doing 240 damage plus 50 from that maximum belt ace spec.
Yeah, that maximum belt is making it work for Junior.
But Charizard, the perfect user of it, and you can see exactly why. 4 prize turn for Junior, putting him 1 step away from top 4 here at the World Championship.
Cornerstone Turo?
Just going to take a look at those.
Honestly, that could be the play. You put in Cornerstone, you Turo up your Zoroark and just...
It was like Cornerstone and...
Pray you can set it up.
Just hope that Junior can't find another way to get through it would be your only play. Mateus was debating whether or not to look to use the Night Stretcher on that previous turn. I think did end up playing it for a Darkness Energy. So it doesn't have easy access to that Pokemon again. Does have the Super Rod though.
Well, there we go. That Wellspring Mask Ogerpon hasn't seen any cards yet in this match from Junior that can deal with it. We know there is one solution, and that's that missed energy. But once that's committed to a Pokemon, another one can be brought up. So an interesting scenario. Is deck out even viable with how many cards have been drawn with Enzarok? Or is that just creating the time needed? There's so many things now to navigate, and we know Mateusz is a superb player at navigating these unusual win conditions. Will it be possible this turn?
There is Nest Ball, so it does have access to the Pokemon just shuffled in. It's going to be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. That corner, sorry, that Sob attack, I should say. Locking a Pokemon into place, denying that retreat. With the Arven as well. Junior has access to Quick Search next turn and the hand that he's holding on to. Not much in the way of disruption from Mateusz here. Will retreat into the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Has counter capture onto Pidgeot EX. Turn attachment of Darkness Energy. Also the Ends PP up coming down onto the Enzoroark on the bench. This is the only defense Mateusz has access to right now. Trying to buy time, just a little prod of 20. Coming over to Junior.
Okay, that's interesting.
Is there a way that we can close the game here, or is it just going to be missed energy pass? Already that puts a huge headache and huge pressure on Mateusz.
Well, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX featuring in many decks in the current format. We've seen it included in Flareon EX at this event, as well as many of those Terra archetypes utilizing the Sparkling Crystal, but never have we really seen it included in a deck without the ability to use Torrential Pump. We often see the Maractus using Corner in many of those situations, but Mateusz recognizing the Wellspring as a good option. Maybe that added
Turo.
HP, the 210 HP, a great way to do so. And now has that Pidgeot
Oh wait,
EX
does he not
locked in
have
the active
Turo?
spot. We mentioned the only way to get around this is to use the Mist Energy, which would deny the secondary effect of Sob.
It's a really important inclusion in the deck. You're not necessarily thinking about the corner or the Sob. Sometimes that comes into your thinking, but a lot of the reason why this card shows up is to protect yourself against
I honestly like this Sob
and some
block.
Phantom Dive damage counter placement. Those are the core reasons why the card's in the deck, but in this case, Junior's got to be happy that he's got access to it. It's also changing how this game is going to end up playing out here. Who is so close. He can taste top 4. Still 14 minutes on the clock. Just
So I think that it's
will
not
win him the game
100% certain Junior thinks about the Mist Energy.
Mateusz has no
Honestly,
way
I
of
think
dealing
a
with
lot
it.
of people will
He
forget
has
it
to
in
try
this
and
scenario
just
because it's
play around it for
so
as
high
long as
pressure.
possible. Junior take, yeah, go on.
The confidence to just go for a Sob, knowing that that is the only out in this scenario. When you haven't seen a lot of Junior's deck, he could play a Professor Turo scenario, he could play a switch card. There's so many cards that are available in many Charizard EX builds that could get you out of the scenario, but the Mist Energy on this occasion will be that option. It doesn't take effect right now, but next turn, if Mateusz were to attack into that Pidgeot EX, it would be able to retreat.
Mateusz, again, head in hands. He knows that his back is against the wall right now. Junior is inching closer to top 4.
You bring
Is
up
there
the
anything in the deck
Chameleon.
that can change the fortunes? Buddy pop in first of all. Let's have a look at the entire deck. Is there anything left? Such a ruthless competitor is going to think of every tiny avenue at this stage to keep in the game.
You have to
But
bring
Mist
up
Energy
Chameleon
won
here and then
hard
Sob
too
it.
much here.
You can get 2 Sobs off on it.
There is so many
After that, you
things
can
to think
take
about in
Clipper.
this moment, and so many of them hard to think of when you're under this kind of pressure, unfamiliar with the scenario, having to navigate it, check all those options, and I do
You focus on
feel like
Chameleon
Junior
first,
has
yeah, then you
presented
take up
too
Clipper.
much for Mateusz at this stage.
Yeah, great.
Bossing up that Charmeleon is great and all, but as soon as it evolves, it loses that secondary effect of the corner and would be able
Yeah.
to retreat, or maybe even just attack itself, and the energy going to be coming down.
Yeah.
And Mateusz
That
presents
was the only
fist.
option he
Junior
had.
will be going
Technically
through to
not,
the
he
top
could have
4
done
here
Clipper,
in
but-
Anaheim at the World Championship, one step
Yeah.
closer to becoming the world champion.
Phenomenal
made the
patient
right
play
play, but
from
that
Junior
was-
in games 2 and 3.
It was just
had to
too hard for
overcome
him.
some awkward prize cards in game number 1 and game number 2, let's not forget, with that maximum belt being in the prize cards. But this combination of 3 stage 2 Pokemon was too much for Mateusz's rogue build of Enzarowak to handle.
An innovator in the game. Many of us in the European region are very familiar with Mateusz, not only for winning regional, but for his innovation around decks like
But like his
Magnetic
Zorak
X
deck list,
and
it
that Viking
honestly
Bolt
looks
Palkia
really,
back in the
really
day.
nice.
Always one to watch out for, and on this occasion will have a top 8 Worlds finish to his name. But Junior looking to try and increase that number, go all the way to the final with Charizard EX, another archetype we were not expecting to see do as well as it has here at the World Championship. Irvind has shown why it's so good throughout the tournament, and now another competitor taking it all the way.
This game number
So
one,
Riley,
Mateus was strutting his
Shizuki,
stuff. He was given that window of opportunity
Junior, and
with the lone
Justin
pigeon
made it.
knockout,
So
and
2
was
Japanese
so
players,
careful
1
and decisive
Canadian,
of
and
where
1
he was
US.
targeting down the board, locking up the space for Junior.
We have a
Had to
Gardevoir,
commit
a
to
Gardevoir, a Charizard, we have a
knockout a couple
Dragapult, and
times
we have
over,
a...
and was given nothing from Ino. Going into that game number 2 in a
Raging
different
Bolt?
situation though, Junior
Yeah,
able to
Raging
not
Bolt,
only grab
Gardevoir,
mid-drop, but also
Charizard,
TM evolution to multiple
and
stage
Dragapult.
1s. Mateusz had to do a panic Ino and hope for the best,
As
but it was a
far
process of
as
his top
I'm
deck
aware,
that kept Junior in the race into
let's
this
look
game
at it.
3.
And it was
So I
that
think it's
Enzo
Riley
at
versus
280
Shizuki, so
HP, which
the
was able
Gardevoir
to
versus
survive
the
early turns of a Charizard EX, but as soon
Raging
as the
Bolt,
Dust Stars were
and
online
it will
for
be Junior versus
he was
Justin.
able to control that damage
So that will
output of
be
Burning
Charizard
Darkness
versus
alongside that maximum belt and that 4 prize
no
turn
wait.
in game 3.
Versus
put him
Raging
one
Bolt.
step away from
Will be
winning,
Gardevoir versus
and there
Raging
was
Bolt,
no
and it
way
will be
Mateusz could
Dragapult
sob his way
versus
to victory
Charizard.
as the Charizard EX evolving and taking the final knockout.
Incredible scenes there.
Most
EX,
likely.
What a pick it's been for this tournament. We knew that at the NAIC,
If Gardy can keep
players
up with
gained
its consistency
encouragement
engine, yeah, it
from
will be Gardy
Hernandez
versus
getting that victory in the seniors division, and now
But
seems
if
like those
Poltbusk
who are
has
already
bad
confident
set
with
off,
the deck, like
Charizard will
Oyvind
win easily.
and Junior picking up a list, shoving in an extra stage 2 line, mind you, into the deck, are having a phenomenal run this tournament, Mike. Quick search, phenomenal ability. Charizard has inevitability into the late game, and Dustovar can help you get there a little bit faster.
Yeah, we've got such a powerful
But
format
yeah,
where so many
Pult
cards can
and
be utilized to
Gardy
consistently
should be the
fulfill your
finals.
goal. We have
I think.
3 stage 2s in that deck with
I still
Dustovar,
find that
Pidgeot
crazy,
EX
by the
and
way.
Charizard EX. The fact that they all work so well together, and typically not through rare candies. We're using TM evolutions and evolutions throughout the game. It just shows you how powerful something like Pidgeot EX is. Once it's online, you can tutor out exactly what you need. So an amazing recognition that the combination of those 3 stage 2s in combination can take down the format. And
Oh,
that
so-
fire
so
type,
am I,
you get
so
to
am I.
use the Chi-Yu whenever
I
you see
have a
golden
plan
go,
for what I want
and
to
that's
try to
definitely
do
been
with
a
one of
factor
my
for
decks.
Charizard.
100%. That's a fantastic basic
I will
Pokemon
try
with a single
look
prizer that can
at
offset that
Iron's
trade.
list.
We know that
Use
Charizard
this
can
core
happily take a
lineup
single prize
as a
knockout
main
well, 'cause
part
it
of
has
my
access
King
to
Doll
Briar,
list.
and Golden Go's an archetype that doesn't
And
typically
just
play
change
much
the
hand
Pokemon
destruction
just
at
a little
all,
bit.
especially when there's quick search available as well. You can make that Briar combination
change
come
a
together
few
very
supports, but not a
nicely.
lot.
And Chi-Yu's a nuisance. Like, Golden Go
Wait,
does not want to take
this-
that Pokemon out as a single prize Pokemon.
This got
Doesn't really
damage?
want to go around it multiple times.
yeah,
It's just such a nuisance, and it's part of the reason why Charizard's had a phenomenal weekend.
Well, enough about the fiery
Because
fish.
my
Let's talk a bit more about how this tournament is going.
Pidgeot
We're
is
in day 2
already
right now. Yesterday we had a load of Swiss rounds,
It's
and we
already
concluded the
really
11th
similar to
today
Charizard
to
list
find out
with a
who was
2-2
in
line of
our
Pidgeot
bracket, and now we get
Giga.
to see how that single
And
elimination
I have
bracket
thought for a while
has
about
played
adding the
out.
Dusknoir.
I know a lot of you have
so-
been following throughout the day. You will have seen 3 now of our top 8 games, but there is one that concluded off stream, and it is Irvind who's been knocked out. The storyline we were following throughout the tournament with Charizard EX, those hysterical interviews to share his storyline, and unfortunately knocked out by our NAIC finalist, Riley. What a player he is and has shown why. But Gardevoir EX taking down Charizard EX.
You have to say it's an upset. Oyvind has been public enemy #1. He's been the top of our standings at the end of day 1, doing so well throughout day #2.
This sounds
Going
like
into
the
that top cut, not having
storyline
to
with
worry about the asymmetrical, go straight into top 8, up against Gardevoir,
What
the
is his
only one in the
name?
field.
Jesse
You feel
Parker
like he would have
last
been
year?
rubbing his hands. But Riley,
where Jesse Parker went
being able
undefeated
to overcome the matchup, going 2-1.
and met
And
the
once
Iron
again,
Fawns instead of
so close to another
Rich
finals,
Draco
back-to-back
because
finals
of
from the NAIC,
some
the largest
stuff I say about
NAIC
it.
with Gardevoir. Gardevoir EX gained new cards from this expansion, but was public enemy #1. He then hit the Charizard in top cut. You'd think, especially against Oyvind, who's been so confident, such a swagger about him this tournament, being able to overcome that player, making it into the semi-finals is so incredible.
I mean, this is the tournament where we get to see the whole Scarlet and Violet era.
But the
of
big
the Pokemon
question is
TCG
how
in
much
action.
metal energy
Base
does
set all the way through to the Black Bolt and White Flare. Gardevoir EX is one of
Golden
the
Goal
longest standing
run now.
archetypes we've had, coming out right at the beginning of that Scarlet and Violet era, and it has gained so many options throughout the years, and it is trying to finally win a World Championship. Unable to do so in any of the age divisions across the last 2 Worlds, it was legal, and is going to try and do it here, piloted by Riley in the Masters division. And like you mentioned, what an achievement that is for him, finishing the season incredibly strong with that memorable moment, the pass that everyone, the pass heard around the world, you could say, and Riley trying to really make a statement as to why they're a player to watch at this tournament.
Yeah, they've already been world recognized just a few weeks ago at the NAIC. That pass, as you said, it was such a cute play. And
I turned up to locals, people saying, "Did you see the pass?"
See the pass? You know, I pass all the time. No one rewards me for it like that. That's incredible. Even Tord was thrown off kilter. That shows how great of a play it truly was. In such a pressure cooker as well, against the best player of all time, heading into the finals of the NAIC, based off of that choice as well.
So we have
Absolutely
2 games
phenomenal
left.
seasons, again, making it to a semi-finals. They've earned their right to be here, overcoming Oyvind in a very tough matchup. And that's going to be the top 4 match that we're going to be following first. And they're just about ready. So we're going to toss over to a break, and then we're getting into some top 4 Masters action for the World Championships.
It's a Saturday morning in 1998. You're curled up on the couch with your favorite blanket and a bowl of cereal. Your Game Boy's right next to you, and you turn it on, and what do you see? You see some stars flash by the screen, but then a Gengar and a Nidorino take the stage. They engage each other in battle, and then you're off on your own Pokemon journey. This is the start of many Pokemon trainers here at the World Championships this weekend. Gengar versus Nidorino. That's all it needed back in Pokemon Red and Blue. It was the first thing you saw when you turned on the game, and it's honestly the first thing you think of when you think of
But
those
like
games
honestly,
all the
these
way
deck
back
lists
in
are also very
1998.
innovative,
And
a
I
lot
don't
of them.
know about you
So
Pokemon trainers, but if it wasn't for those battles back then, I don't think I'd be where I'd be here today without them. So shout outs to the OGs, shout outs to the original games, and shout outs to those battles. You
So
can
yeah,
see,
are you also
cool
playing
sites
like
this
competitive
and
events
more
or
here at the Pokemon
only
World
watching them for
Championships,
now?
honoring the history of all our incredible battles. So if you're here in the hall, make sure to take a look, and if you're at home, well, we'll bring you more of that history later on.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson again, hanging out in Anaheim, California. We're here for the Pokemon World Championships in 2025. We're here at the Collect and Trade Corner, a special event activation area. And I'm joined
because
by
personally, like
staff
I'm
member Bobo.
playing a
Bobo, can
bit
you give us an
competitively as
overview of
well.
what trainers have to
But I
expect
think
here at
like
the
this
Collect and
year
Trade
we'll
Corner?
go more for it and try to get to a few league cups, get to some regionals, take my first few wins. If I can make a day 2 in a regional, I will be more than happy with that. Top 28 or top 64, and I'm super ecstatic about it.
There's a lot of camaraderie here. We even got some quick trade stations where you can trade quickly. If you and your buddy just got a binder, want to do a quick trade, boom, we got you covered. So it's a really unique area, a lot of fun, and a lot of cool stuff in there too.
Yeah, it sounds exciting. Is there a specific card or memorabilia item that you've seen that stood out to you?
Totally. So I've never seen it in real life before. There's this Japanese Gengar from the early 2000s that you could only get by mailing a card I believe it was Nintendo, and they would send you back a Gengar. Absolutely crazy looking card. Very, very rare. Super cool to see in there.
All right. Well, let's go take a look and see if we can see that card in others.
He is talking about the Mikiyasaki, I think it's called, where I traded in a Honda and a Bills PC to get back the Gengar.
Well, that was awesome. So many Pokemon card and collectibles, especially rare items that I've never seen before. But I have a special opportunity here. We have a special guest that just walked by and is joining us. It's content creator, The Cruise Ship. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, my name is Tom Cruise. Channel name is The Cruise Ship. And I'm just a Pokemon Go content creator that loves playing Go Battle League and collecting shinies.
Well, it's great running into you. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing so far here at Worlds?
Just absorbing all the sites, meeting everyone from all over the world. It's been fun. Seeing all the other content creators that I've followed and watched, and battlers as well. Seeing them in person, people who've given me tips. You've given me a lot of tips in Go Battle League. So yeah, the opening ceremony was awesome. Got some good breakfast and just enjoying the time.
Well, you may have noticed we are at the Collect and Trade Corner. I had a special request for you, Tom.
Oh, what's this?
Would you be willing to trade Lunatones with me?
Absolutely not. No. Yeah, of course. Of course, I would love to. I need more Lunatones. I'm trying to take as many, so.
All right, let's go ahead and do it.
So we just traded a Lunatone for a Lunatone.
All right, well, hey, didn't turn out exactly how we expected, Tom, but hey, that's life sometimes, right? We're going to be hanging out a little bit longer, trying to trade for an even better Lunatone, but make sure you guys stick around. We got more battles still to come.
Make sure you catch all the action.
Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
It's just insane to see how these two players are trying to battle it out. But yeah, this also shows like why it's super important to play a deck that you're confident in.
And then there were 4. That's the number of players remaining here at the Pokémon World Championships for the trading card game. Their names, Junya Tanaka, Justin Newdorf, and our feature match. First up on the top 4 docket, Riley McKay up against Shizuki Nakagawa. This is going to be an excellent top 4 bracket.
It is, and it is going to be a Japan-North America face-off in both cases. Canada against Japan and Japan against the US for our other top 4 feature match. But we are going to go ahead and start off, with Shizuki against Riley. Riley taking down Oivin in what is arguably a pretty unfavorable matchup in top 8. That was the one top 8 match we didn't have on stream. I recall Kyle telling us, reporting kind of in the chat, that it was a bit of a crazy one.
Crazy indeed, and this is, what Riley's been doing over these last couple of events. Surprised the entire world with his finalist placement at the North American International Championships, showing that that was not a one-time fluke, running it back to a top 4 and potentially even greater finish. Shizuki, definitely the underdog in this spot. Only has placements on the City League local level. Those what those are, tournaments that happen in Japan. Maximum of 60 people. This tournament was a lot bigger than that and filled with a lot more talent. He's trying to prove that he has what it takes to be the very best.
Like no one ever was.
Absolutely. So here's the matchup we have for you folks today. Raging Bolt versus Gardevoir. Tried and true. Nothing we haven't seen before. Both players have options and tools at their disposal. Many different things can change the tide very quickly. You never like to see that card in the prizes.
Oh no, definitely
It is that secret box, and over on Shizuki's side does have that Latias EX prize. That's a very useful tool against some of the shenanigans Riley can do with something like the Screamtail and Squawkabilly, which can always be a bailout, unavailable as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Squawkabilly in this variant specifically, because we see that some of the players who are sometimes playing the version with this Noctowl engine, of course, with the Jewel Seeker, opt to cut the Squawkabilly. It's something you tend to see more in the Turbo variants, but as a bailout option turn 1 can still be very handy, so makes sense to see it here. Unfortunately for Shizuki, not going to be able to access it in this game.
The tension is building up. The winner of this match will compete tomorrow in our arena for Championship Sunday. Let's get things underway. Masters Division, top 4A.
Four of these players are going to make it to Worlds
Let's
next
see
year.
the starts. Who's going first? There is no better feeling in the Pokemon TCG right now than starting your one of Ditto and using that ability, transformative start, to get any Pokemon you so choose out of your deck.
Yeah, not just any start, the start of the transformative variety. On the first turn of the game, if it's in the active spot, you can send it to the discard pile and replace it with any basic Pokemon from your deck. So you can pick the perfect starter Pokemon for whatever's in your hand. So if you've got a Fan Rotom already, you can grab like one of your EXs or the other way around. It's such a great thing to start with, so flexible, and extra benefit as well in this variant of the deck, because you can go ahead and search it with that Fan Rotom. It can be a way to search for a Teal Mask Ogerpon to enable your engine, even if you don't have a Nest Ball in hand.
Looks like there are a couple other basic Pokemon in the hand here for Suzuki, so I'm interested to see what this transforms into. And I like this a lot here. Understands the importance of that Raging Bolt with the Thunderburst Storm, and even has just the Fan Rotom in hand. So we're going to see an excellent start here for Suzuki. Picture perfect. A bunch of these Pokemon down. The Hoot getting that Jewel Seeker ready for next turn, and even a Noctowl if there isn't one already in the hand.
Yeah, really nice setup, but yeah, it looks like either one already in the hand and one is to get another one, or just wanted to get that first one there. Good to have one in reserve, even if you do end up getting hit with an INO, you know, at least then you have 3 more in the deck you can go for, or I guess, or is it 2 more in the case of a Shizuki? Yeah, playing the free line there. Either way, got to be feeling pretty good about his start here.
Is a Teal Mask Ogerpon in the hand? I think we'll most likely see that come down. Just protects against it from Iono eventually happening. There is a Grass Energy too, and importantly, the turn 1 attachment, very crucial onto that baby Raging Bolt.
This is pretty much as ideal a start as you could ask for if you're playing Raging Bolt against Gardevoir. As we've talked about a couple of times already, with that Thunderburst Storm attack, the Raging Bolt can really do a little bit of control on Gardevoir's side of the field in terms of being able to knock out any Rolts on the bench, because 1 energy already on there, that's 30 damage you can do to something. You can get 2 more on with a manual attachment and something like a Crispin or a Professor Sarda's Vitality. Suddenly you're doing 90 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that is enough.
And I think this is just a straight Gardevoir list.
See how Riley can respond to pretty threatening board setup so far from Suzuki. No better way than just to get rid of some energy cards from your hand with the Earthen Vessel and search the deck. Gonna take this opportunity to check the prize cards, see what's available. We'll note, of course, that Secret Box is in the prize cards, and there is a 4/4 Monkey Dory line in this. So even though a Dark Energy is prized, we're going to be seeing some monkey business in this top 4.
We're seeing a lot of monkey business, and to be fair, monkey business is what has gotten Riley through so many tournaments and top cuts that we've seen already, so no surprise that he wants to go with his full complement of 4. I mean, if Adrenabrain wins games, surely more Adrenabrain just wins even more games. That would be the logic, right?
Absolutely, and this is an interesting choice here. Off that Earthen Vessel, choosing to not grab any Darkness Energy. I actually wouldn't mind to see, usually early on in this deck, you want to use the Psychic Energy on these Monkey Dory, so TM Evo, and then you can retreat it off. However, Shizuki's kind of, you know, projecting a very clear use of that Thunderbolt Storm onto a benched Kirlia once it gets evolved. So I would really potentially like to see that Dark Energy come down into the active, because you essentially give your opponent a little bit of a more difficult ultimatum in which you're okay with both of the options. And there it is. Arven will guarantee that Technical Machine evolution, as well as another Earthen Vessel. So Riley may actually be planning to do exactly that and put the Darkness Energy on. Has enough basic Pokemon to not need to grab something like a Nest Ball off of this search.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to work out for him, and very important to get both of them down as well, because with that threat of the Raging Bolt established, if you only get 1 Rolts down, you know, and even if you evolve it into Kirlia, it won't have enough HP to survive a Thunderburst Storm. So very, very smart here that Riley's able to put this together just to protect himself from a really disruptive Thunderburst Storm.
Both Kirlia in the deck, and immediately evolved thanks to
That's
the Technical
amazing.
Machine evolution. Picture perfect start for both of these players. It now comes down to how the dynamic of these 1 and 2 prize Pokemon interacting with each other is really going to have an effect. A big note between the changes that Riley has made now versus what he had played at NAIC. There is no longer that Shaman in play. Shaman is no longer in Riley's deck list. He's made a couple changes, maybe taken a little bit of inspiration from Isaiah Bradner playing that 4th Monkey Dory. That means the Thunderburst Storm is going to be able to have a lot more control in terms of targeting these bench Pokemon on Riley's side.
Yeah, a lot of the times, one of the main reasons behind playing that Shaman, there is other stuff as well, of course, but that Thunderburst Storm is one of the big things you're scared of. So I guess Riley taking the decision that that deck slot is more worth it as something else, even if it does mean that this Raging Bolt can start to pick up some prizes in the early game, because eventually you can deal with it, and it's not like you can consistently, or at least easily consistently, hit back-to-back with it, and just deciding that other matchups are more worth considering.
Action now on Shizuki. We'll start things out with Earthen Vessel. I was considering what should be played first. It will be Earthen Vessel down, now comes the tough part. A lot of solid choices in terms of, you know, cards that you want to keep in hand. We'll have to get rid of Pheasantipity. There is that Night Stretcher at the top of the prize card, so you will have a little bit less access to recovery down the line, though there really hasn't been anything too disruptive in terms of resources being discarded. Squawkabilly has not been used. It will not be used this game. So we see Lightning and Fighting put to the hand. And now the question becomes, are you going to commit more to this? And it looks like just grabbing that as fodder for the Professor Sada, and we'll most likely see Raging Bolt EX come down into play, so that Vitality from Professor Sada can power up both of these ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, so Professor Sada's Vitality, really the engine that makes this deck,
But he needs 3 energies onto active.
So say that 3 times fast, but it is when you play it, you can choose up to 2 of your ancient Pokemon, attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to each of them, and then if you attach any energy this way, you draw 3 cards. So it's energy acceleration, it's draw power, it's what makes this deck as strong as it is.
So there it is, Lightning Energy onto this active Pokemon, Fighting to the bench, 3 additional cards drawn. I've not seen something like a Teal Dance yet. Grass Energy in hand means that is an option. However, gotta wonder if that last energy card still needs to be put onto this active Pokemon, since right now that Thunderburst Storm doing 30 damage for each energy attached to it, and I think making a smart choice here, not gonna try and risk it off the 1 draw. Gonna go ahead and use that Thunderburst Storm, 30 damage snipe for each energy attached to that Pokemon. Perfect math. Curlia goes down. We'll see how Riley responds. Earthen Vessel is a great way to start, since if you weren't attaching dark energies before, you're definitely going to want to now.
Yeah, it's easy to tunnel vision, right? When you're thinking, oh, of course, I can use Teal Dance, I can draw another card, but very sensibly realizing, nope, I need to guarantee this energy attachment to make sure I can KO this Curlia. So no, not falling victim to like the tunnel vision trap that we have seen happen sometimes on stream.
Will be the Darkness Energy paired with a Psychic Energy. So 2 energy already in the discard pile, plus the energy off the Monkey Dory can retreat. So even something like Gardevoir EX this turn, pending, you know, the resources available. We know it is in the hand and will get evolved. So here we go. We'll see exactly what choice Riley wants to make in terms of, you know, committing cards. Understands the Technical Machine Devolution's getting no value in this matchup. Wants to just get it out of the hand, get it out of the deck, and playing Iono. So both players shuffle their hands, put them to the bottom, and each will draw cards based off how many prizes they have left. Riley 6, Shizuki 5 cards.
And it's a pretty decent 6 from Riley there. Another Psychic Energy to get into the discard pile. Monkey Dory as well. We do see that Rare Candy. Of course, I don't really need that anymore, given that you're able to get the Gardevoir out. So can go ahead and use that as a very easy discard fodder, I suppose. But just going to go ahead and discard the, it looks like a Monkey Dory and a Psychic Energy.
It is the Monkey Dory, prioritizing keeping the Rare Candy for later on. You never know when your Gardevoir is going to get knocked out. So a little bit of a tough choice. You need to keep the Iono. You want to keep the Dark Energy down the line. So Monkey Dory will be the choice. That means, you know, may take a little bit more effort to get a second Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain online. And with Screamtail being grabbed, Freya, now snipe damage anywhere. Is there a specific target you think would be best in a spot like this?
I mean, Hoot feels pretty good, right? It just cuts off a Jewel Seeker access option for Shizuki, and Jewel Seeker is really what makes this deck run as smoothly as it does. So yeah, I like hitting the Hoot here, just to take this out, and then you're not really worried anymore about Jewel Seeker next turn.
Yeah, this is interesting. I potentially would like to see an extra energy be Psychic Embraced onto this Screamtail. There's a decent chance that this Gardevoir EX can get knocked out this turn. So just being able to put an extra energy so that no matter what, you can take another snipe KO is never a bad option. This also works as well. Put some damage counters onto this Gardevoir and slowly set up this line in the matchup where you're going to use Adrenabrain over time to tick damage up on the Fan Rotom, and assuming it's not discarded in some factor, you can essentially take a free KO down the line once you're using enough of these Adrenabrain abilities.
Yeah, just that 1 damage there, all that's needed, because then 2 more Adrenabrains for 30 will fetch the KO on that Fan Rotom later on. So very clever maths from Riley there, showing why he's as experienced and proficient with this Gardevoir deck as he has already proven to be through the wins he's already achieved. Earthen Vessel now being fired off for Shizuki. Discarding that Koraidon. Not going to be a great attacker in this matchup, so makes a lot of sense to get rid of that. Fetches a Lightning Energy. That's going to fill the rest of the attack cost for the Raging Bolt EX. And another Grass Energy to keep the Teal Dance chain going.
And this is now an interesting spot for Shizuki. You're kind of at a crossroads here in what you want to do. Do you go after Gardevoir EX? There's no Ralts in play, so Psychic Embrace is not a threat the following turn. Or do you continue to try and use this Thunderburst Storm and even consider do I attach another energy to this active and KO the Monkey Dory? If I can shut off Adrenabrain, then this extra prize the Fan Rotom could be providing down the line may not be an option. And with that not being a factor in the prize trade, I could very well be ahead if I save my resources well enough.
I do like a Thunderburst on the Monkey Dory here. We were just talking about what a powerful ability it is and how it really is the make or break factor for Gardevoir being as strong as it is. So why not just take it out, deny that extra Adrenabrain option, because you can't get more Adrenabrain, more than one Adrenabrain online each turn. So taking out Monkey Dory does mean there's an extra 30 damage that can't be moved across as the game goes on.
So Nest Ball, the item being played right now for Shizuki's just going to go and check how he can manage this bench. We have not seen an Area 0 come down yet. So, you know, the big advantage of playing this Teal Mask in the deck is not only to accelerate those energy cards, but also with the help of that Area 0 Underdepths, you would get to extend your bench by 3 Pokemon, which really makes a big difference once you factor in a lot of these support Pokemon. We'll see another Raging Bolt get benched, and there is the Crispin. So we'll see, you know, at this point, if Shizuki does not have something like a Prime Catcher this turn, it seems almost certain we'll see that 4th energy come down into the active. So there is the Grass and Lightning. Grass can come to hand. We're actually going to see the Lightning energy accelerated, so no attachment just yet, so we won't count options out, but just wants to prepare these Raging Bolts just in case there's a counter catcher. And the biggest card of this matchup, Lily's Clefairy, that changes the entire dynamic of how one-hit KOs can go.
Yeah, absolutely does. We were talking in Shizuki's top 8 game about how making sure you have multiple Raging Bolt EX ready with at least one energy on so that you can power one up and use another supporter while still being able to use Bellowing Thunder makes a huge difference. So Shizuki being a little bit proactive with that, keeping that in mind, yeah, having one energy on each of the Raging Bolt EX keeps his options open so that he knows that maybe if there's a turn where he really needs to use boss's orders, he can do that and still take a knockout without having to worry about committing his supporter to being Asada's Vitality.
I'm just debating where to put the energy for turn. He's thinking about it. I think I like this play, Shizuki.
I think
Get
it's the
this
move.
energy here. He's debating. I mean, the value in KOing Screamtail, it just, you know, for the cost of an extra energy being put in play, it really just feels like it's 100% worth it. So we'll do that exact play. Monkey Dory goes down. Raging Bolt taking off the prize cards. Shizuki regains the lead. Riley is left with just a few cards to navigate, but does top deck the other Monkey Dory.
Oh my goodness.
That is exactly what you want to see. So not getting punished at all for discarding that off the Ultra Ball, will be rewarded by the best possible top deck, another Adrenabrain online, and also going to disrupt Shizuki now down to just 4 cards. And a big reminder, no Hoot Hoot in play, and there's no Area 0 Underdepth. So some of those options for Shizuki at this point are a little bit off the table and being shut down currently.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for Shizuki to try and navigate this with such a low hand card size, and as you already mentioned, no access to any Jewel Seeker. I think it's important to mention as well for Shizuki, I think he was always going to do an attack on the Monkey Dory. I think he was debating which energy to attach onto the active, because there was a Lightning and a Grass in hand. Opting to go for the Grass instead, yes, it means that you can't use it for Teal Dance later, but it means you have one more Fighting or Lightning energy in deck to power up one of these 2 Raging Bolts, which I think, in my eyes, is more important to preserve.
Artisan being played by Riley just gets to search through the deck, see if there is basic Pokemon that is worth being benched. The last Monkey Dory available is in the hand, right? We have 2 in the discard pile. Last one is in hand for Riley, but I'm not really sure there's a whole lot else going on in terms of supporters. So at some point, may have to consider if it's worth putting a liability in play, like the Pheasantipity, just to draw a couple more cards, is going to actually just fail the Artisan. So just putting it into play, not using it, and deciding if there's, you know, maybe better Pokemon to use for those bench slots. One of those will be the Night Stretcher for the Ralts. There is one in the prizes, so unable to search that last one out. Psychic Embrace number 3 used onto the Scream Sail, so it's now doing 120 damage. And I think it's finally time to take care of this Raging Bolt. It's got way too many energies on it. With that Adrenabrain, perfect math for the KO, as Riley ties things up 4-4. Shizuki, though, still in the driver's seat, and you've always got to keep tabs of what resources are available, mainly that Prime Catcher, because it means that same turn you can power a Pokemon up, you can also deal big damage to one of those EXs in play.
Yeah, that's one of the 2 ways to make it so that you can get an attack going whilst also gusting at the same time. Either make your gusting an item card, that being the Prime Catcher, or prepare yourself by being able to use boss's orders by preempting energy attachments onto your Raging Bolts. Either way works.
So here you take out the Hoot Hoot if possible?
Now, at least, if you do need to make use of that Sada that's 3 extra cards drawn, maybe use that to find the Prime Catcher, but there's no doubt about it. This turn, Shizuki wants to target down that Gardevoir EX no matter what.
We'll start getting the Hoot Hoot down. Now is a better time, right? The Scream Tail from here on out may not have as much value as Riley could be a little bit more concerned with just trying to go 2-2 from here to take the last 4 prizes. And here we go, Professor Sada's Vitality. Big turn here for Shizuki. If Shizuki can find this Prime Catcher, it seems like the prime opportunity to just go after Gardevoir EX, knock it out, and then from there, if Riley ever wants to put Gardevoir EX into play again, it then becomes a risk to be KO'd on the following turn. So
I see what you did there, and I appreciate it.
a little, you know, I got to sneak in a little bit of fun here for this finals match. It's you know, a little bit straightforward, but these things are still important. So we've yet to see the teal dance. So if there's ever a one time, if you're ever going to use your one time, this is pretty solid.
That's it. What was that? No, not quite. Now with the Area Zero Underdepths in play, you can go ahead and bench a sick Pokemon, that being the second Teal Mask Ogerpon, another Teal Dance, but looks like just finds another Grass Energy, or was it an Ogerpon? Either way, neither of those are Prime Catcher.
Another Ogerpon, so look, you're flooding the board with more energy cards, always useful down the line later, but you know, the still big piece is missing. If you push yourself to 3 prize cards, Riley is in a very realistic way to win, especially if this Monkey Dory is not going to be contested, since even as soon as this turn, Fan Rotom can be KO'd.
Yeah, it absolutely can. So you really have to bear that in mind. Oh, but here we see the Chen Pao coming in with that snow sync ability, can discard any stadium
most likely
play,
just taking out
and you can use this. It's a great way to clear stuff off your board. And more importantly, we were just talking about moving the damage over with the Adrenabrain. Well, the one way to prevent that, just discard that Fan Rotom.
Yeah, absolutely. Understands giving up easy free prizes in this matchup is not going to cut it if you're trying to take down a powerhouse like Gardevoir EX. The other question now becomes, what other Pokemon are you going to discard? Noctowl is probably the easy option. And you can just discard the Chien Pao. So, you know, it seems pretty standard, pretty content. But actually, instead, it's just going to go in with the Fan Rotom, take the KO. So, I mean, sure, you're putting up a one-prize Pokemon, but if your opponent just has the ability to use 2 Adrenabrains this turn, they can forcefully KO this active, and then no matter what you promote, it feels like they're still going to have a good line, especially with something like Night Stretcher to bring back the Screamtail, KO the Hoot Hoot. I have to wonder here for Shizuki, is he thinking this far ahead, or really just trying to use one-prize Pokemon when it doesn't necessarily make the most sense? It's tough, though. There's a lot of things you have to balance in a situation like this.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I'm sure there's something, there's a game plan in mind that Shizuki's considering that perhaps we're just missing right now. So we'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out. In the meantime, we are over back to Riley, who discards a Rare Candy with that Earthen Vessel, finds 2 more Psychic Energy, and gets him straight into bin with that Ultra Ball. So that discard pile is very nicely set up with a bunch of Psychic Energy for all the Psychic Embrace that Riley might want.
So currently looks like no Dark Energy in the hand. I could have potentially actually grabbed one off of the... This is really interesting, because there was the Earthen Vessel and the Super Rod in hand, so decided to use Earthen Vessel before Super Rodding these Pokemon back in, thus meaning there may actually not be a Dark Energy to have grabbed out of the deck. And I feel with already having the Monkey Dory...
There was 2, so one shuffled that in, but there's definitely another one in the deck there. So yeah, that's, I think just valuing setting up the Psychic Energy in the discard pile more.
Interesting choice. Does not want to set up the second Monkey Dory. This may mean that the Fan Rotom is the target of choice for a KO. Does not need to put more damage counters on these Pokemon, as interestingly enough, to draw 3, we're not going to see Pheasantipity do its job, but instead the Mew EX restart to fill the hand up. 1 open bench space. What are the 3 cards? Oh
my goodness. Professor's Research, the last part of the restart.
No doubt.
What a draw.
Crazy plot armor here for Riley. It seems that whenever he needs cards to come into his favor, they magically appear. There's the Artisan, so gonna actually bump this stadium, and this is a little bit awkward, you know, coming from this point, because again, you're not discarding the Fan Rotom. We'll see the Professor's Research be played. 7 fresh cards drawn. Have to really be looking for a Darkness Energy, and does find the Dark Energy, as well as the Ultra Ball, but doesn't even need it,
and
because again, that Screamtail was shuffled back into the deck thanks to Super Rod, and the Artisan can grab it if it has not been used yet.
He counter catches up Hoot Hoot.
Yeah, so really great find there from Riley. The Professor's Research at the perfect time off of that restart. Now we're going to see the Artisan being fired off, and you got to imagine it's going to be for the Screamtail here.
Yeah, it could be for the Screamtail, but honestly, in this spot, if you can just take a KO using the Lily's Clefairy, while also taking a KO with Adrenabrain on the Fan Rotom, what's that really do? Did we just see... that's not how the card works, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, hold on a second.
all right. We're going to see this fail Ultra Ball, and this is exactly what I was talking about. If you can just use this Lily's Clefairy to hit Raging Bolt for weakness, take a 2-prize KO, and then use this 2 Adrenabrain abilities to KO the Fan Rotom as well, you can essentially check checkmate the game because of that Hoot Hoot being on the bench. You're just a screen tail snipe away from winning the game. Riley's going to do exactly that here.
There it is. Counter Catcher going to bring up that Raging Bolt to EX. So with the Lily's Clefairy down, of course, its ability makes all Dragon-type Pokemon have Psychic weakness. So you can come in with that. And the Full Moon Rondo is going to get the KO on this Raging Bolt and leave Riley just 2 prize cards away from winning this first game.
We'll have to use one more Psychic Embrace to push this Gardevoir up to 4 damage counters so that 3 can be moved off of each. Still has plenty of energy in the discard pile and smartly bringing up the Lily's Clefairy, understanding that it's a much easier Pokemon to navigate next turn without having compared to, this line needing you to use Psychic Embrace. We'll see the KO. Great sequencing here from Riley. Double Adrenabrain. Fan Rotom goes down. And now this Full Moon Rondo, thanks to that Fairy Zone ability, will do more than enough damage to KO this Raging Bolt EX and put Riley just one prize card away from winning game number 1.
And finds the secret box off of the prizes as well. So just so many great gas cards that even if Shizuki is able to find as one of Iono, Riley has a lot of outs to just play this out and to close this last prize that he needs.
And now if you're in Shizuki's spot, what do you do here? You're sitting on the ability to use 1 Jewel Seeker. If you don't remove this Stadium in play and the Noctowl, then the game is just on board here for Riley, assuming you can't KO the Gardevoir EX. And even if you do KO the Gardevoir EX, it does not matter. Riley will just re-promote this Lily's Clefairy EX. It's already powered up, and the Raging Bolt will go down 100%. It seems there's no better option here for Shizuki to take either a KO onto this active or somehow try and target a different Pokemon, but it seems no matter what decision
will
he
lose
makes,
this game.
if this Hoot Hoot stays in play, it's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, it's no matter what, it's not a good place to be. And we do see there the Jewel Seeker. You've got to imagine that Shizuki's going to be searching Iono here. But even with that, I mean, yeah, what do you do in this situation? You know, it is basically a checkmate board scenario staring down, and that's not a good position to be in.
Yeah, maybe your best play is to just go after the Lily's Clefairy and play Iono. That way you at least force your opponent to have either the, Nest Ball or way to search out the Screamtail or a Night Stretcher to bring it back, the Lily's Clefairy back, that is, so you can hit the weakness. But at that same point, I think that actually is still just checkmate, right? We can't forget that you can always use that genome hacking to copy to copy Bellowing Thunder. So I really do wonder here for Shizuki, you're kind of just leaving your opponent with game on board if you, play Iono and KO this active.
Yeah, Bellowing Thunder does not care which type of basic energy that you retreat, or rather they discard in order to use it. So yeah, if you just bring up the Mew EX, put a bunch of energy on the side of the field, you can just go ahead and take KO genome hacking on the Raging Bolt.
Seems that Riley has piloted this well, has built his board up, so essentially no matter what, he can be in a super solid spot. Now, Prime Catcher is found, so Shizuki's maybe got to think about how this works, but it's just going to kind of fall right into the trap. UEX can be promoted. Genome hacking is going to finish things out in style, as Riley will just use all these Psychic Embrace abilities, flood the board with energy cards, and we're going to see a Bellowing Thunder. Raikou getting a taste, Raging Bolt getting a taste of its own medicine here.
That's so
taking
sick
a
to see.
big Bellowing Thunder and putting Riley just 1 game away from making it to another finals.
That's also one of the reasons
back-to-back
is
major
so
tournaments.
amazing.
Wow, and this is
you can also do it with Dragapult,
whilst the Raging Bolt deck does have options
then,
against Gardevoir with that single prize Raging Bolt. This is why in general it is such a tough matchup, because the Lily's Clefairy swings things so much. When you're taking 2 prize knockouts with a single prize, or even if it's just trade for trade, you just have so many options to deal with this Raging Bolt deck, and it's a really tough position if you're the Raging Bolt player in this matchup, and Riley's just demonstrated why massively in that game.
Let's take a look back at that game. Riley had an Suzuki had an excellent start, was just building up the board, using the early Thunderburst Storm, but Riley also just never faltered, and that seems to be the big point in this matchup. If both players do exactly what they want to do, it's really hard for Gardevoir to find a way to lose these games.
Yeah, what the Raging Bolt player really needs is to have a setup like Shizuki did, but then the Gardevoir player needs to miss beats, and even with Shizuki doing exactly what he needed to do, as you said, Riley just never missed a beat. Always had the right answer. Very cleverly manipulated the mass with the fan Rotom, so that later on Adrenabrain can take a KO. And even though there was an Iono at the end for Shizuki, setting up the checkmate board state so that the Mew could just come in at the end with the genome hacking, and that was pretty much all that she wrote as Riley very handily took this first game.
I think the big takeaway again is if Suzuki had removed that fan Rotom from play the turn the stadium was bummed, and denies that easy prize card, I think it's a really different game. I think Turo becomes a possibility if you put damage on the Hoot Hoot instead. Things will, play out differently. But if you're shuffling up for game 2, I feel like, as a competent player at the Pokemon TCG, you have to be thinking about what possibly went wrong in game 1 and how you can fix that in the second game.
Yeah, no one plays perfectly. Even at the highest stages of competition like this, you're going to get nervous, you're going to make mistakes, and the only way you can power your way through them is to recognize those mistakes and try to do your best to recover in games 2 and 3 if you take a loss in the first game. Although this is going to be a good start for Shizuki, as once again, starting with that transformative start Ditto.
Honestly, that's just a skill issue, right? Like, if you're playing the Ditto in your deck and you're not starting it, then clearly you're playing the wrong deck. Your Pokemon do not love you enough. So it seems that Shizuki's got a great bond with his Ditto, has the Nest Ball as well, so plenty of basic Pokemon coming down this turn. Shizuki's going to have pretty easy way getting his board set up. Pheasantipity is in the prize cards this time. We didn't see it get used in that first game, but it is always an option to just make sure you have available, if possible, just to provide a little bit more consistency to your setup, and more importantly, towards the end of the game.
Yeah, now Shizuki's hand, just from what little glimpses I could gather, looked quite awkward. This might be one of those situations where you're looking towards that turn 1 bailout with the Squawkabilly EX, and we see, oh no, but at the same time,
there's too much.
There. Oh.
You cannot discard Prime Catcher.
No.
There's, and this hand, honestly, with what it's working with, is more than fun. You've got Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel for energy. This Nest Ball can grab the Teal Mask Ochre Pond, so your Noctowl engine is set up. So, assuming that this Ditto is going to transform into Fan Rotom, just like the first game, I think Shizuki's going to be in an okay spot.
It's not an
Squawkabilly as well,
amazing
just in this
position,
matchup, is
but it's a
probably one of the
position you can
worst
play
EX Pokemon to put into play, since Screamtail loves to see Squawkabilly EX on the bench.
That you don't even need a Bravery Charm to get a KO on it with that. Yeah, 160 is a very nice number, as we do see there. The transformative start for that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Earthen Vessel coming in as well. We're going to discard that Chempow. Can always access it later if you need it with a Night Stretcher, but not going to be useful this early on. And I guess with all of this in mind, it's not as ideal as game 1. I don't think we're going to be able to see that energy attachment onto the single prize Raging Bolt, which we saw was so effective in the first game.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I actually maybe would have liked to see Shizuki transform again into the Baby Raging Bolt. That way you get that, again, turn 1 manual attachment down, because with the rest of the cards in Shizuki's hand, I'm not sure he can do both, right? Transform into this Teal Mask Ogerpon and get his board set up with the Hoot Hoot and Noctowl thanks to Fan Call. Definitely going to use the Fan Call, values how important that ability is this turn, but pending this Teal Dance doesn't draw into anything incredible. Missing that piece could be not the best. It is an Area 0 under depths, and interestingly enough, sequencing things in this way to use the Teal Dance first and then the Fan Call. Why is that, Freya?
Well, I think you do it this way around. You kind of can decide what is most optimal to get off the Fan Call, and now you do have the Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe you can still go for this Raging Bolt here. You can discard one of the Hoot Hoot with the Ultra Ball and something else you're not as fussed about, and then you can go ahead and bench that single prize Raging Bolt and put a Lightning Energy on it, and then your turn 1 setup is fine again.
You're going for the Raging Bolt EX.
So with the deck
here,
being shuffled, indicating
Gardevoir
players
if
not
you
going
can't
back
play.
in with a searching card, it's maybe Shizuki missing a slight beat, which in this matchup is very, very important.
Yeah,
Considering just not attaching an energy card for turn, it's just going to pass. And again, I have to wonder if it would have been maybe slightly more optimal to just use this to transform into the Raging Bolt, and then next turn use that Ultra Ball to get yourself that Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, you have to wonder, but that's the decision that's been made. Clearly, again, Shizuki thinking a little bit differently in terms of how he wants to approach this. As we now go back to Riley, who has looks like a pretty okay start. 1 Nest Ball is always going to be a good thing going.
This is more than okay. Riley's Secret Box is back, and what's not okay, it's in the hand. We talk about what's good, and his setup is good, but yeah, there seems to be something wrong with our prize machine today, since it seems that every time I speak about the prize cards, it's always in some sort of negative fashion. 3 Darkness Energy, that means only 1 Dark left in the deck. Monkey Dory's in there as well, so as things stand right now, until there are knockouts taken, only 1 Adrenabrain will be online. We saw how valuable towards the mid and end game having 2 accesses to Adrenabrain at minimum every turn was in game number 1.
Yeah, I guess small saving grace is that we will see, you're saying, and you're very correctly so, that the Adrenabrain gets stronger towards the mid and late game. Riley should be taking prizes, so by then, the Dark Energy should be coming out and you can get those Monkey Dory going. So maybe that could be okay in the long run. It's not something you necessarily need turn 1 as much.
So yet again, Riley's going to essentially duplicate how this first game went. Especially with these Dark Energy being prized, I would like to see him actually take the same approach, right? Not risking that Dark Energy early. looks like we'll see another Technical Machine evolution thanks to the Secret Box grabbing any cards that Riley would even need or consider needing. Artisan to grab another Ralts in play, can even just use that item card slot as something like the Earthen Vessel again to pitch more energies, Nest Ball for Clefairy down the line, just going to have so many different options.
Yeah, so we know those 2 Psychic Energies are going to be 2 of the discards from the Secret Box here. There's a few different cards in the hand that could be the third. Looks like it's going to be the Ultra Ball, which makes sense. With the amount of cards that are left in hand, you can't really make use of that Ultra Ball too effectively, so going to go ahead and grab one of each kind of trainer card that exists. That's what Secret Box does. So 1 item, 1 supporter, 1 stadium, and 1 tool, and those are a very good item, stadium, supporter, and tool that Riley just got.
Just on this first turn is essentially filtering the deck out of all the energy cards, getting them all in the discard pile, and also all the trainers that are not needed.
Yeah.
See making sure we see exactly what's happening here. So it looks like Arvin is now being played as a supporter for turn. We haven't even seen a supporter get played yet. It seems that
it's hard open the Secret Box, right?
Everything is just, Riley is just finding everything he needs. And as a Gardevoir player, sometimes you feel unstoppable when you just open this hot. Game after game, Artisan can save, again, the Nest Ball for a following turn, whether it's Clefairy or Pheasantipity or Mew. Having that in hand, especially when Raging Bolt's really not going to be disrupting your hand on turn 2, opens up so many possibilities for you and how you want to play your turn.
Yeah, and quite cleverly here, even though there wasn't a Raging Bolt put down with an energy on it, Riley recognizing, maybe even being aware that Shizuki does play the energy switch, doesn't want to fall victim to a sudden Thunderburst Storm for 90 damage, still getting down that double rolls for protection.
Or make 2 Curlias here.
Yeah, and with there only being 1 Dark Energy in the deck, and now both Earthen Vessels committed, I would have hated to see Riley just grab the Dark Energy since you've already burnt 2/3 of your search for it. The last one is actually prized as well, so now there's no way to search Dark Energy out of the deck. Could have been an okay opportunity to just grab the Dark, keep it in hand, especially if you expect something like a Thunderburst Storm to possibly come out and your Monkey Dory to not be KO'd.
But in any case, still able to get out 2 Curlier, so that's got to be a pretty good feeling. Now Shizuki can make use of that Artisan and probably will be going straight for that single prize Raging Bolt, as we've seen it be so effective before. But with no energy on it turn 1, it's going to be a little bit trickier than usual to get the free energy on it needed for a 90 damage Thunderburst Storm to take out one of these Curlier.
It's honestly pretty close here for Shizuki. I think he's got it in hand, right? The Crispin can accelerate 2 energy out of the deck. You can then Ultra Ball for Latias and now have free retreat on the Ogre Pawn, and then just use that Jewel Seeker ability to find energy switch. So all the pieces are there. The question now just comes to, does Shizuki want to commit himself to a Jewel Seeker and burn Asada, do all these things, if it means he's going to leave himself with potentially no energy in play if the Raging Bolt is KO'd early on?
Yeah, and I guess the other debate is, if you can get free energy onto this Raging Bolt, there is a universe in which you consider, maybe I want to use that second attack, the Dragon Headbutt, KO the Monkey Dory. We saw how devastating it was in the last game, and with 2 Curlier already being out and knowing you can't really prevent a Gardevoir from coming out, maybe you just value more denying those Adrenabrain options.
It's tough because you know your opponent is playing 4 and they have very easy access. If it did have the Dark Energy, I would maybe understand it a little bit more. A lot of the times in this matchup specifically, if the Monkey does not have a Dark Energy, you usually have bigger fish to fry, unfortunately.
Yeah.
See the Jewel Seeker be used. Earthen Vessel is going to discard the Lightning Energy, meaning potentially Shizuki, instead of using this Professor Sada before the Jewel Seeker, wants to get a second Ancient Pokemon to be put onto the bench so that Professor Sada can accelerate the full 2 energy from the discard pile.
Yeah, I like it. That makes sense to me. You just want to get as much energy onto the field every single turn that you can. We know that there is going to be a single prize Raging Bolt attack coming in. Did go for that energy switch already and have that ready to go, but you need a follow-up afterwards, and getting the Raging Bolt set up is going to be the way to do that.
Yeah, I was debating which energy to grab. I like grabbing the Grass Energy here a lot, right? You keep the Grass Energy in hand, and that means if you don't find one, you attach it. But if you find a different type, this Teal Mask is always hungry for energy attachments every turn with that Teal Dance ability.
Yeah, so very, very smart there from Shizuki. You see that now the Teal Dance coming in.
Oh, interesting.
Just going to go for that preemptively first.
Oh, looks like there is a Fighting Energy in hand. So
okay.
Both issues are essentially solved. Use that first. You never know if you just draw into another Pokemon that you want. You maybe don't have to burn the Ultra Ball. With there being just 1 energy in the deck, or discard pile, excuse me, it seems like an okay spot to use this. The only thing is, the second card to discard off Ultra Ball is a little bit awkward. You've got 3 energy acceleration cards, Iono, Prime Catcher, and Energy Switch. And interestingly enough, it's just going to use the Professor Sada now. I would have actually really loved to see just the Professor Sada played first, and then making different plays if you were going to play something like Ultra Ball, but taking a little bit of a different path when it comes to sequencing. The attachment for turn, Latios is not down, so instead, this Ogre Pawn will retreat, and then the energy switch will put the third energy, and it is a question now which attack you want to use, but targeting Kirlia, never a bad idea.
No, I think you can make an argument for either one. I do, so thinking about it more, what you said about given that there's no dark energy on the Monkey Dory, it makes more sense to probably target one of the Kirlias overall, because it's not like you're taking a dark energy and a already activated Monkey out of play. So there it is. Thunderburst Storm, 90 damage, one the Kirlia goes down, and Shizuki takes the first prize of this game too.
What a solid hand. Oh my, did he just top deck Ultra Ball? He top deck Ultra Ball.
Oh my goodness.
This game is so easy. Honestly, this is Riley's world and we're just living in it at this point. Ultra Ball is going to get rid of the Nest Ball. I actually would have liked to potentially just see Nest Ball get played there early to grab Fez, then you draw cards. You have a little bit better fodder at this point. Kind of feels pretty bad to get the card you just searched out of your deck and pitch it away with Ultra Ball, but it seems like a struggling with success type of problem, and there are worse problems to have in life for sure.
Yeah, there is. And also, to be fair, how many times has a God of War player ended up losing to Raging Bolt or another deck just because you benched that Serendipity and it ended up being an easy to knock out liability for 2 prizes? So if you can avoid benching it, it makes sense not to, and I think that's what Riley's considering here in not putting this down.
Another Ultra Ball is found, as well as a counter catcher. One shuffled to the bottom of the deck. And I wonder again if Riley is just content doing exactly what he did in game number 1. KO the Hoot with the Roaring Scream from the Scream Tail, leave the opponent with just the Baby Raging Bolt in play, essentially limiting their options on what they have access to. It feels like that's kind of solid.
Yeah, I mean, you know that this deck lives or dies by the ability to make use of Jewel Seeker, because it's not like the other version of the Raging Bolt where you have other options to draw through. So if you can just go ahead and take out this Hoot Hoot, you cut off all of their consistency and all their ability to search for the best options to counter whatever you're doing. So yeah, targeting down the Hoot Hoot just makes so much sense here, and it's no surprise to see Riley taking this approach again as he did in game 1.
Leaving himself with a really solid hand to work with next turn. There it is, Roaring Scream, card that just fits so perfectly in Gardevoir EX, putting in work. Hoot Hoot is KO'd. Now Shizuki. The prize lead is tied up now at 5, and notably there is not a Ralts in play for Riley, so even without the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker, if Shizuki is able to find something like the Prime Catcher KO onto Gardevoir EX, it could potentially mean that once the Scream Tail is dealt with later on, Riley's ability to reset up a Gardevoir EX could be his downfall if it's not found with something like Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, the Prime Catcher, of course, is at the bottom of the deck after that Iono, so yeah, unless you get the deck shuffle, but there it is. The Earthen Vessel gets the deck shuffled nicely to give you the chance to find that Prime Catcher again, so that's something at least.
Like yeah, the deck just always finds a way to get shuffled in the turn. Even after Iono, there's always a world where those cards are going to come back to the top. It is the Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball being played. The Sensitivity is still in the prize cards. That would have been an excellent Pokemon to find in this spot, but it is just unavailable. Shizuki maybe not taking note of that. Looking through the deck, I actually don't think there's anything else in this hand. This could have been a little bit of a misstep here for Shizuki, thinking that he could rely. Again, we can never get into the opponent's heads, but with how he, searched through his deck in body language, it seems like not checking to see if that card was there could have led him to go for a slightly different play, leaving himself with just 2 cards in hand, now benching the Hoot Hoot, and you could KO this active, but yeah, it seems that there's nothing else that can be done. Both Teal Dances used, no supporter card, and just going to be a Thunderburst Storm on the active, taking a KO. Riley has got to smell blood in the water at this point.
We were just saying about how Shizuki was doing very well to not tunnel vision, even given the current board state. Maybe now finally falling victim to that. Yeah, just like you said with the body language, kind of maybe assuming that the Serendipity was there, but realizing that it wasn't. And now, sure, you deal with the Screen Tail, but it is not that hard for Riley to get it back. And if Riley can get it back, you just go ahead and KO this Hoot Hoot again, and Shizuki is going to feel mega stuck.
One of those Dark Energy was found off the prizes for Riley, so just going to go Night Stretcher 1, Night Stretcher 2, has the Counter Catcher in hand, and is going to actually do this exact play. Go
you are stuck now, my friend.
Set up another turn where Hoot Hoot is going to get KO'd, thanks to the Roaring Scream, and you can just draw an additional 7 cards off Professor's Research. Really still looking for that Ralts, does not find it. However, there is the last recovery card now in hand. Just going to check through the deck and see what is available. Once again, that third Ralts is in the prize card, so Riley is now considering, is it worth playing my last recovery card to find Ralt and put it into play? That means something like Clefairy down the line can't be recovered, so a big decision being made here from Riley, shutting himself off from recovery for the rest of the game.
So, if you're just joining us, welcome. We are in the top 4 of the Masters Division trading card game competition here at the Pokémon 2025 World Championships. This match will determine who will be our first person to advance into Championship Sunday, our finals match held in the arena just next door. Currently, Riley McKay is 1 game up, and I mean, just from what we can see on the board so far, is looking in a very good position to take this game to end the match and to be the first one to lock up their spot in the finals. But it's not over yet. We've got to see how the rest plays out.
As a wise man once said, it's never over till it's over. Adrenabrain is online, and we may just see the exact same thing happen again. First Adrenabrain used, 3 damage counters onto the Fan Rotom, and Roaring Scream yet again, putting in work. Now the question here for Shizuki, is there even a way to move this out of the active spot? Another Nest Ball is here, so you could get down potentially the final Hoot Hoot? No, there isn't even another Hoot Hoot in the deck. Both have been the targets of KOs, so at this point, Jewel Seeker, not a potential option. And if you've ever watched this Raging Bolt deck play without the help of Jewel Seeker, I'm sorry to my Raging Bolt fans out there, but this deck is a pile. It really struggles to function.
Even as a Raging Bolt player, I've got to agree. Like, that's maybe one of the reasons why I preferred shifting to the non-bird version, even though that one has issues of its own. But yeah, if you're relying on his engine and you don't have access to it, it is just so hard to get going. It's going to have to be energy retrieval to get back a couple of energy, and maybe 1 Teal Dance to try and find an out to this horrendous hand and position that Shizuki has found himself in. Teal Dance for 1. What's the draw off the top of the deck? What was that?
Looks like a Night Stretcher, so now there's options to potentially use another Teal Dance. Area 0 Underdepths is in play, so if you want to here, you could play the Night Stretcher to get Hoot Hoot back yet again, which I think would be a little bit more appealing if there was Noctowl, but with there being no Noctowl down and with your prize cards, only one of them is super helpful. I guess actually, with Professor Turo being in the prizes, it kind of makes it so that you're essentially 50-50, or rather, yeah, you're essentially 50-50 on taking a good prize card to help you out. You either take the Pheasantipity, or you can take the Professor Turo. So with that in mind, I actually would like to see Shizuki play this Night Stretcher to get Hoot Hoot back, because if you're not putting something cool together next turn, you're probably not winning this game, and this is a do-or-die situation.
It really is do or die to just, not even to win the match, but just to keep yourself in contention. You're already a game down. You have to take some risks here, as we do see now.
And then he has to take out the...
indicating that another Teal Dance used, but
no, both have been used. So we're just marking, you know, everything is done. And now the choice is just, what do you KO? There's not 4 energy. Screamtail will once again go down. And an important point to note, with there being no recovery left, that is the end of Screamtail for this match. No more Roaring Screams can be used.
Okay, so that is also factors into it, right? That makes that Hoot Hoot bench a lot safer. But here we see straight away the counter catcher coming in to take out this Raging Bolt EX.
Pending that there is a Lily's Clefairy, a lot of those searching cards have been played, so here we go. Big 7 cards for Riley. If he can find Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, plus Lily's Clefairy, he can do another 3 prize turn here and go after these Pokemon. With there being 2 Dark Energy, and with, I believe, the other Dark in the discard pile, I'm not sure it's possible, but here we go. Big 3 cards. Needs to find the Lily's Clefairy. Last card. Does he find it? No, does not find it. Now he may have to adjust his strategy slightly of which attacker does he want to do it. How could you not be upset? You're so close to essentially locking up the second game. I think you could find a way to KO this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and especially what's rough for Riley is that you play the counter catcher targeting this Raging Bolt, knowing you really wanted to take it down, but you can't really do that anymore, and you also can't stall it in the active because that Latias is now down with the Skyliner ability, which gives it a free retreat.
And even gonna just play the Artisan, removing the Fan Rotom for Shizuki, getting rid of the damage and the liability, discarding down unneeded Pokemon. At least he's going to be able to search the deck with Artisan, but I really don't think there's anything in there. You see, the Lily's Clefairy was in the deck, but there was just no way to search it out. Needed to draw into that exact copy because of how many searching cards were played early on. And it looks like I may actually be incorrect on the counts because it seems there is still another Night Stretcher potentially in the deck. We'll have to get confirmation of that and see if Riley does have a way to bring back one of these Pokemon.
So in the meantime, at least, we do see 3 Psychic Embrace going onto this Gardevoir. That's going to be 6 extra damage done. You can move at least 3 of it off with this Adrenabrain, but then it's going to be a Miracle Force for not quite a KO, which, to be fair, Gardevoir likes not quite taking KOs, so not really the worst position to be in.
Yeah, and this Raging Bolt has no energy on it right now, so it would need to require a little bit in terms of
And then you put
being
it
able
to
to get
20
knocked out.
or to
Leave one Night Stretcher still left in the deck, so
20.
Riley has options pending a Pokemon comes back, or if he wants to reuse one of these attackers. So here we go.
Also important to note, Suzuki actually did take the Professor Tourist scenario off of the prizes, but discarded the Noctowl. So there's no way to guarantee a Dual Seeker this turn unless we draw one off the top.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice. It almost always, you know, seems counterintuitive to get rid of that, but what better choice did Shizuki have in this spot? You either discard the Latias EX and deny free retreat, you discard the Hoot Hoot, which denies you the Dual Seeker you're trying to build, or one of these Pokemon on the bench that just have so many energy attached to them. Maybe it's supposed to be that teal mask with one energy on it.
Yeah, I think so, right? Because with that, if you have the tourist scenario, at least you have an option to Dual Seeker, but now you have like nothing. You just left yourself in a completely stuck position. Perhaps a slight misstep from Suzuki here with that tourist scenario.
Potentially, at worst, though, you can still just use this to pick up the Raging Bolt that had all the damage, essentially negating the previous turn, and that Kirlia on the bench is still prime for the picking with this Thunderburst Storm attack. And going down to 2 prize cards, never a bad spot in this matchup when there are plenty of Pokemon at Riley's board that will be knocked out from a powerful Bellowing Thunder. The big piece still missing, though, is there is just not a way for Shizuki to draw cards in this capacity.
So he takes the boss's orders off of the prizes. 2 prize cards left for Shizuki to try and clutch up this game too. But now here's the draw from Riley. What does he find? There's a Mew EX. Not going to be much help here.
It's interesting because you could, if you wanted to, if you're Riley, use Mew EX to copy Thunderburst Storm to KO the Hoot Hoot.
So I think what you're looking for here is actually
and then from there, if you put a Bravery Charm on your Mew, it would require the Teal Mask Ogerpon to have an additional 2 energy, since you put yourself to 250 HP, or to, excuse me, 230 HP. So 6 energy Myriad Leaf Shower would be 210.
Yes.
So you would force your opponent to essentially have to find 2 grass energy. Instead, is just going to go ahead and play the Iono, benches the Flutter Mane. It is a way to, you know, shut off some of the abilities of the Pokemon in play. And importantly, will draw 4 cards, does find the Darkness energy. That means another Monkey Dory at minimum will be online. And now Riley has to make sure he can use things like Flip the Script without Deck Out being a potential factor. I think with another Iono in hand, he should be safe to just go ahead and draw these cards and just have more options for this turn.
Yeah, it's always something you have to be careful of when your deck is this thin. You like your deck being quite thin because that means you're more likely to draw into exactly what you need, but you also don't want to go so far that you end up with, you know, running out of cards. And of course, one of the ways you can lose in the Pokemon trading card game, if you can't draw a card at the start of your turn, you do lose. So you've got to be mindful of that. Riley is a professional. I think we know that he's going to make sure to not fall victim to that, and it's kept his deck nicely because of that. As now we see, coming in with the Flutter Mane to attack with that Hex.
And Riley is setting up to take 2 prize cards this turn, can use the Adrenabrain abilities to put this Hoot Hoot to 6 damage counters, and thanks to the Fairy Zone ability on Lily's Clefairy, can KO with this Hex Hurl on the active, as well as KO the Hoot Hoot on the bench with the damage counters, leaving Shizuki with nothing in hand, no options, no draw, and just 2 prize cards away from being a finalist here at the World Championships. And he's doing this all with the 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot. It looks like the doors are closing on Shizuki in this second game of top 4.
You can tell Shizuki was a little thrown off there, not thinking about, yeah, of course, like with the Lily's Clefairy play Hexel does 180 to the now Psychic Weak Raging Bolt and can split the damage up 1 and 1 to KO the Hoot Hoot for good measure as well. A really, really strong turn from Riley.
And just nothing in hand. We'll have to use this Artisan to find something like Koraidon to take the KO. There is a world, Freya, where Shizuki can still win this game. Even with Pheasantipity prize, Prime Catcher is still available. And since one of your Pokemon were knocked out on the previous turn, that Koraidon can take a KO on the Pheasantipity, thanks to it being weak, dealing double damage. Doesn't have the energy in hand yet, doesn't have the Prime Catcher, so we need to see almost a perfect combination of cards. But this is when you need to clutch up here. Shizuki, you've had ups and downs. Let's see if you can find this piece. Big 3 cards off this Professor. Sada's Vitality.
Do you find an energy and a Prime Catcher? 1, 2,
No, there's nothing there. Just Ultra Ball and Boss. But Ultra Ball will do nothing for Shizuki here. There is no Pokemon out of the deck that will give him any support, no semblance of hope, and you can do absolutely nothing in this spot. Bring up a 1 prizer, buy yourself some time, but if there's another way to gust Pokemon up, if there's a way for you to take a KO on a 2 prizer, it's all over.
So close. Shizuki finding a perhaps marginal way to come back in this game with the Koraidon, but just not able to find it. So instead, you're going to use Skyliner, retreat into this Koraidon, and I guess just pass. But I think doesn't Riley have all the pieces to like close this out?
No, I'm not sure because the bench is full and there's no way to gust since they're both tied at 2 prizes apiece.
So yeah, the counter catcher isn't live.
But the big issue is this was your win condition to take a KO. If you just knock out the Koraidon, nothing changes on Riley's side, right? You're just gonna keep yourself in the same spot. Your opponent still has 2 prize cards left. And now Riley understands the only way I lose this game is if my opponent somehow finds a weird way to go around. That's why we see the energy preemptively attached to Pheasantipity, and he'll make sure he leaves enough energy cards in the discard pile. Even playing the Bravery Charm down onto the Pheasantipity, gonna make it as hard as possible to take this KO. Unrelenting Onslaught will still do enough to take the KO through weakness, so the Bravery Charm does not prevent that. And an Iono to follow things up to reset Shizuki's hand yet again.
There should be
Question
no
now,
way
though,
she's
how do we
wins
take
here.
a KO onto this thing? I actually don't know if we can take a KO. It is not weak to... Oh, it is weak to Psychic.
It's just naturally
It's
weak to
a
Psychic,
fighting
yeah.
Pokemon again. It is weak to Psychic, so a Fairy Zone built in. Let's see what we can do here for Shizuki. Is there any pieces? The hand is completely dead. Shizuki has absolutely no options. He's gonna check the deck here with this Artisan, but there are no basic Pokemon, no way to accelerate energy, and no matter what you do, Riley has answers for every single option. He can think, he can debate, and figure out
Technically,
what's
that's
best
a way.
in this spot, but the writing is absolutely on the wall.
Wait,
We'll
let me
go
see
ahead
his
and
hand
retreat
again.
into this Latias, and this is gonna be it for Riley. If he has a Psychic Energy in the discard pile, he'll go through and check, and it is there. Gardevoir EX can attack with the Miracle Force, and after an NAIC Finals appearance, Riley McKay is going back to another major final, taking the KO with Gardevoir EX, and moving
And
on
that's
to the
Gardevoir into the
World
finals.
Championship Finals.
Is it a fist bump? Is it a handshake? It doesn't matter either way. Riley McKay has punched his ticket into Championship Sunday at the arena here in Anaheim at the 2025 World Championships. That's got to be a good feeling.
You gotta give credit to this kid. I mean, if you told me Riley McKay would make back-to-back finals at
That's
NAIC and
Honestly,
at
I
Worlds
expected
a
Gardevoir
month
to
and a
come
half
really,
ago,
really far.
I would not have believed you. If you
I
told me the
didn't
day
expect
before
Riley
NAIC
McKay
that
to
he
be
would
the
do that.
one to
If you told me
pilot.
the Saturday of
I
NAIC,
expected
I would
someone
not
like
tell you he
Isaiah
would do that.
Bradner,
He is proving everyone wrong and showing
Thor,
why he deserves to be here at the top level of
was also
competitive
one
Pokemon
Azul.
TCG.
Sometimes all it
But
takes
to
is
see
one
a
big
young
breakout
talent
performance
like,
to give you that confidence to know
what's
I
his
can,
name again?
crack it with the best
Isaiah?
in the
No,
world.
not Isaiah.
And now,
He
having
is
just off the back
named-
of, as you mentioned, the NAIC finals, another major
Like,
finals at the most
Riley
prestigious tournament
is
in our
impressive.
entire competitive season.
Riley
And you
is
can tell he's taking it all in. I
piloting
think he's
it
maybe a
absolutely
little bit
amazing.
shocked that just happened.
So now we have Justin Newdorf
Get ready
versus
for
Junya
tomorrow, bud. You're
Tanaka,
gonna be in
and
the
then we
arena.
are done
Big
for
match
today.
coming up. You see all smiles and great sportsmanship again from Shizuki. Showcasing
Absolutely amazing play
doing
by
his
Riley.
best that he could, but it
So
was
we have
just
2 games left.
A little bit of lackluster draws in
Or
game
1
number
game left
2
actually.
that led to Riley McKay advancing to Championship Sunday with the chance to become a world champion. That set was back and forth, and it's
I will
always a
fetch
treat when we
something
get
to drink
two
while we are waiting for the
incredible
next
players
turn,
playing
and you
two
will
distinctly
see
different
here the
but super
commentators
strong
talk about
decks.
it.
Yeah, super strong decks. And
Because
super strong
this is actually
performance
making an
from Shizuki
amazing
as well,
breakdown
as
of
we
the
already
game,
talked about.
so
It's not as if his deck
see you in a
wasn't
minute or
firing,
two.
right? He was doing the right things, setting up the single prize Rager Bot in game 1 very effectively, but Riley just had the right answers every single time. Coming in with the Liddy's Clefairy for the KO, coming in with, at the end with the genome hacking on the Mew to copy Bellowing Thunder to give Rager Bolt EX a taste of its own medicine, and then we're proceeding on to get game 2, similar kind of story. Yeah, there was another Raging Bolt set up with a single prizer, but just picking off these hoots with the Roaring Scream on the Scream Tail was really what made the difference.
And you have to think back to the second game. If Shizuki knows, again, it's not a huge difference maker at the end of the day, whether he knows Pheasantipity's in deck or not, it wouldn't, make a difference. You're still, most likely playing the Ultra Ball. Maybe you don't discard both of those energy cards. It's slightly different, but Riley used every trick up his sleeve. Even the Fluttermane got in there and made this really cool play. Double Adrenabrain onto the bench, taking a KO. It did the same there. There was a glimmer of hope for Shizuki if he can find a crazy combination. We saw Piper do that in top 8. It wasn't there, and Riley closed the doors out with a Miracle Force, and he is moving on with a miracle run into the finals of the World Championships.
Miracle Force, Miracle Run, Championship Sunday awaits. Can he go one step further and claim that World Championship title? What a story that would be.
I'm back.
This event has just been absolutely full of surprises, whether it's the decks that the players are playing. Again, we talked about Zoroark and Charizard being a top 8 match at Worlds. I would not have believed you if you told me that match. And now the players as well. A lot of the favorites going into this event have dropped out. And we're now into a Top Cup bracket where it's this mixture, right, of rising stars and international talent. I'm so excited to see who's going to meet him in the finals, because no matter what the outcome, we're going to have such an awesome day tomorrow, showcasing so much Pokemon TCG action.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that not only, neither of us believing if you said that Riley would make it to the finals, I don't think he would believe it if you told him that this is the position he would be in. But we don't have to speculate. We can ask him himself. I believe Chip is there for our winner. So Chip, take it away. Let's hear it from our first Championship Sunday contender.
That's right, I am here on the stage with our first Championship Sunday player for the trading card game. Let's hear it for him, folks. Riley McKay! What a crazy couple of months it has been for you, my friends. The second place finish at NAIC, and you find yourself in a very similar spot now, heading into Championship Sunday here at the World Championships. What's going through your mind?
Well, it's absolutely crazy. I'm overjoyed. Before NAIC, I wasn't even expecting to make it to Worlds that much. So being in the finals is just absolutely insane. And then also in the last round of Swiss, I lost, and then I thought I wasn't going to get into top 8. So like being in finals is just, it's insane. I never expected it. It just feels amazing.
Those two natural ties in the last round of Swiss lead to you getting into ASIM, lead to you getting to this point, and now you're going to be competing for Pokemon TCG history to become a world champion. You're doing it with Gardevoir, the same deck you played to the North American Internationals. What made you feel like it was a good deck to stick with for this tournament?
Well, I've noticed that a lot of people that find success with Gardevoir at one tournament do well with it a lot after that. So I basically just found the list that I thought would be best for Worlds and then played it to Worlds.
And it seems like you took a couple notes from your NAIC finals opponent. I did notice the 4th Monkey Dory in your deck list this time. Talk to us about some of those changes. Why did you choose to go with the route you did, leaving out the Shame and the things you've chosen to do?
Well, a lot of the cards I played at NAIC, like the Shaman, the Drifloon, cards like that, they were very good in certain matchups, but in other matchups, they're just not useful at all. So I tried to make my deck with like cards that are useful in every matchup if possible.
I'm sure you'll be standing by watching this next top 4 match to see who your opponent will be in the arena tomorrow. What are your wishes and hopes from this point forward?
Well, I'd like to win, obviously. Also, I was testing a little with Justin Neudorf on Wednesday, I think it was, so it'd be great to see him in finals.
That would be an incredible story to hear for sure. You mentioned him, someone you tested with. Anyone else out there you'd like to say thank you to? It seems like you got quite the crowd out here rooting you on.
Well, I've got to shout out my parents, obviously. Like, without them, I wouldn't even play Pokemon, so they're the biggest one. Hugh and his family, also Noah and his family, all the people right there rooting for me, Christian, Michael, Josh, them, Kayla as well. Also, am I allowed to shout out a song?
Just incredible to see
Let's
this.
hear it.
I also want to shout out Thick of It by KSI.
Congratulations, Riley, on getting to this point, and best of luck to you tomorrow in Championship Sunday. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with our next top 4 match.
Incredible to see him actually making it into the finals, because he has been such an underrated player the entire season.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
No way. No way. Did he make it?
Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
So he might make the
It means a
perfect
lot
season.
Because this is like my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game And then late
Is he
game,
in
if I was
finals on
behind
Zoroark?
prizes, I would just Yano plus path.
He
My
has to
favorite
win.
card is Weird V, and it's because it
He
can
has
one-shot
to win.
everything
This is
and
the perfect
everything.
season.
I was
And
feeling
he's
very
pulling it
confident
off.
in my strategy, so no doubt.
No way, is he
My
pulling
advice
off
to
the
other
perfect
trainers is
season?
just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
Welcome back, trainers. Jim Lawson here in Anaheim, California for the Pokemon World Championships 2025. I'm standing
How do
by
you know?
with Chip Ritchie, who's going to be
How do you
acting
know
as our
he is in
tour guide
finals?
here at the
I can't
Pokemon
find it
World
on
Championships
RK9.
History Museum.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is
Are you
a
in
very
Anaheim
exciting
right now?
installment.
Oh,
It's
Twitter.
One of my favorite things they've
Did
done
he
at
post it
Worlds
on
the
Twitter?
last couple of years. A really great look back into the history of Pokemon Worlds, the biggest event every single year. There's a timeline so you can see where we've been in the past. You get to see examples of competitor kits from years past, the incredible different Pikachu and other Pokemon plushies, promo cards, past World Championship decks, and also a wall of champions as well.
Ooh, it sounds exciting. Shall we take a look?
Let's do it.
All right, Chip, behind us we have case after case of plushies featuring all types of styles from World Championships past. What can you tell us about the plushies?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pieces of Worlds every
Oh my
single
God,
year.
he
For
made
a long
it.
time, it was just Pikachu
Gabriel
that they would
Fernandez
feature
is in
decked out
the
in some sort of
finals.
decor or clothing or some statement piece for the culture
He
of the
might
area
make the
where the World
perfect
Championships
season
was
then.
being held. And the most recent World Championships as well, Pikachu's been joined by tons of other casts of characters. One
He
of my
just
personal
needs to win
favorites from this
tomorrow
year
and
is
he
that
made the
Machamp
perfect
with the
season.
Letterman jacket.
I love the Machamp, absolutely. You know what I noticed though, Chip? Wasn't the first time that we've seen a plushie from Anaheim. It's not our first time
So
in
we
Anaheim
had
for
a
the World
Gardevoir
Championships.
Yeah, that's right. This is actually
in
the
the
third
Masters.
time the
We had a
Pokemon World
Zoroark
Championships
in
have
the
been held here in
seniors.
Anaheim previously. 2006 and 2017.
That's insane to have a
took place
Zoroark in
the
the
same
finals
building.
because a lot of
Well,
people have
we have
counted
lots more to
Zoroark
look at.
out.
Let's move on to the next exhibit. We're here at the Wall of Champions, recognizing champions from tournaments past from all games. Chip, walk us through what trainers can expect here at the Wall of Champions.
Yeah, you get to see a feature of each of the trainers who
Like, I'm
became
shell-shocked
a world
by that.
champion that year in each age division, each different pillar of the franchise.
We will, of
Alongside the
course, also
Pokemon they
stream
used,
all the
you know,
champion
their
matches.
team with their friends on Pokemon
So-
Unite or their trading card game deck list. This is just one of the many different features here at the World Championships History Museum. So much more to see, Jim.
And what I can't wait for is later on this weekend, we're going to be adding more names to that Wall of Champions. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the action.
Like, just getting to that level is insane. Also, just see the speed up version of this game is just insanity. So much pressure on these players in the semi-finals. We only have one game left for today, then we are ready to call it a night. I'm streaming from Denmark, so it's like 3 AM here, but I have to see this last top 4. And we will of course watch both junior, senior and masters finals. In the seniors, we are definitely rooting for Gabriel. If he can make it, it would be insane. Just to see the perfect season actually be a thing. See it happen. Also, my first big goal is like to win a regionals. That's my big goal.
We've seen clutch
Because
plays.
at the moment I have not
We've
won
seen
any big
heartbreak,
events
and
at
now
all.
it is
Not even
time
come
to
close.
decide who will get
So-
their shot at the ultimate crown tomorrow. Buckle up, this is going to be a battle to remember here at the World Championships in 2025. Welcome back to the stream over on the trading card game side of things. We're sitting down once again for another top 4 match, and these players are gearing up for a big one.
This is going to be so epic. We've already seen some amazing play throughout the day. Here are 2 more players ready to give us that justice that we're looking for. Justin Neudorf, we've heard of so many.
I mean, top 64 and I would be happy, but my big goal is to come into like winning a
Fernandez players. It is now Justin's time to shine.
But I also need like a better
some
testing
great
group because
results
right now I
that
don't
we've
really have
seen
the best testing group
slowly
in the
creeping
world.
up on us. The top
So
8
I'm mainly
at the World
testing a lot myself,
Championships in
practicing a
London,
lot.
Also in Honolulu, and now he's
And sometimes
back
I
in
make
the
some weird
Masters
decks, but it's
division, doing the
hard
same
to test
thing,
without
but
like a
even
really
better.
good group to
I
test with.
know, that is so cool to see. Of course, facing off here against Junya Tanaka from Japan, and I mean from Junya's side, proving to us that maybe you don't have as many titles here to represent, but that doesn't matter. All that matters here is what you're doing right now, and he is sitting at the table currently
I know.
in
That's
our
why
top
I
4
have to
of
put
the
in the
World
hours instead.
Championships with Charizard EX. Of course,
I'm gonna put in the hours and go to my local challenges and cups and see if I can win some of them. I know if I start to impress people there, then I will at some point get a good testing group.
This, I mean, entire season. And look at this. It's,
Yo,
they're
thanks for
meeting
follow
in the finals
and
here
then
at
73
Worlds.
chan.
What a better way to represent this right now.
Yeah,
We're sitting with
finally
quite some
time to
viewers right
close
now.
out and
That's
determine
lovely to
which
see.
is the better deck. We've
But
seen
yeah, one of the big things that is
Dragapult
really important
as
is
it
also the constant
started
you have in your deck.
rise to the top.
So
The
far I have
percentages
swapped a lot
flew
of
and
between
Charizard
decks.
started
I have
to go
played
down a little bit. There
Gengar,
was this competition
Snorlax,
of which is more
Charizard,
consistent, which brings
Miraidon.
you a better matchup.
Like this upcoming
as
season, I
the
think I will
meta
like
starts to
look at
switch
3
and
decks and
there's
then
a lot of debate
solidify
here.
those until rotations.
Originally,
Be like,
it
okay, I
was
will focus
Charizard.
on these 3.
We saw that Pidgeot
I
is
can
so
of course
important.
change in the
early
decks,
quick
but I will
searches,
focus on only
finding
playing like
this
3
ability
decks
to attack early
their own
for
playstyle.
180 and late for upwards of 300. And
I
that can
think
be
one of them will
plenty
be
when
Goldengo.
you're dealing with
Goldengo
the
looks to
format.
be
On the
really,
other
really
side,
strong.
Dragapults.
I think I will still work on the Gengar as well. I love the disruption aspect of it, and I think sometimes it can be a good meta
Now
call.
it's a deck all of its own.
Yeah, well, we're going to see which deck is going to come out on top as we lay out the prize cards here for both of our players.
Rough
These cards are going to be
prices
missing
for the
here
Charizard player.
until they can take them after their knockouts in this game. But you are correct, Kyle. 2 incredible decks here on one side from Justin. The ghostly precision
Let's hope Justin
of
doesn't break
Dragapult
under the
EX
pressure.
facing off
The
against
last
Junya
round, you could
with
definitely
the raw
see the pressure getting to
power
him.
of Charizard EX. These 2 insane forces are colliding here in our top 4. It cannot be more exciting than this, Kyle, and I think we're ready to
So
get
that's like the
started
most
here.
important part here
Yeah,
for
I
Justin.
mean,
That's
you
not
see
to
a
break under
young
pressure.
player looking to
If
add
he
on
does,
to these
then that will
accomplishments.
cost him the game.
And
If
for
he doesn't,
Junya,
then he can
a
win it
great
all.
chance to build up a name of his own right here, right now. And this is one way to start it.
One way to start it, just 2 Duskull out on the field for Junya, and that is it. Not a single card
I
played.
mean, this is not
no
horrible.
energy, nothing. Just passing over now to Justin Neudorf to take the turn here. This Dreepy immediately getting a Luminous Energy, and a Duskull
Yeah, I know,
on the
I
other
know.
side of Justin's own.
And that,
when
that's
you
what
have
that
Iono
is
and
worrying
you
me a little
throw
bit. That is
everything
the
away
fact
with
that he
research,
starts to have a
it's a
Tremors
pretty
where
solid
then I'm
idea of
getting
what's
worried.
going on
Okay,
the
will
other
he
side.
break under
Double
this
Duskull
pressure, or will he
pass
be able
is
to keep it?
a chance that we aren't familiar with. But this one is going to be tricky. And for Justin, you have this ability now. The
And in this
Ultra
scenario,
Ball,
he
search
just
through,
has to
see
find a
what is in
Badoo,
those prize cards.
play down the.
So it wasn't too bad over on his side.
Latias,
Couple cards
get
that you already play
Latias
multiple copies of.
read
So he has a very
repeat
consistent
into
list.
Badoo.
But for
Badoo
Junya
like
on the
him.
other side,
Because he
that
knows
one
what he is
copy
playing
of the
against. They need to know
Dusclops
at this
actually
point.
pretty tricky there because it's a 2-1-1 line.
Oh, yeah, that could be detrimental potentially. And all we see are just the 2 little Duskulls out so far, but maybe they don't have their partners for the future. You know, Kyle, we've been talking about Dragapult EX, how it has the
That's true,
flexibility
that's true.
to take a step back, you know, have that
The only
Badoo,
thing that
buy
worries me
you
is
some
because I
turns,
noticed a
or
few
you
mistakes he
could
made that
potentially
he
make
could
some
have
aggressive
avoided.
plays as well. It has
I
the
definitely
ability
know
to
I'm
do
not
that. Where do
able
you
to
think
talk
Justin
about how
should go
much
here,
pressure
as
they
we're
are under
seeing
because I have
sort
never
of
been
how
under
the
that pressure
setup is
myself.
already shaping up to be?
I know
Early
how it
enough
can
that
feel
this is
to
the one
if you
deck
have a like good
a
run
very
in the
few
beginning of
decks
a
are
tournament,
focused on rare candy
how much pressure you
in
can
this format, but
mentally
sure enough,
go
when you
on
see
under.
that, you need to play this Badoo, lock in the Itchy
So
Pollen.
I know this is definitely not easy for him. He
They
is
can be played on
having to
turn
play
one going
out of his
first.
mind.
Just did not have them. So if you lock them out
In
now,
general, it played
there's
super,
a
super
lot of
well,
cards off
but
the
if
top of the
we
deck, maybe
looked at
bound from
into
supporter
details, there
if
was
we
a few
see,
mistakes he
that
made.
would lead to just more items that are completely useless as you buy more time.
Has one thing, Charizard EX just, it has so many
I mean, the
items,
only
and it
reason I
uses
know
them
that was a mistake is
amazingly
because I
if
have
it can
practiced
use them at all.
Okay,
So we
and
see
I have
Justin
played
here
most of the decks
searching
in the
out this
top of
Badoo
the meta.
from the Ultra Ball, discarding those
And
two
there
cards
was
for
a
of course,
few small
Latias
things.
EX. This deck
Again,
here for Justin
he
is
had an
kind of what we've been
advantageous
seeing all
matchup,
throughout the weekend. It's a pretty stable
like by far because he has a
Dragapult deck
Badoo.
that we're
So
seeing. The Jamming Tower is coming out. The Badoo is in the active position. We have the Itchy Pollen lock, striking 10 damage onto that Duskull on Junia's side. I don't know what the top deck was for Junia here, but I'm scared. We got the Arven.
Yeah, it was thrown into the hand, but the Arven flew to the top. This is what you speak
But yeah,
about.
I have
This is when
never
you
been under
have
the
a
same pressure
supporter,
they are
you
here,
look for
so
some
I
assistance as it
know I cannot
supports you
say too
through
much
your
about
journey,
it
trying
because
to find a way to
this
win
is
these
definitely an
games.
insane amount of
This
pressure
is
they are
not
under.
the way to do that,
This inside
however.
tournament.
These cards are not helpful. We know that there is no Dusclops, and surely we have not seen the other Pokemon that could be found off Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Oh, tragic to see Arven seeking out these tools, but what are they going to do if you can't use them as much as you want to? We do see the Chi Yu coming down here for Junia. It's just going to get that attachment of the TM evolution, but that's going to go away as well.
Oh, and for the hand for Justin, he had the Dracloak and the Professor's Research, but when you top deck a Dreepy to go along with it, feels that much sweeter. The hand continues to build, and he sees another Dracloak here. So some consistency aligning. As we see a pink card in there too. This could get devastating quick here.
Perfect.
We love seeing
Perfect,
those
Justin.
pink cards, the fire energy coming out to meet with that
That's
luminous
just perfect
energy
setup
onto
here
the
from Justin.
Dracloak there. It's being fully charged up for that Dragapult EX to come out and start striking here.
Definitely
of course,
looks like he's
Recon
playing
Directive
way
being
more
utilized
confident this time.
as well, but
Could
as
also
we
be
set
because
up
if he's not
more
very
and more
familiar
on
with the
Justin's
Zoroark
side,
matchup,
the Badoo
because it
continuing
feels
to
like
lock down,
looks like he's playing
debilitate
way more
Junia
confident
on the
into
right
this one.
side of the field here.
He
That
is
is
not
the name of the
stressing
game
as
for
much,
Dragapult.
and
They
he's not
set up
dropping the
this
cards.
unstoppable field that you just
He is still
cannot
throwing them
respond
a little
to.
bit, but
and not
that's
only that,
fine.
but
Like
Junia
the pressure they are
doesn't
under
really have
is
much in the
immense.
first place anyway.
But he
It's just
feels
not that much to
looks
look
more
at
confident.
And we
in
got a
this
drop
scenario here.
You can search out some evolutions, but what's that problem we ran into earlier, Boo? None of these Pokemon are evolving right now.
Right.
Have we discovered the Chi-Yu evolution yet?
I was about to say, we still don't know how he's flaming when he's in swimming in water. We don't know what his evolution is either. Only evolutions we're gonna see here are the Charizard
Yeah, this is
EX
definitely
and
just over
of
game
course
one.
that Pidgeotto or Pidgeot. What?
It's Pidgeotto.
Pidgeotto, okay. As well, but yeah, I mean, what do you do with them? There's no basics here.
No.
Brutal.
Well, if you ever let me put down my basics, we'd have a different story, but that is not the case. And that really does speak to what Justin has to consider when you have a turn like this, where you see Hilda right there. You can search out your Dragapult. You can go crazy right now, taking multiple knockouts, leave your opponent with potentially just
Technically, he
Chi-Yu
can
in
get
the
to a
active
winning
spot
position from
and
this.
have this really
place
strong
here.
lead. But also, you're doing just fine with Badoo. How much time do you really need?
Right, just set up a checkmate here, and you know each card that's netted to the
If he
hand
can make a
off of these
Dusclops, he can
Dracloaks,
find
it's just
a
more pieces
Holucha
that will
with
help you
Hilda.
to
I don't know if
take
his
home
list
a
has
game
Holucha, but I think it has.
dominantly and with no questions asked.
It has
about
Holucha.
It. So we're gonna see
Okay,
this
he needs a
Hilda here
Dusclops and a
from
Holucha.
Justin,
Then he can
speaking of
win the game.
Pokemon and the energy, of course, the evolution Pokemon from the deck. So it's a fantastic card, a new addition into our format from Black Bolt and White Flare, and it has proven itself here at the World Championships. As you can see, fits perfectly into this deck. Grab an evolution, grab an energy, place them wherever you need them to be, and then you're into more cards. You're into these attacks. It just provides
Wait,
so
he
much
doesn't even
value
need the
in
Holucha.
Dragapult.
Well,
Counter
there
catch at
is a debate,
Dusclops.
I suppose. You haven't seen anything from your opponent, and you can buy time for the perfect turn. It's not that far away, as you see a lot of resources already, and going for the Dracloak instead means more additional recon directives. If you see Dusclops this turn, You can evolve. Next turn have the Dusknoir, and you have
You don't need the
plenty
Dusknoir here.
of resources to take the
That's
KO.
the thing. He doesn't
Dusclops
need
in
the
combination
Dusknoir.
with Boss's
He is
Orders
so
would be
far
enough
ahead in the
to
setup
take
part.
out these Pokemon
He doesn't even
with
need the
the
Dusknoir.
Dragapult, or if you have the
But
Dusknoir
if
itself, you
we
can
look at
take
it,
out the
he
Chi-Yu
Dusclops
and
on
clean up these two
this one.
Dusclops for the win.
He counter catches up this one,
Or just
and he
turn
takes
it
out both,
away still
and he takes
here,
out a Chi.
Kyle, as
GG.
we try to figure out what is going to be the path for Justin, but there's no question about who is leading this game at the moment. No prize cards have been taken, but the momentum is completely shifted to one side as we just see another pass here from Junya. I mean, this is our Masters top 4. There's everything on the line, and all we
take
see
Holucha
is
here.
a pass over and over again from Junya. Only 2 cards. 2 whole cards have
No.
been played. That DM evolution
Okay, can anyone
is
come
still
up with
on
an
the
argument for
GU.
why we not
Yeah,
don't
I
take
mean,
Holucha
this
here?
jamming tower just hangs out forever.
Yeah.
Oh no, we see both cards that Justin wants there with the Ultra Ball and the Dragapult. If you could search out both of them, you'd have a pretty strong answer. He's just a little bit off at this point. And is that the Dusclops? Okay, now if there's the boss's orders to go along with this, we're cooking.
We are popping off here. Ultra
Yeah, that's
Ball,
GG.
we're flying right now, getting these cards out of the deck.
Yeah, you can definitely
Dragon Ball,
see
yes,
how
I can
he's
barely
way
keep up
more
with
confident this
Justin
time
right
around.
Here, Dusclops popping off with this Cursed Blast.
Oh, he's got it with the counter catcher pull, and it's all right.
That's
there.
amazing.
What a great way.
Such a great
to close
play.
things out
He
into
finds the
Pollen,
exact line I
locking
was
them
talking about
down,
with
and
Dusclops
Dragapult
into the
cleaning them up.
Oh, I mean, that is the
Counter
name
catcher
of
play.
the game here.
Amazing.
And Justin is just bringing it to our table and proving
And he
why
will win
this
this one.
deck is so powerful.
He's going to the finals.
here.
It's going to be
Of
Gardevoir
course,
versus
you know,
Charizard.
Charizard
Oh, Gardevoir
has
versus
that raw
Dragapult.
power, has that potential, but when you put those obstacles in their way just by a tiny little Badoo, you know, he's here. Maybe allergy season's over, but not here at our
well
top 4
played.
table.
Yeah, there's certainly a problem. We are not going to see Buddy Poffin if it is up to a Badoo. That is very detrimental to this Charizard deck, and I think that's a lot of the reason why we've seen the Charizards falling to the wayside. As Badoo was introduced into the format, we just found a lot of other decks that could lean on a more impactful stage 1 than just the Charmeleon.
Yeah, 100 HP, Charmeleon.
20.
Exactly, 20. Hey, that's all you need. That's all you need.
It knocks out Badoo. But
Exactly.
it's hard to get it all lined up.
Yeah, I mean, that truly was tragic here from the Charizard's point of view from Junya. As you see, he's taking a big breath. He's letting that one slide off as we head into this game too. I mean, that just flew by. These players have extra time in our top cut here, and they're going to utilize all of that, but you still have to just get your mental right. Shake it off and bring things back in another game. You cannot ever count yourself out, and especially seeing from Junya, you know, someone coming with not that many accomplishments here, but has made it to this point. That story could continue. He's just got to focus up and hope that the cards go a little bit more his way.
It's a beautiful attitude to have, as you've already made the top 4 here. You've earned your invite to the World Championships for the following
I think
year.
Junior will go
You've
down
already
here, and we will
accomplished
see
what so many
Justin
players have
Newdorf
sought to do
in the
at this
finals.
tournament. But you don't let those opening games, that
Justin is
awkward
not
hands,
breaking.
these tough setups, these matchups
He
that
is
you
locked
might
in
not
for this one.
absolutely love on paper, you don't let those get to you. You are here to play in the World Championships. You've got this opportunity in front of yourself now to win 2 games. And
Junior
move
is
on
going
to
second, I
an
think.
arena tomorrow.
I know. I mean, how cool is that going to be? One of these players are going to get the chance here to prove themselves once again, potentially become a world champion the first time in an arena with all of their Pokemon fans, friends, and family
To see
supporting them and
Justin win
cheering them
here
on.
would be
And they're
amazing.
just one match away from that. Junya is going to have to focus up, potentially bring us to a game 3, and Justin is just going to have to continue to remain calm, cool, collected, and carry out those epic plays that Dragapult EX is so capable of. So far, doing a great job, but tell you what, he's not really doing a great job of right now. Finding a basic Pokemon.
It's one of my favorite shuffles I've seen of the entire tournament.
I
but
love it. I get
is it-
more airtime on the shuffle.
It's not leaning into basic Pokemon this time around.
Yeah.
But certainly, I could watch this all day. It's hypnotizing.
I wish I could shuffle that good. I ain't gonna lie.
I've got these little hands.
I got tiny hands. Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully we can get a Pokemon here, a basic Pokemon specifically for Justin. That's what he's going to need to start things off. For every time he mulligans, Junya, on the other side, is going to get an additional card to
I don't think
hand.
that's
So
a
far, it's
basic
happened
spell.
twice. That means 2 additional cards for Junya, and that could
Oh,
make
yes.
actually a huge difference in these setups for these players.
Well, Justin saying I've got a decision to make. Dreepy or Monkey Dory, prize cards coming down, and we are ready for game number 2.
Well, the heat is on. Hopefully we get to see the heat from Charizard this time. What, Kyle?
Nope, nope, nope. We'll just wait. We'll just wait.
Oh,
There's...
no. Don't tell me this.
We're in trouble.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, we're kicking things off here on Justin's side.
Okay. No.
That's brutal.
No.
That is brutal to see. I mean, 3 Dragapult EX stuck in the prize
How?
cards here for Justin. All right, let's take a deep
No
breath.
way.
You know, let's take a deep breath.
Okay.
We're already up a game. Who needs Dragapult anyway?
We do.
We do. We desperately do. Justin is looking through this deck right now here. Of course.
What is the name of my deck? Dracloak Dusknor? This thing stinks.
This is insane.
We might have to start looking at some different moves on these Pokemon aside from that Phantom Dive. Oh my gosh, absolutely brutal here. The prizes have not let up on these players all throughout the day here in our day 2 of the World That is brutal.
This is like one of the few things that can crack any competitive player. That is prices like this.
Where do we go? All right, let's take a deep breath. You see all your Dragapult EXR prize. What's your plan B?
Why is
we lean into ghost Pokemon early and often. There's not much else you can really do from this point. You can set up a great board with your Dracloaks very similarly to the last game, where you just draw and draw and draw and hide under the itchy pollen, watch your opponent struggle to set up, hopefully, on your side of the board, and then you can lean into Dusclops.
He really needs to just
50, push that over,
get a few
Night
prizes
Stretcher,
with Dusclops.
50 out of nowhere, and then maybe Hawlucha, and take these extra combos of attacks for prize cards that feel inefficient, but they lead to drawing these prizes.
Yeah, I mean, that's truly what we're going to need to do here. The prize cards hold all of the answers to the future of this game between these players. This could be the opportunity. Junya already got 2 additional cards thanks to those mulligan as well. Is going to be going second here in this game too. Let's see what Junya can unlock here and if he's able to set up much better in this match, as Justin is going to struggle to just adapt the strategy and hope for the best. But Artisan coming out here, that's going to give us some Pokemon here for Junya. So more than we saw last time, huh?
That's a great news for anyone who's a fan of Pokemon. Artisan in play, multiple basics for both players could be seen at this point, and that's really necessary here. We only see the 1 Charmander prize this time around. Hopefully there's a better supporter to go along with this, as I only see Boss's orders, which is pretty unbelievable given how many mulligans we saw.
Yeah, not only that, but just the counts that are in the deck for supporters as well. I mean, yeah, that's pretty wild. The odds are crazy on both sides of the board here for our players. But Ultra Ball going to churn through the deck here, get this Cleffa out. This is a card that is awesome here when you can utilize it. You know, if you can grasping, draw, revitalize your hand for the future, it is fantastic, and it can really turn the tide. Try to get all these combo pieces together when you need them. We do see the Super Rod here paired with the Ultra Ball that discarded those energy and that
I feel like that's the way Justin can get in and do some plays here.
There are resources that were used, and now they're bringing back, because those are resources you're going to need when you
With
start
the Hilda,
to bring out
find
these
the
evolution
Luminous
Pokemon.
and the
Infernal Rain down these energy onto the
Dracloak.
field. So Junya is playing it out here and is going to get a couple extra cards to the hand thanks to that Cleffa.
Yeah, including the boss's orders played early. Just one thing that may slow down your opponent a little more. Can be difficult to search out a Pokemon like the Latias EX to find the retreat. Having the basic energy or any energy to retreat this Pokemon can be hard as well. And maybe that's the difference between Itchy Pollen and Rare Candies.
Yeah, I mean, very well could be. Hilda coming out once again for Justin.
Main attacker.
Main attacker here. Oh my gosh. I mean, you start to forget how brutal this situation is, but Dracloak is the option here pulled. Right now, you're looking like, oh, this is pretty regular. You know, you're just seeing these Dreepy come out. Here's the Dracloak. We're gonna recon directive.
And
But
Dreepy has one
remember,
retreat
folks,
cost, right?
over there.
remember,
You cannot even get out of
folks,
Dreepy because you don't
3
have his
Dragapult EX,
Latias.
all of the Dragapult EX, I should say, in the prize cards for Justin. I'm excited to see him navigate this match, because if he can pull this off, I mean, that is going to be an epic feat.
Yeah, I'm even curious now if you recon before Artisan. It just tells you what do you want to see instead, more basic Pokemon or specifically a piece like the Latias EX so that you can Artisan for Badoo and find that resource.
True.
Does find Ultra Ball of all cards. So
Wow.
Latias is ready to roll. You can go straight into that with the Artisan, go to Itchy Pollen, and if you don't see Charmeleons and Dusclopses, there's no evolving happening anytime soon.
I need some help. I need some help here. Well, we're going to see, that Ultra Ball go in. It's going to be for
Oh,
Angel
he should've-
Cloak, though, here, leading to another recon directive for Justin.
Yeah, it might just be a nod to the fact that no Pidgey was played down. Your
True.
opponent doesn't have a way to continue to burn through, look at some extra cards, and scare you with the Rare Candy and Charizard attacking through and taking out these Dracloaks. If you don't feel threatened, just see more cards.
See more cards. Well, we're so. Oh my God! Did you see that? What? It was the Badoo and the Latias EX, the pieces that you would want together. And I mean, one's going back to the bottom. The Badoo netted to the hand.
It's still
here,
fine, it's still
and
fine. You have
Duskull's
an
gonna
energy in
come
hand, so
out
you retreat into
of,
Badoo.
this deck from the Artisan that's being utilized now from Justin.
You know, when you make a decision and then the deck says you should have done this,
It's like, why didn't you do this, buddy?
Yep.
Why not? Oh my
well, he's
God.
being haunted one way or another. Duskull is out.
Hey, that's what you get for playing Ghost Pokemon, I guess, huh? Oh my gosh. I mean, being haunted by the prize cards as well. Maybe this is just a bad omen of a deck. I don't know. Not if it can get wins, though, here. Justin is still in this game. Badoo coming out once again. Itchy Pollen, we saw how effective it was to shut down Junya. Last time, of course, Junya was struggling to get set up in the first place, but Itchy Pollen does not help that whatsoever. Cleffa gonna take 1 ping here, 10 damage down now. It is tiny. It's only 30 HP total. Without any tool cards aiding it, so now.
When you have a 50% chance of seeing your only attacker in your whole deck, and then 30 hit points is staring in front of you, it's a much more comfortable spot than that initial deck search.
You're like, wow, I kind of like this actually.
We're gonna be there. There's gonna be some prize cards in our future.
But do on Cleffa Crime right now? I like it.
Just the little guys.
Yeah, they're just the little guys. The babies are represented here in the Pokemon TCG. It's fantastic. But focusing back onto this match here, Junya taking out another Pokemon
Check
onto
here
the
for
bench from
Duskull.
that Artisan in the Charmander that's being laid
Duskull
out now. We're
and
going to see
Charmeleon.
that 1 card inclusion from the Jock as well for Junya to get out this Dusclops and eyeing up that Charmeleon.
Yeah, this is
100
what
HP.
you don't typically expect to see this card specifically. It's been a lot of players leaning over on Brock Scouting, the Hildas as well. Well, this is Charizard, you don't exactly need that, but just some way to search out these Pokemon. Sure enough, having the supporter to search it out gives you everything that you need under the Itchy Pollen, and you see that there is some help there waiting in the wings. A Charizard, an Iono, there's going to be some attacks pretty soon.
Yeah, we're still setting up here without the item cards being locked out by Badoo, but Charizard EX has answers, and we're starting to see that board build up for Junya into those evolution Pokemon. Now, of course, back over to Justin, not locked down
Okay,
on
he
the
can still
item
do
cards,
it,
so
yeah.
we see that Buddy Poff in here to be played to bring out these basics.
It doesn't
but,
look like
you know,
he is
little does Junya know at this
too
moment,
worried.
one of those basics can't
You
actually
can definitely
get
see
into
like
his
there's
final
pressure on him,
evolution.
but it's not
Still
like he
has,
is stressed.
not
Look,
obviously
definitely
come
like-
out at this point.
He
in
has a
time,
little bit of shaking, but not
hopefully
nearly as bad as
we're
it was
in the
in the
prize
Zorak
pool. Oh,
matchup.
they're both on the bottom. The
So I think it was just
Jack-
unfamiliarity
Yeah.
with the matchup.
It was a very
in that
easy
high of
search
stakes.
for Justin when he sees that, well, first of all of my Dragon Balls are priced, but to go along with it, Luminous Energy is a very important count to know.
Right.
And when you are trying to manufacture prize cards after losing all your Dragon Balls, you immediately check Duskulls, Dusclops, Dusknor, and
For
he sees
sure.
one of those pieces prized too. So a lot to work against, but certainly not with this hand, as he has the research, still has multiple recon directive to go along with this. This is a perfect place to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a pretty comfortable position here. We're getting into this recon directive. It is between a counter catcher and that ace spec, the Neo upper energy here.
I mean, it's a blank card. You don't have any stage 2s in your deck.
Not at the moment,
So
yes.
It's just the one Dusknor, and I don't think you want to throw it on there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Duskador here.
Get a little shadow bind.
Yo, chill.
Get in there.
Chill. Unique plays that we've never seen before coming out the World Championships. Well, Ultra Ball here throwing away some more cards into this Dusclops. You know, as we're talking about, Justin just needs to secure some prize cards at this point, but he's still doing everything possible to set up outside of those prize cards. And you know, we ran into that issue
The
before where
thing here is he doesn't know where the Dragon Balls is, so he might be worried about taking prizes here, even though he can just go super aggressive and he would be able to hit him. It's a 50-50 every time he takes a prize, but he hits.
You're gonna be just fine. Yeah, this is the spot where I believe you can take one more Itchy Pollen in there and still work out some pretty great plays. As you place that 10 damage onto the Cleffa, you're just gonna be 10 damage away from knocking this Pokemon out. If you do move it to the bench by way of counter catcher, when you pop off with the Dusclops here, you have an opportunity to maybe include that Hawlucha. Put the 10 damage onto that Pokemon for a big KO, and maybe clean up another one of these Pokemon. You could even take out something like the Duskull here if you use a second copy of Curse Blast.
Sounds like there's a lot of ways to map out these prize cards and map out the future of this game. Justin is making his way toward that point as those damage counters are just stacking up on this little Cleffa. And Junya now on the other side, getting into some evolution Pokemon of his own. The Charizard EX coming out now. Infernal Rain allowing Junya to accelerate these fire energy out of the deck onto this Charizard EX and fully power it up. This is why, one of the reasons Charizard EX is so good. It has that internal energy support that you just
He has
get
super
for free once you
important
turn into a
Junior
big
doesn't
Charizard.
give him.
Yeah, we've seen
Any
with
prizes?
Marnie's Grimmsnarl doing the same thing. This is just a great ability to have, just accelerating these energies, helping support some of your other Pokemon potentially in this deck, as we've seen Chi-Yu featured in some matchups, mainly as Charizard continues to fuel itself in the early, mid, and late stages of the game. You know where the attacks are coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the one big piece is just keep track of your energies. Make sure that, you know, you have them in the deck to seek out as well. Well, we're seeing the Iono play now from Junya here. So both these players still at 6 prize cards. We have yet to hit into those prize cards yet. So they're both going to get 6 cards off the top after their previous hands were shuffled and put at the bottom of their deck. Ooh! So let's talk about this inclusion here as well with the Mist Energy now that we see in Junya's hands. What do you think about that card?
It's been helpful for a few different matchups. Preventing effects of attacks can be so beneficial. The unique one that we've seen throughout the course of this tournament has been against the TM Devolution. As many players have included that into their list to try to slow down some of these decks or maybe take advantage of the lower hit points that are sitting under a stage 1 or a basic Pokemon. You can avoid that altogether with a Mist Energy, and there's also some damage counters you're worried about on the other side this time too.
I would say so. Damage counters is not where you want to be here. You want to be dealing those damage counters out, not the other way around. Was that just a grasping draw here after that for 1?
Yep, and that's why when you evolve into Charizard, you want it to be in combination with Boss's Orders, not Iono. It's unfortunate that your only attack could be potentially into the Bidoof. You don't really want to use a card like the Dusclops and pop early, knock out the Bidoof, and then have them just send up another small HP Pokemon. You really want to cash in on this attack and take out a Pokemon like Dracloak here.
We're seeing the first recon directive from Justin. That's going to lead us into this Dracloak. Off of that, it's going to lead to our third recon directive. So we have had no issues drawing cards if you're on Justin's side. Now we just need to see some prize cards, but look at this now. This Cleffa sitting with just 10 HP remaining here, and Justin.
I think he knows he's supposed to take some prizes here, so he's probably going for the Dusknoir into the Dusclops.
On the bench as well. We're going back into the deck with this Ultra Ball. Where do you think Justin's going to go for this turn, Kyle? Are we going to see some popping off?
Well, I don't think it lined up as cleanly as he wanted in this spot. You can go for the Dusknoir, but I didn't see a way to move the active Pokemon if you used Curse Blast. No counter catcher or Boss's Orders, which would lead to a way to really cash in on that Hawlucha, take out the Cleffa piece, and also line up an attack on something like the Duskull. So instead, you go for the big guy. You have a way to place a ton of damage onto that Charizard and maybe get lucky, find that Dragapult here in the near future.
Yeah, 13 damage counters on that Dusknoir. A big upgrade from the Dusclops. Jamming Tower now out onto the field, replacing that Artisan. And it's just going to be this Badoo knocking out the
now I see
Cleffa,
he's
baby versus
not as
baby
frightened.
here. That's leading us to a Dragapult
Now all the
EX for
jitters
Justin
almost
off of the
stopped.
prize cards. That's one step closer here to being able to actually use this great board state that Justin has set up. Junia, on the other hand, promoting this Charizard EX into the active position. Now, is it an awkward spot for Junia? How does the prize mapping look for Junia, and what does he need to look out for in these future turns or avoid, Kyle?
Well, he's playing a lot of ways to move Pokemon here. We see 2 copies of that Counter Catcher, which are now useless because of Itchy Pollen, but he still has those 3 Boss's Orders. We see 1 in the hand, and with the promotion of the Charizard, you now start to wonder, what is the most important target? There are 3 Dracloak with 3 different energy sitting there. Clearly, you'd want the one with the Neo Upper. However, isn't it tempting to just take that Dusknoir off the board? It is the one thing separating your Charizard from the discard pile or the active position.
It is very, very tempting indeed. You're like,
The
oh,
correct play
you
is to
haven't
take the
used that
Dusknoir.
yet? I would love to take that out
I'll
here.
just help
Let's
you.
Go. I will
Let me
help
click
you.
the button for you.
Can't get there if I get there first. Here we go. Dusknoir being brought into the active position, gusted up by that Boss's Orders here from Junia. Feeling comfortable doing that. Miss Energy coming down onto the board. Dusknoir, no Curse Blast for you. Just going to be wiped off the field here by Junia's Charizard EX. Of course, Burning Darkness deals 180 base damage. And then for each prize card, your opponent has taken 30 additional damage. So this is an attack that fuels up from that fire over time. As the tail burns, it gets stronger here. That's the first prize card from both of our players now down.
Oh, Justin now. He's got a lot to think about here. He finally has his Dragapult. He's ready to attack in, but he does not have a way to cleanly handle this Charizard. Is this a threat that you can avoid attacking into, or do you need to soften it up here? Because your opponent was taking some preventative measures. We see there's already a Mist Energy hanging out here. A clear answer that you typically see in this spot is Boss's Orders. Bring up this Dusclops and take it out.
Should be
along
fine.
with the Duskull piece.
I mean, this is again a weird
Doesn't line
scenario
up as
here because he
cleanly, so what
can
do you
lose
do?
from this
Disrupt the
position.
hand with the Iono.
But I think he will be able to clutch it
that's
out.
one way to do it. Disrupting the hand a bit, throwing them off their game. What do we see in the hand now?
You know what?
Some
Hawlucha's
spice, actually.
Hawlucha's not a terrible find here. We like to sprinkle in damage whenever possible. And Buddy Poffin searching out a little more here too. I don't think you're going to see much else as the Duskull line is a little thin as a 2-2-1.
But he has a Night Stretcher, so you want to use Night Stretcher for Dusclops.
As we see now,
Then pop it once with Duskull on the bench. Pop the
burned at this point for Justin here, and a quick look.
and play with Hawlucha. Put 1 damage on the Duskull. Put 1 damage on the Charmander. Take out the Charmander.
So we saw the Hawlucha in hand. What else are we looking at here? Well, we're going to see 2 more cards off this Recon Directive. Has to choose one to net to the hands.
Sees the Iono. I didn't see if the other one was Boss's Orders or not, but there's look at this.
that.
Yeah, splitting it up with the Charmander. It doesn't do you much good to take one off of the board, so plays into both of them. And if this Pokemon is not answered, or we don't see an evolution like Rare Candy or Charmeleon even, there's a double knockout lined up on just the Charmanders, and you could take 4 if you clean up this Charizard too, with the Hawlucha and the 6 damage counter spread from Dragapult.
Yeah, I love that play. It seems like Justin is putting all of the pressure now onto Junia here. Phantom Dive, such a powerful attack, 200 damage. Then, of course, that 6 damage counters onto your opponent's field.
I mean, he might
as we
hold the
see
Night
on
Stretcher in
those
case
Charmander.
his
So it's crazy.
Dragapult
Once
gets
it
knocked
gets
out.
set up and it starts swinging, it is scary and it's hard to stop. And the Charizard EX deck that Junia is piloting is
no,
gonna
you
have to have
cannot
the
find
answers
Pidgey.
here if he
You
wants
cannot
to
find Pidgey.
remain
It's
in the
50
running
HP.
to potentially make it to
I think it's
finals
always at the
tomorrow.
60
Buddy
HP
Buddy
version. If it's the
Poffin
60
just
HP
starts
version,
off
it's
getting
fine. If it's the
Pidgey out of
51,
the deck. That is now a
he's
full bench
Okay,
here
it
for
was 60 HP.
Maybe a few turns too late, as this is the piece that we really like to see early on in the game, helping search out, find some resources. Has the entire line waiting in the hand, but do you have enough time to even use these manual evolutions here to help look out some resources? This is a spot where you could just use your Dusclops, attack in and deal more damage. Need a little more help here.
Yeah, I mean, 5 damage counters there dealt to the Dragapult EX. That's also going to be a prize card for Justin now that Dusclops is gone off the field. That was the second Dragapult EX drawn for Justin as well. Into the Duskull now off the counter.
Oh, whoa. Hey, this is getting crazy here.
That's game.
Promote
That's
the
game.
Duskull thinking you can hold it in place, and now he just moves it by way of the Curse Blast.
Justin
It's
is in
over.
day 2.
It's over. Justin Newdorf after insane play here.
We're gonna see God of War versus Dragapult. Duskull.
Taking this game in the top 4. A 2-0 victory here for Justin Newdorf with Dragapult EX.
Damn.
Didn't even get a chance to breathe.
I know. I was choking there, Kyle. I mean, that was incredible here. Well,
What did you miss?
Walk it back in the replay once they're
Justin
ready
just
to
destroyed
showcase that
him.
off. But for now, so unfortunate here for Junya. Charizard EX being taken down, but Justin Newdorf, of course, advancing into our finals tomorrow here at the World Championships with Dragapult.
Wow. Yeah, this is a great spot for Justin there. He saw exactly what
The
needed
reason he
to
got
close
off
things
Skull
out.
is to try and buy time.
It just comes out of nowhere there. You
He
have
was not in
a
knockout
great
range of
deck
the
with
Dragapult.
the Dusknoir line. It
If he was, he
allows
would take out
so
Dragapult every
much,
day of the week.
So many different ways to disrupt your opponent. You can manipulate how fast the game goes, what Pokemon is able to be knocked out, take multiple prizes in the same turn, and we see plenty
And he
of
was
that
out of
here
finding the
throughout
second
our
Dragapult to take out.
Let's take a look at how these players navigated this match here as they started things off.
Kill Skull
This is
would
our first game.
only
I
give.
mean, this is
I mean,
such a setup here from
technically you
Justin,
could.
and unfortunate on the other side.
To actually
Junya
deny
just
the
had
extra
nothing
damage.
to work
Actually,
with.
yeah, you
It
should
was
have
just a
killed
little
Skull.
Chi-Yu there, brought into
You're
the
right,
active.
you're right.
Justin swiftly took that win, and this is our second game.
Yep, Itchy Pollen taking a knockout, leading to one of the 3 Dragapult in the prize cards, and that would serve.
So we are gonna
plenty
cut
in
off
this spot.
3 different
Junya
games tomorrow.
attacking in, seeing what he
post-stream?
could do, trying to come up with an answer. Curse Blast, moving with the counter catcher, trying to avoid.
But he also had the
what
Holucha in
we
hand,
knew
so there was nothing to
nearly
do.
Inevitable. The Night Stretcher, Dusclops, that moves that Pokemon, and those prize cards are pretty free.
Yeah, I mean, how incredible.
Like, no matter how
there
you
we see
took
that-
this, there was
that
nothing
fist
you
bump
could do.
at the end of the game. Justin Newdorf is going to be moving on here at the World Championships. Now going to have the chance to become a world champion. Had already made it to top 8 at a World Championships in the seniors division, and now has the potential to take it all in the Masters division. I mean, he's definitely now a name that everybody's looking at.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players, they think back on their history in the TCG and they think, well, what if this game had gone differently? What if I was able to play that a little cleaner? He's had so much to think about, and it's been a silent journey for him, as we have not seen him on our stage. But in 2022, he made top 8. Think about that. He was a game short of a free invite to the World Championships. Did it again in 2024, which is still an incredible accomplishment to make the top 8 again. And then he's told, you're moving up into the Masters, buddy. It's going to get real. What does he do? He just top 32s NAIC, jumps right into the World Championships, and he's in the finals here
This is
now
impressive,
with a deck
honestly.
that is tried
We
and
have
true for
2
him. He's
new
played it
masters
so often,
in the finals.
and it's just one of those decks where you feel like if you're the better player, you're going to come out on top.
Yeah, there's no gimmicks, there's no tricks that we see in this Dragapult EX list. It's clean, it's consistent, and we saw that there from Justin. Even faced with such difficult prize cards there, I mean, any player would look at that and be like, whoa, what are the odds of this here? But Justin did not waver in that match. You saw everything go to plan. Yeah, sure, I don't have my Dragapult EX right now, but I'm gonna get there one way or another, and everything else was set up beautifully to the point where once those prize cards came into play, I mean, everything was ready to go for that checkmate position from Justin. And I mean, he treated that match like Charizard EX ain't nothing at this point.
I mean, we saw a young man just go to work. That's
Right.
he saw the most devastating thing you can see in a top 4 game, and he just grabs his notebook and says, 3 Dragon Balls. Like everyone else is freaking out for him. He's like, it's cool. I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
Also, my
It's
opponent
impressive
didn't
how he
play
like
Pidgey
finds
down.
those
If you noticed
lines,
that,
even though
that's
he
good for me.
have so bad
Pretty
prices.
good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, quick work of that Charizard EX there. I mean, if anything, this is going to lead to an absolutely epic conclusion in our finals tomorrow. And are you surprised here, Kyle, to see the decks that made it into our final championship? Because, I mean, I don't think anybody is, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a mirror match, so I suppose
That's great.
that the fans are a little more
great.
excited about
Yeah.
that. But it's exciting to see these two players and their journeys and how vastly different they are. For Riley, it was so interesting to see him with some of the results that he brought into it, but the play that he had at NAIC, I mean, everybody was talking about what is he capable of if he just spots the lines like that against Tord Reklev and is just so comfortable in those positions, passing over the turn. Even Tord was shocked to see that, and it led to him moving into the finals and putting up a great game in a very unfavorable matchup when it comes to mirrors. He just did not have as many pieces as Isaiah did. On the other side for Justin, he's just something else when it comes to the World Championships. Not a lot of players start off like that in their first 4 years of the World Championships. Like, that's insane to think about.
Absolutely. And now everybody's looking at that accomplishment sheet. It is on full display here at the World Championships. He just took things down in our last top 4 match, advancing into the finals in a giant arena. We're going to see him perform once again.
It's
And
gonna be
I'm
so
excited to
incredible
hear
to
from
see
him
him
right
perform
now,
tomorrow.
how he's feeling after that incredible game we just saw. Chip, let us know.
Thanks, Boo and Kyle. I am here on the stage with our second finalist here at the World Championships. Let's hear it for him, folks. Justin Neudorf. We just got to start things off by talking about that game, too. You look through your prizes, you check things out. 3 Dragapult prized. What's the first thought that pops into your head?
I was like, not right now.
Definitely not the time you'd like to see it happen, but you were able to kind of center yourself and you kept playing the game out. What was your goal then?
My goal was to establish my Dusclops and Dusknoir and try to take a prize. The reason I did what I did is because there was one turn in the game where I Arzoned out a Duskull instead of the 3rd Drapey. I normally like to go for the 3rd Drapey, but I decided that right in that situation, because I prized my 3 Dragapult, I should adapt and go for a Duskull instead.
You told me just a moment ago while we were standing here, I mean, we talked about how you got top 8 at this tournament last year in seniors. A couple years ago, you got top 8 as well.
So impressive.
This was your first year in the Masters division. You said you were just kind of hoping for that top 32. You've more than surpassed that. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I'm just happy all my practice on live paid off, and I just want to shout out everyone supporting me, and especially my sponsor, Player One Services.
That's great, man. We talked to Riley after he won, and he told us that you and him actually played a few games together on Wednesday. Now you'll be playing against each other in the finals tomorrow in the big arena. I just have to ask, what happened in those games that you guys played together on Wednesday?
So to be honest, the games did not go too well for me because at the time, I ran Run Brock Scouting and won Hilda. And thanks to our testing, I realized I was missing energy a ton. So after that, I was able to put the second Hilda in for the Brocks, and I think that's the reason I'm here today, so I thank him a ton.
Do you think that that will help make a difference and make you the world champion tomorrow?
Honestly, I just hope I just draw well, and I feel like if I draw well, I'll be able to do really well. And I need to just play well too, and make sure I know exactly what's in my prize card, so I can be able to give myself the best odds to win.
All right, Justin, well, congratulations. Let's hear it for him one more time, folks. And we're gonna close the show out in the lounge. Congratulations, buddy.
So impressive to see him make it to the finals.
Yes,
like,
thank
it's
you, Chip, and what an exciting end to our second day of competition here at the World Championships.
That's just amazing
I'm
to see
Kyle,
this
joined
ending.
by Ethan and Mike here in the lounge. what a day it's been, what a tournament it's been, unpredictable for sure. I think real quick, we can take a look at the bracket and see kind of how we got there. I think it was a pretty wild ride as we went through this tournament. Ethan,
Oh, you do?
what stands out to you here?
We've got an NA finals. It's been
Are you winning against
NA
him, or
finals,
is he
battle
destroying
through.
you?
And a lot of the players, you know, at the start of this bracket, you maybe expect to have a little bit of a deeper run, get further. It seemed like there was a lot of things in and out of control. Some of our players, the prize
Fair
funds
enough,
were
fair enough.
not kind to our players here. They
Like
gotta
that, I
recalibrate
don't
those.
play
Hopefully
too
they'll be
many
up and
online
running
tournaments yet.
Yeah, and for
Think
Irving,
about starting to play
Mateus,
more.
and Piper, they did so well in the Swiss to climb to the top. They got that buy straight into
Also
the
because
top 8, but
I
their opponents were just too
haven't
strong.
had that
Or
much
their
time
prize cards in
because
the
of
case of
work.
Piper, to make it
It's-
through
I
to the
should say I work in a
semi-finals. But one thing
TCG
that's really
store,
stood
so
out is the deck choices.
like a
You know,
Pokemon
Enzo, Rock, and
store where
Charizard
we
being
sell Pokemon cards
four
and
of
stuff.
our top 8. It really shows how much that innovation from these players led them to victory.
Yeah, I
But
did
yeah,
have
I think I
chance
will
to
start like
watch
playing
a
more
lot of
tournaments and
Riley's
stuff.
matches out on the floor. A lot of his matches were not streamed, and I gotta tell you, he played some of the craziest matches out there that I have seen. We saw at NAIC he was capable of doing, you know, very innovative or kind of offbeat plays that really throw his opponent off guard, and he was able to do that in his top cut match, the asymmetrical cut match as well. I saw he used Mew EX to use Badoo's Itchy Pollen for a knockout, which prevented his opponent from using Counter Catcher, and it completely swung the game. So he's looking for every avenue to try to squeak out those edges.
Yeah, and obviously the pass that we all saw at NEIC, I wonder how much confidence he's now got considering the respect he's given amongst the players in the scene. You know, for you guys, in North America, the 2 finalists you've got are some of the less expected players to make it all the way, and they've shown up at Worlds and really performed well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been wild to see, and that's just the magic of the World Championships, right? Everybody had to qualify for this event. You know that there are high caliber players everywhere. You may not know their names yet, but after this event, you will remember these 2 players. Ethan, any other moments stand out to you from this event so far?
You know, I think it's just seeing the structure of asymmetrical cut come back after, you know, we had seen things on and off for these years. You know, it kind of adds a little bit more to the drama. Like, yeah, you know, #1 seed, sometimes having to play it out. Things kind of worked, you know, nicely where those 28-point players didn't have to play through that extra round. I'm really just looking forward to tomorrow. We have so many story cases to showcase. We got breaking news. Someone is looking to do the perfection next year. Gabriel Fernandez in another finals of a major tournament, looking to become a 2-time world champion. And on top of that, complete what was already the Grand Slam now becomes, I guess, the World Slam. He can now call himself a champion of every single type of event this year. That would be an unprecedented achievement of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and of course, you will have to tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time for Championship Sunday. We cannot stress this enough. You will not want to miss this. For the first time, the World Championships, the championship matches will be held in an arena. The atmosphere will be electric. It's going to be can't miss. If you're a Pokemon fan at all, you have to tune in. If you're here in person, you got to be a part of it. I mean, it's going to be incredible. We will have every game on display. Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite. We'll have the TCG. We'll have video game, Pokemon Scarlet, Pokemon Violet. There's something for everyone. It's just going to be an action-packed day. I mean, Mike, what does that mean to you? A championship in an arena.
I mean, I always come to these events and I hear it's going to be bigger and better. And I look at the stage every year and think, how can you do it bigger and better? And the way you do it is you surround the match and you make the players play with the echo of the arena. You know, I've been fortunate enough to be involved in some other competitions where the arena is the battleground of the best, and the crowd noise is so much different when you're in that. The echo, the way people support you. So I wonder if there's going to be a bit more pressure for these players, especially when there's so much on the line.
Yeah, how could you not feel the pressure? It will be incredible. Now, for those of you who are watching along at home, of course, we do have some distributions and things like that for you to pick up for TCG Live. Ethan, what can
that will
people
be it
pick
for
up
me
here?
today because
we were just
there's
talking
not
about
more to
Hilda,
watch
right? In
today.
that
We're
winner's
just,
interview,
we're
go
just
ahead and
talking a
get
little
full
bit
art
about
Hilda
tomorrow.
on TCG
We
Live,
will,
and
of course, be
who
live
knows,
again tomorrow.
Dynamotor made its return. could definitely come back into the
So,
forefront of the meta.
I will just say
Go ahead
thank
and
you
use that
guys for
code,
watching this entire stream. See you guys tomorrow.
WCS25 TCGL.
And peace
Get
out from
yourself some
here.
free cards. Hey, I
Stay
love
safe.